With his eyes closed, the young man lay in the middle of the forest. Sunbeams danced across his clothes, and the trampled grass around him bore witness to a strange and sudden fall. His eyelids fluttered heavily, and the young man threw his eyes open. The harsh light and the rustling of the leaves deafened him, and his pupils narrowed as he realized he was still alive. With great effort, the brown-haired man got to his feet, recalling the lightning strike. He didn't understand how he had ended up on Earth, since divine retribution was supposed to have incinerated his soul. Crossing his legs, the young man tried to tap into his inner energy, but his meridians were empty, and his former power had vanished, leaving only a faint flicker. A new body, a new life, the young man decided, accepting his reality. It was time to start his journey with a clean slate, leaving the grandeur of the past behind in the heavenly palaces. A sudden rustle behind the trees made the young man alert. Turning around, he noticed a tuft of hair and someone's receding silhouette amid the dense foliage. A striking woman in a tailored suit emerged from behind a tree. She was clearly seeking privacy and had no idea that her every move was being watched. Embarrassed by what he had seen, the brown-haired man tried to hide in the bushes. His face flushed, and his heart raced from the awkwardness of the moment and the turn of events. Unable to resist, the young man decided to interrupt the beauty with a sarcastic remark. He dramatically emerged from his hiding spot, hinting to her that this place wasn't exactly suitable for such matters. The girl froze in shock, adjusting her glasses. Anger mixed with recognition flashed in her eyes, and she screamed. The young man's gaze filled with sheer astonishment. He stood rooted to the spot, unable to believe his eyes. Standing before him was someone he never expected to meet. The enraged lady hurled a sharp insult and hurriedly disappeared into the shadows of the trees. Her voice trembled with fury, and her heels pounded frantically along the forest path. Left alone, the young man sank into deep thought. The name Qin Zhan echoed in his head, awakening a whole chain of vague and unsettling memories. The realization of reality struck him. He had leaped through time and was now looking at his hands, realizing he had returned to the period when his training had only just begun. The puzzle fell into place. The stern beauty turned out to be his future mentor. Now the brown-haired young man knew for certain that the heavenly blow had changed everything, stripping him of his magic, but giving him a chance to set things right. Standing in the middle of the park, aware of the weight of his past, yet with determination shining in his eyes, the young man firmly believed that this was that rare chance to change everything. Suddenly, reality strikes. His former power has vanished without a trace. Now the young man must find a way to survive in a dangerous world, relying solely on his sharp mind. The silence of the park is broken by a sharp vibration in his pants pocket. His phone insistently demands his attention. A stern message flashes on the phone screen. It's the deputy director calling. This heralds important news that could drastically change his plans for the day. Pressing the phone to his ear, he answers the call. His voice sounds wary, not yet knowing that serious workplace tensions are boiling over on the other end of the line. Furious, his boss yelled into the phone, demanding that he report immediately to the luxurious Triumph. It turned out the company's leadership had changed, and Chu Yi was required to be there. The building greeted the young man with its majestic appearance. Thoughts of spiritual guidance swirled in his head, only that would help him keep his composure. With determination, the brown-haired man flung open the massive doors to the hall, trying to look confident despite his inner trepidation at the face of the unknown. The deputy bustled about, introducing the young man to his new boss, the beautiful Qin Zhan. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew tense under the gaze of this stern businesswoman. Colleagues whisper that the young lady has arrived from the U.S. and holds a Ph.D. Her beauty is dazzling, but behind it lies the steely resolve of a professional. Nervously, the senior teacher whispers in the young man's ear, reminding him of his probationary period. He urges him not to lose face and to show his best side. Officially, the colleague introduces Chu Yi to the new principal, reporting that the young man has been successfully teaching English to upperclassmen for a whole month. Qin Zhan stares intently at his face, and a strange fire flares in her eyes. It seems the young man's name has stirred up some unpleasant memories. Despite the tension, the brown-haired man remains completely calm. Over the course of 1,000 years, he has learned to keep his cool, so he politely greets the angry woman. Adjusting her glasses, the principal hides a storm of emotions behind them. She accepts his reserved greeting, but the beginning of a protracted conflict is clearly palpable in the air. Frozen in shock, the young teacher watched the stern woman walk away, sensing that he had made a mistake and that she was now seriously offended by him. Kinjan was furious. She was determined to teach the young man a lesson and expel him from school for good. Finally, the angry visitor left, and the boy breathed a sigh of relief, recalling her terrible temper. The fact that she was his sister's best friend only made things more complicated. Thoughtfully, the young man analyzed the situation. He knew that the beautiful girl was the daughter of an influential board chairman, and her appearance here was clearly no coincidence. His memory transported him to the past. He used to have a warm relationship with his sister, but now that she was Chinzan's girlfriend, everything was different. He vowed to regain his strength and make amends for all his mistakes. Suddenly, in the dining hall, a young lady called out to the young man. She joyfully announced that she had already reserved a seat for the teacher, and an air of mystery hung in the air. Looking at Tan Yu, he sank into melancholy. They had once loved each other, but their story had ended in a painful breakup. His thoughts are jumbled, and the brown-haired man shakes his head desperately. Too many years have passed since then. He forces himself to forget the past and focus on the present moment. Approaching the table, the teacher offers a routine greeting. The girl smiles sweetly, but tension hangs in the air. The past brings them face to face once again. Puzzled, Tan Yu raises an eyebrow. His cold tone and the remark about their long separation strike her as odd, and she stares intently, trying to figure out the truth. An elegant lady approaches the table. She snidely remarks that the teacher is dressed too simply for such an important banquet. Her words sting like wasps. Confused, the young man looks around. All he sees is luxury and pretentiousness while he stands there in a plain t-shirt. An awkward silence hangs over the table like a cloud. Miss Zhou leaned toward the girl, whispering venomous advice. She insisted that such a beauty shouldn't waste her time on a guy who was completely out of her league. Zhu Yi stood up abruptly, unable to endure the humiliating remarks any longer. The tension in the room had reached its peak. Maintaining an icy composure, the teacher admitted that his heart had long been taken by someone else, and that past grievances no longer bothered him. He now had entirely different goals in life. Tension filled the room. The woman looked at her companion with pity while he was lost in his thoughts, oblivious to the sidelong glances around him. The situation was heating up. The girl made a cold request to stop humiliating her colleague, but Miss Zhou merely maintained her venomous smirk in response. As he assessed his condition, the young man felt that the spiritual guidance had borne fruit. Now his inner power had reached the level of a warrior disciple. With all doubts cast aside, the young man was filled with determination. In this new life, he intended to develop his unique abilities on his own and reach unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, the portly director smiled as he introduced the new employee to the staff, a stately young man in an elegant gray suit. The newcomer was Chen Junyu. It turned out that he was not only a talented high school teacher, but also a scion of the wealthy family that owned this restaurant. The man politely greeted his colleagues. His confident gaze and impeccable manners instantly captured the attention of all the women in the room. Gazing at him with adoring eyes, Miss Zhen was delighted. She whispered to her friend about how outstanding the new employee was, and his success seemed to them the perfect role model. In her companion's opinion, this was exactly what a real man was like. She urged her friend to forget about that good-for-nothing Chu Yi, and the guest's social status became the main argument in this debate. Old acquaintances meet again. Chen Junyu finds himself in the spotlight, accepting greetings. His gaze grew heavy and piercing as he looked at the uninvited guest. The protagonist struggled to hide his animosity, and a bitter realization was evident in his eyes. Shadows of the past surfaced. The young man recalled how this man had treacherously set him up to curry favor with Tan Yu, which ultimately forced him to quit his job. Stepping closer, the young man with a fake smile ostentatiously handed over his business card, mockingly reminding Chu Yi of his humble status as a mere intern. The brazen man's arrogance knew no bounds. He boasted about his family's real estate, looking down on the protagonist, but the latter merely smirked, seeing through the true nature of this gesture. The blow had been struck. With a business card in hand, the brown-haired man asked an awkward question. Why was Chen Junfei running the restaurant, and not the successful teacher himself? An awkward pause ensued. The young man listened impassively to the accusations. He remained calm, though the portly man beside him was clearly nervous and angry, never taking his eyes off his rival. Raising his voice, the defender lectured the young man, furiously pointing out the superiority of the new teacher's family, trying to make the youth feel his own insignificance. Bursting into a shout, the portly teacher rudely kicked the protagonist out, his face flushed red with anger as he pointed imperiously to the seat that Chen Junyu was supposed to occupy. The young man's gaze turned icy, his sky-blue eyes betrayed defiance and contempt, and his entire demeanor made it clear that he had no intention of enduring humiliation. But the man was seething with rage as he asserted his superiority, while standing calmly beside him was an elegant man in a gray suit. The girls watching the argument were agitated. One looked perplexed. It seemed they were concerned not so much by their boss's anger as by the inevitable trouble ahead for Chu Yi. Gripping the edge of his chair tightly, the brown-haired man stared coldly at his rivals. His voice sounded calm, but it betrayed undisguised sarcasm and contempt. An ominous smirk played on the insolent man's lips. It seemed he had something sinister in mind, relishing the moment and anticipating victory over the intern. Losing his patience, Chen Junyu abruptly cut the young man off. His eyes flashed with anger, furious at the endless chatter he considered meaningless. Clutching his wine glass, the scoundrel sat down resolutely in his chair. His face betrayed a cold determination. He no longer intended to stand on ceremony and was ready for action. At the table, the beauties continued to gossip, mocking Chu Yi. They considered him a pauper and a weakling, completely unaware of his true strength. A massive wooden pillar suddenly became covered in deep cracks. An invisible, powerful energy shook the pillar, foreshadowing disaster for his enemies. The chair beneath Chen Junyu shattered with a crash. He lost his balance and fell to the floor, spilling wine, amid the frightened screams and stares of those around him. The new teacher lies sprawled on the floor in disgrace, staining his expensive suit with red wine. In a rage, he calls for the waitress, trying to hide his humiliating failure. The enraged scoundrel blames the quality of the furniture for everything, shouting about a defect. But the waitress's reply, that this is his own family's restaurant, silences him in shame. After ironically praising his opponent for his self-criticism, Chu Yi mockingly noted that the man had managed to insult his own family's property. Enraged, Chen Junyu bursts into a shout. Having lost his composure due to his opponent's audacity, he shouts furiously, barely restraining the urge to strike. With an unflappable smile, Chu Yi looked at his opponent. He used his inner strength to quietly break the chair's legs and teach the arrogant teacher a lesson. Deciding to leave, the hero remains completely calm, while his defeated and humiliated rival tries to stop him. He looks pitiful next to the master, walking away with confidence. A pause hangs over the dinner table as friends discuss how to spend the rest of the evening. One of them admits he's already full and suggests the group head to a karaoke bar. Quickly taking the initiative, the new teacher smiles condescendingly. He agrees to the suggestion and grandly declares that he'll treat everyone present. Surprised by Chen Junyu's generosity, the young woman recalls that this bar is the most expensive in the city, and an evening there would cost at least 10,000 per person. One of the guests at the table obsequiously warned the man about the high prices. He was trying to show concern, hoping to emphasize the teacher's status in front of the others. Casually folding his arms, the newcomer flaunted his wealth. He dismissed the expenses as trifles and promised to pick up the tab in honor of their first meeting, basking in the attention. The group finished their meal contentedly, the guests flattering Chen Junyu, delighted by their sudden stroke of luck. Meanwhile, Chu Yi was thoughtfully pondering his opponent. The rival had received a decent education, although almost anyone who wanted to could become a teacher. Watching the group leave, the hero sensed trouble and was certain that sooner or later his rival's defiant nature would get someone into trouble. Gloomy thoughts wouldn't leave the brown-haired man's mind. He imagined how, in the future, a mob of enraged hooligans might simply break some student's bones on the orders of an arrogant rich man. Suddenly, the silence was broken by his companion's voice. The girl called out timidly, forcing the young man to snap out of his gloomy musings. Sincerely worried for Chu Yi, the beautiful girl advised him to apologize, pointing out the connections of his opponent's influential family, which could cost him his job forever. The young intern was outraged by the demand to apologize. His eyes betrayed the pride of a true deity and lord of hell. He acknowledges his mistake, but his resolve remains unshaken. An agitated Tan Yu warns the young man that his stubbornness will lead to trouble. She tries to make him understand that the world is much more complicated than this self-assured young man realizes. The hero was aware of the deep chasm between them. Their differing outlooks on life made their collaboration impossible, and he suspected the beautiful woman of a secret conspiracy. The teacher watched Chu Yi walk away with sadness. A heavy sigh escaped her, as she finally realized that these two would never find common ground. Luxurious supercars stood motionless in the parking lot, underscoring their owner's status. In this cold silence, each person was left alone with their own truth and choices. The evening at the karaoke bar was in full swing. Under the neon lights, anonymous guests were relaxing, unaware that the atmosphere of the room would soon be rudely disrupted from outside. Zhu Yi sat in the shadows, lost in gloomy thoughts. He was troubled by tomorrow's classes, for which he was completely unprepared, and everyday problems weighed heavily on the great deity of hell. Meanwhile, his rival was enjoying the attention of his companion. She was whispering rumors into his ear about Fan Huan, the owner of this establishment, whose name struck fear into the hearts of all the local residents. Chen Junyu remained silent, lost in thought, realizing the magnitude of the club owner's influence. His power was boundless, and his cruelty toward debtors had become legendary in every district of the city. Taking a sip, the teacher acknowledged his rival's superiority. His family business paled in comparison to the man's empire, and this bitter realization made him grip his glass tighter. Dreaming of restoring his former glory, the new teacher berated himself for losing his connections and for his past weakness. Having come from the village, he had never managed to reestablish his former ties. Suddenly the door burst open, and stern-looking men in suits appeared in the doorway. Their leader demanded that a certain fat man be handed over, instantly shattering the company's comfort and tranquility. Tension filled the room. The teachers froze in shock as the strangers surrounded their table, persistently searching for their target. Three burly men advanced resolutely toward their target. Their leader issued a clear order, leaving no doubt as to the seriousness of their intentions. In a panic, the overweight man jumped to his feet, realizing they had come specifically for him. He desperately shouted about the injustice and threatened to call the police, trying to defend himself with his phone. The leader of the captors merely smirked maliciously in response to the threats. He stated that the police wouldn't help here, since the owner himself was already on his way to conduct the interrogation personally. The unfortunate man was roughly grabbed by the arms, leaving him unable to resist. His pleas for help were drowned out by the kidnapper's indifference. Panic broke out in the exclusive club. The guests, bewildered, jumped to their feet when security suddenly surrounded their table, disrupting the peaceful evening. The head of security, Chen Junyu, smirked brazenly. He claimed that his friend had dared to hit on the boss's girlfriend and ordered everyone not to interfere. The frightened, overweight man desperately tried to justify himself to the stern security guards, swearing that he didn't know the girl's status and that the whole thing was just a ridiculous mistake. Unexpectedly, a friend of the new teacher tried to defuse the conflict with words. He politely explained that the incident was accidental, hoping for the opponent's good sense. But the bodyguard merely bared his teeth in response to the plea, threatening to use his fists if the group didn't get out of his way immediately. The terrified man begged for help, but he was roughly dragged away while the other teachers froze in indecision and fear. Maintaining a feigned calm, Comrade Chen Junyu promised not to abandon his comrade and at the same time to test what this guy was really capable of. With a mocking smile, the villain cut off all routes of retreat. He ordered the entire group to follow them, turning the incident into a trap. The tension reached its peak. The pregnant woman and the other guests, driven by threats, were forced to walk toward the unknown. Resolutely, the hero turned to Teacher Yang. He promised to protect her at any cost and ordered her to stay right behind him during the fight. Touched by her protector's unexpected courage, the beautiful woman thanked him shyly, feeling her fear gradually give way to his determination. At the same time, Miss Zhou merely smiled sarcastically. She remarked contemptuously that the young man had remained silent when the enemies burst in, and now had suddenly decided to try his hand at playing the hero. The group was led into a luxurious hall, where the true master of the situation sat on a sofa, surrounded by an army of bodyguards. He gazed coldly at the uninvited guests. A half-naked young woman clinging to the boss pointed her finger at the terrified fat man and petulantly complained to him that this man had dared to touch her. Upon hearing the name Fan Huang, the friends turned pale with horror. They realized they had fallen into a trap set by the most dangerous man in the city. The owner of the establishment looked down on the uninvited guests. With a defiant smile, he asserted his authority, making it clear that everything here was subject only to his will. Frightened, Chen Junyu tried to reason with the man. He begged for leniency, hoping for a peaceful resolution. But things didn't go according to plan, and the owner's anger flared up with incredible intensity. He flew into a rage, demanding that whoever had dared to ask for mercy be brought before him. Those around him froze in shock. Fan Huang's influence was so great that it had even reached the provincial capital, and the young men realized what a dangerous trap they had fallen into. The young man tensely analyzed the situation, recalling his boss's connections and how he had skillfully taken advantage of Chen Junyu's father's resignation. The situation was reaching a boiling point. The girl, enraged, attacked her abuser, shouting insults, while the conflict escalated into physical violence. In a panic, the fat man fell to his knees amid the shards of glass. He tearfully confessed his mistakes to the master, desperately trying to beg for forgiveness. With a mocking smirk, Fan Huang promised to let the group go, but only on one condition, that the new teacher personally maim the poor wretch. Shocked by the inhuman demand, Chen Junyu froze in horror, unable to believe what he had heard, while his future victim trembled, awaiting his punishment. Summoning her courage, Miss Zhou stood up for her colleagues, trying to shield them with her own body. She threatened the club owner with a media scandal, hoping that fear would stop him. Upon hearing about the guests' professions, the man merely sneered. Their status as teachers did not faze him in the least, but only provoked a new wave of contempt. The boss eagerly listed his past victims. He declared that there had not yet been any teachers in his collection, and this fact aroused a frightening curiosity in him. Licking his lips with lust, the scoundrel made no attempt to hide his filthy intentions. The girl behind him froze in silent horror, realizing what fate awaited her. Dictating new terms for the deal, Fan Huang promised to release the debtor if the two charming teachers agreed to spend the night in his depraved company. In response, one of the women tried to maintain her dignity, declaring in a trembling voice that his actions were illegal, desperately searching for a way to escape. But the ringleader imperiously ordered his henchmen to bring in the captives, anticipating imminent retribution and reveling in his absolute power at that moment. The formidable Alan, adjusting his tie, bowed submissively before his boss. His stern demeanor and loyal bodyguards behind him boded nothing good for their enemies. Terrified, the girls froze, realizing the hopelessness of the situation. Chen Junyu also remained silent as the tension in the club's luxurious hall mounted to a breaking point. Suddenly, a young man stepped forward. With a calm expression, he issued a defiant challenge to the boss himself, shocking everyone present. Enraged by such audacity, the club owner looked at the stranger with contempt, unable to fathom who would dare to disturb his peace and defy his will. The beautiful woman gazed at her defender with trepidation. Her eyes betrayed both hope and fear for Chu Yi, who had become their only source of support in this time of trouble. The young man firmly declared that no one dared treat women that way. He was ready to take responsibility for his own mistakes, but he would not tolerate the humiliation of his loved ones. The enraged bodyguard lunged forward with a shout and swung his fist. He intended to teach the brat a lesson and show who was really the master of this house. But a lightning-fast blow strikes its target. The thug's smug face contorts with pain and shock as he realizes he has encountered a truly formidable opponent. Alan's body crashes into the wall with a thunderous roar, smashing furniture and set pieces. The mighty fighter is defeated in a single move, and a deathly silence descends upon the hall. The defeated guard groans amid the debris of furniture. His former confidence has in an instant given way to shock at the crushing power of this seemingly ordinary young man. The intern stares coldly at his enemies, declaring that insulting his teacher is a grave sin that he has no intention of forgiving these arrogant thugs for. In tears, Tan Yu whispers words about the teacher's dignity. She is struck by the courage of the defender, who single-handedly stood up to an entire gang. Meanwhile, the bodyguard writhes in unbearable pain, clutching his broken arm. His scream echoes through the hall, putting an end to his attempt at intimidation. Fan Huang merely scoffs at talk of honor. He boasts of past victories and wonders how this insolent kid even managed to sneak into his lair. Defiantly, the young man surveys the luxurious hall, making no attempt to hide his contempt as he openly calls the famous dragon's lair nothing more than a common dump. At this, Chen Junyu panics. He screams in terror that they're facing the club's fearsome owner, and that an ordinary guy has no chance of standing up to such an enemy. Teachers from middle school number 3 try to intervene. They beg the man to show mercy and let them go, fearing for their principal's reputation. The fearsome boss takes a long drag on his cigar. The mention of the school principal gives him pause. He is a respected figure with whom it's best not to cross. Graciously, Fan Huang allows the teachers to leave, but on one condition: The insolent daredevil must stay behind to answer for his words in person. With an ominous smirk, the scoundrel promises not to kill the young man, but only to teach him a bloody lesson by breaking his bones as a warning for his insolence. The brave young woman resolutely refuses to abandon her companion. Despite her fear, she firmly declares that they will not leave without him. In response, Chu Yi remains ice-cold and calm. He asks his companion to take care of their pregnant colleague and leave, gently reassuring her that everything is under control. The hero's gaze becomes sharp and dangerous. With a confident smile on his face, he makes it clear that he will deal with the thugs and their insolent leader himself. The frightened teachers hurriedly leave the room, feeling both guilt and fear as they leave the young man alone to face the imminent threat. In desperation, Tan Yu gives her final instructions. She asks the brown-haired man to hold out at all costs while they run for help to call the police. But Chu Yi merely watches his colleagues leave in silence. There is not a trace of fear on his face, only cold confidence in his abilities and impending victory. The club's security guards, bats in hand, surround the young man on all sides. The circle tightens, but the hero continues to stand motionless, his hands tucked into his pockets. The gang leader confidently wraps his arm around his companion and mocks the young man, challenging him to entertain his fighters, unconvinced that he'll be able to defend himself. A powerful fighter named Aku steps forward, tearing his clothes as he boasts of his signature move, the Black Fist, and predicts a quick end for the young man. The teacher looked at his opponent with cold contempt, openly mocking him and comparing him to a pathetic villain who was given only a couple of lines in a book. Enraged, the fighter could no longer bear the taunts and lunged into the attack. With a wild scream and a face contorted with rage, he swung his fist, hoping to knock the insolent man out with a single blow. But the young man doesn't even flinch in the face of danger. His gaze remains icy and confident. He merely narrows his eyes slightly, having calculated every move of his attacker. A lightning-fast counterattack with his foot hits its mark. The powerful impact sends the heavy fighter flying backward, leaving him no chance of a successful head-on attack. The opponent slams into the floor, coughing up blood. His former confidence has vanished, and his body trembles with pain. He is crushed before everyone's eyes. Watching his fighter's humiliation, the club owner flies into a rage. Lighting a cigar, he orders his personal security to kill the insolent guest immediately. A group of armed thugs surrounds Chu Yi. Drawing their long blades, they thirst for blood and vow to gut him. One of the attackers leaps down from above, shouting death threats as he swings his sword for a fatal blow, oblivious to the fact that his victim remains calm and is even smiling slightly. There is no fear in the young man's eyes, only a cold awareness of his superiority over his pathetic and slow enemies. In a fraction of a second, the young man sweeps through the crowd like an invisible whirlwind. The guards' bodies are flung in all directions, and their weapons shatter before they can even touch their target. The fight was over in seconds. The hero stood among his defeated enemies, reflecting that he'd gone a bit too far, realizing he didn't need any extra trouble right now. Frozen in silent shock, the club owner dropped his cigar. His companion covered her mouth in horror. They had never expected such a crushing defeat for their security detail. An image of a mysterious old man from the past flashes through Fan Huang's mind. This young man bears a frightening resemblance to the one who once helped him eliminate all his rivals. Looking at the bloodied fighters, the club owner realizes the scale of the threat. Memories of the bloody massacres of years past make his heart race. Setting aside his former arrogance, the boss takes a step forward. There is no longer any threat in his voice, only a tremor and curiosity. He is eager to find out who is hiding behind this young man's mask. As he leaves, Chu Yi leaves a deep handprint on the wall. The gang leader watches this with undisguised shock, unable to comprehend how an ordinary person is capable of such a thing. Stunned, Fan Huang sees in this gesture not just strength, but a clear demonstration of superiority that makes his heart race with fear. A hand-shaped dent stands out on the stone wall. For the gangsters, this serves as a silent warning that any attempt at resistance will end fatally for them. Panicked, the henchmen gaze at the destruction and begin to doubt the stranger's humanity. One of them, in horror, hopes that this is just a joke. A bloodied henchman stammers as he tries to clarify the plan for revenge. He hasn't yet realized that their usual methods of force no longer work. Cutting off the silly questions abruptly, the owner of the establishment strikes Alan. He realizes that now is not the time for revenge, but the time to save their own skins at any cost. Ordering his assistant to go to the young man immediately, Fan Huang now addresses him as Sir and demands the utmost respect be shown to him. A sly smirk appears on the man's face. He guesses who this young man really is and decides to use the situation to his advantage. The city glows with lights at night, hiding dangerous secrets in its alleys. Behind the bright KTV signs, a conflict is brewing that will shift the balance of power in the shadows of the streets. The anxious girls wait for the police. One tries to calm the other, but fear and anticipation make them suspect that help might be deliberately delayed. Suddenly, a colleague appears before the teachers. He looks completely calm and is genuinely surprised that they haven't left yet. A surprised Tan Yu looks at the hero with undisguised excitement and a blush. She can barely contain her emotions, unable to believe that he made it out of the gangster's lair safe and sound. With a grand air, the young teacher declares that he simply set the bandit on the right path, hiding his true strength behind the mask of a righteous mentor. Pretending not to be impressed, the beauty nevertheless praised her colleague for not letting the principal down. The young man just awkwardly scratched the back of his head, playing along with her. Watching the women walk away, the brown-haired man breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that everything had ended well, and that they certainly didn't need to know the truth about his true strength. The next day dawned, and the soft light of dawn illuminated the upscale residential complex. The city was just waking up, unaware of the changes this quiet young man was preparing. While sitting in deep meditation, Chu Yi realized that an aura was necessary to transition between techniques, so he decided to find a place with the highest concentration of natural energy. The young man turned his gaze to nature. He realized that the more greenery there was, the more powerful the flow of energy would be. A suburban school seemed like the perfect starting point for his journey. Having made his decision, the young man set off. His gaze was fixed on the window, beyond which cityscapes flashed by, leading him to his destination, the source of power. The suburban school grounds greeted the hero with silence. The building stood empty, but somewhere among the trees, the true source of energy must be hiding. The teacher concentrated, activating the divine search. His eyes flashed with an azure flame, piercing the space in search of the world's hidden vibrations. A map of the surroundings appeared before his inner eye. Bright flashes of spiritual sparks pointed the way, pinpointing the epicenter of the cluster of auras. Upon reaching the water's edge, the young man decided to call upon the forces of nature. If he could subdue this element, the magical search would no longer be necessary, and he would become one with the world. Before the hero's eyes stood a majestic, 1,000-year-old banyan tree. The tree literally sparkled with an excess of energy, having drawn sustenance for centuries from the depths of this blessed land. Standing firmly on the ground, the young man prepared himself. A sharp lunge with his foot kicked up a cloud of dust, marking the center of the future circle of power and his readiness for the great ritual. A yin-yang magical seal flared up beneath the apprentice's feet. Surrounded by Bagua symbols, the master froze in a fighting stance, uniting his will with the energy of the universe. Focusing his mind, Chu Yi began to move his hands smoothly, awakening memories of the past and recalling the secrets of the Taiji school, whose profound knowledge had become the foundation of his current mastery. The air around him trembled, condensing into a radiant sphere. Concentrating spiritual power between his palms, he subdued the flows of aura, transforming them into pure energy. With a sharp movement, the master directed the accumulated power forward. Space shuddered from the powerful impulse, completing the technique and asserting his dominion over the moment. Performing an incredible leap, the hero's silhouette froze in midair, while a powerful surge of energy caused the foliage to dance in a frenzied whirlwind. Upon seeing the brown-haired man, the elderly man froze in amazement. He watched as leaves swirled around him in a sudden gust of wind, obeying an unknown will and submitting to an incredible technique. The elder could not believe his eyes as he recognized the legendary technique of the Tai Chi school and realized that a true martial arts genius stood before him. Breathing a sigh of relief and clearing his body of internal energy, Chu Yi finally reached the pinnacle of his mastery and is now ready to awaken his ultimate combat technique. Feeling a connection to the world, the teacher compares himself to a hero from novels. However, earthly powers alone are insufficient for the long journey ahead. The time has come to begin the search for ancient artifacts. Behind him appeared the ghostly visage of the Lord of Hell from the past. The mighty entity promises the ancient tree support and lasting loyalty in return for the help it provided today. The old master humbly bows before the young man, All his skepticism has vanished, replaced by the deepest respect for the power he has just witnessed. The venerable gentleman rushes toward the young man with questions. He is bursting with curiosity about how a mere mortal managed to attain such a transcendent level of magic. Disregarding his status, Go-mo begs the young man to become his teacher. He is willing to set aside his pride for the sake of even a morsel of knowledge from the great master. Zhu Yi was taken aback by such persistence from a high-ranking official. While others looked down on him, this influential man was sincerely asking to be taken on as a student. The director's anger knew no bounds. He was furious that anyone would dare to doubt the power of his new idol, and was ready to personally teach any insolent person a lesson. With his hands humbly clasped, the master admits that he has dreamed of the art of Taiji his entire life. He begs the young man for help, realizing that he himself has reached a dead end in his knowledge. Confused, the hero sees the director's sincere desire to become his student, but understands that revealing the secret of his ancient teaching will be extremely difficult. The image of a sacred scroll comes to mind. Only the chosen few are capable of comprehending the mystery of Taiji, while for ordinary people, this path is closed forever. Realizing that the master won't agree right away, the older man understands that his talents may not be enough to touch the truth hidden within the ancient techniques. Recalling the mysterious world deep within the earth, where people possess incredible power, Gumo realizes that meeting this young man is his only chance in life. Bowing respectfully, the director implores the young man to support his aspirations. He recognizes a true master in this chance encounter. The young man demonstrates his power. A stream of azure energy bursts from his palm, confirming that his abilities far exceed those of ordinary humans. Frozen in amazement as a magical glow envelops his body, the older man feels in his very bones the might of the natural force that the master controls so effortlessly. After some thought, the hero agrees to become his mentor, but on the condition that the old man will only become his true disciple once he proves himself skilled and capable enough. Overflowing with gratitude, the old man bows deeply to the ground. Now he is ready to do anything to learn from the one he now officially calls his master. The surprised brown-haired man gazes into the distance. Pondering the student's age, it will be difficult for him to comprehend the nature of the universe. And without special elixirs, Go-mo will hardly be able to manage. Analyzing their levels of power, the director realizes that he is facing not just a practitioner, but a legendary Zongxi-level master who has reached incredible heights. The old man respectfully asks his teacher's name. His voice trembles with excitement, for now their fates are bound by the ties of ancient art and instruction. Extending his hand, the young man states his name. He asks not to be called master in public, suggesting that he remain Teacher Chu, while the old man should simply be addressed by his surname, Guo. Objecting categorically, the director reminds him of the main rule of antiquity. A student must honor his mentor and show him the deepest respect. Slightly flustered by such insistence, the hero compromises. He allows himself to be called master, but only when they are alone, away from prying eyes. After considering the implications, the young man reveals his affiliation with the Taiji tradition, explaining that this path requires complete self-dedication, without which it is impossible to grasp its true essence. Chu Yi honestly admits that older people often lack the vitality for such practice. However, upon seeing Gumo, he decides to reveal one secret to him. Holding his breath in anticipation, the director hangs on every word. His eyes shine with hope, and he eagerly asks what secret the master is ready to reveal to him. Touching the older man's forehead, the hero imparts mysterious knowledge to him. The air around them crackles with incredible tension and pure energy. A powerful radiance envelops the old man's body. Ancient scrolls flash before his eyes, revealing the secrets of mastery that were lost many centuries ago. Frozen in amazement, Go-mo feels a warm spiritual power coursing through his veins. He cannot believe that the young man possesses such great power. Having finished transferring the energy, the young man calmly announces his departure. His face shows complete indifference to the miracle he has just performed. The elderly man watches his teacher leave with an admiring gaze. He realizes he has met a true master who hides his power behind a mask of simplicity. After pausing for just a second, the old man catches up with the young man, insistently inviting him to dinner. On this festive day, he simply cannot let his benefactor go. After a moment's hesitation, the young man agrees to accept the invitation. He stops and smiles slightly, accepting the master's sincere gratitude. A few minutes later, the men arrive at a luxurious estate surrounded by lush greenery. Here, far from the hustle and bustle of the city, the master lives with his wife in peace and quiet. During their walk, the old man speaks with a touch of sadness about his children. Due to their constant busyness and important work, they haven't been able to visit their family for a whole year. As the old man speaks, the young man recalls that the director's daughter, Gu Shui, manages an elite five-star hotel in the city, while his son, Gu Panlei, holds a high-ranking position as chief of police. Approaching the front door, the old man joyfully announces his return, anticipating a warm welcome. After all, today is a special day, and he has brought an important guest. His wife, Yang Quan, appears in the doorway. Upon seeing her husband's young companion, she mistakenly takes him for an ordinary student who has come for extra lessons. Hastily correcting his wife, Gumo barely manages to keep the excitement out of his voice as he solemnly announces that this young man is not a student at all, but his own teacher. The elderly woman froze in complete bewilderment. Adjusting her glasses, she looked at the young man skeptically, unable to understand what he could possibly teach such an experienced master. Noticing his wife's confusion, the old man took offense at her distrust and urged her to show proper respect and manners in the presence of such a great man. The young man smiles warmly, modestly introducing himself to the doctor and mentioning that Go Mo had asked to become his student in order to practice Tai Chi. Looking guilty, the woman politely apologizes to Chu Yi for the inconvenience caused, feeling awkward about her husband's behavior. In her thoughts, the doctor is indignant and angry at her husband's obsession with martial arts, realizing that over the years his stubbornness has become simply unbearable. The hostess politely invites the guest into the house, telling him to make himself at home. While the men go inside, she heads to the kitchen to prepare lunch. The intern's expression suddenly becomes extremely serious. It's as if a flash of realization strikes him, and he notices something strange in the elderly woman's movements. Abruptly breaking the silence, the young man addresses the lady. He tells the doctor directly that he sees a serious and long-standing injury to her ankle. Stunned, Yang Quan cannot understand how a stranger could have instantly identified the hidden trauma she had been keeping secret. The surprised husband is bewildered. He is shocked that his wife had kept her pain a secret for so long and demands an immediate explanation. Trying to calm her husband down, the woman closes her eyes and explains that the injury is too old and incurable, which is why she didn't want to worry anyone. Chu Yi insists on the danger, warning of the consequences. He claims that if she doesn't start treatment now, in 2 years she won't be able to walk at all. Horrified, the doctor realizes the hero's power. She is shocked that he uncovered her secret with a single glance, since she had hidden this nightmare from her loved ones for years. A heated argument breaks out between the couple. The husband, in a panic, demands an explanation, while the wife, in a fit of anger, accuses him of only knowing how to yell and not listen. Trying to put an end to the argument, Yang Quan resolutely retreats to the kitchen. She asks everyone to forget what happened, hoping to hide behind her usual household chores. Left alone with the guest, the man turns to him with hope. He recognizes Chu Yi as a master and humbly begs for help in treating his wife's old injury. The woman in the apron skeptically interrupts the conversation. Deep down, she had long since given up, since dozens of top doctors had delivered a harsh and final verdict. Recalling the doctor's heroic past, the young man decides to intervene. He confidently declares that the experienced doctors have made a mistake. His wife's distrust infuriates the old man. The head of the household, making no secret of his anger, accuses her of brazenly distrusting the great master's life experience. To resolve the dispute, the elderly woman decides to reveal her old injury. She lifts the hem of her garment, exposing a dark spot on her ankle. Remaining completely calm, the young man dismisses the problem as a mere trifle. He bends over Yang Quan's leg to apply his extraordinary skills. With a light touch of his fingers, Chu Yi touches the darkened skin. At that very moment, a bright light flashes, and a mysterious energy begins to instantly heal the ailment. The elderly woman freezes in silent shock. She can't believe her eyes. A single fleeting touch has achieved what seemed absolutely impossible. Bombarding the young man with questions about his miraculous technique, the hostess recognizes his immense talent and realizes she is in the presence of a true master. Explaining that he used the Tai Chi technique, the young man offers valuable advice on treatment and adds that a special massage is necessary for a full recovery. Realizing the depth of the apprentice's knowledge, the head of the family listens attentively to his instructions. He suggests combining the method with the Bagua technique for better results. With deep respect, the man accepts the young master's advice, Now there is no room for doubt in the house, for the young man's mastery is unconditionally recognized by all. The head of the family proudly points to the young man, affirming his high status, and asks his wife ironically if she still doubts the power of his master. An elderly woman sincerely thanks the teacher for the healing. Impressed by his talent, she invites him to take an honorary position at her university. This offer drives the old man into indescribable rage. He shouts that such actions undermine his personal reputation and demands that she take back her words. Despite the host's heated argument, the young man merely smiles modestly, maintaining his dignity and composure, glad to have been of assistance to them. Having finished their business, they sit down to eat. Only an empty bowl remains on the table. Lunch is over, and it is time for new conversations and the next step on their journey. Suddenly, the elderly man drops to his knees before the young man. With deep reverence, he holds out a bowl of tea, imploring the mysterious master to accept his offering. The elderly couple's granddaughter enters the room. She freezes in the doorway, shocked by what she sees and unable to believe that her stern grandfather has decided to become someone's student. An awkward pause ensues. It turns out the young man is a humble teacher nicknamed Quiet Chu. The granddaughter is bewildered, and the teacher himself clearly did not expect such an encounter. The old man is genuinely surprised. He had no idea that the person he considered a great master was actually the new trainee at his own granddaughter's school. Trying to hide his embarrassment, the young man recalls that he earned his nickname simply because he never yelled at the children. The situation seems utterly absurd. Furious, the girl lashes out at her grandfather. She is convinced that the teacher simply deceived the trusting old man by pretending to be a mythical martial arts master. Cutting his granddaughter off abruptly with a stern shout, the grandfather demands that she immediately stop talking, apologize, and show him the respect he deserves. Literally seething with anger, the student glares furiously at the boy, considering him a despicable manipulator who has somehow wormed his way into her trust. Suddenly, the teacher changes tactics and adopts a stern expression. He reminds Go Feifei of the 10 books he assigned her to read over the break, bringing her back to reality. The girl barely holds back an angry retort. She despises his school assignments, and only the presence of her elders prevents her from telling this teacher exactly what she thinks of him. The irritated student decides to leave the house immediately. She turns abruptly and heads for the exit, tossing out as she goes that she needs to meet with her father urgently. Watching the beauty leave with an ironic glance, the guy offers some strange advice, warning her that in such a fit of anger, it's better to stay home, otherwise something very unpleasant will happen. The girl merely snorts in response to his words, dismissing them as silly rambling. She's convinced the guy is just trying to show off. No sooner had Go Feifei stepped outside than she immediately crashed to the ground with a thud. The prediction came true instantly, and the teacher merely calmly noted that he had warned her. Stunned by what he had seen, the principal looked at the young man with even greater admiration, for now the old man was convinced that the master was capable of even foreseeing the future. After lunch, Chu Yi returns to his alma mater in Zhujiang. A huge red banner hangs above the entrance, welcoming students to the new semester. Walking down the quiet school hallway, the intern feels nostalgic. With a smile on his face, he thinks about how long it's been since he was last here. Approaching the right classroom, the teacher sees a sign with the name of his class. Sensing something was off, he cautiously reaches for the door, expecting an unpleasant surprise upon entering. No sooner does the young man open the door than a glass of dirty water flies down from the ceiling. He merely squints slyly as the water whizzes past, dangerously close to his face. The teacher's expression changes abruptly. He activates his abilities and time stands still. His right eye glows with a neon turquoise light, and his pupil constricts as the water hovers nearby. In one fluid motion, the hero catches the container with his hand. Speed lines radiate around him, and the students freeze in shock. He's shown who's in charge here. Smiling sweetly, Chu Yi blushes sheepishly as he holds the glass of water. He jokes that he didn't think the class had missed him so much. The entire class was stunned by their teacher's agility. The students looked at him from their seats with disbelief and fear, wondering where an ordinary teacher could have acquired such skills. Noticing a suspicious streak on the wooden floor, the brown-haired man suspects that one of the children has soaped the floor. Recognizing this old trick, taking a step, the hero realizes that the floor is indeed slippery. His foot slides across the smooth surface, and to keep from falling, he summons his powers. The students freeze, waiting for their teacher to fall. Sly smiles are frozen on their faces as they anticipate the newcomer's humiliation, unaware of his true strength. Unfazed, Chu Yi walks across the slippery floor as if it were a carpet. He ironically praises the class for its cleanliness, making the pranksters nervous. Enraged, Guo Fanfan snaps her pen in half, realizing their plan has failed. She is furious at the defeat and cannot believe the teacher turned out to be so clever. Class president Hu Lai jumps to his feet and begins to talk back. Using his father's influence, he openly advises Chu Yi to find himself a new job. After listening to the student, the teacher simply closes his eyes calmly. He recalls the past and marvels at his former patience, deciding to ignore it from now on. Two people walk into the classroom unannounced. The man curtly informs the intern that he must immediately switch study groups with his colleague Chen Junyu. The students freeze in shock at the abrupt intrusion. A heavy silence hangs in the air, and the students' faces betray obvious bewilderment at the absurdity of what is happening. Keeping his composure, the protagonist skeptically asks whether the principal is aware of such high-handed behavior, casting doubt on the legality of the order. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the overweight man in a tie calls Zhu Yi a mere intern. He coughs nervously and demands that he not be stubborn, avoiding a direct answer to his question. Smiling slyly, his rival is already anticipating success, since this class is made up of the golden youth. And for his career, this is the perfect chance to establish himself. Adopting a mocking tone, Chen Junyu tells his colleague that the students will supposedly be only too happy to see him go. He's doing everything he can to hurt the brown-haired man's pride. The students are whispering among their desks. Some feel sorry for the young man, while others acknowledge that his opponent is rich and influential. Opinions are divided, but the tension in the classroom only grows. Losing patience with his opponent's silence, the scoundrel starts shouting. In a rage, he demands an answer, trying to provoke Chu Yi into an open confrontation. Remaining calm, the young man closes his eyes and with an unflappable expression declares that he has no intention of speaking to a man who has an ass instead of a face. Such insolence literally makes Chen Junyu explode. His face turns red, and a cry of indignation echoes throughout the classroom. The intern has dealt a crushing blow to his ego. Smiling only slightly at his opponent's stormy reaction, the protagonist ironically remarks that the other man's hearing must be fine, since the insult reached its intended target. The class bursts into laughter. The students are thrilled by the teacher's boldness and wit, as he wasn't afraid to put the arrogant guest in his place. Furious, the man points his finger at the brown-haired man, demanding that he watch his language and reminding the intern of his low status, trying to regain control of the situation. Unexpectedly, one of the students stands up and suggests putting an end to the arguing. He proposes a contest, suggesting that the teachers battle it out for the right to actually lead the class. With a sly twinkle in his eye and a proposal to settle the dispute intellectually, Hu Lai promises to ask just one question, the answer to which will determine the true winner. At that very moment, Chen Junyu confidently declares that he won't lose to a mediocrity, asserting that since the children want a show, the contest is on. Confident in his abilities, the man tosses chalk into a glass of water, imposing a humiliating punishment. The loser will have to drink this murky mixture. Looking calmly at the glass with a slight smirk, Chu Yi remarks that the stakes for such a contest are too low. To raise the stakes, the intern demonstratively spits into the glass, shocking his opponent and everyone present with his brazen confidence. The students in the classroom are amazed by their teacher's boldness, realizing that a truly tough character lies beneath his modest exterior. Looking his opponent straight in the eye, the hero coldly confirms the terms that the opponent must drink the water himself, leaving no room for retreat. Remaining completely calm, the young man asks a student named Hu Lai to finally announce their assignment for the competition. Without hesitation, the class representative announces the most difficult challenge, to write from memory the first 1,000 characters from the sacred section of the Tao Te Ching. Those around them are horrified, considering the task impossible, and predict in advance that their teacher will suffer a crushing defeat in this contest. In despair, Gefei clutches her head, viewing what is happening as a complete disgrace for the intern, and not believing in a successful outcome for the endeavor. The opponent smirks confidently, declaring that he knows the Tao Te Ching by heart and that 1,000 characters are no problem for him at all. The calm Chu Yi maintains a mysterious silence while ancient texts, which every Taiji student is required to know perfectly, surface in his mind. The scoundrel is the first to grab the chalk and begins writing rapidly on the board, issuing a defiant challenge to the hero and anticipating his imminent victory in the debate. The tension in the classroom reaches its peak. Guo Feifei can't take it anymore and loudly cheers on the teacher, urging him to enter the fray as soon as possible. Finally picking up the chalk, Chu Yi, with unshakable confidence in his eyes, decided that if he was going to defeat his opponent, he would do so in the most spectacular way possible. The brown-haired man draws mysterious symbols on the board. The students are intrigued, for his movements are precise and swift. No one expected such confidence from him. A self-absorbed student breaks the silence with a loud laugh. He's certain he caught the teacher making a mistake in the very first symbol and rushes to humiliate him. But his desk mate, horrified, pulls the loudmouth aside. He has realized the unbelievable. Chu Yi isn't making a mistake. Right now he's writing the entire, extremely complex text in reverse order, starting from the end. Enthusiastic whispers spread through the hall. The students can't believe their eyes as they watch Chu Yi's transformation. Could their familiar teacher really have been hiding such power? Images from another world flood his memory. A voice from the heavens reminds him of the sacred treatise Tao Te Ching, which was entrusted to him by the great gods for the sake of humanity. The faces of ancient masters and brothers in arms flash before his eyes. This mission is not merely a school lesson, but a duty to the past. Chu Yi resolutely breaks the chalk and adds the final stroke. The work is complete, the blackboard filled with flawless calligraphy that exudes an aura of wisdom. The class erupts in thunderous applause. Skepticism has given way to deep respect, and those who despised the teacher just a minute ago are now applauding. Staring intently at the young man, Gu Feifei realizes that she is looking at a completely different person. Their teacher would never have possessed such spirit before. Enraged, the scoundrel crushes the chalk in his fist. His plan to humiliate the boy has failed, and now he sees the brown-haired boy as a real threat that must be eliminated immediately. Calmly, the hero sets the chalk aside, looking his opponent in the eye, and confidently declares that his opponent has suffered a complete defeat in this dispute before everyone's eyes. Beside himself with rage, Chen Junyu shouts that they both wrote the text from memory and that the young man's victory, based solely on the beauty of his handwriting, is unfair. He demands a fair reevaluation. Suddenly, an arrogant student takes Chu Yi's side, explaining that the conditions were not equal and that Chu Yi wrote the text backward, which is many times more difficult than writing it the usual way. Unable to believe the class monitor's words, the teacher freezes. His face pales at the realization of what he has heard. Writing an ancient treatise backward is impossible for an ordinary person. With a sneer, Hu Lai points to the blackboard, further cementing his reputation as a scoundrel, and asks if the teacher has gone blind and cannot see the obvious superiority. The calligraphic characters of the ancient treatise are displayed on the blackboard. The protagonist has demonstrated extraordinary knowledge, shocking everyone present. Frozen in silent shock, Chen Junyu can't believe his own eyes. His face contorts with surprise, and he is momentarily lost for words. Coming to his senses, the enraged teacher jumps to his feet and points a finger at the blackboard, demanding an immediate repetition, hoping to catch the young man in a lie. With anxiety and curiosity, the class monitor watches the brewing conflict. A question forms in his mind: could this guy seriously be aiming to take their teacher's place? Maintaining his icy composure, Chu Yi holds out a glass to his opponent, suggesting he admit defeat and end this pointless intellectual debate. Whispers fill the classroom. The students are stunned by the boldness of the intern, who had previously seemed like a quiet simpleton, but has now masterfully lured the teacher into a trap. The scoundrel's gaze fell on his reflection in the water. The situation was becoming humiliating for the teacher. The glass contained floating remnants of chalk and saliva, turning the water into a dirty sludge. With a gentle yet triumphant smile, Chu Yi adds fuel to the fire. He politely offers his opponent a sip of the concoction, sealing his audacious triumph. Those around them are horrified by such cruelty. The dirty water prank seems too vile to them, even for someone as unpleasant as Chen Junyu. Driven to a frenzy, the teacher bursts out screaming. He accuses the young man of using cheat sheets and conspiring against him, trying to salvage what remains of his reputation. Trying to smooth things over, the fat man calls it all a joke, hoping to save his colleague from disgrace. but Chu Yi has no intention of backing down, demanding an answer for his words. With an ominous smirk, the protagonist turns his gaze to teacher Dong, and with icy composure, offers to drink the contents of the glass in his friend's place. The students in the class revolt. They shame Chen Junyu to his face, accusing him of cowardice and a loss of honor. One boy even openly questions his right to be their mentor. Under pressure from the enraged class and the young man's steely gaze, the scoundrel breaks down. His trembling hand grabs the glass, and closing his eyes, he begins to drink the filthy sludge. After emptying the glass, the humiliated man wipes his mouth with his hand. His gaze reveals not remorse but searing hatred. The glass, now empty, crashes to the floor with a loud thud, splashing the liquid everywhere. The sharp sound shatters the silence, signaling the start of a new conflict. In a hurry, Chen Junyu leaves the classroom while the heavy-set man shouts after him. The tension in the air rises, and the abandoned glass sits forlornly empty. Surprised students discuss what happened. One covers her mouth in shock, while another remarks with a smirk on the teacher's harshness. The class is in an uproar. Delighted, the students give thumbs up, approving the teacher's actions. He in turn confidently adjusts his tie, accepting the crowd's silent approval. The school bell loudly announces the end of the grueling lesson. The sound echoes throughout the building, granting long-awaited freedom to the students and the exhausted teachers. After class, Chu Yi leaves the classroom in high spirits, humming a light tune, completely unaware of the news that awaits him. A sudden flash of realization pierces his thoughts like an electric shock. A premonition of something important causes him to freeze and look around warily. A colleague wearing glasses sternly informs the teacher that the principal has been looking for him, and the atmosphere changes instantly. Thoughts of Qin Zhan make him feel a slight flutter of excitement and bring a blush to his cheeks. The image of a stern yet striking woman surfaces in his memory, making his heart beat faster. The heavy door swings open, revealing a spacious office. The minimalist interior and empty sofas await the start of an important conversation. The stern principal greets Chu Yi from her chair, her gaze full of indignation, and her words about a possible dismissal ring out like thunder on a clear school day. While the teacher calmly sips his coffee, hinting at a certain secret incident from the past, the principal blushes, recalling that awkward moment. Enraged by her subordinate's audacity, Qin Zhan's face contorts with fury, and her scream echoes through the office, startling random passersby. Zhu Yi is genuinely puzzled as to how the information leaked out. He is certain he kept his mouth shut. In a fit of anger, the woman grips the armrest of her chair tightly. This gesture reveals her extreme tension and the internal struggle between rage and hidden embarrassment. Furious, the principal reprimands her subordinate. She is outraged by his behavior, for he has managed to disgrace the honor of a teacher in front of all the students. The young man remains completely calm while his boss rages. He merely sighs heavily, gazing thoughtfully into his cup, as if searching there for answers to his questions. For a moment, Qin Zhan falls silent, intently watching the hero's reaction. She hopes that her impassioned speech has finally had an effect and that he has realized his mistake. But instead of apologizing, Chu Yi raises a finger in a lecturing manner, declaring that stress is messing with her hormones, which is why a red rash has broken out on the director's sensitive area. The world around the woman literally freezes at such unheard-of audacity. She stands frozen like a stone statue, unable to believe that he has revealed such a personal secret. The silence is replaced by an outburst of frenzied rage. Having lost all self-control, an enraged Qin Zhan hurls the papers and kicks the insolent man out of the office. In a rage, the woman slams her palm down on the table, unable to contain her anger, calling the young man a bastard through gritted teeth, while he remains ice-cold and calm. Trying to reason with the beautiful woman, the hero explains that he doesn't want to pander to the rich, reminding her of her limits despite her friendship with his sister. Jumping up from her chair, the director leans her hands on the table and warns him of the consequences of a conflict with the Chen family. But the young man just listens silently to her threats. Qin Zhan stares intently at the young man, adopting a more businesslike tone, and declares that his future at this institution now depends entirely on Dong Goha. Having calmed down, the director explains the evaluation rules. The first stage is the assessment by his immediate supervisor, which accounts for 30% of the young man's overall performance. Adjusting her glasses, the beautiful woman sternly adds that the next 20% of the rating depends solely on her decision. Chin Zan also explained that half of the evaluation consists of the teacher's class rating, and only if the final score for all stages exceeds 50 will the young man be able to stay. In response, Chu Yi, in a state of confusion, analyzed the new rules, realizing that everything had changed, and berated himself for perhaps having wronged the woman earlier. Furious as he looked at the beauty's smug expression, the brown-haired young man was convinced that she was deliberately making his life difficult. His eyes betrayed his indignation. Folding her arms across her chest, the principal set one final condition. If he earned the required points, she promised not to interfere in the young man's affairs anymore. Jumping abruptly to his feet, the brown-haired man eagerly and confidently accepted the challenge and agreed to the deal. The city was plunged into a deep, dark night. Dark clouds gathered over the apartment buildings, and lights came on in the windows, emphasizing the evening atmosphere. Back in his room, Chu Yi sat on his bed, lost in thought, staring at his smartphone screen, hesitating to dial his family's number and searching for the right words. Homesickness got the better of him, and the protagonist finally pressed the call button, admitting to himself that he had missed them terribly as his finger hovered over the screen. The only sound in the room was the steady hum of an old fan. Its blades spun rapidly, dispersing the stuffy air. The girl was sitting in a wheelchair when the silence in the room was suddenly broken by a sharp sound. A smartphone vibrated on the table. The screen displayed an incoming call from her brother, and the ringtone echoed through the room, capturing the homeowner's full attention. A sincere smile lights up the sister's face. She presses the phone to her ear and joyfully asks the young man where he's been, since their father is always thinking of him. On the other end of the line, the protagonist listens to his sister's voice. A hint of a sad yet tender smile flits across his face as he begins the conversation. Chu Yi's heart overflows with tenderness. Through the tears blurring his eyes, he whispers to himself just how much he has missed her over the long years. Trying to sound cheerful, the teacher covers his eyes with his hand as he asks about his father's well-being and gently inquires whether his little sister is still bothered by pain in her leg. The dark silhouette of the girl in the chair appears before the young man's eyes. He knows about her incurable illness and is tormented by the thought that the doctors are powerless to ease her suffering. Yun tries to sound confident and calm. She assures the brown-haired man that everything is fine and that she has already gotten used to her condition, just so he won't worry. Flipping through the pages of the documents, the beautiful woman says she hopes to see him soon. With her heart in her throat, she asks her brother if he'll be able to visit them. After a long and heartfelt conversation, he promised to come if circumstances allowed. They chatted for a whole hour, catching up on all the news. Jokingly, the sister teased Chu Yi, claiming that all men love curvy figures, and predicted that one day he would find a bride for himself. To which the brother merely smiles gently in response to her teasing. He suggests she go to bed soon, noting that it's time for him to rest as well. Left in silence, the protagonist clutches his phone tightly, vowing to help Yun, but he knows that to do so, his spiritual energy must reach its limit. Staring at his reflection, the young man promises to get his sister back on her feet and is determined to find their mother so that the whole family can finally be together again. The next day dawns. A clear blue sky stretches over the city, and the modern buildings stand still, awaiting the events this morning will bring. Deep in meditation, Chu Yi concentrates his inner energy. A magical glow radiates around his body, interrupted by a sharp knock on the door. The young practitioner flinches in surprise and turns warily at the sound, asking a brief question as he tries to figure out who has disturbed his peace. A friend bursts into the room and declares from the doorway that the protagonist has been cooped up inside for too long. He insists that the protagonist end his seclusion immediately. With a bossy air, the young man wraps his arms around the protagonist's shoulders and conspiratorially suggests they go to a club. He's sure that an evening surrounded by girls is exactly what the protagonist needs. Despite some mild resistance, the guy starts getting dressed as his friend chats him up. The friend promises to introduce him to his crew at the exclusive Charm Club. The city's bright neon signs beckon with their lights. The friends arrive at the club, where life is in full swing, and the music can be heard even on the bustling street. Inside the club, chaos reigns. Dancing, loud beats, and dim lighting. Beautiful girls move to the beat of the music, creating an atmosphere of endless celebration. The friend happily introduces Chu Yi to his acquaintances, calling him a teacher. The young man looks a little unsure of himself in this noisy and pretentious setting. A local wealthy man, Li Ji-yu, eyes his new acquaintance skeptically as he sips wine. His cold gaze and haughty demeanor immediately reveal him to be a member of high society. There's a palpable chill from the privileged youth. Those around him are in no hurry to accept this ordinary guy into their circle, creating an invisible wall of alienation. A girl with a cigarette in her hand casts a contemptuous glance at the protagonist. She mockingly declares that even her dog is better dressed than this bum. Flustered, Zhang Fan struggles to find the right words as he addresses the rich kid. While in the background, Chu Yi remains completely calm, ignoring the sarcastic remarks. Continuing his arrogant tirade and looking down on the guys, Wu calls them bums and admits that he's only talking to the brunette because of his brother. Visibly nervous and sweating, the young man humbly apologizes to the angry beauty, trying to smooth things over. Clearly relishing their superiority, the rich kids smugly sipped expensive drinks at this exclusive venue. Ignoring the discontent, Chu Yi ironically reflects on the meaning of names in Chinese characters, hinting at the hidden significance of the wealthy man's surname and his current status. The enraged woman yells furiously at Zhang Fan, demanding an explanation of exactly who he dared to bring into their exclusive circle and why this person is here. Maintaining his cool composure, Li Jiyu demands an apology. He is ready to use force if the insolent guest does not show the proper respect immediately. The frightened young man desperately tries to defuse the conflict. He defends Chu Yi to the authorities, assuring them that he is just a newcomer and doesn't know any better yet. His friend persistently pulls the protagonist by the arm, forcing him to apologize immediately before the situation at the bar turns into a real disaster for both of them. But the teacher suddenly spots Wang Lin, who works at the club. He is shocked by the encounter and by the fact that the girl has gotten into trouble because of rude customers. With a sneering grin, the wealthy man offers the young waitress money to stay with them. He's convinced that money can buy anything. Confused, the beautiful young woman clutches her tray to her chest, frightened by the attention of the unpleasant guests, and tries to politely leave. But the customers clearly have no intention of letting her go. Roughly thwarting the girl's attempts to leave, the bald stranger declares that he will negotiate with her boss himself, depriving the waitress of any chance of escape. The boisterous customer resorts to outright taunting, demanding that the frightened Wang Lin come closer and start dancing for their group. Grinning in anticipation of a sleazy spectacle, the henchmen urge the beauty to comply while their leader is still in a good mood. With tears in her eyes, the girl tries to politely refuse. She bitterly regrets that due to her family's problems, she is forced to endure the harassment of these scumbags. Surrounded on all sides by scum, the defenseless waitress clutches her tray tighter to her chest, while the scoundrel imperiously demands that she come closer to him. Driven to despair, Wang Lin starts screaming. She warns her attackers one last time that she'll call security if they don't stop immediately. Having finally lost his patience, the man, with a nasty smirk, resorts to open threats, promising to teach the careless girl a lesson for her defiance. Suddenly, Chu Yi intervenes in the conflict to defend the beauty, angrily calling the insolent fat man a pig for his inappropriate behavior and disrespect toward those around him. Trying to intimidate the young man with his authority, the scoundrel calls him a kid, unaware that he has come up against someone who isn't afraid of his threats. The insolent man flies into a rage, swings his arm, and shouts that the young man has mistakenly fancied himself a hero by trying to thwart his dirty intentions at the club. The reaction is instantaneous. The teacher dramatically splashes a glass of wine right in the offender's face, quelling his aggression and putting him in an extremely humiliating position. Blinded by wine and rage, the fat man throws off his glasses and screams desperately for revenge, promising to kill the young man for the insult he suffered in front of everyone. The situation escalates. Chu Yi and his companion are surrounded by a crowd of burly men, and the atmosphere in the club becomes extremely tense and dangerous for the two of them. A bald man in a jacket steps out of the crowd, threatening to break the young man's arms and calling him a runt, flaunting his power and absolute confidence. Despite being outnumbered by his enemies, the hero remains ice cold and firmly declares that he won't let anyone lay a finger on his student. The gangster smirks smugly, brandishing the name of his boss, the powerful Fan Huang, hoping that this authority will make the teacher tremble. Upon hearing the name of this influential figure, Wang Lin is overcome with genuine terror, realizing just how dangerous the people they're facing are, while the enemy gloats. The terrified girl begs Chu Yi to leave, promising to handle it herself, while the bald opponent looks down on them, smirking and anticipating victory. Snapping the student to face him, the teacher angrily orders her to be quiet and step aside, threatening to tell her parents everything if she doesn't obey. Stunned by the boy's rudeness, the girl freezes in silence, swallowing her tears and covering her mouth with her hands. Her eyes betray despair and fear. A friend watching the conflict is horrified by Chu Yi's recklessness, unable to comprehend what he's doing or how much he's risking their shared safety. Falling to his knees before the rich kid, Jiang Fan begs him for help. He swears that his friend has simply gone wild at home and asks them to protect him. But Li Jiyu merely sips his wine smugly. He understood perfectly well that someone like Fan Huang wouldn't listen to him, since he hadn't even respected his own parents. With a bored expression, the girl awaits her punishment. She knows the conflict is inevitable and cynically refers to others' suffering as the start of an interesting show. Barely holding back a tremor, anger and despair battle within him as Jiang Fan decides to stand up to his powerful enemies. Confidently, the young man heads toward the crowd of opponents. The tension in the club has reached its peak, and his clenched fists signal his readiness to go all the way. Throwing himself among the scoundrels, trying to smooth things over with a foolish smile, he humiliates himself to save Chu Yi from the master's wrath. The influential fat man turns crimson with rage. He's not used to nobodies getting in his way and is ready to crush anyone who stands in his path. Frightened, Jiang Fan closed his eyes tightly, bracing himself for the inevitable pain. He hoped this blow would be the last and that this nightmarish incident would finally be over. A sudden rescue, the blow was stopped. Someone's strong hand had grabbed the attacker's wrist mid-air. The boy opened his eyes, unable to believe that anyone had dared to intervene. With an icy stare and a slight smirk, the teacher effortlessly held the fat man's arm. His calmness is far more frightening than the shouts of the enraged crowd. Stunned, the scoundrel stares at the daredevil. His authority has been undermined in a single motion, and only one question remains in his mind: who dared to touch him? A sharp flash of pain blinds him. The hero's hand, like a steel trap, has seized his wrist, preventing him from striking, and pure fury sparks in the air. The fat man's face contorts into a grimace of indescribable horror. A scream of pain bursts from his throat as he realizes he has met his match. The room fell silent. The teacher stood unshakable, holding the tyrant's arm, while everyone present watched in shock as the man's former authority crumbled. A heavy silence hung over the club, broken only by the labored breathing of the defeated aggressor. Witnesses to the conflict were stunned by the stranger's audacity. A menacing voice rang out from the crowd, ordering them to let their boss go. New enemies closed in, issuing a deadly ultimatum to the hero. People around them stood frozen, discussing the young man's incredible strength. The girls watched in admiration, envying his companion. Trying to stop the conflict, a friend placed a hand on his shoulder, begging Chu Yi not to do anything foolish and to simply let the insolent aggressor go. But the young man remained unyielding. His eyes were cold, and his reply was brief. He would handle everything himself and would not tolerate outside interference. A harsh reckoning. The young man gripped his opponent's hand tightly, and the man in glasses realized with horror that he would have to answer for his words and actions right then and there. There was a crunch of bones. The offender's fingers bent backward under the powerful pressure. Resistance was futile against such crushing force. A scream of pain, the man's face contorted in agony. He was drenched in sweat, and in tears shouted that he was innocent of everything, trying to appeal to Chu Yi's mercy. The bald scoundrel coldly watched the scene as the teacher threatened his friend, saying that if he didn't apologize, he would lose all his fingers. Expecting submission, the ringleader mockingly asked the young man again, his face expressing complete confidence in his superiority over him. But instead of an apology, Chu Yi, with an unflappable expression, gradually broke his enemy's arm completely. Justice is being served here and now, despite the threats. The tension in the room is mounting. Onlookers are shocked by the young man's audacity, since all this time they had considered him nothing more than a weakling. Overcome by primal terror, the fat man was trembling. His face was contorted with panic, and cold sweat was pouring down in torrents. Standing before him was not just a man, but a true monster. Enraged, the manager yelled at the waitress, demanding she stop the young man. He waved his arms frantically and threatened to dock her pay. His gaze turned icy. The teacher had no intention of tolerating the bullying of his student, and anger boiled inside him, promising swift retribution for this nobody. The enraged club employee lunges at the young man, spittle flying from his mouth in rage. He jabs his finger at him, trying to intimidate the youth and force him to submit, unaware of the danger that awaits him. A powerful blow strikes the target instantly. The manager's face contorts in pain, his teeth flying out along with blood. The force of this attack leaves him no chance. The man's body flies off to the side like a rag doll. Those around him freeze in silent shock, watching as he falls helplessly to the club floor. The loud thud of the fall shakes the room. The employee in the vest lands shamefully on his back, completely disoriented and broken. Horrified, the man stares at the blood on his hands. Panic has completely taken hold of him. He gasps for breath and cannot believe that someone dared to teach him such a brutal lesson. The fat man falls to his knees, humbly begging for mercy. He admits his guilt, his whole body trembling under the master's icy gaze. Coldly, Chu Yi shifts his gaze to the next opponent. With a defiant tone, he asks the bald scoundrel if he too wishes to admit his guilt right now. The bald man merely grins menacingly in response. He recalls the fate of those who dared to defy him. Such insolent fools were quickly sent to the bottom of the sea to feed the hungry fish. Losing his patience, the scoundrel orders his men to deal with the young man. The main thing is not to kill him before the boss arrives, but to teach the insolent youth a lesson he'll never forget. The poor girl trembles with terror. Closing her eyes and clutching the tray to her chest, she realizes the situation has reached a boiling point. A mob of thugs surrounds the young couple from all sides. Shouting furiously and brandishing bottles, they rush to attack, hoping to overwhelm the young man with their sheer numbers. The villain, his glasses shattered, suddenly falls from the blow right onto his companions. Complete chaos reigns all around, while bystanders in the bar freeze in shock. Paying no attention to anyone, the young man remains completely calm while, behind his back, two enraged men prepare to attack. Defeated opponents lie on the bar floor, and the surrounding crowd watches the outcome of this swift brawl with obvious apprehension. Silently, the hero brushes off his clothes while the intrigued crowd whispers behind him. His unflappable demeanor raises many questions among those present. One of the enemies yells furiously into his phone, threatening retaliation. In a rage, he points his finger at the young man, promising that reinforcements are on their way. A whole group of menacing men in black suits and dark glasses marches resolutely forward, demanding that the way be cleared and forcing random passers-by to quickly step aside. The man looked extremely agitated and even frightened. He shouts Alan's name loudly, hoping to catch the attention of the leader of the arriving group. The arrival of elite bodyguard Fan Huang causes a real stir among the crowd. People realize with horror that the situation is taking a dangerous turn. Bystanders gleefully discuss the teacher's grim fate. A woman smiles sarcastically, expecting that soon the brave young man will be begging for mercy and humiliation. The formidable Alan silently pushes aside the scoundrel blocking his way. His cold, confident gaze is fixed directly on the ringleader of the brawl. Removing his dark sunglasses, the bodyguard stares intently at the hero's face. His stern gaze and bandaged arm create an atmosphere of frightening and heavy tension around them. Trembling with terror, the frightened waitress hides behind her protector's back. To the great surprise of everyone present, Alan bows deeply before the young man as a sign of profound respect, greeting him loudly and addressing him as respected teacher. Following their leader's example, the entire group of bodyguards in black suits bows deeply in unison, and the rumble of their coordinated greeting echoes throughout the hall. The audience freezes in utter shock, unable to comprehend the madness unfolding before them. They are stunned that the legendary fighter would bow so humbly to an ordinary guy. Gazing coldly at the uninvited guests, Chu Yi suspects they are looking for trouble. His gaze is full of contempt and readiness for any turn of events. The frightened man hastily makes excuses, raising his hands in a defensive gesture as he assures them that their visit is of an entirely different nature and poses no threat. The envoy politely delivers an invitation from the boss to tomorrow's meeting, trying to save face despite his obvious nervousness in the presence of a formidable opponent. Lost in thought, the hero realizes the benefits of this unexpected alliance. He understands that yesterday's enemies could become a useful tool today. The chief bodyguard turns to the scoundrel in bewilderment, trying to understand the cause of the commotion. The situation in the club seems extremely unstable. His gaze falls on the defeated fighters lying on the floor amid broken bottles. The scene of destruction confirms that a serious brawl has recently taken place here. The realization that he has made a terrible mistake causes the man to break out in a cold sweat. Fear of the consequences paralyzes him. Trembling with terror, the scoundrel tries to stammer out some excuse to Alan. The guilt of his actions weighs heavily on him, robbing him of the ability to think clearly or speak coherently. A furious backhand blow cuts short his incoherent excuses, knocking the culprit off his feet. Bowing deeply, the chief bodyguard begs his master for mercy, fully aware of the status of the man standing before him. At the same time, the scoundrel receives another sharp slap, sending his head flying to the side. The sound of the blow echoes, underscoring the force of the physical punishment. Chu Yi imperiously demands an apology for his student, but the girl is frightened and clutches the tray tightly to her chest, not expecting such a fierce defense. In a state of confusion, Wang Lin throws up her hands, begging for the violence to stop. She clearly does not want to be the cause of the conflict. One of the guards humbly addresses the teacher, asking for clarification on the punishment for the offender. He awaits the teacher's final verdict. The beaten man stands with a dejected look, realizing the depth of his fall. Traces of the blows are visible on his face, and his eyes reveal utter despair and helplessness. The young man coldly bids farewell to those present. His gaze is full of indifference, and he clearly has no intention of staying here a minute longer than necessary. To which the head of the bodyguards hastily agrees to all his conditions. Esteemed sir. As he leaves, the young man tosses out one last remark. The security guards and staff bow deeply, demonstrating the utmost respect and fear toward him. Witnesses to the scene are shocked. They cannot believe that a man as powerful as Alan would bow his head before someone they considered a weakling. The night street is shrouded in silence. The light from the street lamps barely pierces the darkness, creating the perfect atmosphere for the serious conversation that is about to begin. Once they are alone, the teacher stops abruptly. His gaze turns stern, and he demands an honest answer from Wang Lin to the questions that have been building up. Guiltily, the girl looks away and fixes her hair. She admits that because her father went bankrupt, she had to take any job she could find just to survive. After hearing the truth, Chu Yi merely frowns, believing that this place is too dangerous for her. He is dissatisfied with her choice, revealing his hidden concern and anxiety. It's funny how the student tries to justify herself to the hero, promising never to go back to that club. The tension gives way to a comical moment, and they both look like children. The girl gazes admiringly at her savior, calling him Superman, amazed at how easily he dealt with her bullies. To which the young man confidently spoke of his past on the streets, making it clear that his old enemies had learned their lesson and would no longer dare to cross him, knowing his true strength. Wang Lin was skeptical of the teacher's words, not believing his grandiose speeches. In response, he merely chuckled good-naturedly, trying to lighten the mood. Glancing at his smartphone screen, the young man notices that it's past midnight. Like a true gentleman, he decides to personally walk his companion home. Long shadows fall across the empty road, and the girl enthusiastically confesses that he has become her idol, placing him on par with the greatest geniuses in world history. At the dormitory walls, the teacher says goodbye, reminding her of the importance of education, showing the care of a mentor, and urging the girl to focus on her studies. Curiously, the student asks the teacher about Yang Lin, unaware of the storm of memories that name will stir in his heart. Upon hearing his ex-girlfriend's name, Chu Yi's expression changes instantly. A cold sweat breaks out on his forehead, and his eyes betray obvious confusion. The image of a striking blonde in a red dress, with whom he had a relationship until they broke up in their junior year, floats into the protagonist's memory. Oblivious to the protagonist's confusion, Wang Lin dreamily confesses that she wants to achieve the same fame as Yang Lin, sincerely admiring her public success. Embarrassed, the student adds that she doesn't want to be as arrogant as her idol, even though everyone around her is talking about nothing but the star's personality. Memories resurface when Yang Lin coldly tells the protagonist that she has no intention of wasting her life on such a simpleton, leaving an indelible mark on his heart. Chu Yi's gaze becomes sharp and tense. He suddenly senses something strange that makes him snap to attention. Suddenly, the teacher notices that the girl is shrouded in an ominous dark haze. He realizes with horror that her aura has become frightening and cannot understand the reasons for such a change. Noticing his strange reaction, Wang Lin looks anxiously into the young man's face, trying to understand exactly what has frightened him so much. Pulling himself together, Chu Yi asks seriously whether she has indeed been facing the serious troubles of late that the student mentioned. In response, the girl dejectedly lists her troubles of the day to her teacher, from mixing up her face cream to being late, seeing his help as her only salvation. The hero listens attentively to the beautiful girl, remaining calm as he gently comforts her, reminding her that kindness is more important than minor everyday troubles. Suddenly, Wang Lin changes her tone and with a mysterious smile, tells the teacher that some people refer to him as nothing less than a true harbinger of misfortune. The teacher instantly tenses up, realizing the scale of the threat. He understands that the thick, dark aura surrounding the girl could bring mortal danger upon her. The young man seriously questions Wang Lin about the changes in her life, trying to figure out if they're connected to the recent collapse of her father's thriving company. Sadly, the student lowers her gaze, admitting that this year has been a series of difficult trials for her entire family, shattering their accustomed well-being. Resolutely, the young man reaches into his pocket, feeling for a special object there. He realizes that the time has come to intervene and protect his companion from evil forces. Handing the student a magical jasper amulet, Chu Yi asserts that this sacred object from the temple will serve as a reliable shield and protect her from impending misfortunes. An ancient artifact bearing the yin-yang symbol glows brightly in his hand. The hero decides he must personally visit Wang Lin's home to restore the disrupted harmony. The girl waves cheerfully in farewell, thanking her teacher for his help. She leaves in good spirits, feeling under his reliable protection. Watching his student leave with a serious look, a resolve takes shape in his mind. From now on, he will not allow anyone to harm his students or those close to him. Upon returning to the city, Chu Yi stumbles upon a noisy brawl. Puzzled, the teacher tries to figure out what kind of conflict has broken out. An alarmed man with a scrape on his face calls out to the young man, telling him that a group of aggressive people is deliberately looking for him. A gang of cocky young men with flashy hairstyles appears before the protagonist. Their leader stares defiantly at the teacher, clearly planning to cause trouble. Under Chu Yi's insistent gaze, the man swears he doesn't know the insolent kids who have been persistently looking for the teacher. In a panic, the security guard tries to reason with the protagonist, warning him about a violent gang from Changpin in hopes of avoiding a fight, but the teacher merely smirks dismissively in response. The comparison to a crazy kid from school seems absurd to him, and the boys' faces look like something out of a horror movie. The hooligans were furious at his insolent behavior. One of them notices the mockery and incites the ringleader, demanding that the upstart be taught a lesson immediately. The green-haired guy makes his accusations. He claims that Chu Yi attacked their friend and demands severe retribution for yesterday's incident. Realizing who is behind this attack, the hero is certain he didn't see these guys at the club and instantly links their appearance to Chen Junyu's schemes. Confidently, the young man accepts the gang's challenge and openly admits to the attack, explaining that he was defending his student's honor and is ready to strike back, playing his trump cards. In the background, the students support their teacher. They are in awe of his courage and sense of justice, loudly cheering in approval of their defender. Completely bewildered by this reaction, the thugs had expected fear and excuses. They are thrown off balance by his unwavering integrity and confidence. The pink-haired boy lets out a cry of frustration, trying to hide his own fear. He accuses the teacher of lying, even though he realizes the situation has spiraled out of control. Remaining calm in the face of threats, Chu Yi asks a counter-question, casting doubt on the attacker's motives and showing not a shred of fear. With a sardonic smirk, the ringleader takes action, ordering his henchmen to immediately unfurl the prepared banner. The hooligans display a defamatory banner in front of the school, bearing a brazen accusation that the teacher engaged in inappropriate behavior with a student, an accusation intended to destroy his reputation. With concern, the teacher watches the gang's actions, trying to figure out their true intent, realizing that this provocation is part of a cunning plan. The provocateur continued to apply pressure, posing as a champion of truth. He cynically spoke about the children's safety, seeking to turn parents and society against Chu Yi. The self-assured scoundrel held compromising photographs in his hand, depicting the hero and Wang Lin in ambiguous situations. Standing before the crowd and holding the photos high in his hand, the scoundrel announced that he had evidence. At that moment, one of the girls cried out that she was disappointed in her teacher, while the crowd around her looked on in outrage. While the woman smiled, the young man began to suspect that she was in cahoots with Chen Junyue. Meanwhile, a teacher's meeting was taking place in the faculty lounge where the principal was discussing the intern who had already managed to cause trouble during his short time on the job. In a rage, one of the teachers crumpled up a piece of paper and shouted that the school didn't need employees like Chu Yi. His gaze betrayed both determination and anger. Rubbing his glasses, Qin Zhan said that before jumping to conclusions, they needed to get to the bottom of everything, preferably before the journalists found out about it. Watching what's happening in the courtyard from the window, Tan Yu says she doesn't believe the protagonist could have done such a thing, and that the student is too decent to face such accusations. After listening to what his colleague had to say, Chen Junyu, sipping his coffee, remarked that one shouldn't judge a book by its cover, and that it's best to stay away from such people. Another teacher, rubbing his hands together, agreed with the scoundrel, saying that he had immediately noticed that Chu Yi had no concept of teaching ethics. In response, Tan Yu, with cold composure, reminded him of the disgrace, ironically noting that his colleague's drink must surely taste much better now. Falling into uncontrollable rage, Chen Junyu realizes he's been mocked, and in helpless fury vows to make the girl beg him bitterly for forgiveness. Anticipating his triumph, the scoundrel was certain that after such a disgraceful scandal, the hero would never dare set foot in the school building again. A crowd of students and teachers is buzzing with indignation. They brand Chu Yi as scum and genuinely cannot understand how the beautiful Wang Lin could have gotten involved with him. While chaos rages around him, the young man remains unflappable and pulls something out of his jacket's inner pocket, preparing to strike back. Calmly, the young man corrects a grammatical error on the hooligan's poster, demonstrating complete composure in the face of their absurd and brazen accusations. With an unflappable demeanor, the hero declares that he is ready to hear any other complaints, while his stunned opponents are left speechless by such confidence. In a rage, Miss Zhou accuses her colleague of a crime. She demands an explanation as to why he is allegedly taking a minor student to nightclubs. Deep down, the scheming woman is elated. She hopes this scandal will permanently destroy the protagonist's reputation and allow her to win Chen Junyu's favor. The teacher sharply rebukes his colleague, advising her to sort out her own affairs first. His cold tone leaves her speechless. Trembling with rage and humiliation, Miss Zhou lowers her head. She did not expect such a harsh rebuff and can barely contain the emotions boiling inside her. Unable to bear it any longer, she furiously shouts Chu Yi's name after him, shaking her fist in his direction and promising that this is far from over. Meanwhile, rumors are swirling in the classroom. The students are animatedly discussing their teacher's nighttime escapades, sharing the most outlandish theories. Suspiciously, one of the students questions her friend, trying to find out the truth about her visit to the exclusive charm club and what really happened there. The girl merely smiles coyly and hides the truth. She recalls how Chu Yi scolded her and sent her home, deciding to keep the details of that encounter a secret. Surprised by the news about the teacher, the beautiful girl muses thoughtfully that his visits to nightclubs make him seem even more mysterious. To put a stop to unnecessary chatter in class, the teacher decides to teach his curious students a lesson and assigns them an essay as punishment for gossiping. Chu Yi announces the essay topic. The students must write about how rumors affect their lives, and sternly warns them that the essays must be completed by tomorrow. Meanwhile, a stack of papers lands with a thud on the principal's desk. It is a petition full of signatures from dissatisfied people demanding immediate and radical measures. Furious, the woman points to the collected signatures. She triumphantly declares that everyone is demanding Teacher Chu's dismissal and asks what he plans to do. The young man walks away confidently, adding as he leaves that all problems will be resolved by tomorrow. The principal is clearly surprised by such self-assurance. The enraged principal shouted after him, demanding that he stop. But the protagonist didn't even turn around and was determined to leave the office, ignoring her angry gestures. Once outside, the young man remained ice-cold and calm. He thought that this nonsense would soon be forgotten, and it was time to focus on an important meeting. A modern corporate building with a well-kept garden came into view. This is where the meeting that will determine future events is to take place. At the reception desk, Chu Yi was greeted by a polite employee ready to help. The atmosphere inside the building looks expensive and formal, underscoring the status of the place. The teacher stated the purpose of his visit directly, asking for Fan Huan. His expression was serious. He had come here on business and had no intention of wasting time. A bald man hurried over to him, bowing respectfully. He apologized on behalf of his boss and informed the young man that he had been sent personally to greet the important guest. Completely shocked by what he saw, the administrator couldn't fathom who this young man was, given that Alan himself had come out to greet him with such deference. As he escorted the guest into a luxurious office, Fan Huang warmly invited him to sit down, acknowledging that their first meeting hadn't gone very well. Remaining composed as he sits in the armchair, Chu Yi gets straight to the point, wanting to know the real reason behind such an insistent invitation. Outraged at being compared to a youngster, Master Wei is certain the newcomer won't be able to handle the job and feels insulted. The man acknowledges the young man's inexperience but notes his success. Despite his weaknesses, he has already reached a significant stage of Wu Tu. Maintaining an icy composure under pressure, the young man asks directly about the heart of the matter, ignoring the elder's displeasure. Laying his cards on the table, Fan Huang says he has long been at odds with the Jin Corporation, and the time has come for decisive action to put an end to the swindlers once and for all. A competition among masters is coming up, where the outcome of their long-standing dispute will be decided. The leader is concerned, as the opponent will field a truly formidable fighter. As he clarifies the terms of the deal, the teacher realizes that he faces the task of proving his superiority among the top contenders. Expressing his approval, the leader notes Chu Yi's insight, which is an essential quality for their common cause. The agitated host points out Master Wei's presence, confirming that he is already fully informed of the current situation. Master Wei maintains a haughty silence, while the young man closely watches his reaction, sensing impending conflict. Inviting the guests to discuss the details, Fan Huang promises each of them a guaranteed payment of 1 million, regardless of the outcome. The gray-haired man replies with obvious disdain that his great power and experience are worth far more than a measly million. With a sharp, confident wave of his hand, the host cuts off the objections, preparing to make a more tempting offer. With a predatory smile, the boss raises the stakes, promising the winner a full 5 million to finally pique the master's interest. A cunning plan is brewing in Fan Huan's mind. He is willing to spend whatever it takes right now, for success will make him a fabulously wealthy billionaire. The sum of 5 million shocks the young man, who has long since grown unaccustomed to earthly riches, having resided in the divine realm without any need for money. With contempt, Master Wei rejects the generous offer, declaring that such sums can only impress the weak and the ignorant. Deep in thought, the young man realizes that this money represents a chance to provide his family with a comfortable life if he helps Fan Huan. The situation intensifies. As he ponders the details, the gray-haired old man inquires about the past of the Jin Corporation representative, recalling his overwhelming power. It turns out that this man is incredibly strong, and even Alan, one of the strongest fighters, would not be able to hold his own in a fight against him. Closing his eyes, Master Wei confirms that the secret to his strength lies in powerful spiritual energy, and that the bodyguard was indeed doomed to defeat. The elder sat calmly on the sofa when his composure was disrupted by a question about spiritual power. The young man standing opposite him seemed bewildered, not understanding what was being discussed. Fixing his gaze on the young man, the gray-haired man asked directly whether he understood the essence of the matter, for without that, their duel would be completely meaningless. Unflappable, the teacher sipped his tea, recalling the novels he had read, in which spiritual power was always described as a powerful inner energy hidden within everyone. The young gentleman clearly imagined how this energy allowed an ordinary person to transcend all limits. Only a select few were capable of awakening this great power. The bodyguard standing behind him frowned skeptically. He didn't believe in fairy tales and considered such talk of spiritual power to be nothing more than foolish fiction. Smiling, Chu Yi remarked that gaining power was only the beginning. True mastery, such as shattering objects with a single blow, required much more. Offended by the young man's audacity, the old man merely snorted. He had spent decades unlocking his gift and would not tolerate disrespect for his experience. The young gentleman shot the elder a contemptuous glance. He compared his arrogance to the behavior of those who, standing at the foot of a mountain, imagined themselves conquerors of Everest. Enraged, Master Wei could no longer contain himself. He leaped to his feet, causing the air around him to vibrate with power, and demanded respect for his elders. Even the skeptical bodyguard froze in astonishment. He felt the air around the elder become electrified. Fan Huang's assistant trembles with fear, realizing the master's incredible power. Even the master's mere presence makes his heart race. Smiling in response to the threats, the teacher advises his opponent to practice for a couple more years before boasting about his childish techniques. Terrified, the homeowner tries to stop the looming conflict. He begs Chu Yi to watch his words, fearing the wrath of the powerful master. Master Wei's patience has finally run out. The enraged old man declares that only his respect for Fan Huang has so far saved the insolent young man from destruction. With a single sharp movement, the gray-haired man lunges into the attack. The air whistles as he demonstrates his true speed and fighting ferocity. Unfazed, the teacher sips his tea while the old man swings furiously to strike. In a split second, the master's palm is stopped with a crash by an iron block. Master Wei's face contorts with wild shock and disbelief. His powerful attack has not merely been parried. He senses the youngster's terrifying superiority. The force of the collision is so strong that the gray-haired gentleman is thrown backward. He falls onto the sofa, barely managing to keep his balance. Witnesses to the fight stand frozen in shock. The assistants can't believe their eyes. Their invincible leader has been defeated so easily. Breathing heavily, Master Wei rises from the sofa. His eyes burn with a thirst for revenge, and his hand reaches into a secret pocket for his final trump card. As he pulls out an ancient bronze object, an ominous smirk lights up the older man's face. He is ready to unleash the artifact's power to destroy the insolent challenger. A terrifying purple energy bursts from the object, taking the form of ghostly skulls, and the air fills with a soul-chilling wail of spirits. Terrified, the Fan Huang recoil, sensing the deadly aura. Even to them, the power of this cursed artifact seems beyond measure and dangerous. Smiling mockingly as he watches the magic, the teacher calls the ancient artifact a useless trinket, completely enraging his opponent. In a rage, the old man directs a stream of dark energy toward the young man. A violet flame is ready to engulf its target, leaving no chance of escape. The terrified head of the household watches the battle. Seeing the renowned master lose control, he shouts the teacher's name, hoping to awaken his strength. The young man maintains an icy composure. Despite the whirlwind of dark energy raging around him, he leisurely raises the cup to his lips, scornfully ignoring his enemy. Master Wei's face freezes in a mask of genuine bewilderment. He realizes that his secret weapon has failed to intimidate the youngster, and this realization terrifies him even more. With a single confident gesture, Chu Yi splashes the remaining tea directly at his opponent. Ordinary water transforms into a radiant stream of punishing, pure power. The clash of the elements triggers a massive flash. The azure light of the liquid crashes into the violet haze of the artifact, dispelling the magic and filling the room with a bright glow. Suddenly, the old man felt a powerful surge of energy rush right past his face. The air trembled from the rapid-fire attacks, catching him off guard. Dozens of invisible projectiles slammed into the surface of the valuable painting with a dull thud, and the canvas was instantly covered in flashes of light. Puzzled, Master Wei touched his chest, trying to comprehend what had happened. Shock was evident in his eyes. As he examined the damage, a chill ran down the old man's spine. His face contorted with rage and astonishment when he realized the true nature of the attack. On the canvas of the painting, amid the intricate patterns, ordinary tea leaves were firmly embedded. Incredibly, the simple green leaves had pierced the canvas as if they were blades. The indignant opponent pointed a finger at his young rival, realizing the true extent of his skill. Witnesses to the duel froze in shock. Realizing the magnitude of the teacher's power, even experienced masters were amazed at how easily and elegantly he had demonstrated his might. Confidently, the young man demanded his reward, reminding his opponent of his humiliating defeat. A bright blue aura flared around the young man's palm. Concentrating incredible energy, the air around him hissed, confirming his superiority. The old man recoiled sharply, trying to protect the precious artifact from being seized. The ancient patina-covered object passed to its new owner with a soft, tinkling sound. Carefully examining his new trophy, Chu Yi smiled slightly. Holding the plate in his hand, he addressed its former owner with a polite yet firm question. The defeated Master Wei, bowing his head low in submission, tearfully begged for forgiveness for his audacity and admitted his defeat. The new owner sensed the true nature of the object. Eerie purple skulls burst forth from the plate, evidence that it had been absorbing pure negative energy for centuries. Tucking the artifact into his bosom, pleased with his acquisition, The young man understood that this object was dangerous to ordinary people, but his aura would easily suppress and subdue the ancient curse. Hastily taking his leave and acknowledging the young man's superiority, Master Wei realized that even his own mentor could not match the power of this mysterious opponent. The shocked onlookers watched the old man walk away. In their eyes, Chu Yi's prestige soars to the heavens, for the strongest fighter has left the gathering in obvious fear. Realizing the depth of his mistake, Fan Huang stares intently at his teacher's face. He understands that he has never before underestimated an enemy so greatly. Calmly, Chu Yi breaks the silence by informing the master that his tea has run out. This mundane remark sounds like an order to the stunned hosts. In a panic, the man orders Alan to refill the cup, but immediately changes his mind. He decides to serve the young man personally to express his deepest respect. With trembling hands, the host pours the hot drink into the guest's bowl. His every movement is steeped in nervousness and a desire to please the new leader. Accepting the gesture, the protagonist reminds him that Fan Huang now pays him for his work, and he ironically remarks that they should have agreed on this during their meeting at the KTV. The young man obsequiously laughs at the teacher's joke. Hiding his nervousness behind a smile, he is ready to accept any conditions. The young man takes a sip of tea and sets his conditions. He will only be free next weekend, and his cold gaze makes it clear that arguments are out of the question here. Thoughtfully, Chu Yi closes his eyes, planning a visit to Wang Lin's family. He knows they're going through a tough time right now and intends to personally sort out their problems. At the same time, the man meekly agrees to the young man's terms. He's willing to wait as long as it takes, just to get such a powerful ally on his side. With a touch of irony, the young man asks Fan Huang to take it easy, reminding him that he isn't a mafia boss, but an ordinary teacher who simply wants to maintain a friendly relationship. The stunned homeowner instantly takes the young man's words as an order. He is ready to serve the hero unquestioningly. Lazing on the couch, Chu Yi announces that he has one request. His calm yet authoritative tone causes everyone present to freeze. Solemnly, the man swears to do everything in his power. He places his hand over his heart, confirming his readiness to carry out any task. After giving it some thought, the young man resolutely asks them to find a certain person. His expression is serious, and his hands are clasped together, revealing the importance of this personal mission. With a slight smile, the man agrees, considering the task trivial. He is confident in his connections and has no idea yet just how difficult the search will be. The young man utters the name of the one he is searching for, his mother, and his sky-blue eyes are fixed with the determination to see this through. Pausing for a second, Chu Yi recalls that his mother disappeared when he was a child and asks to be notified of any leads, hoping to piece together the fragments of his forgotten childhood. Visions from the past surface, the realm of the gods and the spiritual practices for which he once left everything behind. Now, however, earthly ties have become more important to him than anything else. This realization of his past has only strengthened his resolve. Now, with his main goal being to find his mother, the hero will no longer allow the shadows of the past to interfere with his search in this world. Recognizing the benefits of cooperation, Fan Huang promises to assist and offers to contact his wealthy relatives in the provincial capital, hoping their influence will help the cause. Upon hearing about the relatives, Chu Yi slams his cup down on the table. The splash of tea and the loud thud underscore his sudden and intense displeasure. In an icy tone, the teacher asks whether he is referring to the family from Tsinghua, clearly stunned by such a violent and hostile reaction to a routine suggestion. Noticing the guest's anger, the host cautiously inquires about his strained relationship with his family. A look of concern crosses his face. It seems he has touched upon a very old wound. Struggling to contain his rage, the protagonist declares that his grandfather, Chu Huai-ge, he is convinced that life would have turned out differently had the old man once supported his parents' legal marriage. Shock sweeps through those present. Fan Huang and his bodyguard realize the guest's true origins. Standing before them is the direct heir to the Chu clan. Realizing that there is no point in hiding the truth, the young man decides to come clean. He is certain they will find out everything anyway, so it is better to tell them everything himself. Over a cup of hot tea, the teacher recounts his family's history in detail, sharing everything he knows about his parents and the complex ties that bind him to the clan. Outraged by the arrogance of the nobility in the 21st century, Fan Huang makes no secret of his annoyance, realizing that not only are this family's grandchildren full of pride, but the elders themselves are no better. The older man persistently urged Chu Yi to sever his old ties, offering his full support. The young man gently declines the offer, unwilling to mix personal matters with other people's business. Despite his status and power, he tries to solve problems on his own. In response, the host simply admires his guest's potential, predicting a great future for him. He is certain that the relatives have made a mistake. Suddenly, the atmosphere changes. Chu Yi tries to calm his companion's enthusiasm, feeling awkward at the overly loud and grandiose praise directed at him. The teacher becomes serious and decides to share some important information. He explains that there is one more detail that cannot be ignored. Information surfaces about the audacious Changping Six gang. Their actions directly damage Wang Lin's reputation, and this issue requires an immediate resolution. Thoughtfully, the man rubs his chin, trying to recall these people. To him, they seem like nothing more than petty local thugs, not worthy of much attention. His assistant hastily intervenes, explaining that the gang answers to the Zhengjun family. He is ready to personally deal with the offenders, since the city is under his control. Analyzing the situation, Chu Yi realizes that the enemies were simply bribed. A single phone call could change everything, but Chen Junyu's treachery elicits nothing but contempt. The boss gives Xiao Zhao a clear order to take the situation under his personal control. From this moment on, the fate of the 6 men and their employer is sealed. They should not expect any mercy. The bodyguard firmly confirms his readiness to carry out the assignment. He promises the teacher that he will personally put the insolent bullies in their place. Considering the meeting over, the guest politely says goodbye and prepares to leave. His composure and manners make a strong impression. The protagonist's attentive gaze suddenly freezes as he notices something unusual. His eyes betray a hint of surprise and a focused interest in the details. With confidence, the gentleman confirms the transfer of a large sum to Chu Yi's account. At that moment, a mysterious purple aura of good fortune begins to shine around him. With a slight smile, the teacher turns to Fan Huan with warm congratulations. He is genuinely pleased with the favorable outcome of this important conversation. Completely baffled, the host scratches the back of his head, unsure how to react to his ally's strange words, to which the young man confidently declares that the purple aura portends a new addition to the family, making it clear that he sees a person's destiny much more deeply than ordinary people do. Fan Huang is encouraged, for despite the doctor's grim prognosis, the prediction of a child gives him hope. Zhu Yi's gaze hardens as he delivers a stern warning. For the sake of the future child, the man must stop killing, otherwise the father's sins will ruin the child's life. After finishing the conversation, the hero heads for the exit and walks down the hallway, lost in thought about the secret knowledge he once received in the great realm of the gods. Convinced that Fan Huang is unlikely to change after all, old habits die hard. The young man passes the reception desk and notices the friendly smile of a local employee. A sudden shout made the teacher turn around. Someone in the crowd had recognized him and called out his name. He froze, trying to figure out who from his past might have run into him here. A well-groomed man with a name tag on his chest appeared before him. It was Wu Lei, an old friend who was clearly delighted by the unexpected encounter. The old friends laugh heartily and hug each other tightly. The joy of meeting again after so many years overwhelms them both, erasing the long years of separation. Wu Lei looks very dignified in his work uniform. The teacher examines his name tag, reminiscing about their school days and marveling at how much their lives have changed. The young man awkwardly scratches the back of his head as he answers the protagonist's question, explaining that he works here in the Human Resources Department. A sharp female voice cuts off their conversation, calling out a name. Chu Yi turns around in surprise at the sound, trying to make out who has interrupted their long-awaited reunion. An attractive young woman approaches them. It's Wu Qing, Wu Lei's sister, who has heard a lot about Chu Yi. She introduces herself warmly and asks to be called simply Qing. The teacher politely greets his new acquaintance, extending his hand for a handshake. A smile lights up his face as he is pleased to meet her. Suddenly, the beautiful young woman's expression changes. With a malicious smirk, she accuses her brother of insulting the management on his very first day on the job. Embarrassed, the young man tries to explain himself to his sister, rubbing his head. He clearly doesn't want to dredge up the past or recall their previous encounter with Chu. Furious, Wu Qing scolds the young man for acting childish. She reminds him that work isn't kindergarten, and here one must be accountable for every word. The teacher intervenes in the conversation. With mild bewilderment and calm, he tries to determine the true cause of such a heated family conflict. It turns out that in the past, Wu Lei did something foolish by boldly reprimanding his boss for hiring a new employee, believing that the boss had violated corporate rules. With bitterness, the young woman sums up the situation. For that absurd attempt to restore justice, the young man was simply shown the door. No one stood on ceremony with him. Her sister hopes for the imminent arrival of her husband, the CFO of Washeng Company. She believes that his status will help cool their shared boss's ardor and resolve the problem. Lost in deep thought, the name of the organization mentioned seems suspiciously familiar to the protagonist. In his opinion, it belongs to the influential Qinzhan family. Wu Qing's husband suddenly appears. He looks extremely angry and immediately begins to assert his superiority as soon as he crosses the threshold. In a rage, the man yells at his wife's relative, accusing him of tarnishing the entire family's reputation and reminding him that it is only thanks to his care that they are still afloat. The young man looks completely dejected and broken. Despite the widespread condemnation, deep down he still believes he did the right thing. The teacher sincerely sympathizes with Wu Lei, puzzled as to why he kept his difficulties a secret, and assures his friend that he's always ready to help. Taken by surprise, the young man looks bewildered. He tries to explain that their problems are too big since influential people like Principal Sun are involved. Firmly and seriously, Chu Yi reassures his friend. He places a hand on his shoulder to support him, implying that the threats are insignificant. Enraged by the interference, the CFO lunges at the protagonist, declaring with contempt that today's youth have no idea how to conduct themselves. Offended by the teacher's behavior, the man points a finger at him, accusing him of tarnishing the director's reputation. He was furious. Desperately, the woman tried to restrain her enraged husband, begging him to calm down and insisting that his opponent simply didn't have all the facts. The tension was mounting. While some tried to smooth things over and apologize, Yunji merely adjusted his glasses haughtily, displaying utter contempt. The CFO's gaze grew icy and piercing. Through the lenses of his glasses, one could see the threat and cold calculation of a professional ready for action. The imposing figure of Sun appears in the doorway. His stern expression and the leather briefcase in his hands do not bode well for the meeting participants. Instantly, Yunji changes tactics and breaks into a fawning smile, hastily greeting the important guest and trying to show the utmost respect. In response to this attempt to establish rapport, the director abruptly pulls his hand away. The cold gesture and a displeased exclamation cause the man to freeze. The unyielding Song angrily declares that he has no intention of changing his decision since some brat dared to humiliate him, forgetting who's in charge here. With his face contorted with rage, the principal adds that what happened was merely a test, which those present had obviously failed miserably. Horrified, Wu Qing realizes the magnitude of the problem. She sternly demands an apology from her brother, hoping to salvage the hopeless situation in some way. The tension reaches its peak. Wu Lei's hand clenches into a tight fist out of helpless rage and humiliation, holding back the storm of emotions inside. The young man bows low before the principal, admitting his guilt. He desperately begs for forgiveness and asks for one more chance to make things right. The teacher watches his classmates' humiliation with bitterness, realizing that without connections or a degree, the boy has no choice but to unquestioningly bow to authority. His gaze suddenly hardens and becomes resolute. Chu Yi thinks with contempt that all of society's imposed standards are merely rules for the weak. Noticing a stranger, the fat man calls out to him irritably. He rudely asks the young man what he wants, making no attempt to hide his displeasure. Calmly and confidently, the protagonist challenges the director, directly calling him a despicable liar and asking since when harassment has become a test. Enraged, Sun yells at the young man while a subordinate standing in front of him tries to calm his boss down, but Sun remains unyielding. Stepping in, Yunji demands that the teacher apologize to the principal. He is outraged by the young man's audacity. Calmly, the young man replies that he'll apologize if the fat man tells the truth. He has no intention of humiliating himself for the sake of a job. Enraged, the CFO points his finger at Chu Yi, demanding that he shut up, while the principal watches the scene unfold with a malicious smirk. Looking at his friend in surprise, the teacher hears kind words that his appearance hasn't changed much at all since they last met. Trying to calm the man down, the girl asks him to ignore the guy, calling him young and foolish, but the director merely snorts contemptuously. Seeing his sister humiliate herself in front of the director, the brother can't take it anymore, declaring that he doesn't need this job and will find another, better one. Shocked by his relative's words, the man can't believe he dared to speak to the boss that way. He tries to reason with the young man, but the latter won't listen. Director's son is furious. He remained unyielding in the face of any pleas from his loyal employees, and the tension is mounting. The fat man's face was contorted with rage. He glared with hatred, seemingly ready to do anything to get revenge on the young man for his insolence. The elevator doors burst open with a crash. A sharp beep sounded, drawing everyone's attention to the floor they had reached, and the tension in the air grew. A tall man in a formal black suit, clearly the boss, was annoyed by the commotion. He demanded an explanation from the director, glaring at the crowd. Stammering with fear, Sun tries to justify himself to the boss, placing all the blame on the fired employee and his family for causing the commotion. Zhao's face contorts with rage upon learning what has happened. He flies into a fury, and an angry outburst bursts from his lips, startling those around him. While the fat man tries to shift the blame onto others, Chu Yi boldly steps forward. He calmly declares that he was the one who caused the commotion, defying his boss. Horrified, the couple watched the denouement. The man, trembling, whispered that the young teacher was surely in for a world of trouble now, while the woman, in a panic, covered her mouth with her hand. The balding principal in a suit made no attempt to hide his schadenfreude. Smirking, he relished the prospect of a swift and brutal punishment for the insolent youngster who had dared to contradict Zhao. When the gentleman finally saw who was standing before him, his face contorted with indescribable horror. Stammering, he could only mumble incoherently. Remaining completely calm, the teacher merely cast a cold glance at the terrified rich man. His icy eyes betrayed absolutely no emotion. Suddenly, the situation took an unexpected turn. The boss softened right before everyone's eyes, offering to give the young man a ride home with a dazzling smile. His frightened colleagues were completely baffled, unable to understand what was happening, since just a moment ago their boss had been ready to crack down on the insolent young man. An old friend standing nearby also froze in shock upon seeing the influential Zhao's reaction to an ordinary teacher. He couldn't believe his eyes. The balding, overweight man, who had just been gloating, was now covered in cold sweat. In horror, he realized that Chu Yi was an incredibly important and dangerous figure. While the hero stood calmly with his hands in his pockets, the principal, pale as a sheet, bowed deeply and respectfully to him and began to stammer. The shocked director collapsed to his knees, begging for forgiveness while an enraged Zhao berated him for offending such a distinguished gentleman. In a panic, the bald man stammered, insisting he had been unaware of the guest's status. His hand trembled with fear as he made his excuses. Indifferently, the young man instructs Wu Lei to sort out the situation, stating that he will not intervene and will leave the decision to Zhao Yu. Resolutely, the young man approaches Sun, causing him to tremble with fear at the prospect of the upcoming conversation. Enraged, the man grits his teeth and clenches his fist. His face is contorted with rage, and sparks seem ready to fly from his eyes. The furious man delivers a powerful blow to the director, shouting insults. The poor man's cheek is deformed by the impact. The boss bows respectfully to the guest, assuring him of his honesty, while at the same time sternly ordering his subordinate Sun to immediately collect his pay and resign. The stunned boss clutches his swollen cheek in horror. He tries to say something in protest, but due to the shock and pain, he can only stammer incoherently. The man's face contorts in a fit of uncontrollable rage. His eyes blaze with fury, and a heavy aura overwhelms everyone around him. The disgraced, overweight man hurriedly flees under the sidelong glances of the staff. Witnesses to the scene watch him leave in bewilderment, discussing the sudden collapse of his career behind his back. Handing Lei a new business card, the man suggests putting past disputes behind them and meeting again, his face radiating high hopes. Embracing each other tightly, the friends marvel at their connections and rejoice at the story's happy ending, for he takes pride in his friend's personal acquaintance with the influential Mr. Zhao. With a sigh of relief, the young man gazes into the distance with a gentle smile, feeling joy that all misunderstandings have finally been resolved and a period of peace has arrived. Addressing the couple with a stern lecture on the value of time, the hero insists on the need to promptly resolve their family difficulties before they ruin everything around them. Also looking down on the man, considering him an unworthy partner for the girl, Chu Yi confidently declares that breaking off the relationship will only benefit her. Looking at the luxurious estate, the owner doubted his own abilities. The thought of harming the master with a simple cup of tea seemed very dangerous to him. Thoughtfully holding his teacup, the venerable 60-year-old teacher Lu Chengfeng recalls that only the legendary Master Tai possessed such powerful and pure spiritual energy. Bowing respectfully to the man, Wei expresses utter amazement, for he cannot fathom how Chu Yi managed to reach the same heights as his great predecessor. Smiling slightly, the mentor foretells the coming upheavals, convinced that such a gifted young man will turn the world upside down, and expresses a fervent desire to meet him in person. With a steady hand, he sets the empty bowl on the wooden table, bringing the conversation to a close, and gives Wei a strict order to be extremely polite the next time he meets with the teacher. The night sky is veiled by light clouds, through which the full moon shines brightly. The twinkling stars underscore the mysterious atmosphere and the importance of the decision that has been made. Returning home and relaxing after a hard day's work, Fan Huang takes off his shoes and calls out to his wife. Noticing the sumptuous dinner on the table, the head of the household asks his wife in astonishment what occasion this feast is in honor of. Beaming with a radiant smile, the woman explains that no guests are expected, for she has good news in store for him. Still bewildered, the man suddenly recalls the words of his mentor, who had predicted a new addition to the family, and wonders if what was said could really be true. Not believing his own ears, the man asks his beloved again if she is indeed expecting a child. Gently embracing her husband, the woman confirms his suspicions, adding that she wanted to give him a pleasant surprise. Stunned by this joyful news, Fan Huang is unable to hold back his tears of joy and thanks fate for such a generous gift. Seeing the delight in her husband's eyes, the wife gently urges him to put an end to his absurd and risky escapades, since they now have a baby to care for. While his beautiful wife slept peacefully, he decided to settle the outstanding issues so he could leave any threats behind and protect his loved ones, along with their future heir. Filled with joy, the husband calls his secretary and tells him to prepare all the necessary documents. He wants to donate money to the school's charity. Insisting over the phone that the preparation of the documents be expedited, he sounded uncompromising, for the intention to break with the past for the sake of his family had finally taken root in his mind. Looking out the window at night, Fan Huang recalled his teacher and realized that this man was a true saint. He resolved to conduct business with him only honestly from now on. Meanwhile, in the city, the lights of a popular diner shone brightly. Here, far from the gentleman's serious decisions, a completely different, carefree life was in full swing. A boisterous group of young men had gathered around a table. They were having a good time, devouring their food and unaware that they were being watched. The young man looked down on the revelers, considering them a senseless gang capable only of blowing through all their money in an instant. His hand firmly gripped the glass. That movement marked the beginning of the end for his enemy's reputation. Chen Junyu solemnly declared that once the newspapers were published, the surname Chu would disappear from the school's rolls forever. Smirking smugly, the young man believed that eliminating his rival was a mere trifle. The revelry is cut short by a sudden call, as the lively melody instantly makes him lose his swagger. An irritated Liu Qiang barks into the phone, unaware of who dared to interrupt his triumphant meal. Petrified at the sight of the number that lit up on the screen, he realizes that the situation has spiraled out of control. Having lost his former swagger, the scoundrel stammers out apologies and hurries to leave so he can carry out his boss's orders. Left alone in the night, he greets the enraged Mr. Zhao in a fawning tone. Booming loudly from the speaker, the furious roar makes Liu Cheng shudder with terror as he grasps the full scale of the impending disaster. Trembling and covered in sweat, the scoundrel begs for mercy, trying to figure out the nature of his blunder. A furious Zhao interrogates the scoundrel, inhaling tobacco smoke and demanding a confession as to whether he slandered teacher Chu Yi at school number 3. Trying to wriggle out of it, the green-haired man claims that he had checked and found the victim to be a non-entity, and that he was merely following orders to eliminate him. Driven mad by such audacity, the boss barely restrains his fury as he searches for the right words to continue the conversation. The boss's verdict rings out like a bolt of lightning, sending Liu Qiang into shock at the sight of the name that flashes on the screen. Overcome with despair, the scoundrel sees the sinister shadows of the puppet masters behind the scenes, realizing that the end has come. In a panic, the scoundrel calls his patron, begging for money and support, unable to comprehend why everything has gone so wrong and trembling with fear. An enraged Zhao snaps that money won't save him, ordering his protege to go to the school himself to resolve the conflict. Otherwise, he'll face certain doom. The stunned poor fellow ends the call just as the cheerful Chen Junyu offers him a drink, completely oblivious to his friend's utter despondency. Sharply rejecting the offer, the culprit blames the teacher for his misfortunes, but the teacher merely smirks slyly, continuing to fill the glasses. The young man was in no mood for fun. He abruptly cuts the meal short, rudely ordering his people to wrap things up and leave. Dinner is over. Trying to calm his friend down, the teacher suggests having a couple more shots to ease the tension, but his friend won't be dissuaded. Declaring his mission complete, Lu Qiang announces that he will no longer dance to someone else's tune, unwilling to meet his end prematurely because of anyone else. As he leaves the establishment with his gang, the insolent man leaves Chen Junyu in a rage, and Chen showers them with curses, predicting swift retribution. A waitress who suddenly appears hands the customer a bill for 860, which means the evening is completely ruined, not only by the argument, but also by financial obligations. Now there's nothing left to do but reach for his wallet, asking them to wait a few seconds while he pulls out the money to pay for this nightmarish dinner. But suddenly the man is horrified. He frantically pats his pockets, but they're empty. Realizing he has no money, he cries out in panic, realizing he's been robbed. His last hope of salvation crumbles as his smartphone screen shows a zero balance, leaving the poor guy without a single coin in his pocket or in his account. Flustered, Chen Junyu sheepishly ruffles his hair and gives the restaurant worker a fawning grin, promising to pay off the debt the very next day. The enraged woman resolutely rolls up her sleeves, intent on giving the scoundrel a fitting punishment for trying to feast for free, and has no intention of letting such behavior slide. Stunned guests turn at the commotion, watching as the employee pounces on the poor fellow while he tearfully begs the owner for a reprieve. It was morning at the academy. Sunlight flooded the modern school building as a new school day began, but the peaceful atmosphere would soon be disrupted. There was a commotion at the gate. A group of brightly dressed hooligans was shouting the teacher's name loudly, behaving defiantly, and drawing the attention of all the students passing by. Eyeing the approaching crowd with suspicion, Chu Yi was by no means pleased about this unexpected encounter with these suspicious characters. Pointing joyfully at the man, one of the young men identifies his target, despite the guards' attempts to stop the uninvited guests. Surrounding the hero in a tight circle, the aggressors intimidate him with their onslaught. However, contrary to expectations, they do not seek to start a brawl, but rather yearn for reconciliation. Mesmerized by the scene unfolding before them, onlookers and security guards are perplexed. Could this mentor truly be worthy of respect rather than the bad reputation that had surrounded him? Skeptically scrutinizing the visitors while expecting a trick, Chu Yi remains convinced that such sudden courtesy is merely part of a cunning scheme. Looking extremely embarrassed, the boys try to convince him of the sincerity of their intentions, though their appearance suggests otherwise. Confessing wholeheartedly, the green-haired youth reveals the truth. Chen Junyu had persuaded them to discredit and disgrace their teacher. Explaining that the victim's generosity had touched their hearts, the young man leaves his mentor speechless with astonishment, as he had not anticipated such an outcome. Bowing deeply, the boys loudly ask for forgiveness and admit their guilt, prompting him to respond to their remorse with a good-natured smile. Discussing Chen Junyu, the students could not hide their shock at his audacious act directed against Teacher Chu. Busy with their daily tasks in the school office, the teachers paid no attention to their colleague, whose face betrayed deep disappointment. Raging with fury, the scoundrel clenched the tin can convulsively, indignant that the mercenaries had betrayed him by failing to carry out the dirty job he had entrusted to them. Humming cheerfully, the teacher entered the classroom, greeting everyone with a smile, for the beautiful day had made him completely forget yesterday's misfortunes. Gently holding out a cup of coffee, Tan Yu expressed her sincere support for her mentor, being absolutely certain of his integrity and realizing that his detractors were merely trying to tarnish her colleague's good name. Watching from the sidelines, another teacher cast a skeptical glance at the man, clearly doubting the attempts of those around him to portray him as an innocent victim. Letting out a shout, the enraged teacher pounded his palm furiously on the table, jabbing his finger at Chu Yi, accusing him of meanness and threatening inevitable retribution. But the teacher remained completely calm and merely smiled in response to the other man's aggression, advising him to tone down his fervor. Chen Junyu's face, meanwhile, betrayed an extreme degree of rage and humiliation. His eyes were filled with hatred, and his teeth were clenched tightly in helpless fury. Another colleague tried to defuse the situation by calling for order. He coughed delicately, reminding everyone that they were still in the teacher's lounge. A gentle smile lit up the teacher's face in the gray office, and he felt a pleasant blush spread across his cheeks as he sincerely thanked Tan Yu for her thoughtfulness. Looking away sheepishly, the young woman felt warmth spread through her body, for it was deeply gratifying to realize that such a modest gesture of kindness had brought him joy. After setting down the empty dishes, the instructor headed for the classroom exit, warning his colleague along the way about treacherous coworkers who were weaving vile intrigues behind others' backs. Holding his textbooks before the class, the instructor began his lecture with an extremely stern expression, informing his students of the extreme extent of his indignation at their behavior. Towering menacingly at the blackboard with a stack of test papers, Chu Yi made no secret of his anger over the fact that all the students had failed the exams, predicting that they would rank among the bottom 5 in the class. A brazen student replied defiantly from his seat, blaming the difficulty of the topic for the failure. He even dared to suggest that the teacher write an essay himself for comparison. At that, the teacher flew into a rage, quoting Hu Lai's absurd metaphor about a fat pig and contrasting it with the correct analogy involving the ocean. The whole class burst into laughter, while the teacher sarcastically asked the insolent student about his plans to raise pigs. The humiliated student covered his face with his hand in despair. A pretty girl at her desk couldn't hold back her laughter. Covering her mouth with her hand, she watched her classmates' humiliation. Meanwhile, the protagonist analyzed Wang Li's success. He was amazed that his presence had such a strong impact on the test results. Deciding not to waste precious energy on angry tirades, Chu Yi listened to his intuition, which persistently whispered that these mysterious days would surely bring him some incredible twist. With a sudden movement, the fragile chalk shattered into pieces with a crack. This minor incident underscored the growing tension in the classroom. As his gaze fixed on the shards, he felt an anxious foreboding pierce his mind, seeming like an ominous harbinger of far more serious events to come. Turning to the students, the teacher abruptly asked what the current date was. His voice sounded demanding, and his eyes betrayed the realization of some important, elusive detail. A student calmly replied that today was September 8th. The class watched in confusion as the teacher, who had suddenly grown somber at the answer, behaved strangely. Memories flooded back to him. It was on this very day in the past that the tragedy had occurred. Chu Yi was frantically trying to decide whether he should intervene to save the student's life. A shadow flickered on the roof outside the window. The protagonist understood that any action he took would change the future, but his fear of the consequences clashed with his desire to prevent the disaster. Having made his decision, the teacher tossed his papers onto the desk. His heart demanded justice, and he no longer intended to blindly submit to fate. Briefly instructing the class to review the material, he rushed out of the classroom in a hurry. After all, a life was at stake. The strict principal caught up with Chu Yi, who had left the classroom. She demanded an immediate explanation, but he was in a hurry and didn't want this encounter. On the run, pretending he urgently needed to use the restroom, the protagonist slipped away while an indignant Qin Zhan watched him go, clearly not believing his excuse. Enraged by the boy's escape, the woman bursts into Chu Yi's classroom. She orders the students to continue their studies while she herself sets off in pursuit of the fugitive. The school building stood motionless beneath a clear blue sky, dotted with light clouds. From the outside, it seemed like an ordinary, quiet day, far removed from the passions raging inside. A lone girl sat on the very edge of a high roof, bathed in sunlight as she was lost in sad thoughts. A slender female leg in a red high-heeled sandal hovered over the edge. One more step, and there would be no turning back. The world below was frighteningly far away. Balancing on the very edge of the roof and peering into the abyss, the beautiful woman felt a cold resolve within her, suggesting that it would be better to end her suffering immediately. A sudden shout made her start and turn around. The teacher, climbing over the railing, looked frightened and bewildered. Startled and clenching her fists, the girl took an uncertain step back from the abyss, completely unprepared for anyone's intervention. Frozen in place and not daring to close the distance, The young man couldn't take his eyes off her, involuntarily reflecting on just how astonishingly lovely she was. With a bitter smile, the beauty found it extremely ironic, and at the same time sad that this very stranger, a teacher, would become the last witness to her earthly journey. Raising her hand in a silent plea for quiet, she clearly pronounced her own name, her tone betraying a certain frightening humility. Filling his words with deep despair, the man tried to appeal to her common sense, painting a picture of the nightmare awaiting the poor girl below, but she seemed completely oblivious to his pleas. Spreading her limbs like wings, the student prepared for the fall, uttering farewells about the transience of her own flesh. Closing her eyes, Lola froze with a serene expression as gusts of wind tossed her hair, while behind her, just a few steps away, the teacher stood helplessly frozen. Overcome by panic, the hero shuddered at the sight of the terrifying height, realizing that any attempt to catch the fugitive would inevitably lead to a tragic end. His face transformed. The young man was filled with mystical power as he watched a mysterious glow swirl around his irises, revealing the true nature of what was happening. Through the flames, he sees Lola's true essence. The blood of the phoenix stirs within her, but the fiery bird languishes in an invisible cage, unable to take flight. The teacher, using his insight, tries to reach his student. He speaks of her family tragedy, of the pain that robbed her of hope, in an attempt to stop her. The young man's words stunned the beautiful girl. Her gaze, filled with astonishment and fear, conveyed a silent question. She couldn't understand how a stranger knew her secret. Revealing the secret, Chu Yi declared that he could see what was predestined by fate. She came from an aristocratic family, yet was now tormented by misfortune and a forced marriage. Deeply shaken, the young lady realized the truth of his words, for her schoolmates remained unaware of her family's noble title, which she had diligently concealed. Recalling past conversations with fortune-tellers, the young woman was forced to admit that no one had ever before managed to describe her path with such frightening accuracy. Offering an unexpected compromise, the mentor set a condition. If the current day passed without incident, she would be allowed to carry out her plan tomorrow in order to reflect on her decision. Suddenly appearing behind Shu Yi, the headmistress, having grasped the gist of what had been said, branded the teacher as dishonorable and accused him of abetting her students' suicidal intentions. Burning with righteous anger, Qin Zhan was genuinely baffled as to how the teacher dared to utter such horrifying things and demanded that this dangerous farce be stopped. Trying to justify herself, the young girl rushed to calm the older woman down, assuring her that she had no intention of ending her life just yet and begging her not to torment herself in vain. Staring at the schoolgirl in shock, the woman was in a state of utter confusion, believing that the poor child had completely lost her way. Placing the full blame for what was happening on Chu Yi's shoulders, she received only a heavy sigh in response. He realized how fatally the meaning of his earlier remarks had been distorted. A tense silence hung over the roof. The situation was taking a turn for the worse, and they would have to explain themselves to the angry administration. A strong wind caught the teacher and the principal off guard on the roof. The woman was surprised by its suddenness, but had no inkling of the impending danger. Having lost her footing due to an unfortunate mistake, the schoolgirl, balancing on the very edge, felt the heel of her scarlet shoe treacherously slip on the roof's surface. Screaming in terror, the poor girl plunges from the height, letting the gusts of wind toss her curls and clothes about, while a primal fear of death freezes in her eyes. Seeing the student fall, the principal freezes in shock. She covers her mouth with her hand and can only cry out, unable to believe what is happening. Acting with lightning speed, the man dashes toward the railing at the very last moment and firmly grasps the hand of the student, plummeting into the abyss. Her face etched with deep shock from the sudden incident, she could never have imagined that this fateful fall would occur at such an inopportune moment. Noticing the fall, the hero reacted instantly, managing to grab the falling girl by the hand at the last moment and preventing a tragedy. Gritting his teeth in tension, the young man shouted at the girl to hold on. The situation was critical, and he was trying with all his might to keep her from falling. Feeling his hand slip off the railing, he mustered his last reserves of strength to push the schoolgirl back up, while the principal stood frozen in shock. After Chu Yi saved the girl, he also tried to climb up after her, managing to avoid falling with ease. Having climbed onto the roof, the young man accidentally stepped on a red shoe the girl had lost. The principal was taken aback when she saw the teacher falling toward her and, caught off guard, didn't have time to react. All three fell to the floor at high speed before they could do anything, after which a cloud of smoke completely enveloped the landing spot. When the smoke cleared, it became clear that the boy had landed on Chinjan, and the student was lying next to him. Forgetting all about the rescue, the woman slapped the boy while the beautiful girl watched them in confusion, and the teacher rubbed his cheek from the slap. The strict principal ordered the teacher to return to class and took Lola with her to the principal's office for a serious talk. Watching her boss walk away with a mocking smile, Lola found her far too arrogant and was not at all afraid of the punishment that awaited her. The resolute teacher also chose not to delay, angrily reprimanding the girl for her recklessness and ordering her to go immediately to Chinjan to receive her deserved punishment. As he continued to shout indignantly in the background, the man failed to notice her smirking contentedly. To her, this enigmatic figure seemed quite alluring. With utter astonishment, the students gossiped about their teacher, for it seemed to them that after his brief absence, he had returned a changed man. With a sly grin, the teenager took the liberty of making a snide remark directed at the teacher, transparently alluding to Chinjan's eccentric appearance, which caused the atmosphere to become thick with awkwardness. The class erupted in laughter and meaningful glances. The students winked at the teacher, clearly imagining the juicy details of their recent encounter. Flushing deep red, the teacher jumped to his feet, desperately trying to justify himself and convince the audience that he had merely been rescuing his student. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Ma Xin idly twirls her pen, assuring everyone of her trust in the teacher's integrity, though she sarcastically adds that the principal is quite a striking lady. In a state of panic, slapping her palm against the surface, Zhu Yi tries to object, insisting that the class has absolutely no idea how stern their principal's temperament is. Suddenly, the boy freezes, sensing an icy breath on his back. A powerful, malevolent aura envelops the classroom, making his heart sink with a sense of foreboding. Seeing no danger, the speaker continued to rave enthusiastically about what an amazing and unapproachable person Chinjan was, while she stood frozen in the doorway, already seething with rage. Noticing the principal, the young man instantly switched to a fawning tone, breaking into a fake smile, apologizing and trembling with fear in her presence. To which the woman dryly announced that Lola was being transferred to his class against her will, while the new student stood nearby, her expression enigmatic. After that, Qin Zhan left, leaving the teacher in utter despair. He realized that his life would now turn into a nightmare under the constant watchful eye of his stern boss. Leaning in close to the teacher, Lola whispered that from now on he was required to focus his gaze exclusively on her. Such audacity took the poor man by surprise. Trying to maintain his composure, a flushed Chu Yi asked the new student to introduce herself to the class, coughing nervously as he tried to divert everyone's attention. Overcome with shock, the protagonist suddenly realized that the atmosphere in the room had changed. This eerie realization made him shudder inwardly. The entire class was suddenly plunged into a trance. The students seemed to have fallen under a powerful spell of love, completely ignoring the reality around them. Beaming with a radiant smile, the beautiful girl greeted her classmates warmly, inviting mutual affection, for a truly magical charm surrounded her. The class gave the new student a rousing welcome, while the teacher wondered why he himself hadn't been greeted so warmly on his first day. The next morning arrived, and a loud, harmonious chorus of voices reading from textbooks echoed over the school building. Struck by what he saw, the teacher watched as all the students diligently pored over their textbooks at their desks. Had they suddenly been transformed? Approaching the class president, who was usually asleep at this hour, the teacher was astonished to find him awake. Hu Lai proudly declared that a leader's duty was to set an example for his classmates and expressed his determination to pursue knowledge. A student abruptly interrupted the teacher, demanding that he not interfere with their sudden academic enthusiasm. Overcome with bewilderment, Chu Yi still could not fathom the reason for such drastic changes in the class's behavior. Suddenly, the beautiful Lola entered the classroom, beaming. She greeted the teacher sweetly, dazzling everyone with her smile. The entire class froze instantly, captivated by Lola's beauty. The students gazed at her with adoring eyes. But the teacher, refusing to fall under her spell, sternly reprimanded the beauty for being late, ignoring her attempt to greet him. In response, the student, propping her cheeks with her hands, brazenly informed the teacher of her special privileges, skipping classes and not doing her homework. Enraged by such insolence, the teacher was seething with indignation, but the young lady merely remarked coquettishly that he looked cute when angry. This left him shocked. His jaw literally dropped, exposing his jaw mechanism, and he was thrown into confusion by the students' flirtations. After class, the teacher went into the teacher's lounge and asked a colleague if Chen Junyu had been there that day. When asked by her colleague, the teacher replied that the young man had apparently been transferred back to #1 high school, since his wealthy family could easily resolve such matters. While boasting about his students' triumphs at the capital's competitions, Gao Deshang nevertheless admitted that this trip had completely drained him. Noticing the new homeroom teacher for Class 18, the man began to mock him sarcastically, calling him a lucky fool because of Lola's transfer. Unable to tolerate the teacher's rudeness and condescending tone, the protagonist sharply calls on him to mind his manners and watch his language. But Gao Deshan continues his provocation, questioning Chu Yi's intelligence and offering to take the talented student under his personal supervision. Suddenly, something strange happens. An invisible force delivers a sharp blow, causing the arrogant teacher to lose his balance in the middle of his speech. Filling the hallway with a cry of pain, Gao Deshang falls to his knees before his opponent, unable to resist the powerful magical force. Feigning surprise, the young man asks his colleague about the reason behind such a sudden change in posture, suggesting that he get up first and then continue the discussion. Ironically noting that such excessive courtesy confuses him, he advises his enemy not to act recklessly, now that he has chosen to kneel, deeply insulted and choking with rage. Gao Deshang swears to take revenge on the young man for the humiliation he suffered in front of his astonished colleagues. The next morning arrived, the city was waking up, filling with the familiar noise of the streets, while the young men prepared for a new round of their confrontation. With a crunch, the hero chewed on dry twigs, which served as the only meager food available in these parts to replenish his vitality. As he ate the twigs, the young man bitterly recalled the kingdom of the gods, where anyone could easily attain the highest level of spiritual practice. After finishing his meal, the hero placed a few coins on the dark wooden table to pay for this modest lunch. Turning around, he announced that the money was on the table and silently set a goal for himself to join the Taiji sect in time. Stepping out onto the bustling street of the old town, the teacher notices his phone ringing and wonders who could be calling him at a time like this. After receiving an urgent call from Wang Lin, the young man hears the girl sobbing as she begs to meet him and flatly refuses to attend class. A serious accident occurred on a busy street. A car had overturned. Firefighters were working at the scene, and a shaken young woman sat on the side of the road, reporting what had happened. In despair, the beautiful girl stared at the broken talisman in her hands. Though she was unharmed, a sense of utter helplessness and fear would not leave her. Struggling to hide his agitation, the mentor gave instructions over the phone, allowing his student to stay home, and promised to visit her right after class. An ancient, formidable power was awakening within the teacher. He was determined to punish anyone who dared to harm his student and to challenge the Lord of Hell himself. Upon arriving at the luxurious country estate of the Wang Lin family, the man surveyed the majestic mansion, which appeared serene from the outside. At the threshold, a courteous butler greeted the guest. He apologized that the hosts were occupied with important guests and escorted the teacher inside, observing all the rules of etiquette. The servant explained that the family's affairs were going poorly and that Mr. Wang had summoned the tutors. He also warned that what the teacher was about to see might shock a man of science. Maintaining absolute composure, Chu Yi asked to be escorted to the others, disregarding the warnings about frightening rituals, ready to personally get to the bottom of what was happening. Upon meeting the mentor at the threshold of the hall, Wang Lin looked at him with obvious relief and faith, for the long-awaited protector had finally arrived to save her loved ones from impending calamities. Warmly greeting the visitor with a firm handshake, the head of the family expressed his sincere gratitude for his willingness to devote precious moments to visiting his child. The father introduced the guest to the 3 celestial masters who had come to help the family. Among them, Master Gu Tianshan stood out, and standing next to him was Shu Qibai, the son of a business partner. The young man behaved defiantly and arrogantly, openly mocking the teacher's presence and considering him unworthy of being in that house. Unwilling to tolerate such insolence toward her teacher, Wang Lin, enraged, ordered the young man to shut up, defending the dignity of the man who had become her idol. The master of the house sharply rebuked the presumptuous young man, demanding that he stop spouting nonsense and reminding the insolent youth that he was standing before his daughter's respected homeroom teacher. Politely, yet very firmly, Chu Yi decided to take his leave of the gentleman, promising not to bother him with his presence again. But the beautiful girl begged her mentor not to be angry with her father, since he had only wanted to hire the best teachers, not believing in her talent. The young man eyed the newly arrived mentors with suspicion, sensing Gu Qianshan's powerful spiritual energy, but doubting the strength of the other two. The gray-haired master declared that the source of all the misfortunes in Mr. Wang's home lay in an antique painting. The stunned homeowner explained that this painting, which had become the cause of the misfortunes, had been given to him by one of his clients. The second master, wearing a jacket, fervently supported his colleague, confirming his words about the painting's sinister nature. The third guest, Fan Diyun, also described in detail the negative energy hidden within the canvas, claiming that its energy was poisoning the lives of the house's inhabitants. Driven to despair, Mr. Wang begged the masters to save his family from the curse, promising a generous reward in return. But Gu Qianshan was unyielding and offered the homeowner two harsh options: give up his lucrative business or marry his daughter off to Shu Qibai. Realizing there was no other way out, the man shuddered in horror while the scoundrel, grinning maliciously, reveled in his torment. In desperation, the girl grabbed her teacher's hand, begging him to find another solution. She confessed that the young man was the son of her father's rival, and their marriage was unthinkable. At this, Chu Yi could no longer contain himself and openly accused the master of spouting utter nonsense while pursuing his own selfish goals. In response to the insult, rage flares in Gu Tianshan's eyes, and powerful magical energy resembling lightning begins to concentrate around him. One of Shu Qibai's assistants, enraged, lunges at the hero, outraged that he dared to speak so rudely to the great master. With a wave of his hand, the gray-haired old man stopped his hot-tempered companion, explaining indulgently that the teacher simply did not believe in their methods. The young man looked on with obvious distrust and a cold defiance, challenging his opponent to prove his words with action rather than just making empty promises. The gray-haired master, dressed in traditional clothing, accepted the challenge, remaining completely calm and ready to demonstrate his true skills to those present. With a casual gesture, the young man urged the performance to begin. His gaze was full of skepticism, as he was convinced that he was facing nothing more than an ordinary magician. The master's assistant was seething with anger, considering the guest's behavior a flagrant lack of respect, and defended his mentor's honor by pointing out that such words were unacceptable. Trying to smooth things over, the man emphasized his respect for the host, but at the same time clearly cast doubt on the young teacher's authority. The flustered protagonist and Wang Lin watched the scene in silence. Tension mounted in the room, and their eyes were fixed on their opponents as they waited to see what would happen next. Taken by surprise, the host watched the conflict between his guests in confusion, unsure of how to diffuse the heated situation. The old master called for silence. He was displeased with the idle chatter and believed that it was unbecoming of adults to behave so noisily and unrestrainedly. Gu Tianshan smiled indulgently, referring to the young man as a mere teacher who was unable to understand their secret rules. He was willing to forgive the novice for this ignorance. The gray-haired old man made a sharp gesture with his hand, and magical energy flared in the air as he began to demonstrate his power. Everyone in the room froze in surprise, watching in amazement as the old master displayed his power. The master's feet slowly lifted off the floor, shrouded in a mysterious golden energy. The only sounds in the room were soft murmurs and the astonished gasps of the stunned spectators. Soaring majestically in the sky, as if an ancient deity, Gu Qianshan addressed the young man, clearly demonstrating his absolute superiority. The master's disciples were filled with indescribable delight, praising their mentor for reaching incredible heights in the control of powerful spiritual energy. Adjusting his glasses, the gentleman gazed in awe at the floating elder, fully convinced of his power yet finding the teacher's behavior utterly unacceptable. The older man confidently asserted his superiority, demonstrating only a small fraction of his true abilities and hinting at his mastery of the Heavenly Master's secret technique. Those around him showered the old man with praise, admiring his strength and modesty, while the master maintained an impassive demeanor, ignoring the barbed remarks from his detractors. The atmosphere grew tense when one of those present openly reproached Mr. Wan for his family's inappropriate behavior, despite their long-standing business partnership. The gentleman was thrown into confusion, realizing that Gu Qianshan's words might be true. The fear of losing a business built up over the years gripped him from within. Uncompromising and cold, The old man reminded Juan that money would not solve his real problems. And now the choice of how to proceed rested entirely on the businessman's shoulders. The young woman was in a panic. She asked him fearfully what to do next, sensing how the situation around them was becoming increasingly unpredictable. Deciding to make his move, Chu Yi slowly reached into the inner pocket of his jacket, intending to pull out something that could radically change the course of the meeting. The teacher produced a strange copper disc shrouded in dark energy, offering it to the master for appraisal, all the while maintaining a defiant and confident smile. Gu Qianshan carefully examined the offering, sensing the negative aura accumulated within the disc, and concluded that this object could hardly be considered a valuable artifact. The guests were astonished by what they saw. While some marveled at the power of the mysterious object, others were merely convinced of the old man's incredible expertise, for whom it was nothing more than a trinket. Boldly threatening to destroy the ancient painting of a tiger, the hero unleashes the sinister power of the copper disc, his face contorted into a smug grin. Enveloped in a golden glow, M panics and rushes forward, begging the young man to stop, warning him of the risk of intensifying the negative effect and urging him to hand over the artifact. Ignoring the warnings, the young man casts a haughty and suspicious glance at the old man, accusing his mentor with a sardonic smirk of secretly conspiring with the Shu family. Outraged, the host furiously orders the young man to be quiet and steps in to defend the master's honor, demanding that he stop insulting the respected man. Remaining calm, the teacher urges Mr. Wan to consider the consequences, resolutely activating the dark energy of the disc and promising to prove the truth to everyone. The old man clasped his hands in a mystical gesture. Mysterious smoke swirled around him as magic began to awaken. A monstrous, multi-headed fire demon burst forth from the gray-haired man's back. The celestial master had unleashed his true power. The furious fire beast charged into battle with a roar, obeying its master's will, while the spirits of the mountains and forests heard the call and rushed forward. With nothing more than a haughty smirk, the young man ignored these fiery tricks, for he was utterly confident and ready to resist even the most powerful magic. A shockwave sent the fire demon scattering into the air. An invisible force shattered the powerful spell with a single blow. The opponent proved to be far stronger than the heavenly master had expected. In horror, Gu Qianshan coughed up blood. His own technique had turned against him, delivering a crushing blow. He couldn't believe what was happening. Coolly, the young man created a protective barrier of pure energy. The blue shield glowed, reliably shielding him from any attacks. The celestial master was enraged. His eyes burned with hatred, and his face betrayed the realization of a terrible truth. His enemy was a follower of the legendary Taiji teachings. Overcoming the pain, the old man spat blood once more. His strength was leaving him, but his thirst for revenge was still alive. He hated his opponent. With a desperate lunge, Gu Tianshan launches his final attack, realizing this is his last chance to win and ready to sacrifice everything for this goal. The defeated man begged for mercy, acknowledging his insignificance before the true master. His former pride had vanished along with the shattered spell. Chu Yi's rage knew no bounds. His student had nearly perished because of another's greed, and he despised an enemy for whom human life was worth absolutely nothing. The old man tried to intimidate the young man with the influence of the Society of Heavenly Masters, promising him enormous trouble and the vengeance of his most powerful enemies if he dared to kill him. Witnesses to the fight warned the teacher that Gu Tianshan's death would provoke the wrath of the secret society. They advised him to consider the consequences for the Wang family. With alarm, Wang Lin reported that the Society of Heavenly Masters wielded immense power, and the failure of their plans was only the beginning of a serious conflict. Plotting his revenge, the old man remained convinced that his order's authority struck fear into the hearts of his enemies. A sudden and powerful blow interrupted the master's thoughts. The young man delivered a crushing slap that sent blood spurting from the old man's mouth. The young gentleman looked coldly at his defeated enemy, declaring that he would wipe the entire society off the face of the earth if they dared to stand in his way. Grabbing the insolent man unceremoniously by the collar, Chu Yi forced the old man who had been boasting of his power just moments before to gaze at his punisher in terror and helplessness. A barrage of blows rained down on the master for all his sins. The hero punished him for attacking his student, the driver, and threatening the entire Wang family, showing no mercy. The beaten man begged for forgiveness, admitting his mistake. Bloodied and broken, he promised to reform. Disdainfully driving the pathetic enemy away, the teacher warned that his opponent would not get off so easily in the future and ordered him to leave immediately. While mentoring another man, the young man urged him to listen to his own heart, noting his thirst for truth despite his bad temper, and pointed him in the right direction for growth. Suddenly, the former mentor felt a surge of powerful spiritual energy and was amazed that the hero had recognized his potential, which had been ignored for years within the society. As a sign of the deepest respect, he prostrated himself before the young man, vowing never to forget his savior's kindness and his invaluable lesson. Upon accepting the modest gift, a card, the teacher learned that the giver's son ran a restaurant, and this pass granted the right to free service. Mr. Wang was shocked by the value of the gift when he recognized it as a Manhwa VIP card, and realized it was a pass to the most luxurious restaurant in the province. Exclaiming that only a select few possessed such passes, the host watched as Chu Yi casually tucked the item into his pocket, promising to definitely stop by. On his knees, Shu Qibai begged his teacher for forgiveness. He was in a panic, and his plea for mercy echoed through the opulent hall. A sudden burst of violet energy tore through the air. The young man had unleashed his mysterious power. After the hero destroyed the painting, Mr. Wana, enraged, began to throw the offender out, severing all business ties with his father once and for all. The ecstatic girl clung tightly to her teacher's arm, while he was visibly flustered by such a passionate display of emotion and sincere admiration. Gently pressing herself against her mentor, Wang Lin gazed into his eyes, comparing him to the great geniuses while he blushed at her closeness. In a burst of emotion, the beauty kissed Chu Yi on the cheek. The young man froze in surprise as his heart began to race. A quiet evening had fallen in the suburbs of Zhejiang. A light burned in one of the windows of a traditional manor, concealing important conversations behind its walls. A frightened servant meekly greeted the high-ranking guest, and the master of the house immediately ordered that the powerful Master Ye be summoned for counsel. Clad in luxurious robes, the man looked dejected as he admitted that he had found an opponent in Zhejiang whom he could not defeat alone. Complaining about the instructor from the third school, Gu Tianshan demanded revenge for the humiliation, while the gentleman promised to personally look into the matter the very next morning. Seeing an opportunity in this situation, the master planned to do a favor for the high-ranking official, fully aware that the latter had yet to encounter worthy opponents. After a stressful day, Chu Yi met up with a friend. Having just received his paycheck, he was ready to relax and treat his buddy to a generous meal at the mall. Pointing to a high-end restaurant, the young man shocked Wu Lei with his choice, causing him to exclaim in horror that such a meal would completely ruin him. Suppressing his greed, the young man decided to indulge the whims of the local tyrant. He was grateful to the teacher for her help and didn't want to seem stingy. At the entrance, the young people ran into an arrogant woman who declared that there was no place here for poor people, since lunch cost several thousand. With a mocking smile, Chu Yi put Teacher Zhou in an extremely awkward position by mentioning in front of everyone that he had seen her yesterday in the company of another man. The enraged teacher resorted to personal attacks, sarcastically remarking that the hero's money would only be enough for a meal at a fast food joint. At the entrance to the upscale restaurant, a hostess greeted them. With a smile, she asked the standard question, politely inquiring whether the guest had a reservation. The young man's companion became noticeably nervous. After answering in the negative, he scratched the back of his head sheepishly, clearly feeling awkward. The hostess apologized and explained that there were no available tables at the moment. She asked the young people to wait outside. Another couple walked past the restaurant. Upon hearing the refusal, the woman sarcastically remarked that the teacher couldn't even get in, alluding to his status. While Wu Lei blushed with shame, the teacher himself remained ice-cold and calm. Silently slipping his hand into his pants pocket, he began to pull something out. Handing the hostess a gold card bearing a crown, the young man asked with a guileless smile whether they were permitted to enter the establishment with this pass. Glancing at the card, the employee froze in shock, unable to believe her eyes, and frantically covering her mouth with her hand as she realized who was standing before her. Chu Yi's companion was also frozen in place, unable to utter a word. His face betrayed extreme shock, for he recognized the card. Her expression changing abruptly, the young woman bowed to the hero and flung open the doors. Stammering respectfully, she invited them inside, promising them the best table. The waitress respectfully escorted the two men inside, while the arrogant couple watched them leave with surprised and displeased glances. Zhou watched the guys leave in a rage. She couldn't believe they'd been allowed in without a reservation. Meanwhile, Jiang Yang tried to calm his companion down, dismissively calling the men who had entered ignoramuses and urging her to ignore them. However, another waitress informed the couple that there were no available seats in the Manhwa room and suggested they move to the Zhuxiang room, which provoked their fierce indignation. The arrogant man flew into a rage, claiming that he had specifically reserved a table in the Manhwa hall, and began to ask menacingly if they knew who they were dealing with. The employee replied directly to the couple that their table had been taken by those two young men, so they had only two options: switch halls or leave the restaurant altogether. But the enraged scoundrel began yelling at the young woman, flatly refusing to listen to her explanations, and, introducing himself as the director of the Wanzhong company, began threatening her. With an authoritative gesture, the waitress cut him off and coldly demanded that they leave immediately, threatening to call security if they did not. The man flew into a rage, unable to believe he was being thrown out because of those he contemptuously called good-for-nothings, his face contorted with anger. With pride in her voice, the employee announced that the gentleman was their honored guest who had presented a Fenghua VIP card. Still indignant, Zhang Yang refused to believe that an ordinary teacher could possess such an elite card, while his companion froze in shock. A confident gentleman approached the pair. He recognized Zhang Yang as the principal and greeted him cheerfully, surprised by the number of familiar faces. Confused, the scoundrel complained to his acquaintance that he had just been kicked out of the establishment because of someone's mysterious VIP card. Convinced the document was fake, the director openly mocked his rivals, calling them ignoramuses. Suddenly, the guests spotted that very teacher. Their faces turned pale with horror, and a shiver ran through their bodies as they realized they were in the presence of a very important person. In a fit of anger, the woman silenced Miss Zhou. The atmosphere grew tense, for a single unnecessary word directed at this man could ruin their lives and reputations. The influential guest warned Jiang Yang that it would be best not to get involved with this teacher. The principal was beginning to realize that he had made a fatal mistake. Wishing to show their respect, Li Jiyu and his companion prostrated themselves before the hero, humbly apologizing for their rudeness and explaining that they simply hadn't recognized the master. Watching from afar as the most influential clans fawned over an ordinary young man, the director was suddenly overcome with dread, trying to lead Zhang Yang away. His companions suggested they have dinner at another restaurant and take a break, but he seemed crushed, realizing the full extent of the fiasco. Irritably pushing her away, the man declared their relationship impossible, accusing the young woman of nearly insulting a highly respected figure because of her remarks. Abandoned, Zhou was furious, shouting after her departing companion. She couldn't believe what was happening and thought everyone around her had gone mad. The waitress coldly cut short the teacher's outburst, presenting her with a tough choice: either take a table immediately or leave the restaurant. The woman was seething with rage, realizing that her plan to find a rich man had failed. She blamed Chu Yi for her misfortunes and wanted to take revenge for him ruining everything. An old man watched the woman walk away, filled with hatred, sensing the dark energy emanating from her and noticing just how much malice she harbored. With a sly smile, the elder studied the document, declaring that the girl was suitable. He was clearly plotting something sinister, anticipating the success of his plan. A mysterious figure seen from behind cast a powerful spell. Energy resembling flames burst forth, causing a sudden gust of wind. As he contemplated attacking Guqianshan, the elder saw a perfect opportunity to get rid of the young man. His gaze was filled with determination. At an expensive restaurant, a man begged Chu Yi to forget about the unfortunate incident. He looked anxious while the young man seemed indifferent. Admiring his friend's reputation and influence among the wealthy, Wu Lei handed out business cards, hoping to learn more about the hero's mysterious origins. Claiming to be merely a student teacher standing up for his personal rights, the modest young man calmly continued his meal, ignoring the praise. Smiling at the mention of Yang Lin, his friend declared that Yang Lin was worthy of her recognition, while at the same time mocking their long-standing relationship. Shifting to a sharp tone, he reminded him of the girl's star status, unattainable for his counterpart. These phrases seemed like veiled mockery. That night, Chu Yi wandered through the city, reflecting on the hearty meal and his old friend's departure. As he enjoyed the silence, he suddenly noticed something suspicious. Struck by the sight of an unusual glow enveloping someone's limb, he was bewildered, realizing he had nothing to do with the phenomenon. A terrifying aura enveloped Zhou, Her eyes blazed red as she screamed that she had lost everything because of the teacher and would now take revenge on him. Suddenly, the young man heard a noise and saw two men chasing a terrified girl. Frowning, he sensed that something was wrong. The stranger with the knife grinned maliciously as he eyed the teacher and suggested that the girl go with them, terrifying her even more. Instantly assessing the situation, Sui Yi realized that the attackers were under someone else's influence and that the true manipulator was lurking nearby. Suddenly revealing herself with a menacing smirk, the woman whispered that the young man would lose everything that day, leaving him utterly astonished. Surrounded by two men, Joju provoked them, offering to have fun and letting them do whatever they wanted with her, feigning indifference. With a mocking curl of her lips, the young woman accused the teacher, pointing her finger and claiming that it was the young man's doing, committing such indecency with her. Approaching the woman with a snarl, one of the young men promised her frenzied screams of ecstasy while his accomplice held the victim firmly in place. Watching the scene from his hiding place, the young man pondered the identity of the mastermind, fearing the ruin of his reputation as a teacher should his involvement become apparent. With a stern look in his eyes, the teacher hurled threats, predicting the villain's inevitable capture and retribution that would force him to pay the full price. Suddenly, a voice was heard. A police officer was standing in the alley, pointing at the boys, demanding that they stop what they were doing and put their hands down, intervening in the conflict. The teacher watched the police officer, realizing that it was Go Panlay, the son of an influential official and head of security. He did not know that the man was his student. Hiding around the corner, the old man watched the unfolding scene, noting with satisfaction the man's appearance, which held the promise of a tempting prospect for him. As he pondered, the scoundrel realized that such a unique opportunity came along extremely rarely, and that a single misstep threatened to derail his triumphant return. With a malicious smirk and shrouded in flames, he ordered his minions to kill the witnesses as they stared at their victims with burning red eyes. The police officer resolutely joined the fight, ordering the young man to run for help immediately while he took the blow himself. With confidence, Go Panlay delivered a crushing blow to his opponent's jaw, putting all his strength into it. Stunned, the officer realized that his fist had struck what felt like an unshakable fortress, while his enemies began to gradually tighten their tight circle around him. With her face contorted with rage and her eyes ablaze, the woman shouted terrifying curses, promising a painful and inevitable death. But the teacher remained completely calm, merely smirking ironically in response to all the threats, demonstrating his complete superiority over his attacker. The furious police officer clenched his fists, preparing to fight the defiant young man. He ordered his partner not to intervene and to run away. Suddenly, a powerful aura flared up around Chu Yi. Startling the police officer with a smirk, he asked whether elders weren't supposed to protect the younger ones, demonstrating his power. The hero's eyes glowed with a magical light, and his face twisted into a sinister smile. He contemptuously called them nobodies and demanded that they reveal the true face of dark magic. Suddenly, Joju and the man froze in place. An invisible force restrained their movements, leaving them unable to even twitch. The old man in rich robes watched in astonishment as the defeated woman lay at his feet, acknowledging the young man's extraordinary power. Warning the young man menacingly, the scoundrel reproached him for his recklessness, asking if the youth truly did not know how perilous it was to anger the adepts of the Heavenly Masters organization. In a daze, Go Panlay watched the events unfold, unable to believe his eyes, while the young man coolly observed the old man. Defiantly questioning the old man about the power of the celestial abode, the teacher asked whether it was true that the divine Lin Chen still led this sect. The old man panicked, wondering how the young man could know the secrets of his society. He was convinced that the young man merely wanted to disgrace their order before the whole world. The enraged master decides not to kill the young man, but to make him suffer. An ominous purple flame flares up in his hand as he prepares to strike. With an ironic smile, the young man watched his enemy. His body was shrouded in the ghostly glow of an ancient robe, while behind him his opponent froze in midair. In a fit of rage, the scoundrel unleashed a devastating wave of energy upon the hero, vowing to make the insolent youth beg for mercy, while the latter remained motionless and calm. The elder's face contorted with horror as he realized he was facing a power whose magnitude was beyond his comprehension and exceeded all expectations. Summoning his last reserves of strength, the master shouted a fire spell. Assuming a fighting stance, striving to incinerate Chu Yi and regain control of the battle he was losing. A massive fireball hurtled straight toward the teacher, illuminating everything around it with a furious blaze, but the young man met the attack with complete, icy calm. In desperation, the opponent raised his hands for a final strike. Without hesitation, he unleashed a massive fireball toward the hero, one that would burn everything in its path. Displaying incredible speed, Chu Yi not only dodged the attack but also effortlessly intercepted the fire, openly mocking his enemy. Seeing his most powerful spell stop so easily, the villain panicked, not realizing who he was up against. Realizing the full extent of his opponent's power, the terrified villain decides that the only way to save himself is to flee immediately. Noticing the attempt to flee, Chu Yi, maintaining complete composure, decides to teach the insolent foe a lesson and prepares a counterattack. Overwhelmed by the punishing flames, the cultist, engulfed in fire and excruciating pain, lets out a blood-curdling scream. Having dealt with his enemy, the hero promises with a cold smirk that no one has ever and will ever escape him, the Lord of Hell, alive. Leaving his defeated enemy behind, Chu Yi went to check on the police officer, who was lying unconscious on the stone floor. Trying to revive Go Panlei, the young man gently slapped him on the cheek, hoping he would wake up soon. When he came to, the dazed man, barely comprehending what had happened, listened to his master's stern instructions. As he left, Chu Yi told the officer that the criminal was dead and that his body could be found in a vacant lot east of the city. Turning around, the teacher also instructed him to tell Elder Go that he intended to personally check the results of his recent training. Confused, the police officer realized that the stranger knew his father and decided to refer this strange case to a special unit. At the headquarters of the Society of Heavenly Masters, the elders swore in a rage to crush the insolent man who had dared to interfere with them. The head of the society was confident in Master Ye's power and called on everyone to prepare for a celebration in honor of his imminent and successful return. Raising his cup and proposing a cruel toast, Guqian Shan wished his enemy a swift death and oblivion, confident in the superiority of his insidious power. Master Ye suddenly appeared, striking fear into the hearts of all with his mere presence. Those around him bowed in reverence, realizing that the rules of the game were about to change. The elder warmly welcomed the guest, hoping that he had already dealt with their common enemy and eager for confirmation that the threat had been permanently eliminated. Acknowledging his opponent's power, the scoundrel suggested rounding up as many elite warriors as possible, while crimson marks spread across his neck, harbingers of impending doom. Feeling the ailment and recalling his enemy's absurd tirades, the man winced in pain as he watched the bright red vessels on his skin begin to emit a terrifying glow. Agony grips the master's body, the veins on his face bulge with unbearable pain, and he realizes that his enemy's curse has begun to take effect from within him. Screaming in agony, the scoundrel begs for mercy as a witchcraft-induced glow bursts forth directly from his chest, while the gray-haired old man watches the sudden execution in a daze. A powerful explosion engulfs Master Ye's body, turning it into a fireball. The enemy's deadly technique worked instantly, leaving no chance of escape. The flames on the ground form mystical characters, a message from the enemy. The fiery mark served as a dire warning to all the survivors. Horrified, Go Tianshan realizes that this message is addressed specifically to him. A cold sweat breaks out on his forehead, for now he knows he is next. Exhausted, Gu Panlei returns home under cover of night. He greets his family, dreaming only of a sound sleep after a dangerous and difficult day. As he recounted to his father the unexpected encounter with the young martial arts adept, the officer relayed the words of the youth, who had promised to pay a visit to personally assess the clan leader's skills. Suddenly perking up, the father realized who his son was talking about and, with reverence, addressed the guest as master, urging his son to pay close attention to the conversation that was about to follow. Seated at the table, Go Panlei recounted the events of the previous night in detail to his father. The atmosphere grew tense as details of the recent altercation came to light. Go Mo slams his hand down on the table, forbidding his son from reporting what happened to the authorities, fearing that the intervention of the special unit would create unnecessary problems for the teacher. Sternly admonishing his son, the father explains the reasons behind his choice to follow the path of a humble teacher, convinced that discretion is the best way to avoid unwanted attention and trouble. Listening to his father's words, the police officer recalls his duty to his country and realizes the importance of his mission. Yet he dreams that such talents would work for the good of the entire nation. Meanwhile, Chuyi meditated in the silence of his room, aware of his superiority over his enemies, and knowing that his feigned death would force his opponents to become much more cautious. Standing by the window, the young man planned his next move to achieve his goal. He needed Fan Huang's power. The teacher's gaze was full of determination. He remembered everyone who had looked down on him in his past life, and he intended to make them bitterly regret it. Morning had come, and school number 3 was preparing for the guest's visit. Beneath the outward calm of the schoolyard lay a tense sense of anticipation. The teacher was on his way to school, mindful of Qingzhan's warning. Today he must not give his colleagues from school number 1 a single chance to tarnish his school's reputation. A traveler immune to all superstition blocked Chu Yi's path, prophesying a whole series of misfortunes, but the master merely regarded the pesky soothsayer with an icy stare, scornful of his speculations. Trying to stop the teacher, the so-called clairvoyant shouted out fresh predictions, but the teacher didn't even turn around. His unyielding will could not be shaken. The workday was beginning in the empty office. The protagonist immersed himself in his work, not yet knowing that shadows of future trials lurked behind the calm routine. Suddenly, a delicate and alluring scent filled the room, distracting the young man from his work. He froze for a moment, trying to guess the source of the pleasant aroma. Lola's appearance caught the teacher off guard. Slamming the laptop lid shut, he reprimanded her, reminding her of the rules of decorum. But the student merely smiled mysteriously. Her penetrating gaze and ambiguous words made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Continuing the conversation, the girl slowly rested her palm on the tabletop, closing the distance between them. Her confident gestures and intense aura filled the classroom with an invisible electricity. Leaning close to the teacher's ear, the beautiful girl whispered about his uniqueness, making the man feel uneasy. Like flashes of lightning, her remarks about wealthy trendsetters wounded the teacher's pride, casting him aside under a barrage of cutting comments. Once he had regained his composure, Chu Yi tried to save face by holding out his hand, calling his student to order, and, with an awkward smile, asked her to explain herself. Closing the distance as much as possible, Lola looked the teacher straight in the eyes and boldly voiced her feelings, causing him to visibly get nervous and break out in a sweat. The atmosphere in the office had reached a fever pitch. The student's confession came as a shock, and the space around them seemed to explode with a flash of bright light. The flustered teacher blushed and tried to brush it off as a joke. Coughing into his fist, he dismissed the beauty's confession as yet another prank and ordered her to return to class immediately. However, the young woman has no intention of giving up. She looms over him, piercing him with her intense gaze. She is extremely determined and craves an immediate response. As he searches for excuses to bridge the age gap, the mentor hears bold counter-arguments, for the charmer is ready to risk her academic career for the sake of closeness with her chosen one. The man puts on a serious expression, hoping to end this argument, telling Lola that his heart is already taken and that he has a mysterious lover. Convinced of her own irresistibility, the admirer gracefully strikes a defiant pose, insisting on a rendezvous with her rival. Finding himself at an impasse, the teacher lets his imagination run wild. With a guilty smile, he invents a fairy tale about how his lady is currently in the unreachable realm of the gods. In response, the girl is certain she is right. She has felt a kindred spirit with the teacher since their first meeting and declares that nothing can separate them. At that moment, the female teacher knocks on the office door. She cautiously opens it a crack, asking if anyone is inside. The schoolgirl immediately takes the initiative and greets the visitor, waving her hand in a friendly manner, while the girl who has just entered looks puzzled. Tan Yu politely greets the student in return. Despite a slight awkwardness, she tries to remain calm and maintain a friendly smile. Overcome with despair, the hero watches as Lola blows him kisses. The poor guy grabs his hair in horror, feeling everything rapidly spiraling out of control. Lavishing praise on her student, the beauty sends her mentor into a panic at the thought that she's about to pounce on him. Struck by a sudden realization, the teacher raises a finger and asks the young man if he's free on Friday evening for the celebration. Leaning over the desk, the teacher clarifies whether she's referring to the textile company's event, to which the young woman nods in affirmation. Recalling a recent phone conversation with Fan Diyun, the young man realizes that Fan had also invited him to this gathering. Delighted by the invitation, Tan Yu presses his palms to his chest and sincerely expresses his gratitude. Late at night, Chu Yi was walking home along a dark alley, regretting that he had to stay out so late. In the dark alley, drunk men were harassing a young woman, grabbing her by her clothes. As he walked by, the teacher recognized the victim as his acquaintance, Qing Zhan, and was surprised to see her there. The hero watched the scene unfold from around the corner, while the gang of scoundrels continued to taunt the victim. The gang leader turned around in fear the moment he felt someone's hand grip the collar of his shirt. Fiercely flinging the attacker over his shoulder, the rescuer sent him flying through the air, making him scream at the sudden counterattack. The henchmen standing over the victim showered Chu Yi with crude insults, unaware of who they were dealing with. They continued to hurl threats. But the hero, without hesitation, attacked the thugs, knocking them off their feet with a single sharp kick. Having defeated the villains, the man picked up the battered girl and, fearing for her life, examined her while she remained unconscious. Suddenly, Qing Zhan's cheeks flushed crimson, and her dress was badly torn across the bust. The scoundrels had mocked the poor girl to the utmost. Consumed by rage, the young man shook the victim, desperately trying to bring her to her senses, since he had no idea where to take the captive to safety. Suddenly, the young lady clasped her rescuer in her arms, clutching him with a death grip and leaving him in a state of utter shock at the suddenness of it all. Since he couldn't wake the principal, the hero carried her to his home and laid her on the bed, realizing she would have to stay there. Recalling the events of that crazy day, the teacher sank into deep thought about Lola and teacher Tan Yu. Noticing the deep neckline of the sleeping beauty's dress, Chu Yi, utterly flustered, threw a blanket over her. While the young lady rested, the teacher gazed at her, feeling awkward and a burning desire to retreat. Hurrying to the bathroom, the young man wanted to take an ice-cold bath to calm his emotions after such a turbulent day and all the commotion that had occurred. After taking a shower, the young man hoped that Qing Zhan was still asleep and decided to check on her just in case she needed anything. Leaving the bathhouse, the hero headed to the bedchamber where the lady was resting. Upon crossing the threshold, he saw women's toiletries scattered near the bed. Stunned by what he saw, the man fell into confusion, trying to make sense of what was happening, for he had left her lying motionless and asleep on the bed just moments before. However, the beauty continued to dream peacefully, covered by nothing but a sheet, while her chestnut brown locks were scattered picturesquely across the headboard. The sharp sound of the door slamming echoes throughout the apartment, underscoring the teacher's extreme agitation. In shock, the young man covers his face with a towel. His nose is bleeding from what he has seen, and he decides to take another cold shower. To finally calm his mind and body, Chu Yi sits in the lotus position on the sofa and begins his spiritual practice. Trying to remain composed, the teacher felt a crimson blush flood his cheeks once again at the sight of the sleeping maiden. Tugging at his hair, the flustered young man realized that the clock had long since struck 7, which meant it was time for his guest to wake up. Hesitantly approaching the doorway, the young man touched the doorknob, wondering if the lady had already gotten up on her own after hearing rustling sounds in the hallway. Carefully pushing the door open a crack, Chu Yi peered inside, trying to move silently so as not to startle her with his unexpected intrusion. Before him stood a sleepy Qing Zhan. She was sitting on the bed, barely covered by a sheet, adjusting her glasses as she tried to focus her gaze. The girl notices his gaze. Despite her gratitude for his help yesterday, she tells the teacher bluntly that it's improper to stare at her like that. The young man freezes and begins to stutter, trying to explain something while gesturing in a certain direction, all while the headmistress fixes him with a disapproving glare. Looking at Chu Yi with disbelief and annoyance, the girl spouts the well-worn dogma that all men are depraved and prone to base thoughts. Letting out a shriek, Qing Zhan presses a piece of fabric to her body, overcome by fear that the teacher might have taken advantage of her vulnerability. However, the teacher, in desperation, spreads his arms wide, trying to offer explanations, swearing to his innocence, and suggesting they review the video archives to restore justice. The conflict was resolved, and now the two young people sat together on the couch watching the video, which was supposed to finally shed light on all the events of the previous night. The smartphone screen displayed the camera footage, showing the girl lying down on the bed on her own and starting to take off her clothes while the guy stood to the side. The camera captured the moment of truth when Qing Zhan, in a daze, took off her clothes on her own, leaving her in nothing but her underwear. Realizing that her awkward behavior had been caught on video, the girl frantically tried to snatch the phone from Chu Yi's hands to hide her shame. Enraged, Qingzhan yelled at the guy, calling him a pervert, and demanded that he immediately delete the compromising video. Smiling slyly in response to her outrage, the protagonist playfully remarked that she looked incredibly beautiful and attractive in the video. Venting her fury, the girl yelled at the young man, insisting that he forget everything and leave immediately before her anger escalated into something more dangerous. Offering to accompany her, the teacher suggested they walk to school together, but she abruptly cut off his enthusiasm, not wanting to see him nearby. On the bustling street, the young man chewed his roll with relish, genuinely concerned about Qingzhan, asking if she was hungry. To which the headmistress politely but coldly rejected his concern, lowering her eyes and trying to keep her distance, making it clear that she didn't need any help. But it wasn't long before the girl gave in, and they were both eating street food when the guy decided to get to the point and asked her directly if she knew who might have hurt her. The beautiful girl adjusted her glasses and replied briefly that she knew nothing, but she was clearly hiding something. Smiling slyly, Chu Yi realized she was trying to deceive him and decided to help her. But his gaze betrayed his calculation. After all, such a favor would certainly not come to her for free. Upon reaching the apartment complex, Qingzhan was surprised that the insolent man hadn't left yet and asked about his intentions since he had escorted her right up to the door. Once inside, Chu Yi reminded her of the debt and demanded the promised cup of tea for yesterday's help, astonishing the girl with his audacity. After setting a strict condition in the apartment, the headmistress allowed her guest to have a drink, but ordered him to leave immediately afterward. He, however, stood frozen in the room, surveying his surroundings. Suddenly snatching up a teddy bear, the young man ripped an object out of it, his action accompanied by a loud noise that shattered the silence. Stunned by the uninvited visitor's behavior, Qingzhan cries out, completely baffled as to why he is damaging her property. The hero finds himself holding a miniature electronic device. The black plastic glints ominously against the backdrop of bright flashes, confirming her suspicions of surveillance. Explaining that it is a listening device, the teacher is certain they have been under surveillance since early dawn, so the situation is becoming increasingly threatening. Paralyzed with horror, the woman realizes the scale of the danger, wondering who is hiding in the shadows and whether such troubles are caused by her professional activities. Sitting in the living room next to Qingzhan, the young man noticed that thanks to his timely intervention, she had escaped continuous covert surveillance. Responding to his revelation, she told him about a unique formula she had discovered during her internship abroad, a preparation capable of curing cancer and promoting rejuvenation. Listening to her story, Chu Yi realizes that information about the discovery has leaked, and someone is eager to get their hands on this technology. As he reflects on this, he realizes that such a component will attract the attention of major corporations, willing to stop at nothing to gain control over it. Meanwhile, envisioning the coming battle over the healing elixir, the principal realizes just how astronomical the profits from it will be. Advising Qingzhan to hire bodyguards, since the enemy is extremely cunning, the young man smirks and volunteers for the job. No sooner had he finished speaking than the teacher was hit by a toy hurled at him by the enraged principal, who demanded that he rush out immediately to change his clothes. As the teacher stood in the hallway, he recalled the prophecy of a series of misfortunes and realized that it was beginning to come true. Zhu Yi thought that this medicine was something more than just a biopharmaceutical. It was something supernatural. Realizing that the mineral the girl had found, saturated with spiritual energy, was a magnet. He understood that interest in it would extend far beyond business circles. Meanwhile, Chen Junyu was receiving photos from a freelance photographer, asking if he had captured everything on camera and collecting the incriminating evidence. The man handed over the printed photos, which showed Chu Yi and the school principal strolling together. Now the evidence had been obtained. The masked man studied the photos closely, recognizing Hua Sheng, the daughter of a corporate owner, and was intrigued by her companion. Removing his mask, Chen Junyu smiled menacingly. Rumors of a romance with a ne'er-do-well would be the perfect weapon for his cunning plan. The villain was hatching a plot, Zhao Tianming, the most influential man in the city, and this news would certainly pique his interest. Pulling on his mask and hood to conceal his appearance, the scoundrel prepared for a fateful evening. A triumph over the Fenghua Corporation would forever ruin the educator's career. The facade of the luxurious hotel lit up the night sky. Its windows glowed golden, and expensive cars were parked at the entrance as the private banquet began. While the wealthy arrived in limousines, Chu Yi stepped off the humble bus, number 31. He was calm as he adjusted his tie and walked confidently toward his goal. At the entrance, the security guards exchanged sly glances, wondering if there was a madman who had arrived at such an exclusive event on a regular bus. A hand blocked his path. The man politely but firmly demanded to see an invitation, regarding the young man as an intruder. The young man remained unflappable, coolly stating that he had arrived at the personal invitation of Fan De-yoon. The boss's name caused the security guard's expression to change instantly. The security guard hurriedly contacted management via his headset. His voice trembled as he reported the strange guest in a formal suit. Upon hearing confirmation, the staff froze in astonishment. The information was correct, and this unassuming young man was indeed an important guest of the boss himself. Replacing their disdain with a deep bow, the men swung open the doors. Now they addressed him as Sir and invited him inside. The young man entered the light-filled hall and looked around, surrounded by the elite and the glitz of luxury, but his gaze sought only those for whom he was there. The beautiful Tanyu was genuinely delighted to see the young man. She admitted that she had already begun to feel lonely at this lavish banquet. The teacher responded to the young woman with a gentle smile and a gallant compliment, assuring her that he would never leave such a charming lady alone. Suddenly, the beauty's expression changed, and she asked him to keep his voice down, warning him of danger after spotting Chen Junyu in the crowd and urging him to exercise extreme caution. An arrogant man approached the couple. He mockingly brought up their high school romance and openly threatened Chu with retribution for their past relationship. Enraged, Tanyu stood up to the boor, firmly declaring that her private life and past were nobody's business, resolutely defending her date's honor. Openly threatening the teacher, Xu Zhong demanded that the young man vanish without a trace and never dare to approach the lady again. Merely smirking in response to the audacity, the mentor remained unperturbed, while the beauty standing beside him barely suppressed her laughter as she watched the jealous suitor. The enraged opponent began shouting and pointed his finger at Chu Yi. He had no intention of letting the matter drop and challenged him to a serious conversation. Other banquet guests watched the conflict from a distance. Upon recognizing the teacher, they began discussing him. Watching the events unfold with contempt, Zhen Junfei believed that competing with such a nobody was a true disgrace to their distinguished family. His younger brother tried to object, making excuses to his powerful relative, his face frozen with uncertainty and fear. The wealthy guests discussed Tanyu, unable to understand why such a high-status lady would choose a ruffian. They were certain he had only been admitted to the banquet through her favor. A sudden realization shocked those present when they saw that the man before them was not just a random guest, but none other than the powerful Mo Yi. The owner of a textile empire entered the hall. This influential businessman was convinced that a mere teacher had no place among true business tycoons. The young woman informed Chu Yi of Zhou Zhu's resignation, and with curiosity asked the teacher, hinting that he was the reason for their mutual acquaintance's disgraceful departure. Authoritatively interrupting Tanyu, the man bluntly declared that he would have rushed over sooner had he known about the lady's visit, completely ignoring her obvious confusion. Sharply cutting Mo Yi off, the young woman retorted that such an intrusion into someone else's conversation was extremely rude, despite the formal cordiality of the gathering. Retorting haughtily, the arrogant man snapped back, as if not just anyone was worthy of the charmer's company, trying to wound his rival by implying that a person of true worth would be ashamed to remain there. Maintaining his icy composure, Chu Yi raised his wine glass, giving the braggart a withering look and bluntly reminding him that Tanyu had already turned him down flat. Mocking his enemy's worthlessness, the teacher advised him to change his surname so as not to tarnish the symbol of steadfastness in the public eye. As the atmosphere at the banquet grew increasingly tense, the guests whispered in horror about the audacity of the newcomer who had dared to challenge the nobleman. Watching the drama unfold with a smirk, a man with a glass of liquor was hatching a plan, intending to use the possessed Mo Yi to settle the score with his hated rival. Rejected after a year of disgrace, the aristocrat demanded the return of his influence, railing against the general oblivion of his power and seeking revenge for the insult inflicted upon him. In a fit of rage, the man turned his fury on the terrified Tanyu, accusing her of infidelity and threatening to force her family to beg him to marry her, just to humiliate her. The girl covered her face with her hands in horror. She knew what the cruel Mo Yi was capable of, and in desperation, she realized that her family would force her to marry this monster. Suddenly, the teacher intervened. With contempt in his voice, he called the opponent a dog, challenging his authority and defending the frightened Tan Yu. The insulted aristocrat froze in rage. He couldn't believe that this young upstart had dared to call him a dog, and he was outraged by the audacity of the younger generation. Seething with indignation, the young man contemptuously told his opponent to get lost, knowing full well that hardly anyone would dare to stand up for the nobleman. Reflecting on the harshness of life, Chu Yi pondered how easily the crowd tramples on the weak, for such injustice resonated painfully with his own sorrows. Frightened, Tan Yu begged her savior to leave the banquet, fearing that the scoundrel would attack them. She regretted having put him in danger. Consumed by a desire for revenge, the enemy launched a devastating attack, shouting that he would not tolerate such a violation of his honor. Reacting with lightning speed, the young man dodged the attack and responded with such a powerful counterattack that his opponent was completely taken aback. The force of the blow was incredible. Mo Yi was literally sent flying to the side, unable to withstand the power of the one he had considered a weakling. The hall fell silent in shock. The guests watched in horror as the once formidable and untouchable gentleman crumbled shamefully to the floor under the gaze of the crowd. The victor remained ice cold, merely apologizing slightly for using excessive force and explaining his reaction as a sudden flood of bad memories. Gazing coldly at the young man, the blond man exuded contempt, convinced that after the insult inflicted on the scoundrel, there was no saving him in Zhujiang. Sharply rebuking the teacher, Chen Junfei declared with aplomb that people without millions in their bank accounts had no business being here at all. Burning with indignation, Chu Yi could barely contain himself as he watched those around him mistakenly praise this worthless scoundrel, completely ignoring his rotten nature. The rich man demanded proof of income from the young man, stating that it was a mandatory rule of the establishment to verify one's wealth. A crowd gathered around the young man, mocking his appearance, while the girl in the center wondered how such a pauper had even been allowed in. Choking with rage, the scoundrel swore to settle the score with his tormentor the moment he stepped outside the building. Grinning maliciously, the blond man stroked his own ego, assuring his host that, despite his physical superiority, the insolent upstart remained a nobody to them. Warning the hero, Chen Junfei insisted that he leave the establishment immediately, threatening to take extreme measures if he refused. Watching his rival's humiliation with a glass in his hand, the adversary smirked maliciously, celebrating the victory of influence and connections over brute physical strength. Feeling overwhelming guilt over Chu Yi's suffering, the young lady began to apologize sincerely, lamenting that she had been the cause of such an unpleasant incident. Gently placing his hand on his companion's shoulder, the teacher calmly assured her that what had happened was trivial, remaining unperturbed amidst the enraged bigwigs. Demanding that he be escorted out immediately, the enraged gentleman shouted at the young man, citing the latter's inability to prove his high social status. Suddenly, Fan Huang himself appeared, accompanied by his security detail. He sternly demanded to know who had dared to chase away his esteemed guest. Those around him were shocked by the influential man's appearance. They couldn't believe that such a powerful figure was standing up for what they thought was a vagrant. The restaurant employee's expression changed instantly, and he greeted the gentleman obsequiously, calling his visit a great honor. The stern Master Wan's eyes flashed with anger. His status was unshakable, and his icy tone made those around him freeze in their tracks as he demanded an explanation for the disrespect shown here. The waiter trembled all over, realizing the magnitude of his mistake. Cold sweat rolled down his face as he understood the trouble he had now gotten himself into. The tension in the room grew. The owner pointed at his guest, forcing the staff to realize the full gravity of their insolent behavior and the inevitability of imminent retribution for it. Hurriedly apologizing to his mentor, Fan Huang admitted that he hadn't expected to see him there and berated himself for failing to show proper respect upon meeting him. Remaining completely unperturbed, the young man likened the insolent boor to an annoying gnat that clearly needed a stern lesson in etiquette. Pointing his finger at the center of attention, Chu Yi denounced the scoundrel who had made advances toward his lady and was utterly devoid of any sense of propriety. Contorted into a grimace of fury, the man's face burned with fiery indignation as he unleashed a tirade against the insolent man. Pale with fear, Mo Yi stammered in vain that he had been unaware of his opponent's alliance with the powerful elder, but such pitiful excuses could no longer help him. The boss delivered a harsh verdict, mentioning the insolent man's military past and his father, promising that only family ties were saving him from immediate death on the spot. While security escorted the disgraced Mo Yi away, the boss invited the teacher to step aside for an important conversation, emphasizing his deep respect for him. The young man thoughtfully asked Tan Yu if she wanted to go home after the incident, trying to spare her from unnecessary stress that evening. Unfazed, she declined his offer of support, explaining that she had her own transportation and urged him not to worry about her in the future. Smiling contentedly in response, the young man warmly bid farewell to the lady and strode toward his powerful acquaintance, clearly delighted by the incident's favorable outcome. Lost in deep thought, Tan Yu tried to fathom the teacher's true nature, for his influence and audacity gave rise to a flurry of conflicting conjectures. Meanwhile, Chen Junyu was in a state of complete shock at what he had witnessed. He could not understand how an ordinary person had managed to earn such respect from Fan Huang. The man seethed with anger, realizing he had missed his chance to make a useful connection with an influential gentleman and now envied another's good fortune. Looking at his opponent, he understood that Chu Yi's audacity was justified by powerful backing and resolved to eliminate him as soon as possible. The teacher arrived at the meeting in a luxurious office. He politely asked Fan Huang whether this invitation was related to their important business scheduled for tomorrow. The man nodded thoughtfully, confirming the importance of tomorrow's meeting, but also admitted that the main purpose of the conversation was a personal request from the teacher himself. His expression changed instantly upon hearing the news. The mentor's eyes filled with anxiety and impatience as he asked the crucial question about whether any final results had been obtained. The gentleman looked dejected as he delivered the grim news. There had indeed been a lead in their investigation, but someone had deliberately and meticulously destroyed it. The young man's gaze turned cold. He sank into deep thought, trying to figure out who could be behind this sudden disappearance. Fan Huang gestured emotionally, lamenting that even after pulling all his strings and making enormous efforts, he had been unable to make any further progress on the case. Images from the past flashed before his eyes as he recounted that terrible night when a mysterious fire claimed hundreds of lives, erasing all traces of the missing target. The young man realized what a mistake he had made, recognizing that the tragedy of the fire was too great to allow him to conduct this investigation alone. The pensive young gentleman knew that even an influential clan had been unable to unravel this tangled case, so he frankly doubted Fan Huang's abilities. Sitting in a luxurious hall furnished with antique furniture and adorned with paintings, the young man promised to generously reward the man for the invaluable service he had rendered to his family. Looking exhausted, the boss informed Chu Yi that, despite enormous difficulties and obstacles, his subordinates had finally managed to find an important lead. Stunned by what he heard, the mentor felt his face contort with confusion, for the maiden name of his mother, of whom he had only vague memories, had been mentioned. The gentleman also told the teacher that he had obtained the lead from an elderly landlord who had known his parents even before he was born. Suddenly realizing the true identities of his enemies, Chu Yi felt a powerful aura envelop his body, and the shocking revelation made him shudder with rage. Suddenly, a guard attacked from behind, immobilizing his opponent, and a burst of bright energy flared up in the room, as if fearfully questioning the young man's suspicions. With a mysterious smile, the young man asked Fan Huang a provocative question about the influential clans of the capital, revealing his suspicions. As he tensely listed the 4 great families of China, the gentleman realized that the conversation was taking a dangerous turn. Overcome by panic and aware of the magnitude of his potential mistake, the man pointed out that these families were not merely wealthy elites, but the true spiritual pillars of the state. However, the young man coolly explained the logic behind the events, asserting that only the powerful Tang clan was capable of forcing his family into financial ruin while covering all traces without a trace. The self-assured young man admitted with a touch of irony that he himself had not expected to be connected to such a great and formidable family. Stunned, Fan Huang suddenly realized that the ordinary teacher was the heir to a business in Jiangnan and a blood relative of the Tang family in the capital. Distorted by anxiety, his ally's face expressed a firm resolve to prevent such a valuable person from participating in a risky skirmish. Remaining unflappable, the young man urged his companion to stop fretting, declaring that he had no connection to the clan in question, and remained true to his own principles. Warning his teacher against open conflict with the powerful house, he emphasized their immense wealth and their ability to hire a top-ranked fighter. Sitting confidently with his arms crossed over his chest, the teacher showed no fear of the threats and with cool curiosity, asked what exactly this master was all about. But suddenly a voice interrupted them, signaling that a new, important participant had entered the room. An elegant woman appeared before everyone. She introduced herself as Feng Wangshui, the head of a large company from the city of Zhujiang. The flustered teacher pointed out to the woman that her blouse was unbuttoned. She was surprised by his directness, and the atmosphere changed instantly. While the girl was trying to compose herself, everyone became very tense, unable to bear the growing awkwardness in the room. Despite the situation, the young man remained calm as he adjusted his tie. He was confident and ready to speak to this challenging audience. A charming young woman approached Chu Yi with a glass of wine, politely apologizing for the incident and informing him that her family was severing ties with the Mo family. After recommending that he show his VIP card in the future to avoid similar misunderstandings, she effortlessly steered the conversation toward small talk. Thanking her for the advice, the young man couldn't hide his burning curiosity about why the granddaughter of the great Feng Dayun bore a different surname and what secret this family was keeping. After recounting the sad story of her family's death and how her grandfather had taken her under his wing, the beautiful young woman raised her glass, proposing a toast to their meeting. Charmed by his companion's insight and charm, the teacher followed her example, noticing in the depths of her gaze not only the shadows of past hardships, but also an unyielding strength of spirit. Seeing how formal the young man was with her, Feng Wangshui was captivated by his charm and asked him to call her simply by her first name. The tension was mounting. Fan Huang, sitting at a distance, couldn't hold back a cough. The bodyguards were also nervous, and the atmosphere was becoming oppressive. Noticing his reaction, the girl politely apologized, for she had no idea he knew the teacher, which caused secrets from the past to gradually resurface. Recognizing that the mentor was an influential figure, albeit an extremely enigmatic one, the man wondered how such a modest gentleman had managed to strike up a friendship with such a genius. Responding with an enigmatic smile, Chu Yi sank into memories of their first meeting, while the secrets of years past continued to shroud this unusual union in a thick veil. Overcome by suspicion, Feng Wangshui could not fathom why a man, who was usually stately and proud, was acting so cautiously around the young man. Acting decisively, she took the direct approach and asked the teacher what unknown force had compelled her domineering grandfather to kneel as a sign of the deepest respect. Responding with a defiant challenge, the hero ignores the question and demands to see the antique. Apparently, Fan Diyun had decided to hide the true power of his guest from his granddaughter. The tension in the room mounts. The beauty obediently sets down her glass and orders an appraiser to be summoned. Soon these rare items will shed light on the guest's abilities. The doors swing open, and Feng Wangshui invites the master whose authority is unshakable to enter. She hopes that the authenticity check will expose the audacious young man. Mr. Su appears, a stern elder who has devoted 50 years of his life to his craft. The family spent a fortune to secure the services of such a professional. The master's experienced gaze is stern, and he sees in Chu nothing more than a spoiled rich kid. According to protocol, the lot is shown to important figures, but this young man does not inspire confidence. The appraisal began. A servant carefully opened the box containing the first item, the finest Kangxi-era porcelain, requiring deep knowledge and respect. Sensing something was amiss, Chu Yi detected a powerful spiritual energy emanating not from the master or the vases. The old man was clearly hiding even more valuable artifacts, anticipating a profit while the guest is lost in thought. Fan Huang marvels at the quality of the lots, confident that this collection will bring him well over $1 million, stating bluntly that the items on display are nothing but ordinary junk. The young man demands to see what Master Su has chosen to hide from his eyes. Enraged that some young upstart is questioning his integrity, the gentleman insists that he has already displayed his 5 finest treasures. Outraged by such audacity, Feng Wangshui cannot understand how the guest could treat a legendary craftsman with such contempt, despite all his talents. Politely, yet with great confidence, the young man objects to the master, emphasizing their diametrically opposed views on the value of the items on display. The old man enthusiastically showcased the auction's finest lots, issuing a bold challenge to the master's skill. But the young man remained imperturbably calm, with only a mysterious half-smile flitting across his face. Activating the divine gaze, the young man caused his eyes to blaze with a bright azure flame that pierced the very essence of the objects. In the servant's hands, a simple bowl suddenly glowed with a magical radiance, revealing the hidden spiritual energy of the gods. Meanwhile, the old man watched in bewilderment as the guest's attention was drawn to an ordinary porcelain bowl. Explaining condescendingly, Su asserted that this primitive vessel had never been worthy of the imperial family. But despite all objections, Chu Yi took the bowl in his hands, filling it with his power, and urged those around him to behold the true miracle. The artifact soared above his palm, surrounded by a halo of pure energy, and began to vibrate with power. Stunned by what he saw, the old man froze in disbelief, realizing that before him was a true sacred vessel, the existence of which he had never even suspected. In great confusion, Fan Huang questions his teacher, trying to comprehend the true nature of the ancient artifact hovering in space. Modestly explaining the essence of the matter, the young man notes that after restoration, this seemingly simple bowl will become a powerful talisman capable of healing and protecting its owner. The young man's seemingly unremarkable words send a shiver through the audience, for even the richest person in the world would give everything for the promise of eternal health. Offering Ms. Feng a deal, the master takes the bowl for himself, and in return she receives his patronage and support in all her endeavors. Shocked, the young woman freezes in indecision, realizing the value of the ritual vessel and wondering whether the proposed service in return is of equal value. The old master persistently convinces Feng Wang Shui that she must accept money for the valuable bowl, since giving away such an artifact for free would be a grave mistake. The young man carefully examines the ritual vessel, declaring that only he is capable of restoring this ancient object to its true grandeur and power. Pondering the tempting offer, the lady decides not to rush her answer and to first consult her wise grandfather over the phone. A nighttime view of the majestic Qinghua estate, where behind the brightly lit windows, the fates of rare artifacts are decided and important deals are struck. Inside the house, an elderly master is immersed in deep meditation, seeking to find inner peace and harmony amid the silence of his room. A sudden ring from a cell phone interrupts Feng Deyun's tranquility, forcing him to pause his spiritual practices and return to his duties. Recognizing his granddaughter's voice, the grandfather asks her to speak more slowly, trying to grasp the importance of the news she is rushing to share with him. Upon hearing about the ritual vessel, the old man becomes deeply agitated and implores the girl to immediately deliver this priceless item to the master. The grandfather explains that the help of a master like Chu Yi is far more valuable than any amount of money, for he will be a reliable pillar of support in times of trouble. Despite his granddaughter's doubts, the old man offers a decisive argument. The teacher is not merely a rare weapon, but a true creator and master. Still unsure whether to give the valuable artifact to a stranger, Feng Wang Shui ultimately decides to place her full trust in her grandfather's wise counsel. With a warm smile, she informs Chu Yi of her final decision and solemnly declares that from this moment on, the bowl belongs to him. The master sincerely thanks the lady for her trust and promises that from now on, he will always be ready to come to her aid in any situation. Once out in nature, the young man sinks into deep meditation beneath the canopy of an old tree, using his inner energy to activate the bowl. The magical ritual reaches its climax, and the ordinary vessel in the master's hands glows with a bright radiance, awakening the ancient and powerful force hidden within it. Assessing the vessel's power, the hero realizes that this artifact will allow him to rapidly reach a new stage of mastery, unlocking the secret teachings of the ancient Wangbao sect. As he examines the ancient vessel, the young man recalls the sect's teachings. He suspects that additional spells are hidden within and decides to test his hunch immediately. Focusing his will, the young man activates a method of gathering energy. A bright glow flares up around the bowl, confirming that the magical object has responded to its master's call. A destructive flame bursts from the bowl. Chu Yi is stunned by the power of the offensive spell, Dancing Fire, capable of instantly incinerating any dangerous opponent. The young man is pleased with his luck and the quality of his find. Although the artifact is inferior to divine relics, its power is more than enough for an ordinary person to triumph. At the school stadium, he spots Hu Lai, who looks strange and clearly embarrassed. He is surprised to run into him on the empty school grounds on a day off. The sudden appearance startles the class monitor. The teacher sternly asks why the student isn't at home, since the weekend isn't exactly the usual time for diligent study. In a panic, the student makes excuses to the teacher, claiming he simply forgot something on Friday, while the teacher watches this awkward scene with obvious bewilderment. Turning toward a strange noise by the lake shore, Chu Yi notices a figure in the distance, a mysterious girl sitting on the green grass right by the water. Sweltering in the heat, Lola shields her face with her hand from the bright sun. Her sudden appearance in this secluded spot catches everyone's attention. His heart pounding wildly, Hu Lai confesses his feelings to his teacher, but the teacher merely closes his eyes skeptically, believing that the thoughts of his peers are too worldly. The hero sternly warns the class president about the consequences of a relationship at such a young age and threatens to report everything to his father immediately, causing the boy to become quite nervous and fall silent. Leaving her admiring student behind, Chu Yi goes about her important business, philosophically remarking on how wonderful it is to be young while he stares after her in bewilderment. A confident smile appeared on the teacher's face. When asked where he was heading in such a hurry, he replied extremely briefly and sternly that he was going to fight. Behind him loomed the majestic, ghostly figure of an ancient warrior. He recalled the past when, for the sake of a single person, he had executed thousands without a shadow of a doubt. After arriving by taxi at the massive high-rise building, the Huangyuan, the hero stepped out of the car ready for an important and challenging meeting. An official introduction was taking place at the entrance. The man was introducing the young teacher to Mr. Lu Chengfeng, observing business etiquette. Greeting the guest with a slight smile, Mr. Lu Chengfeng displays nobility and immediately apologizes for the recent insolence of his hot-tempered protege. Calmly accepting these words, Chu Yi notes that a scuffle is an excellent way to get to know an opponent, after which they seal their agreement and acquaintance with a firm handshake. The moment their hands touch, a powerful flash pierces the air. Lu Chengfeng is struck by the young man's spiritual energy, which attests to his high level of mastery. The master struggles to withstand the pressure of the stranger's aura. The blue streams of energy make him shudder as he realizes just how great the gap in power between them is. Stunned, the man conceded defeat in this unspoken duel, realizing that there will always be someone stronger, and he sincerely admired the teacher. Seeing no malice, Chu Yi felt genuine sympathy for the gentleman and decided to show magnanimity by teaching his mentor an important life lesson. The young man folds his hands in a respectful gesture and advises Master Lu to rest, reminding him that there must be moderation in everything, even in the pursuit of strength. These words about moderation cause him to sink into memories of the suffering he has endured, realizing the cost of his path and the profound truth in the young teacher's words. Bowing deeply and respectfully, the man sincerely thanks his mentor for his invaluable advice and demonstrated insight. Struck by such intuition, Fan Huang can only shake his head, unable to comprehend how a simple touch allowed the young man to so accurately reveal the old man's inner world. Offering his support, Lu Chengfeng implores the gentleman to allow them to join him, and the gentleman enthusiastically accepts the help of his new allies. The group arrives at a luxurious country estate. The picturesque garden, with its pool and gazebos, is lush with greenery beneath the bright midday sky. As he surveys the estate with a barely perceptible smirk, the young man notices that wealthy people have a penchant for excess, a temptation even martial artists find hard to resist. The old man, who appeared to be a wise teacher, flatteringly praised Chu Yi's strength, hinting at wealth, but Chu, without uttering a word, met his gaze with an icy, contemptuous stare. Clenching his fists, the hero declared that he had no intention of changing his simple way of life. Upon hearing this, Wei, in a rage, began to tear at his hair. Ignoring the old man's screams, Chu Yi walked on in silence, reflecting that true strength requires no loud words or grandstanding. At that moment, two strangers who had been watching the scene with interest were discussing the teacher and contemptuously calling him weak. Hearing the scathing remarks from the scoundrels, the old master rebuked them for their insults toward their new teacher. Suddenly, the hero intervened in the conversation. He asked Wei not to pay attention to the gossip, knowing that his true strength would reveal itself at the right moment. The old master tried to smooth things over by calling Chu Yi a worthy teacher. Upon hearing humiliating words directed at him from his new mentor, the insolent young man became enraged and demanded answers from the youth. The angry fighter's companion tried to calm his friend's rage, telling him not to get angry because these people weren't worth his attention. Unable to contain himself, Lin Haifeng vents his pent-up rage on Fan Huang, reminding him of his own fractured skull and promising to inflict the same injury on him. But the stern man with a cold gaze cut him off, declaring that the terms of the deal were non-negotiable and remained in effect. Lu Chengfeng admits to the hero that he cannot detect even a trace of spiritual energy from the enemy and anxiously awaits his new master's opinion. Remaining completely calm, Chu Yi explains that the absence of the enemy's aura is due to his skillful mastery of the technique of masking his own abilities. The loyal old man decides to personally test the enemy's power to spare his master from having to waste energy on such an unworthy opponent. The arrogant thug, cigarette in hand, merely mocks his opponent's age, believing that this city has finally run out of masters. Launching a furious attack, the old man pours all his inner strength into a crushing lunge, shouting a death sentence at his enemy. Hovering above the ground and preparing for his final strike, Wei watches as his opponent stands impassively below, continuing to smoke serenely. Instantly blocking the frenzied onslaught, Wu slams his own powerful fist against his opponent's palm, generating a blinding burst of destructive energy. The powerful counterforce sends the old man flying backward, knocking him unconscious, and a stream of blood spurts from his mouth. His opponent's blow had been too strong. The master manages to catch his falling protege, cushioning his fall and channeling a flow of healing energy to stabilize the wound. Lu Chengfeng examines his student with concern. He is furious at the enemy's cruelty, but is relieved to realize that the wound is not fatal and the victim will survive. The young man thoughtfully analyzed Wu Qingxi's fighting technique, trying to understand the true essence of the movements that mimic the grace and strength of animals. With a sly smirk, the scoundrel narrowed his eyes. His gaze expressed arrogance and triumph at how easily his opponent had been defeated. Laughing in the faces of his hostile opponents and feeling absolute dominance, Lin Haifeng openly mocks Fan Huang. Gritting his teeth in helpless rage, the gentleman contorts his face into a grimace of anger as his opponent continues to publicly mock him. The client ordered Wu to stop the idle chatter and immediately deal with all opponents, craving a bloody resolution to the conflict. The gray-haired master accepted the challenge. He maintained his dignity and formally asked his opponents to demonstrate everything they were capable of. The mercenary responded with an icy refusal to the offer of guidance. His sole goal was murder, and he had no intention of wasting time on formalities. Flaring with golden energy, Lu Chengfeng accepts the assassin's challenge and prepares to prove that his spirit and strength can withstand any deadly blow. The opponents clashed in a devastating duel. A powerful burst of energy shook the ground as light magic met dark magic. Horrified by the realization that he was facing the enemy's incredible spiritual power, the master understood that standing before him was a mighty Daoshi rank adept. The enemy delivered a swift strike. Lu Chengfeng didn't have time to react to the lunge, realizing with bitter despair that it was already too late to defend himself. A powerful fist slammed into the gray-haired man's block. The roar of the impact echoed throughout the area, and the opponent's crushing energy nearly shattered the defender's bones. From the force of the collision, the master's feet sank deep into the ground. He desperately tried to maintain his balance as the shockwave spread out in all directions. Spitting out a crimson stream as he retreats, the wounded fighter backs away, while his loyal partner, in a panic, shouts out their mentor's name, realizing just how grueling this round of the fight has been. Confident in his own dominance, Wu orders the fight to stop, while his henchman adds fuel to the fire. Looking at the young man with a mixture of hope and anxiety, Fan Huang realizes that only the teacher is capable of turning the tide of this doomed battle. Admitting defeat and urging an immediate retreat, the exhausted Lu Chengfeng compels all witnesses to fix their gaze on the young man, their last ray of hope. Offering the hero his life in exchange for loyalty, the arrogant Wu expresses admiration for the boy's talent, promising to show mercy if he agrees to swear allegiance to him. But Chu Yi responded only with an icy stare and declared that there was no worthy master on the entire planet who could teach him. Surrounded by the aura of a raging tiger, the brute prepared to deliver a crushing blow. Laughter tinged his voice, for he was confident of an easy victory. Suddenly, a strange blue glow enveloped the young man's fist. He was ready to show his enemy his place. With a slight extension of his arm, Chu Yi stopped the scoundrel's attack. His movement was effortless, as if he were swatting away an annoying fly. The surprise on his opponent's face gave way to fear. He realized that the teacher was much stronger than he had seemed, and that he had underestimated his opponent. A powerful wave hurled Wu backward. He cried out in pain as blue energy engulfed him, shattering his defenses and his belief in victory. The opponent was knocked down by a powerful blow, and his ally cried out in horror as dust and the energy from the explosion filled the air. Fan Huang froze in indecision as the young man asked in an icy tone whether he should finish off the enemy. A heavy tension hung in the air. The defeated opponent clenched his fist convulsively, leaving trails of blood on the ground, still trying to intimidate the young man with references to his ties to the Tianfan organization. Spitting out blood, the thug resorted to open threats, promising to destroy Fan Huang's family and business if he dared to take his life. The man's expression changed upon hearing the name of the corporation, realizing the scale of the threat. After all, this monopolist was capable of crushing any competitor in the city. The defeated master was breathing heavily, aware of his complete powerlessness against the young man. His former pride had been trampled underfoot. The young man looked down on his enemy with contempt. He didn't care about the organization's status, for he had personal scores to settle that were far more important than any threats. Recalling the horrors of his past incarnation, when his sister had nearly lost her life because of those scoundrels, he was now filled with the resolve not to let those atrocities happen again. As he ponders the corporation's impending disasters, Fan Huang realizes that Lin Haifeng is capable of summoning fighters whose power rivals that of the Empire's most outstanding defenders. Hovering over the metropolis, the atmosphere of imminent collapse foreshadows that, should Tianfan unleash an open confrontation, the Huang Yuan firm will not be able to withstand such an onslaught. Bowing in supplication, Fan Hua asks his mentor to spare the defeated foe, for valuable secrets would vanish along with him, and the individual's significance to their plans is immense. Clutching his palm convulsively and leaving crimson stains on the ground, the crushed enemy desperately tries to threaten them with his connections to an influential organization. Smirking ironically, the second assailant persuades the teacher to betray Fan Hua, promising him double the reward and the patronage of a noble house. Enraged by a sudden burst of anger, the gentleman attacks the traitors, for this scoundrel dared to inflict a grave insult on both him personally and his mentor. Gazing coldly at his defeated enemies, the wise Chu Yi struggles to suppress the urge to finish them off immediately. The young man, brimming with rage, prepared to attack and pulled something from his bosom, calling his opponents lackeys. His determination was terrifying. The frightened thug began frantically shouting at his partner to run away, and he himself took to his heels, terrified of retribution. But while Wu paid no attention to his friend's cries and carried out his desperate escape, the friend begged him not to leave him in this deadly trap. The young man, coldly observing the escape attempt, activated a mysterious artifact aimed at his enemy to punish him. The fleeing partner desperately tried to hide, leaping over obstacles in the garden, naively believing that no one could catch up to him. Suddenly, the fugitive realized the danger. Primal terror reflected in his eyes as he noticed a deadly attack closing in on him. The magical artifact summoned a fire dragon, which instantly caught up with the fugitive and engulfed him in all-consuming flames. The element of fire mercilessly incinerates the enemy. The charred remains fall into the water, leaving only silence and smoke as evidence of the young man's terrifying power. Commenting enthusiastically on what had happened, Fan Huang acknowledges the relic's astonishing power and hails the young man as a true dragon. While the young teacher demonstrated his immense power, Lu Chengfeng bowed to him, expressing his deep respect and admiration. The young man calmly held the bowl in his hand from which radiant energy emanated. It vibrated as if releasing hidden power. Contemplating his surroundings thoughtfully, the hero reflects on the excessive narrowness of human perspective in this reality, and an understanding of far deeper truths begins to emerge in his gaze. A frightened Lin Haifeng, kneeling on the ground, begged his master for mercy. He looked completely crushed and defeated. The elder gentleman turned to Chu Yi with a question about the fate of their enemy, what they would do with him. Turning to Fan Huang, the young man gave a valuable order, strongly recommending that they buy out the company's shares to significantly expand their sphere of influence. The gentleman agreed with his teacher's arguments and turned his gaze to the enemy, awaiting a final decision on the matter. The terrified man fell to his knees, begging for his life. He was ready to give up all his shares and disappear from the city of Juzhen forever. Having completed his task, Chu Yi left, while the man watched him go with admiration, realizing what a powerful force was now on their side. Working at his desk in front of the monitor, the teacher maintained his usual rhythm until a sudden phone call interrupted the silence of his measured daily routine. A call from his sister lit up his smartphone screen. The anxious ringtone forced the young man to take a break from his important work. In tears, the young woman relayed the terrible news over the phone. Her father had been attacked at work and brutally beaten on his way home. The brother's rage was so intense that the tiles beneath his feet cracked. He told the beautiful girl to wait for him and immediately rushed home. Remembering that on this very day in his past life his father had been fired, he now possessed the strength to prevent such a tragedy from happening again. The residential complex where the Chu family's home is located, this is exactly where the young man, brimming with determination, rushed to help his loved ones. Bursting into the apartment, the hero saw his injured father. The family was stunned by his sudden appearance and the power emanating from him. The head of the family tried to remain calm. With a smile, he teased his daughter for calling her brother, assuring Chu Yi that his injuries were not serious and that he would handle everything on his own. Hiding his pain, the man invited his son to the table, having prepared his favorite pork and fish sauce, trying to restore the atmosphere of a normal, cozy family meal. Barely holding back the sobs welling up inside him, the protagonist realizes that for him, a returnee from another dimension. This moment marks his first reunion with his loved ones after 1,000 years of separation. The family is alarmed by the young man's condition. His sudden weakness and strange behavior frighten his father and sister, who do not understand the reasons behind his deep emotions. Filled with determination, the young man makes a solemn vow to the man, promising to find their missing mother and provide the family with a life full of happiness and peace. The caring but weary head of the family tries to hide his pain, urging his son to eat breakfast despite his injuries. Noticing the bruises on his father's face, the young man demands honesty and an explanation. But his father tries to brush it off. The man confidently assures his son that he'll take care of everything, but his sister, who is in a wheelchair, reveals a terrible secret. The young man is shocked to learn that his father was unfairly fired and realizes that his childhood enemy is behind it. Despite the head of the family's protests, Yun Yun is determined to tell her brother that he was framed and accused of stealing money. Closing her eyes, the girl adds that her father was in charge of the company's finances and that a couple hundred were missing during the latest audit. Zhu Yi flies into a rage when his father reveals the truth about the beatings, and a thirst for revenge overtakes him. Beaten and humiliated, the man begs the protagonist not to get involved in the conflict, but the young man, harboring hidden motives, gives a firm assurance. Harboring a burning hatred, the young man reaffirms his intentions, but his determination to punish his tormentors only grows stronger within him. Gazing sadly at the empty plate set for his missing mother, the hero realizes that this vow was a self-deception, which means retribution is inevitable. Wandering alone through the night streets, Chu Yi sees laughing couples, yet in his heart there is only coldness and a steadfast resolve to protect his family at any cost. Rage boils within him. Every word his sister spoke echoes in his head. His father's tormentors will pay for every drop of blood shed. As he counts his meager supplies and prepares for the reckoning, the young man realizes that the conflict affecting his family won't end so easily, for there are only a few steps left to take. At an abandoned construction site, the gang was celebrating their easy money in full swing. They drank and laughed, unaware that their earnings would soon turn into a nightmare. The ringleader raised his can in a toast to Zhang Hunyu's generosity, not yet knowing that Chu Yi was already nearby and that no one would be spared for beating up his father that night. In a dark alley, Chu Yi confronts a scar from his past, and memories from 10 years ago resurface. Mocking his old friend, the scoundrel and his gang, realized that Chu Yi was now teaching in Zhujiang and assumed that their former friend had completely fallen from grace. The gang leader bragged about his father's wealth, showing off that he had a ton of money and a fancy house, while the young man was just a simple teacher. The thugs began to surround the hero. The old acquaintance threatened him, claiming he wouldn't get out of there alive, and mocked the young man's disabled sister. Where the hero had been standing just a second ago, there was now an empty space. Suddenly, the young man knocks one of the scoundrels off his feet. A loud sound fills the air as the fight begins. While Chu demonstrated his overwhelming superiority, effortlessly dodging and attacking, the villain doubled over in pain. Witnessing the collapse of his own gang, the man is overcome with frenzied rage and orders his henchmen to finish off the teacher immediately. More and more thugs join the fight. The young man is surrounded, but he remains calm and focused. In the heat of battle, Chu Yi notices that the gang leader is trying to escape. He rushes after him, but new opponents block his path, and the fight grows increasingly fierce. Amid the groans of defeated enemies, the hero calmly walks through the crowd of bandits who had threatened him just moments ago. His superiority is undeniable. Terrified, an old acquaintance backs away, realizing the power of his opponent, the very man he had once considered a weak teacher. His gaze is cold and determined. The gang leader has nowhere left to run. Now he won't let him go so easily, and the man will have to pay for all his deeds. Without a word, the young man pinned the scoundrel's hand to the ground. The sharp sound of the blow and the crack of bones underscored the seriousness of his intentions. A wild scream of pain echoed through the alley. Chu Yi harshly demanded to know Zhang Hunyu's whereabouts, showing his opponent no mercy. Shaking from unbearable pain, the captured gangster let out a scream. He was ready to spill everything, the address, the house number, just to end this torment and survive. The man smirks coldly as he pulls out the needles. Pleas for mercy do not move him. He believes the traitor fully deserves the fate that is about to befall him. With a single sharp and precise movement, the Avenger fires the deadly projectiles. Thin needles whistle through the air, aimed directly at their target. The projectiles pierce deep into the flesh, instantly paralyzing the enemy's legs. Horror is evident in the criminal's eyes. He sincerely believed that his confession would buy him his freedom, but instead he received only new wounds and helplessness. The young man's gaze burned with righteous anger. He reminded the scoundrel of his family's suffering, and for his father's pain and his sister's disgrace, he was ready to punish him cruelly. The rest of the accomplices scattered in panic, realizing they were facing a monster. But a cold warning rang out after them. Without their legs, they wouldn't get very far. The hero takes a step forward, ready to finish what he started. His movements are swift and decisive. He won't let a single culprit escape into the darkness of the night. Hiding his face under his hood, Chu Yi walks away to the sound of others' moans. The job is done, the guilty have been punished, but his main target lies ahead, the mansion on the outskirts. Zhang Hongyu's opulent house looms before him, bathed in light. It is here that the one behind all the troubles is hiding. The time has come for a visit and retribution. Seated nonchalantly among his beauties and reveling in his boundless power, the fat man mocks his enemies, anticipating the moment when he will finally establish his own order in the region. Bowing obsequiously before his master, Shen Dao swears his loyal service, showering his patron with praise and portraying his opponents as a pathetic little family of worthless fools. The villain takes a long drag on his cigar, confirming that his rival's son is his #1 target, and in high spirits, offers his servant some depraved entertainment. With a wild cackle, the master grabs the girls by the hair, parading them before his servant like living toys. The poor women can only scream in pain under his rough hands. With a carnivorous grin, the servant nods in agreement with his master's words, for witnessing the humiliation of others brings him genuine pleasure. Huddled together in terror and futilely trying to justify themselves to the enraged man, the companions feel the tension in the room reach a boiling point. Furiously waving his cigar and commanding the room with unshakable authority, Zhang Hunyu forces everyone present to shudder with fear at his harsh shout. Aware of their own insignificance and realizing that a fat wallet makes the tycoon invulnerable, the unfortunate maidens gaze at him with undisguised disgust. A sudden, unfamiliar voice causes the scoundrel to freeze in surprise. Shock is etched on his face. Someone dared to disturb his peace. The host jumps to his feet, demanding security and trying to make out the uninvited guest. The silhouette in the doorway looked menacingly calm against the backdrop of the general panic and commotion. A young man strides confidently into the room, reminding an old acquaintance of their shared past. His appearance catches the scoundrel off guard, shifting the balance of power in the room. Upon recognizing the guest, the scoundrel resorts to brazen taunts, trying to regain control of the situation. He defiantly invites Chu Yi to join their dubious revelry. Sinking leisurely into an armchair and looking down on his shameless adversary, the teacher flashes an ironic smirk that conceals a serious threat. Grinning wryly and guessing the true reason for the visit, one directly concerning the guest's parent, Zhang Hunyu, is filled with a malevolent foreboding. Such audacity on the part of the young man came as a surprise to him. The young man maintains an icy composure as he throws down a defiant challenge to his opponent, confident in his abilities, for his past had been far harsher than this rat's nest. The loud clatter of a shattered glass echoes through the room, underscoring the dangerous tension. The shards and spilled wine become symbols of the looming conflict. Suddenly, Shen Dao loses his temper. Outraged by the guest's unheard-of audacity, he furiously defends his master's authority, raising his voice to a shout. Pointing his finger at the door, the henchman demands an immediate apology on bended knee and tries to intimidate the young man with the house's elite security detail, unaware of who he's dealing with. Merely squinting mockingly in response to the senseless threats of special forces, Chu Yi finds the very idea that anyone could protect such insignificant beings amusing. Still reeling from his military training, the young man agonizes over whether he'll have the composure to survive the coming confrontation. The wealthy man, cigar in hand, smirks brazenly. Confident in his impunity, he threatens to call the police, accusing the young man of trespassing. But the young man remains ice-cold and seizes the initiative in the conversation, declaring that from now on he alone will dictate the terms of the deal. Looking his opponent straight in the eye, the young man levels a grave accusation. He wants to know the truth about how the man treacherously robbed his own father. Shen Dao merely laughs in response and acts extremely defiantly, asking contemptuously, who gave the young man the right to make such accusations? A menacing smile appears on his face. Chu Yi values his enemy's right leg at 1,000,000 and demands immediate repayment of the debt of honor. The man loses his patience and lunges forward, attempting to deliver a powerful kick while shouting that soon everyone will learn of this disgrace. The hero's gaze becomes as sharp as a blade. A supernatural energy flares in his eyes, foreshadowing instant retribution. With a lightning-fast and precise movement of his hand, the teacher delivers a crushing counterattack. The air around him literally shudders from its power. The attacker freezes in shock and pain. He barely manages to utter a word, realizing he has made a fatal mistake by attacking this young man. Shen Dao falls to the floor from the crushing blow, while the terrified girls scream in horror as they witness the sudden and brutal resolution of the conflict. Maintaining an icy composure, the young man dismisses the witnesses with a decisive gesture, declaring that this altercation has nothing to do with them. Watching the girls run away, the wealthy man in his house clothes trembles, stammering and frantically asking Chu Yi about the atrocity he has committed. Pointing his finger at his defeated foe, he coldly remarks that for the Zhang clan, a fortune is mere money, so the loss of a single limb to settle a debt seems fair. Choking on his helpless rage, the tycoon screams, demanding an end to the outrage and threatening his opponent with the dungeons, naively trying to avoid his inevitable punishment. Filled with searing hatred and a thirst for revenge, the protagonist reminds the villain of the dark events of days gone by, when the latter ordered his parent to be maimed without hesitation. With icy composure, the hero points out the betrayal within the enemy's family. He smirks as he sees that his own brother is in no hurry to pay to save his loved one's limb. The wounded man, overcome with terror, reaches out to his friend frozen on the sidelines, choking on a cry for help, but the friend merely watches the execution in silence. A sharp whistle rang out, and a bright flash of energy sliced through the air. A scream of pain was drowned out by the sound of the impact as the blade struck its target, carrying out the brutal sentence. With a cold smile, the young man continued his game, reminding his opponents that they still had limbs left. His calmness was more terrifying than an open threat. In a panic, Shen Dao begged for mercy, promising to repay a huge sum. The fear of death made him sob and grovel before the very person he had once looked down on. Issuing a harsh ultimatum and giving exactly 30 days to pay off the debt, the Avenger's gaze blazed with an icy fire. His attention shifted to the next victim. With mockery in his voice, the young man addressed his classmate, making it clear that old ties would not save him from retribution. The fat man desperately tries to buy his way out, offering millions for his life. He's ready to give up everything just to stop this madness, but he's not the one dictating the rules of the game here. The young man merely smirks. The price of his enemy's life has skyrocketed, and the sum of 40 million sounds like a death sentence, underscoring his opponent's complete helplessness in the room. In shock, Zhang Hunyu screams that he cannot pay, complaining about illiquid assets. For him, this sum is insurmountable, but his pleas of poverty do not move the Avenger's heart. Since he refuses to pay with money, the scoundrel will pay with his body. Chu Yi makes a sharp movement with his hand, unleashing invisible blades designed to leave his enemy unable to walk. An instant flash of pain pierces the enemy's body, blood spatters in all directions as his limbs are struck, and the villain realizes his time is up. The would-be tycoon collapses to the floor, losing sensation in his arms and legs. In helpless rage, he curses Chu, realizing that his life has turned into a living hell. An armed security guard enters the room. Upon seeing the bloody carnage and his wounded boss, he freezes in indecision, unsure of how to stop the fight. Completely at a loss, the man asks the boss in a trembling voice how he is doing. He is scared to death, for standing before him is a true monster. The bleeding tycoon yells at his subordinate, ordering him to call the police immediately. He hopes that the law will be able to protect him from certain death. The villain sneers at the Avenger, threatening him with prison and the law. Even in his helpless state, he promises to take brutal revenge on the young man's sister, merely grinning serenely in response to Zhang Hunyu's futile attempts to avoid retribution. The young man recalls the villain's despicable deeds dating back to their school days. Standing resolutely over his crushed enemy, the teacher watches as the scoundrel, trembling in panic, asks about his impending fate, keenly sensing the mortal danger emanating from the young man. Parrying with irony, Chu Yi states the utter hopelessness of the situation, assuring the scoundrel that pleas for mercy will not save him from retribution now. Amid the wail of sirens, police rush to the luxurious mansion, their bright emergency lights cutting through the darkness of the night. A confident figure steps out of the car. The sound of her heels on the asphalt rings out clearly and authoritatively. The police are ready to act. Officer Xiao Jinyu orders the SWAT team to be on high alert. She warns her colleagues that a violent criminal is inside. The officer bursts into the room with her gun drawn. In a loud voice, she orders everyone to freeze and raise their hands, preparing to subdue any resistance. Frozen in shock, the beautiful woman can't believe her eyes as she stares at the stranger in the middle of the room, and her former resolve instantly gives way to confusion. Lowering her trusty weapon and barely whispering the cherished name, the girl realizes that standing before her is the very person whose face she least expected to see. Warm memories from the past flood her mind, a time when they were close, filled with sunshine, smiles, and care. This tender picture stands in stark contrast to the nightmare she is currently experiencing. The young man recognizes an old acquaintance and calmly addresses her, noting how many years it has been since they last saw each other, while maintaining a remarkable composure in that moment. Perplexed, the young woman hides her service weapon and recalls him as a teacher, completely baffled as to why he has appeared here. Explaining the reasons for his intrusion, the young man announces in an icy voice that this individual had attacked his parent, and therefore he had come not to commit crimes, but to carry out severe punishment. The defeated villain, in a rage, shouted at the police, demanding that they arrest the teacher immediately. He tried to portray himself as the victim, promising that the young man would pay dearly. The policewoman tried to remain professional and asked Chu Yi to accompany her to the station for questioning, promising to release him if his innocence was confirmed. With a mysterious smile, the teacher hints at their shared secret and politely asks for permission to make one phone call before turning himself in to the authorities. First, the young man calls his father from the police car, trying to hide the truth by claiming he simply ran into an old friend and will be delayed so as not to arouse unnecessary suspicion. The girl picks up the phone to back up the story while the handcuffed protagonist nervously asks her to play along, hoping that his classmate's voice will reassure his vigilant father. Delighted by the news, the father offers valuable advice on personal safety. The young couple is stunned by his bluntness, realizing just how far things have gone. The situation becomes critical. In a panic, Chu Yi snatches the phone and yells that he needs to hang up before the father says anything else embarrassing. Trying to lighten the oppressive atmosphere and chalk up the head of the family's behavior to overprotectiveness, the young man doesn't notice how his companion blushes with embarrassment. Sighing heavily, the law enforcement officer realizes that many years have passed, yet her old friend hasn't changed a bit, remaining just as boisterous and troublesome as ever. Meanwhile, other emotions were running high at the hospital, where the victim's mother was furiously demanding retribution. Weeping at the bedside of her motionless son, Shen Meishu listens to the doctor's verdicts, whose prognoses offer little hope. The disfigured Zhang Hunyu regains consciousness and, choking with rage, begs his father to crush his attacker to dust. His thirst for revenge is the only thing that gives him the strength to keep breathing. Vowing to resolve the issue through his own contacts in law enforcement, Zhang Dongfeng is filled with an unwavering determination to crush his enemy. The police station is shrouded in the silence of the night. Bright lights shine through the windows of the interrogation room, where Chu Yi's fate is being decided while the city sleeps peacefully. The young man behaved brazenly, slumping arrogantly in his chair, and told the officers with irony that this was his first time in such a place, and that he found the atmosphere quite amusing. The enraged investigator slammed his fist down on the table, accusing the detainee of committing the assault for money and dismissing him as a typical criminal from the lower classes. But the young man merely spreads his arms with an innocent smile and remarks ironically that a distinguished teacher couldn't possibly have attacked anyone, and that his old friends decided on their own to maim themselves. The police officers are furious at such brazen lies. They shout that no one will believe this nonsense, since a normal person wouldn't maim themselves of their own free will. Pretending to be tired, Chu Yi asks to postpone the interrogation until tomorrow, hoping this ploy will help him buy some time and get out of this difficult situation. The stern investigator agrees to end the conversation, but his gaze doesn't bode well. He orders the young man to be taken to a cell until the next morning. Guards lead the detainee down a long prison corridor. The young man appears calm, though he realizes that a less than warm welcome awaits him behind bars. The cell door opens and the young man is roughly shoved inside. He finds himself surrounded by sullen cellmates who are clearly not happy about the arrival of a new neighbor. A guard removes the handcuffs from the protagonist, giving him a false sense of freedom. At that very moment, a conflict orchestrated by his enemies is already brewing behind his back. A huge scar on the gang leader's face reveals him to be a dangerous opponent. He declares that he has received a special order to deal with the newcomer right here. After instantly assessing the situation, Chu Yi realizes that he was sent to prison at the instigation of powerful enemies seeking to get rid of him through the efforts of others. The thug resorts to threats and swings at him, trying to intimidate the young man. Confident in his superiority, he doesn't expect any resistance from the seemingly frail-looking guy. However, the teacher's reaction is faster than lightning. He casually intercepts the attacker's arm, looking at him with icy calm. With a single precise movement, the young man breaks his opponent's will and forces him to collapse to his knees. Now everyone in the cell can see who the real predator is here. The gang leader begs for mercy, writhing in unbearable pain, realizing that he had underestimated his opponent and is now forced to admit his complete defeat. Chu Yi's grip was so powerful that the thug couldn't even move. The young man demonstrated absolute superiority, crushing his enemy's will. Coolly, the young man declared that he intended to rest and advised the others not to disturb him. Those around him froze in shock, realizing that a true master had entered the cell. Left in silence, the teacher anxiously notices that his spiritual energy is rapidly depleting, a bad sign, since new battles await him ahead. Realizing the scale of his mission, in which he must save Earth within 3 years and open the divine gates, he urgently needs to practice to restore his strength. The city is silent at night, but the lights are still on in the headquarters windows. Thoughts of what happened won't leave Zhao Jinyu alone. She can't believe her friend could have gotten himself into such deep trouble. Lost in memories of the peaceful days they spent together, she couldn't reconcile the image of her kind friend with the charges the police are now leveling against him. Jumping up from the bed abruptly, consumed by anger and determination, the young woman vows to find a way to help her friend, for watching him suffer is unbearable. The next day arrives, and at the entrance to the police station, her colleagues notice how exhausted she is. After a sleepless night, Zhao Jinyu looks terrible, but she has no intention of backing down. The beautiful woman tries to convince her boss of her childhood friend's innocence. She asks for a fair investigation, insisting that there is more to this case than meets the eye. Her boss is unyielding and cold. He reminds the policewoman of her professional duty and declares that the evidence is irrefutable and that personal connections must not interfere with justice. Upon leaving the office, Zhao Jinyu sighs heavily. The official channels are closed, which means it's time to take matters into her own hands. Turning to the officer on duty, she disguises her interest as a professional necessity and confidently states that she is going to the interrogation room to find out Chu Yi's cell number. The officer hesitantly gives her the coveted number, 1048. He is clearly not thrilled about what's happening, but he relays the information to his colleague, unaware of her true intentions. The policewoman is stunned by what she hears, Cell number 1048 is a place for the most dangerous thugs, and realizes that her friend's life is hanging by a thread. The officer on duty scratches the back of his head guiltily and tries to explain himself to the beautiful woman, insisting that transferring the prisoner to the high-security cell wasn't his own decision, but a direct order. Striding resolutely down the hallway, the girl ignored the warnings. She didn't care about orders or danger. She was determined to get her friend out of that cell. With hands trembling with anxiety, she inserted the key into the heavy lock. The metallic click echoed through the block, opening the way to the dangerous cell block. Throwing the door wide open, Zhao Jinyu bursts inside with a cry full of anxiety. She's afraid to see her friend beaten up, expecting the worst from an encounter with hardened criminals. Instead of a beaten-up friend, the girl sees Chu Yi in perfect health. The menacing thugs cower in terror against the walls, while the young man calmly wonders at his friend's early visit. Anxiously, the beautiful girl peers into the detainee's face, trying to gauge his condition, and quietly asks if he's all right. The young man looked exhausted. His stomach growled loudly, betraying his intense hunger, and he admitted that his biggest concern right now was finding a hot meal. Silence hung in the interrogation room, sitting in handcuffs. The young man calmly sipped his coffee and asked the officers to let him make one more important call. The investigator hands Chu Yi a smartphone. Although she is plagued by doubts, she asks in bewilderment exactly who he plans to call at such a late hour. Taking a sip, he calmly states that he will call his student, and at the same time, their immediate superior, Gu Panlei, and the young man's gaze becomes confident. Calmly, the teacher gives his location over the phone and dictates the address of the police station in the Changping district, while the shocked police officers exchange glances. The officer is stunned. Could this guy really know the head of security? She can't believe she's standing in front of someone so influential. After finishing the call, the teacher asked if the police officers knew the head of the Public Security Bureau. The second detective just smirks, taking it all as a bluff, and advises Chu Yi to stop showing off in front of the girl and to confess everything as soon as possible to get a lighter sentence. At that moment, the door bursts open, and an angry crowd, along with a man in a wheelchair, storms into the interrogation room. The tension reaches a fever pitch. The man raged at Chu Yi, mocking his predicament. He called the young man a pathetic coward and threatened him with a life sentence behind bars. The young man remained calm, looking down on his adversary. He pointed out that the man looked terrible and advised him to finally start using his head. A surprised Zhang Hunyu froze at the young man's audacity. His face contorted with anger and bewilderment, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead from the hero's icy stare. The enraged mother bursts forward and lunges at the teacher, screaming that she'll kill him for attacking her son, unable to contain her emotions. Reacting instantly, the female police officer blocks the attacker's path, shielding the detainee with her body and demanding that order be maintained at the station. As he confronts the woman, the young man reminds her of her son's despicable acts, stealing his father's job, attacking and humiliating his sister, and righteous anger resonates in every word he speaks. Stunned by what she has heard, Shen Meixiu freezes in shock and is at a loss for words, realizing that her attempt to accuse the young man of assaulting her son now seems simply absurd. Carefully examining the device, the law enforcement officer discovers an important contact that could completely turn the situation around and help the detainee escape. After telling the young man about the number she found for his father, Xiao Jinyu sees that he remains calm despite the handcuffs, because now he has a chance to get support. While in custody, the young man calls his father and pretends he's just staying late at a friend's house, asking him to make something to eat while hiding the true danger of the situation. A high-ranking enemy smirks maliciously, confident in his impunity, and believing the young man is too presumptuous to think he can escape this trap. The young man challenges Zhang Dongfan, declaring that everyone in the village knows about his shady dealings and is surprised by the audacity of his enemy, who has decided to show up here in person. An elite black car speeds toward the building. The screech of its brakes echoes through the neighborhood, heralding the arrival of a very influential figure. The car door opens, and a man in expensive shoes steps confidently onto the ground. His mere presence makes those around him feel a powerful energy. Storming into the room, Kunjun demands to be taken immediately to Kai Fanyu. His overwhelming fury and authority leave the guards no choice. Despite being in chains, the young man maintains remarkable composure and defiantly declares that the time for interrogation is over, sensing the imminent arrival of his rescuers. The uniformed official loses his temper. Unaccustomed to such a tone from a detainee, he shouts and points his finger, trying to break the young man's will. The door swings open, and high-ranking guests enter the room. Those present freeze in shock, wondering what such important figures are doing in this place. Upon seeing the newcomer, the detainee, Chu Yi, breaks into a smile and waves joyfully with his hands in handcuffs, greeting the police officer as if he were a good friend. Mr. Gu Panlei is enraged by the lawlessness he witnesses. He harshly reprimands the police, demanding they present evidence and explain why the young man is in handcuffs. An enraged officer bursts into the interrogation room, demanding the detainee's immediate release, furious that his subordinates dared to disobey Go's orders. The flustered investigator hurriedly removes the handcuffs, muttering apologies, but Chu Yi remains calm while the police realize the magnitude of their mistake. The wealthy man freezes in bewilderment, unable to understand who this mysterious Gu Panlei is and why his name strikes such terror into the hearts of the law enforcement officers. The officer who responded to the call explains that the man is the head of the Zhejiang Public Security Bureau. The sheer influence of this figure sends a shiver down the spines of everyone present. Upon learning the truth, Zhang Dongfang turns pale with shock, sweat pouring down his face as he realizes he has crossed paths with a man who wields boundless power in the city. The investigator bows deeply, trying to make amends to the young man, but the young man merely stretches his stiff wrists, accepting the belated apology with cold dignity. Refusing to back down, Zhang Hunyu raises his voice, accusing the police of harboring a criminal. He threatens to take them to court, hoping to intimidate the officers. A barely perceptible smirk appears on Chu Yi's lips. His gaze betrays a sense of superiority. He knows something that will instantly shatter all of his enemies' false accusations. The young man resolutely pulls out his phone, displaying a compromising photo declaring his complete innocence and presenting irrefutable proof of the truth. Awaiting her gaze in embarrassment, the girl clears her throat awkwardly upon seeing the screen's contents and realizing that the situation has taken a completely unexpected turn. The video captures the moment when Zhang Hunyu suddenly begins to bleed profusely for no apparent reason. The sight shocks everyone with its inexplicability. A police officer freezes in complete bewilderment as he watches the footage. He can't believe his eyes and wonders how such a thing is physically possible in reality. Ironically explaining the situation, Chu Yi claims he didn't even touch his opponent, attributing what happened to the victim's unhealthy lifestyle and medical conditions. The man flew into a hysterical rage, accusing the young man of using dirty tricks and even curses, desperately begging the police to believe that he had been intentionally injured. The investigator finally lost his patience and sharply cut off the accuser, mocking the theory of magic and dismissing the victim's words as utter nonsense. Realizing the truth, the officer understands that the teacher has been slandered and promises Messrs. Guo and Kun that he will immediately place the case in trustworthy hands. The young man firmly declares to his opponent that he doesn't care about any threats. He delivers a harsh verdict. The end has come for this scoundrel and his entire family. Reminding the frightened official of a murder that took place 10 years ago, he expresses confidence that Zhang Dongfang was involved in that crime and demands the truth. The influential official gave a strict order to his subordinates and demanded that they resolve the situation immediately, hinting at a possible promotion if they succeed. A high-ranking official handed the case files to Mr. Kai, placing full responsibility on him and forcing him to nervously comply with the order. The terrified fat man begs the police officer not to believe the accusations. He fears that his past shady dealings and illegal schemes will soon come to light. The police officer indignantly rejects the criminal's excuses and declares that it is up to the judges and the victims to believe the scoundrel, not the law, which he represents. Xiao Jinyu looked at the hero with admiration. She noticed how much he had changed recently, becoming truly courageous. A farewell takes place near the police station. The rescued man sincerely thanks Guo Panlei for his invaluable help and support during his time of trouble. Left alone, the young man takes out his phone as it rings. Despite the victory, his expression remains serious. There are still many challenges ahead. The young man answers the incoming call. Upon hearing the voice on the other end of the line, he asks Director Ching, with a hint of confusion, what exactly has happened. Furious, the woman yells into the phone, reminding Chu Yi about the literature class he skipped. The students have been waiting for their teacher, and he seems to have completely forgotten his duties. Scratching his ear in confusion, he realizes his own mistake and admits that, due to the recent turbulent events, he's become completely overwhelmed and has completely lost track of time. An enraged Qin Zhan issues a harsh ultimatum in her office, demanding his immediate return and threatening to completely nullify his internship. Trying to defuse the situation, Chu Yi decides on a cheeky joke and sarcastically asks the furious principal if her intense anger might be related to her period. Upon hearing the cheeky question, the principal literally boils with rage. She can't believe her student's audacity and vows that he definitely won't live to see the end of the day. Realizing he's gone too far, the teacher decides to end the conversation as quickly as possible, hastily hanging up the phone and realizing that a very difficult visit awaits him. The teacher bowed apologetically to his superior, apologizing for missing classes and handing her an official explanatory note. The stern woman coldly accepted the document, showing clear dissatisfaction with her subordinate's conduct while maintaining an authoritative posture. Qin Zhan imposes a punishment, participation in a 3-day seminar with another school, and warns that any lapse will bring shame upon the high school. Outraged, Chu Yi jumps to his feet, proving his loyalty to the cause. In a fit of emotion, he accidentally drops something directly into his stern boss's drink. The woman freezes in shock upon discovering a foreign substance in her glass. Her face flushes with rage, and her suspicions of the teacher's malicious intent grow instantly. Running out of the office, the hero winks cheerfully, claiming he simply wanted to help her get through these difficult days and advises her to get plenty of rest. Left alone, the enraged principal hurls curses after the insolent teacher, her scream making the office tremble. Her anger suddenly gives way to a strange sense of embarrassment. As she stares at the cup, she begins to realize that Chu Yi's odd behavior was actually a clumsy attempt to show concern. During class, the students criticize the cheap chocolate the teacher brought. A boy complains about its waxy taste, while a girl sarcastically offers to lend him money for a proper meal. Defending the teacher's gesture, Wang Lin declares that the cost of the gift doesn't matter and smiles sweetly as she continues to eat the treat, because what matters most is sincere kindness and thoughtfulness. Enraged by his students' whims, Chu Yi sarcastically advises them to eat more often so they'll get fat and lose their friends, ending up all alone. Upon hearing the teacher's sharp rebuke, the girl freezes in utter shock. She realizes that her attempt to see genuine kindness in Chu Yi has been shattered by his biting humor. The teacher takes control of the situation and announces the rules. Whoever scores the highest on the exam in 2 months will earn the honor of sitting at the same desk as the beauty. The classroom is noisy. The students are arguing over who will be the best in the city and the region. The group leader confidently declares his superiority, hoping to impress Lola. Trying to quiet the class, the teacher announces a visit from colleagues at the prestigious first school and asks the students to behave properly. Sarcastically pointing out the obvious, a defiant student declares that it is the teacher who should be quieter, reminding him that even the principal had asked him to show restraint. Insisting on unity, the teacher calls himself the face of the group and tries to appeal to their conscience, emphasizing that they must appear as a single team in front of the guests. Han Zheng, a guest from the first school, enters and politely asks permission to observe the class, masterfully feigning admiration for the young teacher's talent. Feeling nervous, Qin Zhan realizes that the situation is spiraling out of control and that the competitor's visit is a carefully planned and dangerous trap. Hiding behind a mask of politeness, the uninvited visitor actually craves revenge against the protagonist for firing Chen Junyu, planning to put his opponent through a rigorous test. Flattered by such attention, the teacher naively assumes at first that they are trying to poach him for a more prestigious institution. The furious school principal whispers to her subordinate that he must not let his guard down, insisting not merely on holding the class, but on completely destroying the reputation of the arrogant outsiders. It turns out that these matches are an old tradition in which Chu Yi's school has lost 3 times. The principal is in a panic, as a 4th defeat would be fatal for them. The teacher accepts the challenge, confidently declaring that the guests have come to the right place. His calmness contrasts sharply with the school principal's obvious tension and anxiety. The mentor graciously invites Han Zheng to enter the classroom. Despite the outward politeness, a heavy sense of foreboding about the impending clash hangs in the air. With an authoritative wave of his hand, the guest orders his students to enter, intending to demonstrate true discipline and power to the hosts. The student's appearance shocks the teacher. Stern and focused teenagers appear in the doorway, their appearance completely at odds with that of ordinary school children. The class freezes in stunned silence. The students whisper among themselves that they are facing an elite squad of gifted children, and the atmosphere grows tense as defeat now seems inevitable. Noticing the strange stillness, Chu Yi is struck by the students' exceptional diligence, clearly sensing the tension thickening in the air. The students stood frozen in perfect anticipation, and the astonished teacher realized he had never seen such obedient students before. Moving on to a new topic, the teacher spoke passionately about calligraphy as a cultural gem capable of expressing the melody of the soul and the full depth of one's emotions. Stunned by what they've heard, the students look at their teacher with genuine delight, sincerely amazed by the depth and wisdom of his insights. Setting his sights on success, the protagonist is fully confident that his flawless mastery of the brush, common in the realm of the gods, will not allow him to lose face. The teacher declares that a character is a mirror of the soul, asserting without exaggeration that a person's character and even illnesses can be determined by their handwriting. But the examiner objects, calling the young man's words a grave misconception and arguing that such conclusions can only be drawn based on scientific data. His classmates watch the conflict unfold. One of the teachers admits that he despises Chu Yi's arrogance and hopes that Chu Yi will fail to meet the challenge thrown at him. Accepting the challenge, the young man is ready to prove his abilities in practice, declaring that he is capable of discerning a person's character from a single character they have written. Jumping to his feet, Chiang Xiaoshui volunteers first. The atmosphere grows tense, and all eyes are fixed on the start of this unusual experiment. As he writes the characters on the board, the student demonstrates his full mastery, hoping to impress teacher Chu Yi with his calligraphic artistry. A skeptical colleague watches the process, doubting the venture's success, and waits to see what the teacher will say once the work on the board is finally complete. Analyzing the handwriting, the young man notices hidden pain and declares that the trembling lines reveal recent personal hardships and bitterness stemming from a recent rejection. Burning with shame at the accuracy of the teacher's words, Chen Xiaoshui listens to his classmates whispering about his romantic fiasco and recklessness. His opponent, Chu Yi, refuses to back down and dismisses the success as a fluke, suspecting collusion, and suggests calling his own student to the board to conduct a truly fair test. The teacher calls Zheng Yang to the blackboard. The boy looks extremely unsure and doomed, realizing that a difficult test awaits him in front of the entire class. With a trembling hand, the student begins to write complex Chinese characters on the board, as Li Sao's classical text proves difficult for him under the teacher's stern gaze. Watching from the sidelines, the teacher draws an unexpected conclusion and speculates aloud that the student is facing serious personal troubles due to a recent argument. Stunned, the young man blushes. His mentor's sharp remark catches him off guard, laying bare all his hidden feelings and deep emotions. Continuing her psychological assault, Chu Yi points to a specific girl in the classroom and describes her appearance, thoroughly embarrassing the poor fellow. The angry teacher shifts her attention to Zheng Yang and sternly reprimands him for violating school rules and for the unacceptability of romance within the school walls. The dejected boy bows his head low, muttering apologies, while the teacher, with an impassive expression, erases the characters. With a slight smile, Chu Yi suggests that the woman write the characters herself, deftly shifting the focus and trying to take control of the situation in the classroom. Another teacher watches this scene skeptically, believing that the boy is simply playing a cunning game and has no intention of falling for the provocation. In complete silence, a hand confidently draws the first horizontal line on the green chalkboard, the beginning of a new phase in the standoff between the student and the teachers. Smiling smugly after drawing that single line, the female teacher is certain she has outwitted her colleague, who now has nothing left to say in response. Shocking the audience, Chu Yi makes a diagnosis based on the woman's handwriting, coolly revealing her problems with her parents, and even her sensitive issues regarding women's health. Flushing with anger and shame, the woman demands that her insolent opponent immediately choose his words more carefully and stop publicly discussing her private life. Confidently challenging Han Zheng, the hero declares that he has no equal in the art of calligraphy throughout the entire province and awaits a response. Coolly adjusting his glasses in response to the boast, the man asserts that the true masters of Zhejiang, including himself, are far more skilled than the young man. Deeply shocked, Qin Zhan can hardly believe that the visitor is officially ranked among the 8 greatest calligraphers in their city. Confirming the master's high status, Han Zhang is genuinely surprised that the principal is so well informed about the subtleties of the art and his personal creative achievements. The young teacher is perplexed. He has never heard of the top 8 calligraphers of Zhujiang, even though they are spoken of in class as something legendary. The son of a wealthy patron is in shock, recalling that his father paid over $1 million for a single work by Master Han. The stakes in this debate are rising sharply. The students in the classroom hold their breath. The sum of $1 million seems unreal, and the school walls seem to tremble at the realization of what an important guest stands before them. The teacher smirks smugly as he accepts the challenge, deciding to show leniency and teach his young colleague the basics of true mastery. The master proposes writing the poem, The Lute, in the basic styles of Yang Zhenqing and Li Shu. He wants complete transparency so that no one can doubt his superiority. A snow-white scroll is unfurled on the table. Everything is ready for the duel to begin. The paper's pristine whiteness only underscores the importance of every future brushstroke. Han Zheng sets to work, demonstrating the classical style. The first characters take shape on the paper, and he proudly announces his transition to the Li Shu style. The audience is amazed by the aesthetics of the writing. A student looks anxiously at Chu Yi, realizing that her rival truly lives up to her reputation as one of the best masters. 2 calligraphy pieces appear on the board. His opponent's crisp lines and precise rhythm look flawless, putting immense pressure on the protagonist. Having finished his part, Han Zheng defiantly passes the turn to his opponent. Now all eyes are fixed on the young man. It's his turn. The teacher evaluates his opponent's work skeptically, considering it nothing more than a pretty facade, and confidently asks for 2 blank sheets of paper to be prepared immediately. The room erupts in laughter and bewilderment. The opponent and the students regard Chu Yi's request as a foolish stunt by someone who knows absolutely nothing about art. Completely calm, the protagonist picks up 2 brushes and explains that this isn't showing off, but merely a way to save time, shocking those present with his manner. In the next instant, he begins to write with both hands simultaneously. The brushes flit across the paper at incredible speed, creating perfect characters. Students and colleagues stood frozen, amazed by Chu Yi's mastery, whose 2-handed writing technique exceeded all expectations. With a sharp sweep of his brush, the master moves with lightning speed and precision, and the confidence he exudes in his own power compels those present to hold their breath in awe. Perfect calligraphic characters appear on the paper. Everyone present is amazed at how masterfully Chu Yi has recreated Li Shengyin's most complex poem. Everyone present is frozen in silent shock. They did not expect to see such profound talent in a person they had previously underestimated. The classroom erupts in thunderous applause. The students cheer ecstatically, shouting that their teacher has literally shattered the system with his incredible and unexpected mastery. Shouts of admiration drift through the school windows. Former detractors are now ready to call Chu Yi their idol. Struck by the realization that nothing is impossible, with a touch of irony, Qin Zhan watches the triumph and considers the hero cool. There is no longer any contempt in her gaze, only hidden interest. A barely noticeable warm smile appears on the woman's lips. She admits to herself that lately, the teacher's antics have begun to truly delight her. In contrast, Han Zheng is in a frenzy of rage. His face contorts into a vicious grimace, while his rival basks in the glory and universal adoration. As he accepts praise for his own success, Chu Yi mockingly advises his angry colleague not to be stingy with his acknowledgement of Chu Yi's marvelous technique. Trying to save face, his opponent steers the conversation toward theoretical principles, but inside he is seething, and his curses directed at his lucky opponent betray his unwillingness to admit defeat. As he scrutinizes the submitted works, his eyes widen in realization. The hero's technical mastery conceals something far greater. The rival concedes defeat. Chu Yi's characters harmonize perfectly with one another, while his own works are merely empty, soulless shells. Delivering his verdict calmly, the teacher declares that Han Zheng was defeated, not because of a lack of talent, but because his spirit proved weak and succumbed to base impulses. Revealing the true cause of his colleague's failure, the mentor points out the hidden malice instilled by Chen Junyu, who sought to use his protege for personal gain. Concluding his speech with a harsh lesson, the teacher emphasizes that a true master will immediately recognize sheer selfishness in an opponent's work. The enraged rival acknowledges his miscalculation, but refuses to give up, announcing a new phase of the rivalry in which their students will now face off. Calmly listening to his opponent's challenge, Chu Yi clarifies the essence of the proposal, showing not a shred of fear regarding the upcoming contest. The boy claims that his students are smarter, so he proposes a fair contest of physical strength, kendo for the girls and basketball for the boys. The class instantly erupts in outrage. A female student jumps to her feet, declaring the choice of sports unfair and demanding alternative terms. Despite the protests, Chu Yi calmly accepts the challenge and confirms that the kendo and basketball competitions will take place tomorrow, putting an end to the dispute. As she walks away, the frustrated opponent vows through gritted teeth that the hero will pay for his arrogance, and the atmosphere at the school reaches a boiling point. The students are completely confused and anxious, realizing that the situation is becoming critical and that tomorrow promises to be truly intense. While everyone else is panicking, the young man is perplexed and genuinely doesn't understand why a routine competition has caused such intense emotional stress among his classmates. Qin Zhan explains the crux of the problem to the teacher. There are 3 girls short to compete in kendo, and even in high school they can't manage to put together a full team. The girl wryly remarks that they gave up this useless sport long ago, while Chu Yi just sighs in disappointment, since he considered his students to be talented. Unexpectedly, 2 students raise their hands and admit that they used to practice Chinese fencing, giving the class a slim chance of participating in the tournament. As he carefully assesses their abilities, he realizes that while they already have 2 candidates, there's still 1 girl short of a full kendo team. One of the students timidly suggests a solution, recalling that Lola also has experience in martial arts and could fill the vacant spot on the team. In the principal's office, Chu Yi learns some important news. She has already officially notified the committee that his class will represent the school at the upcoming games. The woman is impressed by the teacher's talents and his victory over the calligrapher. She genuinely doesn't understand why a man with such abilities chose to become a teacher. Lost in his thoughts, the young man realizes he cannot reveal the secrets of his past and reincarnation, for the truth about his past life would shock anyone who heard it. A woman's hand rests confidently on a folder of documents. The discussion of plans for the tournament is in full swing. There's little hope for kendo. All bets are now on basketball. The young man shifts the topic to the woman's personal safety. He's concerned about finding a bodyguard, as there are more and more hidden threats in their circle. Skeptically rejecting the suggestion, Qin Zhan is convinced that in Zhujiang, hired bodyguards can sometimes be far more dangerous than the very people they're supposed to protect. Humbly accepting this stance, the hero firmly declares his readiness to personally protect her at any moment and intends to see this difficult task through to the end. Strictly cutting him off, the director advises the young man not to have his head in the clouds, but to focus on a more down-to-earth task, successfully passing his evaluation. Trying in vain to appeal to her compassion, he genuinely did not understand why, after all his triumphs, the question of his continued enrollment at the academy was still up in the air. The young woman discusses the bureaucracy and explains that his status is precarious. He has managed to fall out with many colleagues and influential leaders, which hinders his work. In a defiant stance, Chu Yi voices his protest and makes it clear he has no intention of fawning over the wealthy bourgeoisie or kowtowing to those who try to dictate their terms to him. Having turned her anger into kindness, Qin Zhan rises from her chair and offers to give him a ride home. Since she has business in his neighborhood anyway, the conversation is over. Upon hearing that she's offering him a ride only today, the hero jumps up from his seat and feigns indignation. Doesn't his past victories entitle him to a lifetime of free rides? The director is stunned by such audacity, but the young man merely smiles slyly in response, skillfully steering their argument toward a tone of ironic and lighthearted flirtation. The luxury car comes to a stop against the backdrop of the city at night. The silence in the cabin is suddenly broken by the loud ringtone of an incoming call, catching the passenger's attention. Looking at his phone screen in surprise, the young man sees Fan Huan's name, which clearly catches him off guard at such a late hour while he's with his companion. Holding the phone to his ear, the young man's expression changes instantly as he realizes that this call requires immediate action. Reporting on the principal's family's plans to develop a new medicine, he notes how the thirst for profit is driving influential players to hunt for valuable materials. Maintaining his composure despite the potential profit, the young man firmly replies that she is a close friend of his. Realizing that once such information has reached this man, the city's other businessmen have surely already pricked up their ears. He understands that the situation surrounding the young woman is becoming threatening. While in the car, Chu Yi suddenly orders his companion not to move. His keen instincts tell him that their car is being secretly followed. The girl is taken aback, looking around in fear, not understanding where the threat is coming from or why he has changed his tone so abruptly. The driver, Wang Bin, a former Special Forces soldier, tried to calm the passengers. He was confident in his skills, but inwardly grumbled at the pretty boys who were scaring the ladies. The young man pointed upward, refuting the driver's words. He knew for certain that the danger wasn't coming from the busy road, but was pursuing them straight from the night sky. High above the car, a heavy drone circled. The high-tech device tracked their every move, confirming Chu Yi's worst fears. Realizing the seriousness of the threat, Wang Bin gripped the steering wheel tighter, vowing to get Miss Qin home safely and preparing to make any maneuver necessary to save her. Resolutely changing course, the young man orders an immediate detour to the suburbs. In a deserted area, it will be easier for them to shake off the persistent pursuer and the drone. Questioning the young man's authority, the experienced bodyguard isn't used to following such orders from someone he sees as nothing more than a random fellow passenger. To quickly end the argument, he holds a knife to the driver's throat and sternly orders him not to make a scene, reminding him that their lives are on the line. Shocked, Qin looks at the teacher with growing suspicion. Confused, she asks if she can even trust a man holding a knife. Maintaining his icy composure, the hero meets her gaze and firmly declares that at this moment, he is the only one capable of getting them out of this trap. The girl realizes the hopelessness of the situation and makes a difficult decision, ordering Wang Bin to obey Chu Yi, entrusting their fate to the mysterious young man. While maintaining outward composure, Chu Yi is already calculating every move in his mind, considering just how dangerous and well-armed their pursuers are. The situation is heating up, and he gives the driver a clear order to head for the suburbs, forbidding him to stop, knowing that any delay could cost them all their lives. Spotting a drone in the night sky, the young man realizes the enemy is very close by. High-tech surveillance confirms that they are being hunted by professionals. His gaze becomes intensely focused. A flash of determination in his eyes signals that he is ready to unleash his hidden power to save them. The pursuers in black Mercedes cars begin to surround their vehicle. There are about 10 enemies, and they are clearly intent on launching a swift attack. The driver jerks the steering wheel sharply, trying to break away from the chase on the busy road. The tires screech, but the enemy's black cars continue to breathe down their necks. Glancing in the rearview mirror, Wang Bin is horrified to confirm his worst fears. The tail of 3 cars isn't falling behind, and the situation is becoming critical. Qin panics at the madness unfolding around her. She doesn't understand why an ordinary drive has turned into a deadly chase with armed bandits. To calm the frightened girl, the young man confidently takes her hand. His voice is firm as he promises to protect her and prevents fear from completely overwhelming her. The driver, struck by the passenger's composure in such a moment, asks Chu Yi suspiciously whether he has significant military experience hidden behind his back. The teacher asks a counter-question that instantly changes the atmosphere in the car. His calm mention of an elite special forces unit reveals him to be a professional. Thrilled, the driver recognizes the young man as a legendary fighter and admits that he is the very person, his idol, whom the commander had constantly spoken of after his retirement. Suddenly, a black SUV brazenly cuts them off, blocking their path, and the screech of brakes shatters the night silence. Dangerous men wielding huge cleavers block their path. Their leader, a burly man with a scar, imperiously orders everyone to get out of the car immediately. Keeping his cool, Chu Yi orders the driver to protect the lady, but the driver is willing to sacrifice himself, begging his idol to flee. Stepping confidently out of the car, the young man promises the principal safety and recalls the Airwolves' motto, "As long as the veterans are alive, the youth will remain under their reliable protection." Glancing mockingly at the gangsters surrounding him, he remains ice cold, offering to teach these scum a useful lesson they'll remember forever. The leader of the attackers, brandishing a cleaver, loses his patience and demands that the girl be handed over immediately, trying to intimidate him with his menacing appearance. Chu Yi's gaze becomes intimidating. His cold confidence is disarming. He's clearly not the type to stand on ceremony with his enemies. The criminals launch a decisive assault, confident that their numerical superiority is on their side, shouting at the young man that this time he definitely won't escape. With a lightning-fast move, the hero sweeps his opponents aside, a couple of precise strikes, and the attackers scatter in all directions, dropping their weapons and any hope of victory. Placing his foot on the chest of the defeated enemy, the young man begins his interrogation. He's interested in only one thing: who hired this gang? The enraged leader orders everyone to be killed except for the girl. The remaining gang members rush into the attack, blinded by greed and rage toward their powerful opponent. The leader of the attackers swings a heavy blade to strike, but suddenly loses sight of his target. The young man's speed is so great that he literally vanishes before the enemy's eyes. The criminal gasps for air. The invisible opponent has already clamped his throat in a death grip. His glasses fly off, and the realization of mortal danger freezes in his eyes. With a death grip, the young man clamps down on the scoundrel's throat, cutting off his oxygen. His voice sounds menacing as he demands immediate answers to his questions. His gaze becomes detached and cold. Chu Yi concentrates his inner energy, preparing to unleash a special power hidden from the eyes of ordinary people. A ghostly blue flame flares up around the thug. The criminal realizes with horror that he has encountered someone whose power defies comprehension. The young man is lost in thought, pondering why the enemy ignored his order to stay away. Qin Zhan watched the scene unfold through the car window in amazement, unable to believe that this young man was the renowned, legendary fighter. Asking the young woman to close her eyes, the teacher shielded her from the violence, holding back the enemy with one hand and demonstrating complete dominance in the fight. Submissively closing her eyes, she tries to maintain her composure. Accustomed to constant threats, she senses that this battle goes far beyond the usual skirmishes. Surrounded by thugs armed with cleavers, the hero remains unflappable while the enraged opponents demand the release of their leader. With a single powerful kick, Chu Yi shakes the ground. A surge of magical energy illuminates the street, sending the attackers flying into the air and depriving them of any chance of victory. A blue glow shatters the darkness of the night, turning the battlefield into a zone of total destruction. The enemies scatter in all directions, unable to resist. The mastermind behind the assassination attempt screams in horror into the phone upon learning of his squad's demise. He cannot believe that all his men were wiped out in a matter of seconds. Suddenly appearing behind the scoundrel, Chu Yi freezes the enemy with an icy whisper. Now getting off with a simple apology and walking away won't be so easy. Declaring authoritatively that a worthless insect has no place in the interests of the Huasheng Corporation, he delivers his final verdict to anyone who dares to stand in his way. Lin Haifeng's trembling hand can no longer hold the phone. Paralyzing fear grips his body as he realizes the inevitability of paying for his sins. The smartphone shatters on the floor with a crash, symbolizing the complete collapse of the antagonist's plans. The silence in the room is broken only by the sound of shattering glass. A clear morning dawned, and sunlight flooded the modern school building. After the night's upheavals, the city had returned to its usual, peaceful rhythm of life. Humming a tune and savoring the moment of tranquility, the young man was in high spirits, his hands clasped behind his head as he pushed aside thoughts of the recent battles. Greeting him, the charming employee offered him a hot drink. Her radiant smile and kindness filled the office with a sense of warmth. Showering the beauty with refined compliments, he noted not only her appearance but also her iron will. A spark of mutual attraction clearly flashed between them. Responding with embarrassment to such passionate words, Tan Yu mirrors his admiration for the teacher's talent and courtesy, gazing at him with undisguised awe. Retreating in a panic, the colleague proves unable to withstand such a heated exchange, but Chu Yi remains completely calm. Interrupting the protagonist, the principal demands an explanation, outraged by his blatant flirtation with another woman. An awkward silence hangs in the office. The young man calmly sips his tea, while the stern Qin Zhan tries to get him to come clean, expecting a clear explanation from him. Blushing with agitation, the woman reminds Chu Yi of last night's events and genuinely doesn't understand how he can be so calm after facing such mortal danger. The teacher merely brushes it off, calling the dangerous criminals a pathetic gang of hooligans. Confident in his abilities, he even finds time to praise his loyal Wang Bin. Horrifying images flash through Qin Zhan's mind, blood on the asphalt and mangled bodies, as she realizes the hero is hiding the true scale of the battle. Feeling hurt by his indifference, she hadn't slept a wink all night, worrying about him. And now she sees only a cold mask and complete indifference before her. To her own surprise, the beauty quietly whispers words of gratitude. Chu Yi is stunned by such a sudden change in her behavior, nearly dropping the cup from his hands. The flustered principal rushes away, covering her face with her hands, while the teacher simply watches her go, wondering when he will finally be officially hired as a permanent employee. Time flies by unnoticed, and the day of the competition arrives. The protagonist stands in a huge, empty stadium, nervously checking his watch and waiting for Lola to show up. She's running late. The students in the stadium doubt the teacher's words, but he confidently states that he sent Lola a message on the Messenger app and saw that she was online just a short while ago. With skepticism and irony, Hulai teases the teacher about his communication methods and recalls yesterday's phone call, openly laughing at the situation. Suddenly, all conversation falls silent. The men's attention is riveted on the arena, where the long-awaited event is about to begin, and everyone holds their breath in anticipation of the epic battle. The determined Go Fai Fai from school number 3 steps onto the field. With her sword raised and a serious look on her face, she is ready to defend the honor of her school. Her opponent, Meng Yang from school number 1, looks no less formidable. Gripping her slender blade, she prepares to attack, while the crowd goes wild, predicting victory for this warrior. Attacking swiftly, the girl lands a decisive blow, to which her opponent barely has time to react. As she tries to block the strike, she realizes the power of the lunge. Her blade trembles, and a fatal mistake is evident in her eyes. The fans in the stands are screaming wildly in support of Guo Feifei. They are thrilled by their favorite skill and are already anticipating an imminent victory. A lightning-fast strike and the opponent is defeated. The spectators are stunned by Meng Yang's incredible speed. The end came too quickly. After the referee's whistle, the outcome of the match became clear. The white team suffered a crushing defeat. The big man applauds Meng Yang's progress with satisfaction, confident in their victory at the national championship. The young man notes that Guo Feifei failed to defeat her opponent due to an incorrect grip, but made up for her mistakes with speed. Han Zheng, adjusting his glasses with an unflappable expression, states that victory is theirs and nothing will stand in the way of their triumphant success. The coaches are confident that the 2 final bouts will be a walk in the park for their fighters who are in peak form. The referee blows his whistle again, calling for silence, and invites the next competitors into the arena to begin a new bout in this grand tournament. The mentor instructs his student before the fight on the true essence of kendo, the lightning-fast strike. Inspired by the upcoming battle, Lin Xiaomei asks for valuable advice, declaring her readiness to fight to the end to defend the honor of her alliance. Noting the girl's determination, the young man issues a stern order to go out and crush the enemy. With a sly smirk on her face, the student confirms that she has accepted the order. Her eyes blaze with a fire of battle lust and confidence. The opponents freeze in combat stances, gripping their bamboo swords tightly. The tension in the arena reaches its peak as the referee signals the start of a new match. With a sharp signal to begin the battle, the referee instantly heats up the atmosphere on the arena floor, causing the spectators to hold their breath in anticipation of the decisive strike. Launching a swift attack from above and executing a powerful leap, Lin Xiaomei forces the blonde to barely keep up with her blocks, feeling immense pressure. Turning into a kaleidoscope of rapid movements, the clash showcases a series of strikes, with the opponent's blades merging into a single stream. Analyzing the fighting technique, the young man is amazed by the contestant's skill. Unable to identify which style she follows, he begins to suspect that she is self-taught. Watching the action unfold, the coach is overcome with delight, as he is filled with emotion at the realization that such a rare talent is hidden within his class. Falling back into a defensive stance under a barrage of relentless attacks, the fair-haired warrior realizes that if she doesn't seize the initiative, she will face defeat. The coach, with a vicious grin, shouts instructions to Bu Zhufeng, demanding a crushing blow to the shoulder. He craves a swift victory. One of the contestants pushes off sharply from the ground, the sole of her shoe firmly gripping the surface to execute the maneuver. As she launches a sudden attack, the blonde finds herself in a void. Her fair-haired opponent masterfully dodges the blow, forcing her to make a costly mistake. Furious fans in the stands jump to their feet, shouting about rule violations and demanding justice, realizing that their team's honor is at stake. Hao Zhang slyly reminds his colleague of the rules of kendo, hinting that while a teacher may offer advice, he must remember the importance of subordination and honor. Chu Yi calmly walks past her opponent, throwing in a sharp dig as she leaves, ironically noting that a new school has opened in town, a den of scoundrels. A guy loudly cheers on Lin Xiaomei, shouting from the stands to not hesitate and deliver a decisive, precise strike right to her opponent's chest. The girl instantly goes on the offensive, placing complete trust in her mentor's instructions and believing that his experience will help her break through the blonde's defense. Enraged by the dirty tactics, the opponent's mentor spits as he demands that his protege change her stance and grip her sword tighter as if it were a whip. Lin Xiaomei delivers a powerful thrust with her staff. The sorceress barely manages to dodge the swift attack, while the stands fall silent in anticipation of the outcome. A guy in the stands scratches his ear boredly, advising her to aim for the chest. His cold gaze is fixed on the arena, where a fierce battle is raging. The blonde tries to counterattack, but Lin Xiaomei remains unshaken. The girls exchange sharp shouts, trying to break their opponent's will through sheer force of spirit. The coach shouts furiously from the edge of the ring, demanding not just that she dodge, but that she intercept the lunges, seeing that the bout is dragging on. The student delivers a series of quick, precise attacks, methodically targeting her opponent's torso, following a strict strategy of wearing down her foe. The psychological pressure is paying off. The blonde girl imagines that thousands of eyes are focused solely on her vulnerability, and a blush of shame washes over her face under the crowd's gaze. In desperation, the girl begs for the taunts to stop. Her embarrassment prevents her from concentrating, and she loses control of the situation at the most crucial moment. Desperately begging for the shouts to stop, the girl finds her embarrassment preventing her from concentrating, and she loses control of the situation at the decisive moment. The loser's strength fails her, and she falls to the arena floor. Dust swirls around her body, marking the end of this intense battle. The referee announces the result. Victory goes to Lin Xiaomei. The strong and muscular champion towers over her defeated opponent, basking in her triumph. After the victory, the students cheer, calling their mentor the best leader, while Chu Yi merely yawns, taking it as a compliment. An enraged Han Zheng lashes out at the principal of the third school, outraged that such arrogant and cunning teachers work at her school. The young man responds to the attacks with a cold and defiant gaze and asks his opponent if he's sure he wants to continue this pointless argument. An ally tries to calm Han Zheng down, reminding him that they still have a chance. He's confident that the next student won't be defeated by such dirty tricks. Tensions reach a fever pitch, and the man furiously shouts an order for the next fighter to enter the arena, hoping to get his revenge as soon as possible. The majestic Jian Xiao appeared in the arena. Her traditional attire and cold gaze captivated everyone present. The crowd erupted in delight. The students made no secret of their admiration for the girl's beauty, while Chief Chu Yi watched this enthusiastic reaction with irritation. The young man closely observed his opponent and sensed the powerful aura emanating from her, which reminded him of the mastery of the ancient art of fencing. Anxiety was mounting. The hero scanned the empty stands, wondering if Lola could stand up to such an enemy and why his student had not yet arrived for the match. Glancing nervously at his gold watch, Hule confirmed that he had given his student the exact time, and she had promised to arrive at the stadium any minute now. Time was running out inexorably. The team captain began counting down the final seconds. Realizing that being late would result in immediate disqualification for their team, the referee, dressed in his official uniform, announced loudly that if no substitute came out within 30 seconds, the third school would be declared the loser of this round. A teacher from the rival school smirked and was already celebrating an easy victory, telling Chu Yi that he could start counting down to his humiliation. Despite the pressure, the hero maintained his outward composure. With his hands behind his head, he pretended everything was under control, his faith in his student never wavering. Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through his mind, his face contorted with rage and shock as he realized that the enemies might have simply kidnapped the girl. The enemy mentor sharply objected, invoking the honor of his school and looking offended, denying any involvement in the kidnapping of his rival's student. Jian Xiao looked haughtily around the empty arena and suggested aloud that her rival had simply been intimidated by the prospect of a fair fight, smirking slyly at her own superiority. The stands erupted with angry shouts of support. Lola's friends vehemently insisted that their friend would never run away and would definitely appear on the battlefield. With icy composure, the girl accepted the crowd's challenge and agreed to wait a little longer, deciding to give her opponents one last chance to prove their courage. Bearing her sword, the warrior proposed a deal, demanding that any volunteer capable of withstanding her powerful blows until conceding defeat be put forward. Jian Shao stared intently at her opponents, waiting for their reaction. Her gaze conveyed a cold challenge and impatience to see who would take the risk. The men in the hall froze. One admitted he didn't know kendo at all, while the other knew only the basics. Fear and uncertainty paralyzed them in the face of such a formidable foe. The referee began the countdown. Waving his arm, the tension in the air grew with every second, and there was almost no time left to make a decision. The girl with the sword mocked the crowd, calling them cowards, confident that no one would dare step forward to face her now that Lola had fled the battlefield. Suddenly, a calm and confident voice rang out from the shadows. It was the one person everyone had given up waiting for. Lola stepped forward resolutely under the surprised gazes of the spectators, tearing off the red ribbon and preparing for a serious duel. There was no turning back now. The girl's friends were ecstatic. The guy in the tie joyfully shouted that he'd believed she'd return. Her appearance had restored the team's hope for a fair victory. The student gathered her long hair, clenching the ribbon between her teeth. She looked extremely focused and striking, fully ready to enter a dangerous battle. Her gaze grows steely and cold, for now she is no ordinary schoolgirl, but a true warrior, eager to defend her own dignity. With trepidation, her assistant hands her a training sword so that Lola can arm herself and demonstrate the true art of kendo, silencing the insolent girl. To the shock of those present, the beauty flatly refuses the wooden weapon, filled with determination, for no sword is needed to triumph over her opponent. Stunned by his student's audacity, the observing instructor acknowledges that the young woman knows how to present herself effectively, even more skillfully than he does. The girl politely greets her opponent, maintaining an icy composure, while the latter suggests not wasting precious moments and starting the fight right away. Unflappable, Lola confirms her choice. She has no intention of taking up a sword and is ready to fight on her rival's terms, relying solely on her own strength. Completely bewildered, Jen Xiao never expected such audacity and confidence. Her arrogance is instantly replaced by a slight sense of unease. A powerful golden aura flares up around the girl. Energy literally streams through her body, revealing her true, overwhelming power to everyone. Her opponent is stunned by what she sees. The pressure emanating from Lola is so intense that the girl can barely breathe. Overcome by shock and fear, her opponent's fingers go limp. She is unable to hold onto her weapon, and the sword slips from her hands with a dull thud. Falling to her knees, Jian Xiao couldn't believe what had happened. Only one bitter thought echoed in her mind: that she had lost. The entire stadium fell silent in bewilderment. On the vast field, a chasm separated the two figures, and the victor stood unshakable, while the spectators tried to come to terms with the outcome. The stands erupted in furious shouts. Jing Xiao's loyal fans could not accept their idol's defeat, accusing her opponent of cheating. Chaos reigned among the distinguished guests. A man, trembling with excitement, turned to the head coach, demanding an immediate explanation for the outcome of the match. Master Jin looked stern and focused. Despite the strange circumstances of the match, he acknowledged that his student's defeat was an indisputable fact. The tension mounted and all eyes turned to Chu Yi. Everyone waited to hear what this master, capable of seeing the hidden essence even in a lightning-fast battle, would say. Suddenly, the image of a legendary warrior flashed through the hero's mind. The gleaming blade and powerful aura reminded everyone of the supreme art of weaponry, which had ultimately decided the outcome of the battle. The master calmly explained, "Kendo is not just about the sharpness of the steel. Victory came from the art of Zen, against which even Jiang Shao's finest sword proved powerless." The girl in the stands froze, stunned by what she had heard. The master's words opened her eyes to the incredible level of skill the victor had displayed. Lifting her vacant gaze, Jiang Shao, the previously undefeated student, tasted defeat for the first time, realizing that her era had come to an end today. The winner looked down on her defeated opponent and coldly declared that she was no match for her in kendo, advising her to search more diligently for her true path. Listening to these harsh words in a state of complete numbness, the rival realized that even if she had surpassed the girl in strength, she had still lost this battle in spirit. Recalling past teachings, Lola cleared her mind, set aside her ego, and became one with her blade. Only in this way would she be able to conquer the heights she longed for. The defeated Zhang Xiao stood frozen, watching her opponent walk away. Her eyes betrayed her confusion, and the stadium stands were plunged into a heavy silence. Bowing her head in acknowledgement, the loser sincerely thanked her opponent for the ruthless yet valuable lesson, humbly accepting what had happened as an invaluable experience. The referee officially declared the team's victory in the third round. School number 3 clinched first place, causing the stadium to tremble with the fans' jubilation. The fans are ecstatic, 2 wins out of 3. The guys hug each other and weep with joy, shouting the name of their heroine, declaring her now a true goddess of the arena. It turns out that Lin Xiaomei is the center of everyone's attention. Amazed by her skillful kendo, her teammates are all vying to find out the secret behind her grueling training regimen. The embarrassed girl makes a shocking confession. It turns out she learned to wield a sword masterfully as a child, helping her father. One of the guys is instantly inspired by this strange logic and begins frantically mimicking sword strikes with his hands, hoping to become a master of combat by chopping vegetables. The teacher, with a philosophical air, sums up the success by reminding everyone that life is, above all, about experience. However, his grandiloquence is interrupted by a sarcastic remark from behind. With irony, the class president reminds the teacher of his own words, that honest people are no match for scoundrels, and the teacher visibly flinches at such a bold retort. Caught in his own words, the teacher clears his throat awkwardly, trying to feign amnesia. His authority melts away before his students' cunning gazes. The silence of the hallway is pierced by the crisp, authoritative rhythm of footsteps. The sound of heels causes those present to fall instantly silent and grow cold with a sudden sense of foreboding. The atmosphere grows tense as the stern principal appears, everyone freezes, and the triumph in the arena fades in the face of the looming ministerial inspection. A barely perceptible smile plays on Qinzhan's lips. She is clearly pleased with the current result, but behind this calm lies the iron will of a leader. The woman formally congratulates the 18th grade class of high school number 3. Her praise rings out loud and clear, inspiring the students to even greater achievements in the future. Rivals from another school are literally seething with rage. Coaches and mentors cannot come to terms with the defeat, believing that victory was stolen right from under their noses. The captain of school number 1's basketball team steps forward with the ball in his hands, brimming with confidence, and promises teacher Han that they will easily crush their opponents. The referee solemnly announces the start of the third stage of the competition. Now the boys must face off in a basketball match to determine the best. The team from middle school number 3 confidently takes the court. The players in blue uniforms are ready for a serious battle and eager to showcase all their skills in the game. In the stands, the fans can't contain their excitement. They loudly cheer on their favorites, shouting words of encouragement and urging the players to crush the opponent. The team captain, number 01, turns to the coach sitting in the stands. With a hint of hope and excitement in his voice, he asks if the coach will wish them luck today. Chu Yi responds with a fair amount of skepticism and coldly remarks that if they at least lose with dignity, that alone would be considered a decent result. At this, Hu Lai freezes in bewilderment at such pessimism, while the coach gestures toward the opposite side of the court, suggesting they take a look at today's opponents. Amid the crowd's thunderous cheers, the elite team from school number 1 takes the field. The players in their red and black uniforms look intimidating, radiating an aura of power. The fans of school number 1 chant frantically, "Geniuses, go!" convinced their team is the best. Smiling at the students' arrogance, the protagonist suddenly realizes he doesn't even know the name of his own team. The cheerleading squad dramatically unfurls a huge banner, revealing that Chu Yi's students call themselves the aristocrats. Upon hearing such a pretentious name, the teacher freezes in shock, covering his face with his hand out of embarrassment. He jokingly disowns his students before the match begins. The opponent in the red uniform, number 01, looks down his nose, defiantly holding out a clenched fist. His appearance and haughty gaze do not bode well for the aristocrats. In the next instant, the opponent abruptly turns his hand and makes a humiliating gesture. Thumb down. The coach is furious at such insolence. He clenches his fist and yells at the cowardly captain, demanding that he stop whining and crush the insolent opponents for this display of contempt. The referee interrupts the altercation. Holding the ball, he sternly announces the key rule: the first team to score 30 points wins. The man tosses the ball high into the air between the captains of both teams. A sharp command signals the start, and the tense match officially begins. Hu Lai charges toward the hoop at full speed, brimming with confidence and oblivious to the opponent behind him, preparing to make the decisive jump shot. Suddenly, a powerful opponent blocks his path, spectacularly swatting the ball away in midair, demonstrating complete defensive dominance and thwarting the attack. The opponent mockingly holds the ball with one hand right in front of his face. With a defiant smirk, he asks if the other player wants the ball back. Instead of fair play, a rough blow follows. The ball slams forcefully into the face of the player in the blue uniform, and a deafening thud marks the beginning of dirty play. The referee instantly calls the violation, awarding a foul and a free throw. The injured player clutches his broken nose, from which blood begins to trickle. Despite the injury and the bandage on his nose, the team captain returns to the game. He dribbles the ball intently, trying to ignore the pain and the mounting pressure. Hu Lai makes a precise shot from the free throw line. The ball flies in a perfect arc straight toward the basket, under the watchful eyes of everyone in the arena. The ball passes flawlessly through the net. This clean shot earns the team crucial points and proves that the player's will cannot be broken so easily. The scoreboard shows 4-0 in favor of the aristocrats. Time is ticking away relentlessly, and the atmosphere on the court is heating up to a fever pitch due to the opponent's aggressive style. The attacks are getting tougher and tougher. Another hidden elbow to the chest causes the captain to cry out in pain. The opponents are willing to do anything to win the match. After yet another rough collision, Hu Lai ends up on the floor. The referee blows his whistle again, calling a foul, but the player's physical pain only intensifies. The number 8 lights up on the scoreboard. The point gap widens, and the clock is ticking down relentlessly, forcing the team in blue to play faster and take more risks. The captain struggles to catch his breath. Realizing the opponent's tactics, they're playing dirty, intentionally fouling to break his spirit and demonstrate their superiority. A teammate spots an open position and calls out a pass. The ball flies across the entire court to the captain who, despite his injury, is ready to accept this challenge. Overcoming his fatigue, Hu Lai makes a dash and reaches out his arm, completely focused on the flying ball, striving to seize the initiative in this game. But his opponent makes a sharp move, bypassing the defense. The player in the blue jersey is stunned by his opponent's speed and momentum, unable to react in time to the maneuver. With a defiant smirk, the forward tauntingly asks if his opponent wants to steal the ball. His confidence in his superiority leaves no room for doubt. With a deft move, player number 04 sends the ball precisely toward the hoop. The defenders in blue can only watch helplessly as he executes a flawless shot. The ball whizzes through the net, confirming the attacking team's skill. Every shot seems too easy and honed to the point of second nature. Player number 01 takes another long-range shot. The basketball arcs high through the air, earning the team another three-pointer. The score gap becomes critical, 25-10, and the players in blue are demoralized, breathing heavily from exhaustion. Seeing his players despair, the young coach decisively calls a timeout. He urgently needs to reevaluate his game plan. The basketball players complain to their coach about their opponent's incredible strength. They admit that with their current lineup, they have virtually no chance of winning. The arrogant teacher suggests that Chu Yi join the game himself to relieve the boredom, mockingly hinting at the weakness of his ordinary students. Modestly, the hero remarks that he isn't good at basketball, but deep down he's determined to accept the challenge, despite his opponent's sarcastic remarks. Han Zheng pats his opponent on the shoulder, reminding him that a real man should be able to do everything, and anticipates an easy victory over his inexperienced opponent. With a touch of irony, the young man accepts the challenge and teases his arrogant colleague, asking if it's time for him to suffer another crushing defeat. The rival suggests raising the stakes to shake off the boredom. His condition is humiliating. The loser will have to dance on the basketball hoop like it's a pole. A calm, confident smile appears on Chu Yi's face, and without hesitation, he accepts the daring wager, ready to teach the insolent teacher an unforgettable lesson. In a panic, the students try to stop their mentor, knowing that their opponent is a former professional and fearing that the reputation of their entire school is at stake. The principal, also in a panic, tries to stop the teacher, fearing that without the proper skills, he'll only embarrass himself in front of the crowd, which is just waiting for him to fail. But the hero remains unflappable. His calm voice leaves no doubt that a real man must be able to do anything, even if the challenge seems insane. Shedding his jacket in one swift motion, the young man strides resolutely onto the court. The atmosphere grows tense, while his companion simply watches him go in silence, holding her breath. With the ball in his hand and his tie fluttering in the wind, the timeout is over, and now it's time for a real warm-up. Han Zheng leads his team onto the field, determined and ready to teach the upstart a lesson. The game begins. The teacher skillfully dribbles the ball, swiftly breaking through the defense, while his opponent tries to block him. The opposing team's leader smirks maliciously as he adjusts his glasses, confident that he is in complete control of the situation and predicting an imminent, inevitable outcome. In a split second, Chu Yi gets past the defense. The opponent freezes in shock, unable to comprehend how an ordinary guy managed to pull off such a quick maneuver. Deftly weaving between players, the young man moves toward the hoop. The defenders can't keep up with his pace, and every move reveals the experience of a true master. A powerful jump culminates in a spectacular overhead shot. The ball whizzes through the net, putting an exclamation point on this matchup, and the stands fall silent in awe. Han Zheng stood frozen in utter shock. His face was covered in cold sweat, and only one thought pulsed through his mind. This simply cannot be. The young man soars into the air as if gravity no longer exists for him. Determination burns in his eyes, and his hand firmly guides the ball straight into the basket from above. There's a thunderous roar, and Chu Yi hangs triumphantly from the rim after a crushing dunk. The ball flies through the net, sealing his victory once and for all. The referee raises his hand, officially recording the score on the scoreboard. 30-25 in favor of the aristocrats. The tense match is finally over. The gym erupts with cheers. Friends and students from school number 3 jump for joy, hugging one another. It was an incredible victory. The principal watches the scene with admiration, amazed by the young teacher's talent and unable to hide her surprise. The students, ecstatic, toss Chu Yi into the air right on the basketball court, shouting words of gratitude and recognizing him as their true hero and idol. Taking off her glasses, Qin Zhan feels a touch of nostalgia as she watches the students' exuberant joy. With a quiet smile, she recalls her own youth. Lola confidently approaches the woman, noticing her pensive state, and pays her a compliment, reminding her that she still looks very young, which brings a smile to her face. Good-naturedly, the headmistress teases the student, noting that she speaks like an adult and advises her to show some backbone, since life right now is full of exciting events. The young lady freezes for a moment, lost in deep thought. She acknowledges that everyone experiences difficult moments of helplessness in life when time slips away inexorably. As she walks away from the stadium, Lola pays no attention to the triumphant celebrations in the background, realizing that she has practically no time left to carry out her plans. The defeated rivals are forced to admit their defeat. With their heads bowed, they officially inform Qinzhan of their departure, unable to hide their disappointment. A sudden reminder of the promised pole dance causes the opponents to shudder in horror. Their faces contort into grimaces of shame before the entire audience. Chu Yi stands confidently, surrounded by his loyal students. With his arms crossed over his chest, he smiles triumphantly. The competition had ended. Only the hero and the principal remained on the basketball court, and the principal officially announced that the teachers would return to work. Inspired by their teacher's victory, the students celebrated their success, laughing at their defeated opponents as they hurriedly left the gym. Back in her cozy office, Qinzhan immersed herself in her work, focused on the documents lying on the desk in front of her. The office door suddenly swung open, and a smiling Chu Yi appeared in the doorway. Standing at the entrance, he politely asked the principal if she was there. The woman glanced at the young man looming before her and asked why he was asking questions now that he had come in, all the while continuing to work on her calligraphy. Confidently adjusting his accessory, the young man, a barely noticeable cheeky smirk playing on his lips, decides to set aside formalities and get to the point of his visit. Leaning toward her and closing the distance as much as possible, the young man asks with a mischievous glint in his eyes about the well-deserved reward for his efforts, forcing the heroine to blush. Qinzhan's cheeks flush deeply. Her heart pounds in her chest at such intimacy. Confused, she averts her eyes and whispers, asking what exactly the visitor is after, wondering about his secret intentions. Suddenly, he shifts his tone to a much harsher one, loudly declaring his long-cherished desire to officially end the protracted trial period. Instantly, the girl pulls away, adopting a stern and unyielding expression. With cold composure, she delivers a brief and sharp rebuff, responding with a decisive refusal. The persistent young man doesn't back down and proposes a new idea for an autumn excursion. Under his persistence, the beauty softens, agreeing to the outing. Adopting a serious expression, the principal shared important news and relayed a message from his sister, who sincerely hopes for her brother's speedy return home. Upon hearing about his sister, the young man momentarily loses his composure and clears his throat awkwardly. He is surprised that the girl knows so much about his difficult family situation. The atmosphere in the office grows tense. Chu Yi abruptly leans his hands on the table, looming over the space, and takes a decisive step forward, breaking the prolonged silence. Gently cupping the beauty's chin in his palm and looking her straight in the eyes, he whispers that he'll grant her any wish. She need only ask. Trying to steer the conversation back to professional matters, the young lady demands an end to the games and sternly presses him to explain exactly what happened between him and Fan Hong. Suddenly, the hero reaches for Qin Zan's face and with a deft gesture slips off her glasses, admitting that he has never seen her without them before, which catches the object of his affection off guard. Gazing intently at her face, Chu Yi showers the girl with compliments, saying that her eyes are more beautiful than the moon and that she looks much prettier without her glasses. The romantic atmosphere is suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a third person. The stranger at the door sarcastically remarks that he has clearly walked in at the worst possible moment. Standing in the doorway was Zhao Tianming, taking a leisurely drag on his cigarette. His face was hidden in shadow, and an ominous smirk played on his lips, portending nothing good. The young man, with a stern gaze, demanded an explanation, clearly displeased by the presence of the uninvited guest who had disrupted the peace with his sudden appearance. The director was clearly trying to hide her agitation, looking flustered and alarmed as she said the visitor's name. The man who had arrived was clearly unwelcome to her. The tension in the office was mounting. Chu Yi watched the beautiful woman's reaction closely, realizing that she wasn't just upset, she was genuinely afraid of this man. Behaving provocatively, Zhao Tianming blew cigarette smoke right into the office and asked mockingly if he had interrupted their romantic date at the office. The young woman pointed decisively toward the door. The office was her personal space, and she would not allow someone who behaved so brazenly to remain there. But the visitor suddenly changes tactics, putting on a pitiful act, reminding her of their 20-year friendship and the fact that they'd been considered the perfect match for marriage since childhood. Qin Zhan's patience snaps. She starts shouting, demanding that he keep his distance and stop calling her such affectionate names, since there's no intimacy between them. Ignoring her anger, Zhao Tianming smirks, confidently declaring that he has come to discuss the date of their future wedding over a lavish dinner at a restaurant. The guest crosses her arms, trying to put up a barrier, and reminds him that her parents' childhood jokes mean nothing. They are adults now and are completely unsuited for each other. The brazen suitor looms over the woman, invading her personal space. The fanatical gleam in his eyes and his promise to wait for her, even until she's 40, terrify her even more. A sudden torrent of water crashes right into the face of the smug Zhao Tianmin. The dramatic shower instantly interrupts his pretentious speech about eternal love and devotion. The defender can't hold back a wild burst of laughter, wiping away his tears. He apologizes for interrupting such a touching moment and sarcastically suggests that his guest continue. Zhao Tianming, a victim of his own arrogance, furiously wipes himself off, oblivious to the main issue, while the hero contemptuously notices a trace of women's lipstick on his neck. Trying to regain the upper hand, the man arrogantly addresses Chu Yi, mentioning that he has heard many dubious rumors about him and the principal in an attempt to provoke his opponent. But the teacher merely spreads his arms dismissively in response to the attacks and calmly retorts that rumors always swirl around famous and successful people, and he isn't particularly bothered by them. Interrupting the conversation, the secretary peeks into the office. She politely asks Qin Zhan to step away for a moment, unaware of the tension filling the room. The woman hurriedly leaves the room, trying not to notice the intense stares the men are directing at each other. The nonchalant blonde leans casually against the table, dictating his terms and demanding that his opponent leave the city immediately, threatening to make his life a living hell. The villain steps in close, his gaze full of rage and possessiveness, declaring that he always keeps his word and reminding Qin that she belongs only to him. But the teacher nervously clutches a water bottle and tells his enemy straight out that he won't tolerate threats, all while maintaining an outward calm and composure. Zhao Tianming curls his lips in derision, humiliating the teacher by calling him an ordinary guy with no money or power, unworthy of the attention of such an influential person. Calmly, Chu Yi raises his fist, vowing to knock his opponent to the ground, confident in his superiority and determined to make his enemy grovel before him for the rest of his life. Suddenly, the situation changes. The hero lands a sharp and precise blow, and the self-assured rich man is sent flying backward, unable to react to the unexpected counterattack. Without wasting a second, the guy pulls a sturdy dark rope from under the table. His movements are precise and decisive. He no longer intends to put up with empty insults. Like a true professional, the young man deftly ties the attacker's hands behind his back. The attacker screams in panic, asking if the young man realizes who he's laid a hand on. With a broken nose and blood on his face, Zhao Tianming whimpers for mercy. His arrogance vanishes instantly, replaced by animal fear. Without ceremony, Chu Yi shoves his bound enemy to the floor as he clumsily falls, ending up in the very humiliating position he had intended for others. The young man grabs his opponent by the collar, reminding him of the consequences of making threats, and decides not to put off his revenge. After all, he won't have time for this nonsense in the future. A stinging slap leaves a vivid mark on the rich man's cheek as he methodically teaches the insolent man a lesson, forcing him to feel the pain firsthand. Driven mad by rage and pain, the blond man continues to shout threats. He spatters blood and demands recognition of his status, not realizing that his power means nothing here. The teacher loses his temper and delivers a series of lightning-fast palm strikes, outraged by his opponent's rudeness. The air literally trembles from the furious blows. Zhao Tianming's face is reduced to a bloody mess. He trembles with pain and humiliation, trying to spit out a threat through clenched teeth of imminent retribution in the restroom. Unexpectedly, the hero pulls out a pair of enormous tailor's scissors. With a menacing smile, he suggests not waiting until later, but settling everything right there and then. The sight of the sharp blade instantly quells the bully's fervor. The scoundrel cowers in terror in his chair, whimpering pitiful pleas for mercy. His arrogance has evaporated. Disgusted, the young man pins his defeated enemy to the floor with his foot and decides to show mercy solely for the sake of Qinzhan's reputation, tucking the scissors into his pocket. Chu Yi walks away, leaving his enemy sprawled on the floor as the man stares after him with undisguised hatred, whispering a vow to kill his tormentor. Once outside, the battered Zhao Tianming leans against his expensive car and immediately dials a number, demanding that Gao Wenxian come to him. Wiping the blood from his face, he tries to compose himself. A plan for revenge is already brewing in his mind, and he intends to have some serious fun with Chu Yi. The agitated associate dean appears. Horrified by the sight of the beaten gentleman, he suggests going to the infirmary immediately. The enraged man lunges at his assistant, reminding him of his true duty. Furious that the fat man had failed to keep a close watch on Qinzhan, he demands an explanation. Gao Wenxian freezes in silent horror. Realizing the gravity of the situation, cold sweat rolls down his forehead as he understands that the enraged master will show him no mercy. With a venomous smirk and wiping away the blood, Zhao Tianming is furious over the rumors about the principal and the teacher that have spread in his absence, and demands an explanation from his subordinate. Bursting out in a shout, the blond man grabs the associate dean by the throat. The helpless associate dean gasps for air and tries to justify himself, admitting his guilt to the domineering man. The man frantically tries to convince the wealthy man that the rumors are just malicious jokes from the students. He assures him that there is nothing going on between Qinzhan and the protagonist, hoping to loosen the grip. Instead of answering, the wealthy man hurls a stack of photographs in Gao Wenxian's face. The photos clearly show Chu Yi and a woman together, completely refuting all the cowardly assistant's excuses. Enraged, the assailant grabs the vice dean by the throat, demanding obedience. The situation is tense to the breaking point. Aggression is running high, and the victim is choking from the sudden attack. After knocking Gao Wenxian off his feet with a powerful blow, the man shouts threats and orders that Chu Yi be prevented from passing the evaluation at all costs, promising retribution if he fails. Left alone, The defeated man rubs his neck, devising a plan to avoid retribution. Sitting behind the wheel, the wealthy man hatches devious plans and dreams of marriage, as this union will allow him to get his hands on the assets of the powerful Huasheng Group. Meanwhile, in the office skyscraper, a report is being delivered. The assistant informs his boss that Zhao Tianming has gone to school and everything is going strictly according to plan. With a glass of wine in hand, Chen Junfei mocks his good-for-nothing younger brother and hopes that he will finally prove useful by getting into a conflict with a teacher named Chu. Standing by the panoramic window, the accomplices discuss the risks. The assistant fears trouble if the truth comes out, but the master is confident in his superiority and wit. The scoundrel plans to pass off the intrigue as a personal quarrel, but in reality it is a secret war between the giants of Goqin and Hunyuan, from which he intends to reap the maximum benefit. The schemer hugs his accomplice, cynically declaring that even if they fail, they can easily frame that fool. He is completely calm and confident in his impunity. While the conspiracy brews around him, the unsuspecting Chu Yi sits in his office, engrossed in his phone, wondering whether he should go on a date with a beautiful woman that evening. Full of anticipation, the man looks at his phone, wondering why Feng Wangshu chose such a strange place, imagining a romantic encounter at a nightclub with drinks. The young man cheerfully calls out to his colleague, asking the teacher to help him pick out an outfit after work, and explaining that he has a meeting with an important person today. With a mischievous smile and curiosity, Tan Yu asks if he's going on a date with a girl. She's clearly intrigued by her co-worker's sudden transformation. But the young man playfully crosses his arms, denying the beauty's guesses, and explains with a smile that he has a meeting with a guy trying to keep the mystery alive. The city is bathed in neon lights as the couple arrives at the entrance to a bustling venue. The nightclub's bright signs beckon with their atmosphere of excitement and fun. The young man entered the club, recalling his last visit. Back then, things had been chaotic, and a fight had broken out, but now the atmosphere seemed deceptively peaceful and quiet. A striking young woman confidently made her way toward him. She looked stunning, drawing the attention of everyone present with her daring outfit. The young man couldn't resist paying her a compliment, noting that dressed like this, Feng Wangshui could succeed in any business negotiations with absolutely any man. The beauty winked coquettishly in response to his words, thanking him for the compliment. The club's owner then invited Chu Yi inside, revealing the secret of her ownership of the club. The young man was genuinely surprised to learn that the establishment belonged to her. He looked at his companion with interest, not expecting her to hold such a high-profile position. The young lady gently took his arm, closing the distance between them, and suggested they find a cozier, more secluded spot to continue their important conversation in peace. The couple slowly disappeared into the depths of the venue, leaving the noisy main hall behind and headed for a private area where no one could interrupt their conversation. In the VIP area of the Melee Club, Feng Wangshui confessed that she had opened the place with her own money, dreaming of leaving the family business and making the club her personal refuge. Zhu Yi was puzzled by what he heard, reminding the young lady of Feng Deyun's deep affection for her, and unable to comprehend the reasons behind her impulse to leave everything behind. With sadness, the young woman confided that only her grandfather's concern was holding her back, for in the corporate environment, she felt like an outsider among greedy people. With a glass of wine in her hand, the beauty bitterly summed up her situation. Despite her high position as director, in reality she felt like nothing more than a pitiful puppet. Looking at the sad Feng Wanshui, the teacher realized that this statuesque and seductive woman was hiding a deep inner pain, which suddenly resonated in his heart. Noticing the sadness in the girl's eyes, the hero decisively took the initiative and abruptly snatched the glass from her hands, preventing her from continuing to drown her sorrows in wine. Without a moment's hesitation, the young man drained the glass in one gulp. The lady froze in astonishment, covering her mouth with her hand as she watched this sudden and bold act. The drink turned out to be incredibly strong. Barely suppressing a cough, Chu Yi asked the name of this concoction, feeling a burning bitterness and sharpness in his mouth. With a sad smile, Feng Wangshui admitted that she had created this cocktail herself. For her, it was a way to extract morsels of joy from the endless bitterness of her life. Gazing thoughtfully at the wine droplets, the young man realized that her confession had stirred memories of his own trials, for this bitter taste of fate was painfully familiar to him. The young man invites his lovely companion to share a meal with him, cheerfully noting her desire to find solace in adversity and laugh at the capriciousness of life. The young woman silently empties her wineglass, stunning her companion with her boldness and the speed with which she drinks, compelling him to believe that a genuine closeness has emerged between them. Feng Wangshui rises abruptly. Her attire looks slightly disheveled, and her eyes are veiled in a haze. The young man watches her with confusion, trying to anticipate her next move. The beauty makes her way to the stage, drawing the attention of all the guests. The bar patrons are in shock. Could this statuesque lady really be about to pole dance? Without a moment's hesitation, the girl begins a graceful performance, arching her body around the pole. The lights highlight her figure, and the room falls silent, mesmerized by the dancer's boldness and unexpected passion. The young man is thrilled by her boldness, calling her a seductress and joking that the other men in the bar will soon burst with envy as they gaze at his companion. Feng Wangshui casts a languid glance at the teacher and softly whispers that he alone is worthy of seeing this dance. The atmosphere between them heats up to a fever pitch amid the music and lights. In his mind, the young man is already elated. The combination of alcohol and the fiery dance is making his head spin as he anticipates a wild continuation of the evening in a very intimate setting. Enthusiastically, the young man praises Wang Shui, calling her the woman of his dreams, unaware that those who shouldn't be here are watching this performance closely. A group of stern-looking girls suddenly appears in the doorway. Their angry glances don't bode well, and the fun risks turning into major trouble for him. The teacher froze in his chair when he saw his students standing before him. With horror and bewilderment, he asks the girls how they managed to end up in this club. With a smirk, the students declared that they had been watching Chu Yi from the very beginning. They had seen everything from him arriving arm in arm with a beautiful girl to the two of them drinking together. The young man tried to suppress his panic and regain his composure, reminding himself that, as their teacher, he must not show fear in front of a group of ordinary teenagers. Deciding to go on the offensive, the hero jumps to his feet and begins to loudly reprimand the students, demanding an explanation and threatening them with trouble for visiting a nightclub. However, Wang Lin merely winks slyly at him in response and calmly explains to the teacher that entry to this club is permitted from the age of 16 and they are within their rights. A student runs up to her mentor in a panic and delivers alarming news. His companion is in serious trouble that requires immediate intervention. The sudden outburst catches Feng Wangshui off guard. The aggressive woman shouts insults, accusing her of seducing other men. At the last moment, Chu Yi manages to catch the stunned woman and pulls her close to his chest, trying to shield her from her detractors. The arrogant Dong Fanxin mocks the couple, sarcastically remarking that the woman has quickly found herself a protector who, in her opinion, is dressed in cheap knockoffs. In a whisper, the beauty reveals the identity of the woman who insulted her. She is the daughter of an influential director at the major corporation Dongfang Group, whose name strikes fear into the hearts of many city residents. The woman recalls the persistent advances of this wealthy lady's husband. She had to tactfully avoid his attention so as not to jeopardize an important business deal for the company. Unfortunately, the rumors reach the lawful wife. Now an enraged Dongfang Xin is convinced of her husband's infidelity and takes out all her fury on an innocent victim. Frightened, Feng Wangshui begs her teacher not to get involved in the conflict and is willing to endure any humiliation just to avoid angering the heiress of the world's third-largest corporation. The young man remains completely calm and confident. He graciously thanks the lady for the dance and firmly promises that he will resolve this issue, ensuring that no one will ever hurt her again. The beauty's heart skips a beat at her savior's nobility. She looks at him with undisguised admiration and hope, touched by his willingness to defend her good name. An enraged Dong Fanxin continues to shower the girl with threats, promising that once this scandal becomes public, the influential Fenghua Group will sever all ties with her forever. The young man's patience finally snaps. He abruptly cuts off the stream of insults with a commanding shout, silencing the arrogant heiress. A powerful and intimidating aura begins to emanate from Chu Yi. His icy gaze and fierce voice instantly change the atmosphere in the room, causing those around him to tremble with fear. The women witnessing the scene are mesmerized by the young man's incredible charisma. As they watch his strength and confidence, they begin to blush and dream of getting to know this handsome man better. The defender goes on the offensive, sarcastically mocking Dong Fanxin's appearance and advising her to go home and spare herself the embarrassment. Since with a face like that, every man in the world would run away from her. The spiteful woman bursts into a scream, urging her henchmen to deal with her tormentor. Her eyes blaze with rage, and her fists are clenched with impatience and malice. A burly bodyguard blocks his path, threatening the young man with violence and demanding that he not dare interfere with the girls, or else his face will be beaten to a pulp. The young man merely smirks in response to the threats and defiantly beckons the thugs with his finger, calling them a bunch of sweaty guys, showing not a shred of fear. The gang leader is enraged by such audacity, believing that the young man's status as a gigolo doesn't give him the right to act so provocatively, and prepares to teach him a lesson. A sudden blow sends the glass tumbler shattering into 1,000 pieces against the giant's head. Shards and drops of wine fly in all directions amid a deafening clatter and screams. While his opponent is disoriented, the hero calmly picks up a new bottle of wine from the table and ironically reminds him that he'll have to pay for the broken glassware. The bloodied thug clutches his head and spews a torrent of filthy curses. In a rage, he orders his men to immediately attack the insolent young man. The first bodyguard charges into battle, but is immediately struck by a powerful blow. Shards fly into his face, and the attacker is sent flying backward without even managing to touch his target. The young man masterfully dispatches his second opponent. With a precise and swift move, he knocks out the bald thug, causing him to cry out in pain. Clutching the bottle's cork in his hand, the young man glares menacingly at his enemies, announces that the wine costs 1,000 yuan, and challenges the remaining attackers to come at him all at once. The girls are thrilled by the young man's skill. One of them joyfully pumps her fist, calling him a master of showboating, while the other watches the scene unfold with restraint. Cold Feng Wang Shui orders his rival to leave, staking his claim to the territory and openly threatening her group, making it clear that the consequences for them will be dire. A distinguished man with a cigar is furious. He is outraged that he spent a fortune on the club and gifts, but never received the attention of the lady, who chose a young girl instead. An assistant wearing glasses gives Mr. Zheng some cynical advice and suggests dragging the wayward beauty into the bedroom by force, so she'll finally appreciate her boss's charm. With a smile, the scoundrel waits for an important client, but his plans are disrupted. He didn't expect the conflict with the girl from the Dongfang group to go this far and turn into such a problem. The man is confident and is counting on help from his debtor, Master Wei, to strengthen ties with the Dongfang group and elevate his own company. The long-awaited figure appears in the doorway. Mr. Zheng's face lights up with the anticipation of victory as he greets the newcomer, believing the situation is under his control. Unable to contain her rage, Dongfang Xin showers the beautiful woman with curses, threatening to hire people to brutally punish her and her companion. Chu Yi merely smirks in response to her hysterics, ironically noting that a woman's lack of intelligence has nothing to do with her appearance, all the while maintaining complete composure. The man's arrival changes the atmosphere. Accompanied by security, he is surprised by the young man's audacity in daring to publicly insult such an important guest. Mr. Zheng plays along with his ally, declaring that anyone who offends her automatically becomes his personal enemy and is eager to curry favor with the influential lady. The woman's expression changes instantly, breaking into a satisfied smile as she promises to repay the scoundrel with kindness and establish cooperation between their firms. While the enemies exchange pleasantries, Chu Yi looks at Mr. Zheng with undisguised contempt, bluntly calling him a smug, decrepit old man. Terrified, Feng Wang Shui begs her teacher to be quiet, fearing that a feud with such influential figures will ruin her career and her connection with the Fenghua group. Watching his companion intently, the young man notices her genuine fear and trembling, realizing that the time has come to seriously protect the one he cares about. To calm the girl's trembling, he gently placed his hand on her head. This gesture, combined with his confident tone, made her freeze and listen intently. With a warm and sincere smile, the hero made a promise, firmly declaring that from this very day on, he would be her protector, and no one would dare to hurt her again. Feng Wang Shui is stunned by the surprise. A deep blush spreads across her cheeks, and her thoughts become jumbled. She hadn't expected such words from her companion at all. The young man abruptly shifts to a defiant tone and mockingly points at the enemies, calling them a bunch of losers and Mr. Zheng nothing more than useless cannon fodder. The enraged man is literally trembling with rage. Having lost his composure due to the brazen insults, he appeals to the master, demanding that the upstart be punished immediately. In shock, The beautiful woman covers her mouth with her hand, unable to believe her eyes. Standing before her is none other than the legendary and fearsome Wei Fu himself. One of the students is baffled as to how such an insignificant group could have invited a man who behaves so insolently even toward her influential grandfather. The scheming woman clenches her fist with satisfaction. She relishes the spectacle, for this couple certainly won't escape the master's wrath so easily. Wei Fu exuded icy composure. His order was short and harsh, that they break their own legs. Resolutely, Feng Wangshu grabs her companion by the arm. She is ready to do anything to protect Chu Yi if the inevitable bloody brawl begins now. The tension reaches its peak, surrounded by bodyguards. The master waits for submission. But Chu Yi takes a step forward amid the frightened gasps of the crowd. Those around him whisper in horror. The young man is walking straight toward the authority figure as if digging his own grave. Has he truly lost his mind? A resounding slap echoes through the air. The teacher slaps the master across the face, declaring that he has become too arrogant with his inflated authority in front of them. Witnesses freeze with their mouths agape in silent shock. No one could have imagined that anyone would have the audacity to raise a hand against Wei Fu himself. Slowly, the man removed his glasses. His gaze was filled with rage. The crowd realized that a real bloodbath was about to begin and that the culprit's end was surely at hand. Instead of striking, the master suddenly bowed deeply. His voice trembled with reverence. He had recognized the great Master Chu in the insolent young man. Those around him were speechless. The dangerous figure whom the entire city feared was now trembling before a seemingly ordinary young man. What kind of monster was this? The girls were completely bewildered. DKN Fanjin herself was now trembling with fear, unable to comprehend how the balance of power had shifted in a single second. Coldly, the hero orders Wei Fu to settle everything here. The recently formidable leader merely bows his head obediently, ready to carry out his master's every command. The master's wrath spills over onto those who dragged him into this. A crushing blow rains down on the culprit, and retribution for disrespecting the master will be instantaneous. The blow was sudden and powerful. The hapless guest is sent flying to the side before he even has time to comprehend what happened. And a loud cry of pain echoes throughout the hall. Rubbing his bruised cheek, the man whimpers in fear, trying to appeal to Wei's friendship, not understanding what he had done wrong this time. The master's anger knows no bounds. In a rage, he orders the scoundrel to apologize to the teacher immediately, pointing at him with an authoritative gesture. Zhu Yi remains ice cold and doesn't demand an apology. He simply orders the offender to get lost and forget about harassing Feng Wangshu once and for all. Wei Fu doesn't let up, reinforcing the hero's order with a hefty kick and urging the offender to leave before the distinguished guest's mood is completely ruined. Turning his attention to the girl, the young man reminds her with a hint of mockery of the million in damages she caused and calls her little sister, clearly provoking a confrontation. The little provocation worked. Dong Fanjin flies into a rage at the teacher's insolent words, while he calmly picks his nose, teasing her even more. The vile woman is beside herself with fury, calling them a damn couple. The enraged lady grabs her phone, intent on calling her influential brother for help. A sense of unease hangs in the air. Her companion is terrified. She knows that her half-brother, Dong Fanao, is a dangerous man, and his arrival spells big trouble. A malicious smile twists her face. The girl is confident of her victory, and she can't wait to see her brother teach that insolent brat who fancies himself a teacher a lesson. Confused, Feng Wangshui realizes that a fight will only make matters worse, and she desperately tries to hold back the brewing conflict, trembling with tension. A resounding slap cuts short the threats. The sudden blow silences the troublemaker's arrogant rant, causing her to cry out in pain and surprise. Brute force puts an end to it. A hand clamps firmly onto the offender's hair, forcing her to fall silent and submit completely to the attacker's will. Lola appears, looking stern, holding the victim by the hair. She orders her in an icy tone to stop acting like a fool, quelling any resistance. Enraged, Dong Fanxin shouts threats, promising retribution to anyone who dared to stand up to her, and storms off the scene of the confrontation, harboring deep resentment. Puzzled, Feng Wangshui asks the young man if he really is just an ordinary teacher, and is shocked to learn that he has such dangerous students. With a smile, Wang Lin confirms his status as a mentor, while he awkwardly tries to justify himself. The situation appears ambiguous. arousing suspicion among those around them. An alarm rings out at a luxurious mountain villa. The injured woman complains to her brother about being beaten, demanding immediate revenge for the humiliation. A stern man listens intently to his sister on the phone and demands details of the incident, already planning a counterattack against her abusers. In tears, Dong Fangxin tells her relative about her rival's lover, who dared to raise his hand against her. She craves retribution and asks him to defend her honor. The man with the scar on his face flares up with anger and orders his sister to see a doctor, promising to deal with the problem himself. His eyes conveyed a death sentence for the enemy. After checking the data on his laptop, Dong Fanao finds information about a teacher from school number 3 and decides to pay him a surprise visit. The file on the screen showed that Chu Yi was on probation and contained information about the heiress of Huasheng Group. Now the criminals were planning to steal their company's documents. The next day, the strict Qin Zhan was outraged by the hero's failure to submit a report. Unaware of the impending danger, she wanted to punish the teacher for his negligence. A bold man barged into the principal's office. She was surprised by the sudden visit of a stranger who behaved with extreme confidence and coldness. The visitor claimed that one of the school's teachers had brutally beaten his sister and demanded an official explanation from the administration, putting pressure on them. The principal is outraged by her subordinate's behavior and is ready to immediately fire the troublemaker, asking for the teacher's name so she can put an end to this. The man slyly utters the name Zhu Yi, convinced that dealing with a newcomer on probation will be easy, and anticipates a quick victory. However, upon hearing the offender's last name, Qin Zhan freezes in shock, completely unprepared for the fact that this particular young man is the problematic teacher. Explaining that it is impossible to fire the young man, the woman expresses complete confidence in his integrity, believing that the guest's relative who was harmed provoked the incident herself. Enraged, Dong Fanao pounds his palms on the tabletop, refusing to accept the woman's excuses and dismissing her arguments as pathetic alibis. Maintaining an icy composure, the principal advises the guest to question his sister more thoroughly, reminding him that there are far more dangerous individuals in these parts. Leaning over the table and looking the director straight in the eye, the man demands, with obvious mockery, that she name the daredevil, who supposedly isn't afraid of the entire city. Qin Zhan straightens up proudly and crosses her arms over her chest. With profound dignity, she utters just one surname, Chu. The man's face instantly pales with horror. The image of the powerful clan from Qinhua City flashes through his mind, and the realization of his mistake paralyzes his will. Continuing her attack, the lady clarifies the young man's social status and informs the stunned visitor that he has crossed paths with the eldest grandson of Chu Huai himself. Shocked, Dong Fanao recoils, barely keeping his balance, and tries to protest. After all, he had always believed the heir to be someone else. But his familiar worldview is crumbling. Looking at the guest with a hint of disdain, the matriarch asked if he had been so short-sighted as to have let the name of Chu Zhongtian, a member of the illustrious clan, pass him by. Trembling with horror, the man, having grasped the scale of the impending disaster, realized that recklessness could cost him dearly in such a dangerous game. Serene Qin Zhan poured tea into cups, pondering the secrets of the powerful clan, suspecting that Zhongtian was merely a front. Taking a sip and maintaining an enigmatic half-smile, the headmistress made it clear that she was looking out for the teacher for a reason, demanding that he keep what he had heard a closely guarded secret. Looking completely overwhelmed, Dong Fanao dared to ask a delicate question, alluding to the persistent rumors about their suspiciously close bond. Adjusting her glasses to hide her slight embarrassment, the lady dismissed the gossip as idle chatter, yet admitted that their relationship was indeed very close. A short while later, a luxury car pulled up outside the university building. The capricious girl demanded revenge, unaware of the dangerous game she had dragged her brother into. An enraged Dong Fanao demanded details over the phone about yesterday's events and wanted to know the names of everyone who had been there, losing his composure. His sister on the other end of the line began her story. As he listened intently, his face betrayed extreme interest and a hint of hidden anxiety. What he heard shocked him to the core. The man realized with horror that even the influential Master Wei Fu had bowed his head before this mysterious enemy. Lost in dark thoughts, Dong Fanao analyzed the Chu family's connections and began to suspect that their ambitions extended much further, threatening the assets of Huasheng Group. The young woman sat in her office, hoping to win Chu Yi's favor, sincerely believing that if she succeeded, she would not be blamed for what she had done. Suddenly, there was a firm knock on the door. Someone had come to see Qin Zhan right in the middle of her thoughts, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. The class president informed the woman that the teacher had skipped class again. The principal, perplexed, tried to understand the reasons behind such brazen behavior. Her patience finally snapped. The beautiful woman decisively grabbed her smartphone, intending to personally reprimand the negligent teacher and demand an immediate explanation. The call went through, but no one on the other end was in a hurry to answer. The phone screen glowed, and the silence on the line only further fueled the flames of indignation in the principal's heart. Transformed into a veritable demon of rage, she screamed, stunned by Chu Yi's audacity in daring to ignore her phone call. The young man spotted an old piece of paper at the merchant's stall and decided to outwit him by buying it for a pittance, dismissively calling the artifact worn-out paper as he offered a few pennies. The seller was outraged, declaring that it was sacred yellow paper from a monk used for spells. He flatly refused to sell it, raising the price to 1,000 yuan. Pretending to agree to the deal, but only to seek the truth, Zhu Yi paid the exorbitant sum, hoping the paper's magical properties would justify the expense. After receiving the money, the cunning vendor couldn't hold back his laughter and let it slip. It turned out he'd bought this rarity from a neighboring shop for just 10 yuan, brazenly deceiving him. The young man walks away, angry at himself for being so easily duped, but deep down he's happy because the yellow paper is now in his possession after all. As he examines the mysterious paper, he realizes that its quality is far superior to the ordinary, for this artifact clearly originates from the enigmatic spirit world. The city is in an uproar. Residents rush to see the great master Zhu Ge. The old man can barely keep up with the crowd, and the young man watches the commotion around him in bewilderment. Intrigued, the teacher stops the old man to find out the reason for the commotion. The whole city is eager to attend the rare event everyone is talking about. The old man explains that the master has arrived in the city for the first time. His spells can heal and bring good luck, so there will be a fierce bidding war at the auction. The auction begins in a spacious hall. Zhu Ge takes his seat at the table, drawing the attention of hundreds of people eager to get their hands on his magic. The man announces that he spent half a year creating 5 special spells. His serious demeanor inspired confidence in everyone present. As he examines the merchandise, Chu Yi's intuition tells him that although the work isn't of the highest quality, it does have a real effect. Now the crowd's reaction makes sense. The sage lays out talismans for health, protection, and wealth. The starting price of 100,000 shocks the teacher with its unjustifiably high cost. An experienced treasure hunter is furious at the merchant's greed and can't believe that such trivial trinkets are being sold for the exorbitant sum of 100,000 coins. A snobbish girl mocks the guy, calling him a pauper who can only watch since he doesn't have the money to buy anything. Suddenly, the young man smells an unbearably pungent odor coming from the girl. He grimaces and covers his nose with his hand, unable to suppress his natural reaction. The irritation in his nose becomes unbearable. The protagonist can no longer control himself and sneezes forcefully, closing his eyes against the sudden surge. The powerful sneeze hits the haughty woman right in the face. The stranger freezes in complete shock while the guy tries to recover from the sudden allergy attack. The beauty flies into a hysterical rage as she inspects her ruined 18,000 dress. Furious, she demands compensation, threatening the guy with retribution. For his part, Chu Yi doesn't mince words. He accuses her of wearing too much makeup, which caused him to sneeze, and brazenly demands compensation for emotional distress. An enraged Zhu Xiao confronts the unflappable young man. Her face is flushed with anger, while he simply gazes calmly into the distance, ignoring the tension around him. The noble Shi-er tries to diffuse the situation and gently explains to her friend that the young man sneezed by accident, asking her not to make a scene. But the girl won't let it go, complaining to her friend about the stranger's audacity and convinced that he did it on purpose to mock them. The young man merely smiled mysteriously upon hearing the beauty's name, paying her a subtle compliment by noting the poetic sound of it, which only confuses the girls even more. The hot-tempered blonde points her finger at the guy, calling him a bum. She is outraged by his behavior and by the fact that some ragged guy dares to be so brazenly insolent. In his mind, the guy is angry at being labeled as poor and decides that next time he'll definitely change his clothes to hide his true wealth from the crowd. A new acquaintance apologizes sheepishly for her companion's harsh words, assuring him that Zhu Xiao simply has a sharp tongue, but deep down she's actually a kind person. The girls continue on their way, as their main goal. Finding a rare medicine to save their grandfather takes priority, and they certainly don't need any extra trouble with passersby. The young shopper reassures her friend, reminding her of the great master, and believes that his magic spell is their only chance to get the old man back on his feet. Meanwhile, Zhuge is already in full force, surrounded by a magical glow as he begins to recite ancient spells. Shi-Er resolutely enters the bidding, offering 2 million for the magical spells, and is willing to pay any price just to have a chance at salvation. The young man freezes in shock upon hearing such astronomical sums. He could never have imagined that these random passers-by possessed such immense wealth. Suddenly, a brazen man in a cap bursts into the bidding war, mockingly outbidding the beautiful woman by offering 3 million outright, sparking a wave of indignation. The bidding heats up rapidly. The girl coolly names the figure 4, but her competitor immediately adds another half, clearly relishing this monetary duel. Resolutely, Shi-Er raises the bid to 5 million, shocking those around her. The crowd erupts in cries of astonishment, amazed by the bottomless wallets of these rich kids. Meanwhile, Chu Yi activates the super perception technique. His gaze pierces reality, allowing him to see the hidden essence of things and the nature of the energy surrounding the stranger. A terrifying specter of illness appears before his eyes. A dark aura in the shape of a skull devours the girl's life force, confirming the presence of an ancient ancestral curse. The young man resolutely interjects into the conversation, exposing the fraudster, and tells Miss Liang outright that her grandfather will not be healed by this con artist's fake spells. Stunned by what she has heard, the beautiful young woman is struck by the very fact that a random passerby is aware of the strictest family secret, an incurable hereditary ailment. Enraged, the fake master yells at the young man, trying to save his reputation. Inwardly, he sees that his rich and naive prey has nearly slipped from his greedy grasp. The young man remains ice-cold and calmly remarks with irony that the old man's spells are useless against women, hinting at the magician's collusion with the plant. The crowd begins to have doubts, and the plant in the cap is visibly nervous. The scam is falling apart under the young master's watchful gaze. The enraged charlatan decides to take revenge. His face contorted with rage, he declares the deal null and void, preparing a hidden magical attack against the young man. Zhu Gi discreetly pulls out a dark talisman. An ominous purple energy bursts from behind his back, aimed directly at the young man's unprotected back. The dark entity clings to his shoulder, and the sorcerer maliciously warns him of the dangers of the night, unaware that the young man sees the attack and is in complete control of it. Calmly, Chu Yi looks at the violet entity on his shoulder and realizes that the old man, his colleague, is foretelling imminent doom for the swindler because of his misdeeds. The false master merely smirks arrogantly in response, confident in his invulnerability, boasting of his robust health and exceptional luck accumulated over years of deception. Taking a step forward, the master firmly repeats his prophecy. His confident tone and enigmatic demeanor cause those around him to hold their breath in anticipation of the outcome. Gently touching the talisman with his finger, Zhu Ge activates its hidden energy. The cursed mark flares up with a bright flame, beginning to work against the hero. The old man flies into a rage and swings his arm, demanding that Chu Yi get out of the way. His hand is shrouded in dark smoke, but he hasn't yet realized that the situation has changed. In the crowd, spectators whisper to one another while recording the scene on their phones. They are amazed by the master's power and the young man's audacity. A man in a traditional robe is suddenly grabbed by the chest. His face is contorted with shock and pain as the spell takes effect. Calmly, the hero delivers a sharp blow with his palm to his opponent's face, declaring that he has merely exposed the fraud who dared to cast a curse on him. The defeated opponent retreats in panic, covering his face with his hand. The blood on his clothes and his terrified expression speak to his complete defeat in this skirmish. The young man stands at the center of a surge of dark magical energy, reminding the enemy of his warning and demonstrating his complete superiority and power. Realizing he's up against a true master, the charlatan frantically gathers his belongings, his only thought being to escape as quickly as possible. Zhuge flees at full speed, leaving his magical talismans on the table, while the master watches him go, thinking he should visit places like this more often. Witnesses to the scene are completely bewildered. The girl stares in surprise after the fleeing master, not understanding who this young man really is. Almost silently, Shi-er approaches the teacher, and with some trepidation, asks him to explain what he meant by the mysterious family illness. Standing calmly before the young woman, Chu-yi explains the nature of the ailment. The atmosphere is tense, for his words about the illness could forever change her family's life. The young lady looks at the young man with hope. A silent question is frozen in her eyes. Can this chance stranger truly heal her and her loved ones? Coldly, the hero confirms that the illness is curable, but he has no intention of taking on such a risky undertaking. He then takes his leave, wishing the beauty success in her search for another doctor. Walking away resolutely, the teacher ignored her confusion. Left alone, she is unable to realize that their final chance is simply slipping away. Realizing that this was not an illness but a powerful curse, the young man understood that his strength might not be enough, and that amateurs off the street would only make things worse for the girl's family. In desperation, Shi-er shouts after him, promising any amount of money and saying she is willing to give hundreds of millions just to save her loved ones from certain death. But the teacher is adamant and advises her to find someone else, believing that there are others in the world who can help, but he himself does not want to get involved. As he left, Chu-yi realized he had drawn too much attention and decided not to take any risks until his magical powers reached the level needed to protect himself and his plans. He reflected sadly on his burden. Even with the power of the Lord of Hell, he understood that he alone could not save everyone in need in this cruel world. In her office, the stern principal carefully reviews documents. Her focused gaze and formal demeanor underscore her seriousness. With a carefree smile, the teacher peeks into the office, acting extremely at ease, and asks Qin why she was looking for him so early in the morning. The woman remained cool and asked him directly about the details of his recent meeting with Zhao Tianmin, suspecting that something untoward had happened between them. Gesturing dramatically, the young man tries to convince her that the meeting was peaceful, making up a story that they had simply had a pleasant chat and agreed to meet again. Looking at him skeptically, the principal points out the obvious contradictions. If everything went smoothly, then where did the drops of blood and the scraps of sturdy nylon rope on the floor come from? Overcome by panic, Chu-yi waves his arms frantically and desperately tries to justify himself, attempting to dispel any ambiguous suspicions the principal might have about him. Furious, Qin reminds him of the danger posed by the enemy and doubts that the Chu family will recognize his status, given the young master's reckless behavior. Casually picking his ear, the young man displays a complete lack of fear, expressing confidence in his own physical strength and declaring that the enemy cannot defeat him in battle. Angrily, the woman reminds him that in the modern world, opponents have thousands of ways to take revenge, urging him not to be so reckless and not to underestimate his enemy. Realizing the gravity of Qin's words, he pauses to reflect, for at his current level of strength, his body is still far too vulnerable and unable to withstand even a bullet. The long-awaited day of his first paycheck at the university had arrived. Even though he already had millions, he was genuinely happy about even this modest sum of 500 yuan. Eagerly, the teacher clutched his smartphone, constantly checking his notifications, asking himself just one question: when would the money arrive? A colleague notices Chu-yi's anxiety and tells him that her money has already arrived, advising him to go to the accounting department to clarify the situation in person. Upon hearing this news, the protagonist resolutely heads to the accounting department to sort out the issue of his pay, only to find the office door open. The accountant, without looking up from the newspaper, curtly informs him that his salary for the current month has been completely revoked. The stunned teacher freezes in front of the desk, demanding an explanation, unable to understand on what grounds such a harsh and unfair decision was made. With irritation, Chen Kai brings up the missed classes, stating that the order to withhold pay was signed by the school administration and is not subject to appeal. Enraged, Chu-yi slams his fist on the desk, insisting that he had asked the principal for permission and missed only 2 classes, outraged by this clear abuse of authority. The accountant remains unperturbed, citing the school regulations and asserting that even the principal is required to follow the rules, which stipulate substantial fines. The teacher's expression changes, and he asks suspiciously whether this situation is a personal vendetta related to a certain Chen Junyu. Losing his temper, Chen Kai yells at the teacher who is on probation and orders the insolent man to leave the school immediately if he does not agree with the rules. Realizing that a scandal at this moment would only harm his plans for the 18th group's graduation, the young man decides to back down for the time being and silently leaves the office. Watching him walk away, the accountant smirks smugly, confident that he can continue to make life miserable for the rebellious teacher by wielding his authority. After a hard day at school, Chu Yi returns to his rented apartment, lost in thought as he sits at his desk surrounded by books. Deciding to teach his tormentor a lesson, he chooses the little poisonous spirit spell and with a sly smile promises that the challenge he issued will come at a price. Concentrating, the hero begins to create a magical talisman. A scroll with bright red mystical symbols materializes in the air before him. The work drains almost all his strength. Breathing heavily and wiping away sweat, Chu Yi realizes that he has enough energy for only one spell, but that will be enough. The next day arrives in the school cafeteria. Keeping his composure, the teacher prepares to carry out his plan for retribution. The cheerful young man slaps Chen Kai on the back, causing him to choke on his food. The sudden greeting in the cafeteria catches the man off guard. The enraged accountant shouts after the departing teacher. He is overcome with rage and a strange mark resembling a talisman is visible on his back. The man was dining alone, arrogantly pondering his million-dollar deals, looking down on those around him and considering them good-for-nothings who know nothing of life. Recalling the Vice-Dean's order to interfere with the teacher in Qinzhan, he was focused on his phone, mulling over devious plans and the administration's instructions. Suddenly, his hand slips and the expensive smartphone flies straight into the soup bowl. Splashes fly in all directions, a moment of complete fiasco. Horrified, Chen Kai jumps up upon seeing his phone in his food. He can't help but let out an angry scream at such a ridiculous and infuriating accident. Trying to save his gadget, the man slips on the wet dining room floor. His foot veers sharply to the side, causing him to lose all balance. The clumsy accountant flails his arms, knocking over plates of leftover lunch onto himself. He realizes the situation is turning into a disaster. The victim ends up on his knees, drenched in soup, with a bowl on his head. A passing cook whistles, oblivious to his humiliating predicament. A cafeteria worker also loses his balance and drops his tray right on top of the hapless accountant. The string of misfortunes culminates in another powerful blow and total chaos. The culprit, horrified, apologizes to the food-drenched Chen Kai. The tray falls to the floor, and the situation in the cafeteria spirals completely out of control. Suddenly, a man slips on the spilled soup next to the frozen-in-place unlucky guy. The clumsy fall promises to be even more painful for both of them. Part of the chef's body slams right into the accountant's face, shattering his glasses, and a powerful kick to the jaw becomes the climax of this ill-fated lunch. With a loud thud, the fat man falls on Chen Kai, who lands with his legs in the air. Bowls and trays fly in all directions, creating total chaos all around. Watching this humiliating spectacle, the girl at the table can't hold back her wild laughter. She's barely able to breathe from the hilarity as she watches the man's humiliating failure. Smiling to himself, Chu Yi knew that the little poison spirit would remain active for 12 hours. His cunning plan for revenge was only just beginning to unfold. Colleagues in the office are eagerly discussing their coworkers' string of misfortunes, falling down the stairs, getting electrocuted, and the humiliating fall into the sewer caused by a cracked manhole cover. Meanwhile, the hero is gloating, genuinely delighted by his tormentor's suffering, considering it just retribution for the honest salary that had been taken from him earlier. Suddenly, the employees' cell phones start beeping en masse, and the group chat is flooded with notifications, signaling something extremely important and urgent. The girl freezes in complete shock, unable to believe her eyes. Staring at her smartphone screen against a backdrop of bright flashes, she cries out the situation is tense. Confused, Tan Yun says that the accountant was fired for stealing $1 million, while Chu Yi was suddenly promoted. Now he'll have to teach physical education at school. A cheerful colleague congratulates the newly appointed PE teacher. Despite the nature of the subject, she considers this a legitimate career advancement and is genuinely happy for him. Staring thoughtfully at his phone screen while strange symbols flitted across it, Chu Yi was clearly caught off guard by the new assignment and felt tense. A stern message from Qinzhan was dampening the mood. If the group didn't make it into the top 5 on the exams, the protagonist would lose half of his bonus. Chen Kai, who had been fired, stormed out of the building in a rage, bragging about his millions and furious that he'd been kicked out over some pathetic embezzlement of public funds. The enraged accountant leaves the school with his belongings, furiously threatening to call his influential father and promising swift retribution to all his tormentors. The former employee's confidence instantly gives way to icy terror as he stares at his phone screen, realizing that something irreparable has happened. It turns out that the man accidentally forwarded the entire secret history of his messages to a chat group with competitors, exposing his devious plans for entering the market. At this critical moment, his father calls. Chen Kai looks at the incoming call with a shudder, realizing that he is now in for huge trouble. Enraged, the head of the family yells at his son over the phone, calling him an idiot for leaking confidential information, while Chen Kai stands there with his belongings, completely crushed by shame. The men are in shock because of the data leak. Competitors have called the police, and the company has lost its right to enter the market. It's simply impossible to believe such a failure could happen. In a panic, the vice dean realizes the consequences. Chen Kaya has been fired, while Chu Yi has been promoted. He fears the wrath of Zhao Tianming, who will literally skin him alive for this. Realizing that the teacher's feud with the influential family will only intensify, he devises a strategy to align himself with this clan so that, through joint efforts, they can oust the upstart. In a quiet courtyard in the capital, two old acquaintances pass the time playing checkers. The atmosphere is steeped in sadness, and one of them admits that he is becoming useless. Reflecting on the transience of the universe and his friend's heavy karma, the wise fortune teller Zhang Hong laments that fate stands in the way of any favorable changes. Losing his temper, the stern Liang Shangjun scolds his friend for being overly polite, wistfully recalling their turbulent and not always proper youth. Flying into a rage, the old soothsayer yells at his comrade, demanding that he stop calling him a donkey, and his angry gesture underscores that old grievances are still fresh. Tensions escalate while playing checkers. The Major General asks his friend directly how long he has left to live, sensing that the end of his journey is approaching. Delivering a harsh verdict, Zhang Hong warns of the fatality of the impending attack. Time is running out, and the soothsayer speaks of this with a heavy heart. Asking his comrade to protect his descendants, Liang Shangjun is ready to die, but demands a vow to find a way to break the curse, tormenting his family. Reassuring his comrade, the master shares a recent vision in which he beheld a great gift hidden in Zhujiang. Zhang Hong believes that this mysterious genius will be able to find a way to heal the general's family curse, while Chu Yi has no idea of the important role he is destined to play. At the university, there are other concerns. 2 new students are assigned to the teacher, and the administration entrusts them to his class, placing complete trust in the mentor's skills. The newcomers turn out to be Liang Xie and Chen Zhuyang. They stood before the class, preparing to begin their studies, while their identities remained a mystery to those around them. Confused, the protagonist looks at his new students, wondering where Qin Zhan could have found these two, and anticipating new challenges. The new student politely bows to the teacher, formally acknowledging him as her mentor in the class. A girl named Liang Xie charmingly introduces herself to her classmates, telling them she has come from the capital. The boys in the class are absolutely thrilled by the new student's beauty, making no attempt to hide their excitement. Suddenly, Zhen Zhuyang, the beauty's half-brother, appears, and his stern gaze immediately changes the overall atmosphere. The arrogant young man declares that he doesn't need friends and forbids anyone from getting close to his sister. The teacher and students are shocked by the newcomer's audacity as he openly displays his disrespect for the school. The blond boy scoffs contemptuously at his classmates' appearance, calling all the residents of this town good-for-nothings. While one student is getting angry, a classmate notices that the rude boy is wearing a very expensive designer pendant. Chu Yi's patience is running out, and he tells the insolent boy to leave the classroom immediately. Accusing her mentor of deceiving her sister, Zhen Zhuyang defiantly declares that she has no need for advice from others. A new figure appears in the classroom doorway, noting that an unexpectedly large crowd has gathered here today. A confident, beautiful, dark-haired girl with a bag slung over her shoulder steps before the assembled crowd. Blushing instantly in shock, Zhen Zhuyang recognizes the beautiful woman who has just entered as Lola, the ideal and dream of the capital's youth. Turning to the others in surprise, the classmate doesn't notice that the guy standing behind her is completely stunned. Smiling warmly at her longtime friend, Liang Shi makes no attempt to hide her joy, though the guest is struck by the very presence of the heiress of the Luo family in such an establishment. Nervously adjusting his collar, the young man tries to hide his nervousness ahead of the important conversation to come. With a broad smile, Zhen Zhuyang introduces himself to the class once again, trying to come across as a friendly guy ready to help anyone who asks. The students in the class are shocked by the newcomer's behavior. His excessive self-confidence strikes them as more provocative and brazen than the teacher's manners. After class, a heavy silence hung over the classroom. Chu Yi sternly questioned the students about the reasons for their sudden transfer, trying to uncover their true motives. Tearfully pleading for help, Liang Shi sees this not merely as a request, but as her only chance to save her loved ones from certain death and ruin. Remaining unyielding, the teacher suggests waiting a year and promises to arrive in the capital later, asserting that this is the limit of his capabilities at the moment. Plunged into despair by the refusal she has heard, the young woman realizes that her grandfather does not have that much time to spare, and her fear for her loved one is clearly visible on her face. Abruptly cutting off her pleas, the hero points out the enormous risk to his own life. His gaze turns icy, and his tone brooks no argument. Furiously accusing her mentor of heartlessness, Zhen Zhuyang cannot believe that he is capable of so easily turning his back on a student in distress. The disappointed student decides to leave, taking his sister with him, and has no intention of wasting any more time on a man who values his own safety over someone else's life. The teacher coldly bids farewell to the uninvited guests, literally showing them the door. His indifference brings Zhu Yang to a boiling point. Enraged, the student rolls up his sleeves, unable to tolerate the teacher's taunts about a curse, and is ready to throw punches, forgetting all about the chain of command. Trying to stop her brother, Liang Shi pleads with him to be reasonable, realizing that a brawl will only worsen their already dire situation. Boasting about his black belt in Taekwondo, the self-assured Zhen Zhuyang promises to go easy, believing he can defeat his opponent with a single blow. Zhu Yi merely smirks as he watches the raised fist. His icy composure and piercing gaze cast doubt on the bully's superiority. A conflict erupts in the office. The teacher dismisses his opponent with a sharp gesture, unwilling to continue the conversation as the atmosphere reaches a boiling point. The blond man loses his balance and with a loud scream is sent flying into the hallway. A powerful shove literally hurls him out of the office. In desperation, Liang Shi begs the hero to forgive her brother, justifying his actions by saying he only wanted to protect her at any cost. Sudden horror freezes in her eyes. The beauty's face contorts with unbearable pain as ominous sparks of dark energy begin to race through her body. Falling to his knees before the teacher's desk, shrouded in a terrifying flame, the man watches with alarm as the dark entity manifests. A terrifying skull with horns materializes above the suffering woman, the true form of the curse, and the student loses her strength, barely whispering words of appeal to her mentor. Realizing the scale of the disaster, Chu Yi understands that he is facing the blood sacrifice, the most brutal of all curses, and a look of determination appears on his face. Outraged by the audacity of the enemy, who has resorted to such vile methods right under his nose, the mentor folds his fingers into a ritual seal. Activating a powerful Tai Chi technique to expel evil spirits, the master creates a radiant, magical Bagua hexagram before his palm, bringing light and purification. With a single precise movement, the hero directs a stream of energy into the epicenter of darkness. The magical skull shatters into pieces, and the violet flame is extinguished under the onslaught of the forces of light. Feeling relieved at the sight of the dark aura dissipating, the girl marvels at her teacher's power and asks if he has succeeded in banishing the evil. Maintaining a serious demeanor, Chu Yi explains that he has only temporarily suppressed the curse, for the true source of the corruption lies hidden within her grandfather's body. Liang Shi freezes in shock at this prognosis, for her mentor delivers a grim verdict. Judging by the power of the black magic, her grandfather has at most a month left to live. In a fit of despair, the student falls to her knees, begging the teacher to save her family and swearing that they are willing to make any sacrifice, as long as the old man stays alive. Witnessing the student's sincere grief and devotion, the teacher softens. Seeing her determination, he decides that he must, after all, offer her help. Sighing resignedly at the mounting troubles, The young man nevertheless agrees to take in and attempt to heal his student's ancestor. Delighted, the girl is ready to give up any of her family's wealth to reward the teacher for his invaluable kindness. Strictly, Chu Yi reminds her that he is offering his help not for money or connections, but solely because Liang Xier is his student. Frozen in astonishment, the beauty realizes that her mentor values their bond above all earthly riches and high social standing. With deep gratitude and respect, she promises to bring her grandfather as soon as possible, while the hero maintains an impassive expression. Meanwhile, Chen Zhu-yang sits on the floor, puzzled as to how a black belt in Taekwondo could have missed such a devastating blow. Lola suddenly approaches the guy sitting by the entrance, ironically remarking that he's chosen a rather strange spot for his meditation. Stunned by his classmate's sudden appearance, the blonde guy is visibly nervous and blushes, as he didn't expect the girl to still remember his name. With a confident air, the beauty explains that knowing all the capital's influential figures and their vulnerabilities is an essential skill for overcoming competitors. Faced with such cool-headed words and the girl's insight, Chen Zhu-yang is completely speechless. The flustered young man scratches the back of his head and asks Lola why such a high-status beauty decided to study in such a modest and unremarkable place. Covering her mouth coquettishly, the student replies that the place doesn't matter because the person she really likes is here. Stunned, the young man cries out in indignation, unable to believe that the capital's goddess already has a secret crush. Turning around at the door, Lola states bluntly that she likes Chu Yi not only as a wise mentor, but also as an attractive man. Zhen Zhu-yang freezes in silent shock, agonizingly trying to comprehend how a village teacher could have won the heart of the capital's most sought-after bride. The events unfold at the majestic Meishan Manor. The estate's architecture is striking in its grandeur, underscoring its high status and wealth. An elderly man reflected on how much the appearance of Zhujiang had changed since his last visit. The city had become completely different, leaving him slightly shocked. Overcome with anxiety for a loved one, the leader tried to find a solution capable of dispelling the dark superstitions that had taken hold of the patient's mind. Liang Shangjun hoped to meet with anonymous masters, eager to see the legendary Golden Dragon, whose talent was renowned far and wide, and to recognize him in person. Against a backdrop of modern city buildings and greenery, a phone rings. Liang Xier tries to reach her teacher to inform him of her grandfather's arrival. A young man, having just woken up, answers the call in his bedroom. The student informs him that she is already at the entrance and asks him to open the door as soon as possible. Sleepy and disheveled, the young man reluctantly opens the door, rubbing his face. He clearly did not expect such an early visit and looks completely unprepared to receive guests. Standing on the threshold is a charming young woman. She smiles warmly and greets Chu Yi politely, beaming against the backdrop. The apartment door slams shut. Taken aback by such audacity, the young woman tried to understand the reasons behind such an abrupt and unwelcoming reaction. A short while later, the teacher emerged wearing a formal suit and tie. His transformation amused the beautiful young woman, and now they were both ready to head to an important meeting. As they surveyed the historic building, the young people realized how many decades of neglect had enveloped these walls, which held the silence and dust of years gone by. Inside the house, Liang Shangjun turned to the healer for help, wanting to know the master's opinion about his mysterious illness, which was sapping his strength. Lu Qingfeng admitted his helplessness. He saw no signs of a common illness in the young man's body, and honestly said that there was nothing he could do to help. Wu Sang joined the conversation, convinced that the cause lay in a family curse that had already begun to pass down to the grandchildren and threatened to destroy their entire lineage. In desperation, the Major General resorted to extreme measures, promising the master a huge reward of 1 billion yuan if he could rid his family of the affliction. The young gentleman was stunned to hear the figure of 1 billion. This was the true scale of the Wantian Corporation's influence. With a sly twinkle in his eye, Wu Sang declared that the illness was extremely dangerous and the patient's life was hanging by a thread. 1 billion was not enough, so the cost of the cure rose to 10 billion. A heavy silence hung in the room. Lu Chengfeng tried to object, considering the sum outrageous, but the greedy doctor was unshakable in his desire to profit from another's misfortune. In a rage, the master cut his opponent off, for any obstacles in the way of profit aroused his fury. In pursuit of his plans, he was ready to deal ruthlessly with anyone. Gritting his teeth, the man was appalled by the baseness of this cultivator, who was behaving like the lowest scum, taking advantage of the fact that his power level was higher. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Liang Bochao realizes that such financial upheavals could jeopardize the very power of their corporate conglomerate. Playing on his most vulnerable fears, Wu San asserts that while finance is a lucrative business, ruin is inevitable, terrifying him with the threat of an ancient curse. The threat had its effect. Terror was written on the faces of those present. Could it be that the words about the curse, the truth, and the fear for their family's future had made them forget all prudence? The head of the clan made a fateful decision for the sake of his loved one's survival. He spared no riches and agreed to the deal, entrusting his family's fate to the treacherous master. With preparations complete, Wu Sang ordered the major general to remain still and keep a clear head as he began the dangerous ritual, where the price of even the slightest mistake was life itself. Getting down to business, the man let out a sharp cry and directed his energy straight at Liang Shangjun's forehead, announcing to all present the beginning of the exorcism of the terrifying curse. An agonizing scream fills the room, and the body of the founder of Wangtian International is enveloped in an ominous glow as the master forcibly rips the dark entity from his wounded soul. Witnesses to the ritual freeze in horror. Liang Bochao, unable to believe his eyes, watches the manifestation of dark magic, realizing that the stories about the curse were true. The pain suddenly recedes, and the major general feels an incredible lightness. He joyfully exclaims that the curse that had tormented his family has finally vanished completely. While the rescued Liang Shangjun showers the master with thanks, the master remains businesslike and demands that the promised 10 billion yuan be transferred immediately. An unknown voice accuses Wu Sang of deception and easy profit. Those present, in shock, recognize the intonation of the mysterious teacher in it. Introducing her mentor to her family, Liang Shira points to a young man in an impeccable suit. He turns out to be the invited expert, the great Chu Yi. The girl's father is furious and doesn't believe the young man, ordering the driver to be summoned so the uninvited guest can be thrown out of the house immediately. The self-proclaimed master mocked the hero, advising the young man to go read books and not to be insolent toward his elders, feigning condescension. Suddenly, Lu Chengfeng lands a crushing blow and stands up for Chu's honor, punishing the insolent man for his disrespectful tone toward a true teacher. The powerful attack knocks Wu San off his feet. He flies off to the side with a crash, losing his headgear and what remained of his imagined grandeur. The family freezes in silent stupor. The abrupt change in the situation and the sudden aggression from the usually calm man plunge everyone into deep shock. Bowing deeply in reverence before the young man, Lu Chengfeng was genuinely pleased by the encounter, though the others could not believe that the old man was paying homage to him. The defeated charlatan flew into a rage, clenched his fists, and threatened the master with retribution for the unprovoked attack and the humiliation. Bowing deeply, the man expresses his respect, while the perplexed impostor demands an explanation, unable to understand the reason for such reverence. Setting aside formalities, the master reminds him of their equal status, while the enraged swindler watches their conversation from the sidelines. Anger grips the fake master when he realizes that Lu Chengfeng is willing to fight for this youngster, and he frantically tries to figure out who this Chu Yi really is. A sudden realization terrifies the swindler. He recalls the powerful Chu family from the capital, and fear of their influence and authority paralyzes his thoughts. Regaining his composure, Wu Sang sarcastically taunts the master, calling it a disgrace that the unyielding master was frightened by the capital's powerful figures. Frozen in rage, Lu Chengfeng's face contorted into a grimace of anger, and a shiver ran through his body at the insolent words of the one who dared to challenge him. The charlatan arrogantly lectured the young man, reminding him that not all problems in this world can be solved with money, and advised him to back down before it was too late. Exposing the swindler, the young man coldly warned that retribution for his schemes would catch up with the impostor very soon. The enraged old man pointed his finger, demanding immediate proof of the young man's words. The atmosphere grew tense, and the onlookers held their breath in anticipation of the inevitable exposure. The young man remained calm and took a step toward Mr. Lion, promising to reveal the hidden truth to everyone present. A terrifying vision appeared before their eyes, a martyr bound by the chains of a blood sacrifice, as an ancient curse slowly drained the life from its unfortunate victim. The impostor turned pale with shock, stunned that a bold young man had been able to recognize the blood sacrifice, a curse that is nearly impossible to find at first glance. Rejecting the false assurances, the young man prophesied that the dangerous curse would erupt with threefold destructive fury unless Wusan was stopped immediately. The charlatan justified himself by shouting that even the greatest mentors were powerless and considered it an act of mercy to let Liang Shangjun die peacefully without trying to fight for his life. With dignity in his eyes, Chu Yi issued a final challenge and declared that he intended not merely to ease the suffering, but to save a life, something the other masters were incapable of. In desperation, Liang Bochao offered the master 10 billion if he could lift the curse, willing to spend whatever it took to save his boss. With a slight smirk, the hero declined the astronomical sum and declared that a symbolic fee of 1 yuan would suffice for saving a life. The young man confidently reached into the inner pocket of his jacket. Those present froze, wondering what magical artifact he was about to reveal to the world. After retrieving an ancient talisman, he ordered everyone to step away from the major general, warning that the spectacle to come might seriously frighten the unprepared. A blinding golden flame flared up around him, and magical symbols wove themselves into a protective ring as the young man began the ritual, unleashing his true power. The founder of Wantian International stared in shock at the flash. Golden characters bound his body as he tried to comprehend the nature of the ancient magic that had manifested. A terrifying demon emerged from the astral void. A creature with a skull for a face and enormous horns let out a deafening roar, embodying pure fury. Horrified, Wusan warned of the danger, realizing that recklessness would only enrage the monster further, and that this mistake could cost everyone present their lives. But the young man entered the fray. Overcoming his weakness, he invoked the Bagua magic seal, determined to use his mentor's techniques to suppress the corruption. Confident in himself, the hero activated the 7-star step. Enveloped in azure radiance, he challenged the evil spirit, declaring that the demon would not succeed in wounding him. Meanwhile, silence reigned in snow-covered northern Europe. A small cottage amid the snowdrifts appeared peaceful, concealing the true lair of a dangerous enemy. A powerful antagonist with scars on his face smirked, admiring the audacity of those who dared to resist his curse, and waited for a worthy battle. Unleashing his hidden power, Chu Yi furiously banished the spawn of darkness, pouring all his strength into this devastating magical act. The demon's body shuddered under the might of the magical surge. The darkness began to dissipate, and the monster's ethereal flesh melted away under the influence of holy energy. Demonstrating unwavering resolve, the young man loudly proclaimed his superiority, challenging the monstrous creature. The enraged monster snarled, unable to believe the audacity of a mortal. He was furious that some insignificant youth had dared to intervene and disrupt his devious plans. Lu Chengfeng stood frozen in astonishment, watching the events unfold. He was shocked not only by the enemy's power, but also by the fact that this terrifying creature was capable of speaking. For his part, the teacher remained ice-cold and calm, encouraging his companion by promising that in the future, he too would be able to master this technique if he became a mentor. The demon smirked, seeing that he was only at the level of a martial master, and urged Chu Yi to submit, threatening to turn him into a demon since the curse had not yet been destroyed. But the young man resolutely pulled out his magical talisman, defying the invisible enemy and ready to battle the curse that was tormenting innocent people. The young man activated a powerful spell. Ancient Bagua symbols flared up around him, creating a reliable shield against dark and evil forces. A terrifying purple entity burst forth from the major general's body. The master channeled all the energy of the seals to banish the demon back into oblivion. The evil spirit fought back furiously, unwilling to leave this world, but the light of the magical protection suppressed its will and forced it to retreat. Realizing defeat in the face of superior power, the enemy bowed out, overwhelmed by the mastery demonstrated by this mysterious teacher. Everyone in the house watched the events unfold in shock. They were amazed at how easily the young Chu Yi had dealt with the threat by assuming a false name. The magical flame faded, and the curse finally left Liang Shangjun. The atmosphere in the room instantly became light and pure. The old man felt his former strength returning to his body, and as he clenched his fists, he realized that his years of suffering had finally come to an end. The family was reunited in tears of joy. The young woman wept against her father's chest, unable to believe that they would now be able to return to a normal, peaceful life. With all his heart, the major general thanked his savior and acknowledged that Chu Yi had saved not only him, but their entire clan from certain doom. San was furious. He hadn't expected some boy to break his insidious curse and humiliate him in front of everyone. A plan for cruel revenge took shape in his mind. Turning around, the enraged old man casts one last hate-filled glance at the happy family and swears that the Chu family will pay dearly for this. Suddenly, a heavy hand falls on the insolent man's shoulder, cutting short his attempt to flee, and a voice from behind informs him in an icy tone that their conversation is far from over. While Lu Chengfeng held down the struggling charlatan, the teacher, with a mysterious smile, reminded him that there was still one unresolved issue. Wu San realized he was trapped. Cold sweat beaded on his face, and his eyes betrayed genuine fear that his schemes would be exposed. The stunned opponent fell prostrate before his master, broken and begging for mercy, realizing the insignificance of his own strength in the face of the true greatness of the mighty teacher. Suddenly, the treacherous enemy launched an attack. With a cry of rage, he aimed the blade at the young man, hoping to kill the one he considered nothing more than a weak boy. Smiling coolly in the face of danger, with a single light flick of his fingers, Chu Yi stopped the deadly blade, demonstrating his superiority. Realizing that a direct attack is futile, the scoundrel searches for a way to escape. Panic overtakes him, and he decides to take a hostage to break free from the trap. The treacherous master lunges sharply toward an innocent girl. With a mad scream, he reaches out to his new victim, trying to use her as a human shield to escape. To thwart this despicable act, Chu Yi instantly activates the fire sword technique, unleashing a scorching torrent of flame from his vessel, ready to punish the treacherous scoundrel. Frozen in shock, Liang Xier doesn't have time to realize the looming threat, but her mentor's commanding shout, like a clap of thunder, forces her to duck beneath the onslaught of the deadly attack. A flash of fire pierces the air, catching up to the scoundrel. A scream of pain rings out as the punishing flame reaches its target, thwarting the attempt to seize the defenseless victim. The enemy's body crashes to the ground with a thud, shrouded in the remnants of magical fire. The master stands unshakable, maintaining his composure after crushing Wu San. Completely defeated and scorched, the opponent finally admits defeat. Sliding to the floor, he pleads pitifully for mercy, surrendering to the great master's mercy. To spare Liang Xier from the bloody scene, the hero asks her to close her eyes while a flame blazes in his hands, foretelling the enemy's imminent demise. Humbly closing her eyes, the girl trusts her mentor and turns away from the cruelty, understanding that he is looking out for her peace of mind. The teacher sternly condemns the scoundrel for using bloodthirsty techniques, declaring that if not for his intervention, the entire Liang family would have perished because of this lie. The element of fire is completely subservient to his will, swirling into a deadly vortex. With a brief command, he unleashes the fury of the flames upon the defeated enemy. The hall fills with a piercing scream of agony as the purifying fire engulfs the traitor. Just retribution has been served, leaving not even a shadow of the villain behind. With trepidation, the beauty waited for Chu Yi's permission to finally open her eyes and see the result of his mysterious actions in the room. Stunned with surprise, the girl realizes that the treacherous enemy has vanished, dissolving into thin air and plunging the room into an eerie stillness. The head of the family sincerely thanks the savior and politely invites him into the hall for an important and calm conversation. The teacher remains modest and composed while the other guests express their respect with deep, reverent bows. Offering the hero a magnificent estate as a token of immense gratitude, Liang Shangjun hopes that such a gift will be to his liking. Puzzled by his father's generous offer, the man tried to get a word in, but no one was listening to him. In a fit of anger, the major general cut off Liang Bochao's objections, believing that this estate was only a small fraction of what the great teacher deserved for saving them. Hurriedly offering an explanation, the heir assures him that he simply considers the villa too modest a gift for a feat of such incredible magnitude. Accepting the offering with a gentle smile, Chu Yi agrees to the gift so as not to hurt the family's feelings with prolonged refusals of their sincere gratitude. The head of the family admires the guest's selflessness and informs him that an old friend who had foretold today's misfortunes will soon join them. As he questions Liang Shangjun about the nature of the curse that has been cast, the young man sternly warns that any further aggression by the enemy will lead him into a deadly trap. In a fit of rage, the major general slams his palm down on the table, loudly declaring his confidence that the mysterious adversary will no longer dare to attack him. The man relies on the protection of his renowned mentor from China and his loyal friend, who are ready to shield him from future magical threats. Studying his features, Chu Yi probes for an important detail, whether the sorcerer who cast the dark curse is a foreigner. Liang Shangjun confirmed the suspicion only partially, describing the enemy as a dangerous international mercenary with the ominous codename Scar, whose power struck terror into the hearts of others. After recounting past battles with the Chinese unit, the man recalled an ancient curse that had forced the enemy to flee to Europe. The young man listened intently to the story and realized that the matter had taken place abroad. He was determined to become stronger over the course of the year. The sudden arrival of a guest interrupts the conversation in the traditional hall. The stranger politely asks if he is late for the meeting. A stately elderly master in traditional attire appears before those present. His calm demeanor inspires deep respect. The host joyfully greets the newcomer, pointing at him and assuring everyone that his friend has arrived at just the right time. The young people bow respectfully to greet Zhang Hong, and an atmosphere of strict observance of etiquette prevails in the room. Looking around, the elder notices changes in the prophecy and turns to the young man, suspecting that he was the one who helped dispel the dark curse. The young man introduces himself as Chu Yi. Looking at the elder, he notices numerous karmic rays and realizes that he is standing before a master of prophecy. Seeing the true power of the master surrounded by radiant streams of energy, the hero realizes that he is a true professional in his field. Expressing admiration for the teacher's bravery and intellect, the elder declares his intention to personally test the young man's unique abilities. Launching a sudden attack, Chang Hong delivers a sharp blow with his palm, from which a powerful wave of golden energy bursts forth. Horrified, the Major General watches the events unfold, unable to comprehend the reasons behind the old master's sudden aggression. Accepting the challenge, Chu Yi calmly enters the fray, eager to assess his opponent's true strength firsthand. The young man concentrates his inner strength, summoning yin energy, which envelops his hands in a bright turquoise glow. Completing the technique, he releases yang energy, creating powerful vortexes that spectacularly disperse his opponent's attack. The old man froze in utter amazement, realizing the incredible truth. His eyes widened in shock as he cried out a question about the mysterious and ancient legacy of Tai Chi. A fierce battle erupted in the center of the room. The young instructor moved with incredible speed, enveloped in energy, while his opponent tried to parry the strikes. The sharp sound of a precise hit rang out as his gleaming fingers pierced directly into a vital point on the enemy's chest, breaking through his defense with a powerful surge of pure force. The final lunge hit its mark, and the young man landed a crushing blow, leaving his opponent frozen in place. The technique worked flawlessly. Delivering the decisive strike with 2 fingers, the teacher struck the opponent's chest, while a bright flash of energy accompanied this deep spiritual connection. The hero sighed heavily. Having completed the most complex procedure, he looked noticeably exhausted from the effort. The worried girl ran up to Chu Yi, supporting him by the arm and looking anxiously into his eyes, trying to determine if he had been injured in the battle. The old man lets out a piercing scream as blinding beams of light pierce his body. A powerful wave of transformative energy literally hurls him high into the air. 3 images of the elderly master flash before his eyes against a backdrop of blazing fire. The process of regaining his former youth has begun, erasing the traces of time from the old warrior's face. Stunned, Liang Shangjiang watches the events unfold in bewilderment, unable to believe his eyes, and demands an explanation from his friend for this strange situation. The elderly master falls to his knees before the young man, bowing his head in deep respect, and thanks his teacher for helping him reach the level of a mentor. Still in shock from what he had seen, the Major General's face froze into a grimace of utter astonishment, and sweat trickled down his forehead as he realized the gravity of the moment. The teacher modestly accepted the gratitude, sitting down to rest, and explained to his companion that he had merely channeled the master's accumulated experience in the right direction to facilitate his breakthrough. Zhang Hong analyzed his triumph against the backdrop of diverging lines of karma, realizing that the chaotic currents of his destiny had finally settled into order, lifting him to a new peak. The rejuvenated man recognizes the young man's talent and, offering him an equal partnership, invites him to join a secret division, opening the door to the world of the elite and new great opportunities. Shocked by the offer, Liang Shangjiang warns that even the young man's powers are insufficient for this elite international organization, where a career promises success for a lifetime. The master has unwavering faith in Chu Yi, Recalling how he helped him advance in rank, he predicts that in 5 years, the young man will undoubtedly become a great mentor to all warriors. Despite the bright prospects, the hero remains completely calm and politely declines the generous offer, citing the urgent need to return to his training. Stunned by the shock, Zhang Hong was breaking out in a cold sweat, genuinely unsure whether his teacher fully grasped the depth of the incredible and rare stroke of luck he had so rashly turned down. Emotionally, the Major General appeals to logic and insists that joining such an organization is the ultimate dream and a guarantee of dizzying success forever. But Chu Yi's decision is final and cannot be appealed. Before his eyes are the faces of his beloved students, for their fates are what matter most to him right now. Meanwhile, amid the harsh landscapes of Northern Europe, among the endless ice and snowstorms, an ancient threat was awakening, harboring a thirst for imminent retribution. The villain was enraged. His 10-year curse had been broken. With a bloody mark on his face, he swore to take brutal revenge on Han Zheng from Zhujiang for thwarting his dark plans. Silence hung in the room. The young man stood up resolutely, making it clear that the conversation was over and it was time for him to leave. His duty to the school and his students was his top priority. The Major General asked the young man to stay a while longer, hoping to gather some old friends, feeling that the villa alone was not enough to express his gratitude, and wanting to help him forge new connections. Realizing that he had no need for such acquaintances, the young man nevertheless decided to accept the offer out of respect for Gopan Li, seeing it as a gesture of care. Having agreed to stay, Chu Yi politely asked if he could bring his friend along, and the host gladly approved the request, reaffirming his hospitality. The father instructed his son to summon Zhao Ming and Lin Zhengliang, the most influential figures in Zhujiang, whose presence would make the upcoming meeting special. Meanwhile, under a clear blue sky, the police station stood tall, its sign suggesting that the city's peace was under protection. A weary man in uniform smoked, reflecting on the heavy workload that had been piling up on him lately and his strange physical condition. A cell phone lay on the table, its screen glowing with an incoming call accompanied by a popular Chinese ringtone. Go, Panlei hurriedly answered the call, listening to an invitation to an important meeting with influential gentlemen at the Meishan restaurant. Upon learning of the presence of such high-ranking guests, the police officer exclaimed joyfully and promised his mentor he would arrive as soon as possible. Driving past the luxurious mansion, the man wondered who this mysterious and powerful Chu Yi really was. At the entrance to the estate, the police officer was met by a polite butler who informed him that his friend had been awaiting his honored visit for quite some time. Ji Penlei entered the hall and apologized to those present for his delay, while the young man sat calmly beside him. In the room were two distinguished men whose presence underscored the exceptional importance of this meeting. The host warmly welcomed his guest, praising his son's virtues and declaring that from that day forward, they were one big family. That night at the opulent mansion marked a new phase. Chu Yi's status, as well as Gupan Lei's standing in the city of Zhujiang, had significantly strengthened. A physical education class was taking place at the school stadium, where breathless students were mustering their last ounce of strength to jog under the scorching sun. Glaring sternly at the exhausted teenagers, the instructor openly called them useless weeds for their extremely poor stamina. Puzzled, the class monitor asked the teacher if he was really planning to teach them martial arts like boxing or taekwondo, to which Zhu Yi, putting his hand to his ear as if he hadn't heard, asked ironically whether the boys really wanted to learn Tai Chi. Frozen in silent shock, the boys imagined tedious training sessions for old people, while behind their instructor loomed the majestic image of a Tai Chi master. Waving his arms frantically, Hu Lai rejects such boring methods, begging the teacher to teach them authentic wushu, since the current lesson seems like a mere trifle to him. Imperturbably demonstrating smooth movements, the teacher explains that true power lies in the harmony of softness, as well as in the integration of internal and external energy. With tears in their eyes, the students clumsily repeated the movements after their instructor, feeling ridiculous and complaining that this sport is more suitable for retirees. Suddenly, the arrogant PE teacher Sun Zhen appears, sarcastically mocking the young man's methods, and suggesting that the students quit Tai Chi to join his group. But Chu Yi continued his training while the students discussed their insolent colleague, seeing him as a typical villain who would soon get his just desserts for his showboating. Confidently issuing a challenge, the PE teacher proposed a showdown between Tai Chi and Sanda, eager to demonstrate his own superiority in combat before everyone present. Ironically pointing at Sun Jian, the hero held him up as a prime example of how not to boast, while behind his back the kids could barely contain their laughter. With his arms crossed, the gym teacher smirked maliciously and accused Chu Yi of cowardice, convinced that his opponent was simply afraid of a fight and was hiding behind nothing but fancy words. The teacher's gaze grew frighteningly serious, warning the man that a verbal exchange was a better option than trying to test the strength of his fists. The enraged PE teacher trembled with fury, shouting threats and promising that for such arrogance, the hero would be expelled from the school in disgrace that very day. Watching the events in the arena with concern, Gao Wenshen believed that Principal Chen had chosen an overly harsh method to resolve the dispute. The influential man explained the harsh law of life to the vice dean. In his opinion, only tough measures guarantee victory and ensure one doesn't end up with nothing. With a sly smile, the department head adjusted his glasses, confident in his plan, and said that Mr. Zhao wanted everything carried out as dramatically as possible. The gym teacher dramatically warmed up in front of a crowd of students, boastfully promising the teacher he would use only a third of his strength, reminding him that he was a Sanda champion. Suddenly, the guy changes tactics, switching to personal remarks and loudly expressing outrage over the principal's supposedly too short skirt, calling it immoral. While his opponent was distracted by the imaginary Qinzhan, the cunning ploy worked, leaving him completely exposed to a swift attack. Without wasting a second, Chu Yi delivers a powerful slap. The opponent is stunned by the audacity, rubbing his burning cheek. The upstart realizes he's been brazenly tricked, and rage boils up inside him. Enraged, Sun Jian assumes a fighting stance, warning the hero that he will no longer hold back and promising to fight with maximum brutality. Lancing forward and putting all his strength into the attack, the opponent was certain that a punch like that would send any skilled athlete into a deep knockout for at least a couple of days. Easily dodging the heavy blow, the young man noticed that despite Sun Jian's colossal physical build, he was catastrophically lacking in speed and accuracy. Delivering a lightning-fast counterpunch, the teacher moves so quickly that his opponent doesn't even have time to react, taking a decisive blow to the torso. Defeated, the gym teacher panics and begs for mercy, admitting his failure and pressing his palm to his face as the dust settles around him following his humiliating fall to the ground. The surrounding students are utterly enthralled by their mentor's skill and mistakenly take his chaotic strikes for the highest level of Tai Chi technique, begging him to become their teacher. But Chu Yi merely smiled ironically to himself as he looked at the naive fans, realizing that he had won without any technique at all. He had simply landed a couple of lucky hits on his opponent. Stepping forward, Fan Qiang and Fan Han challenged the master to a duel under the pretext of exchanging skills and assume a ritual stance, masking their true intentions behind a facade of courtesy. Watching this suspicious duo closely, the young man immediately senses something is amiss. These two are clearly up to something, and their intentions are far from a desire for honest learning. With an unflappable smile, he accepts the challenge, inviting his opponents to attack, deciding to play along with them to find out exactly what trap they've set. The brothers attack simultaneously, seeking to overwhelm Chu Yi with a powerful onslaught, and hypocritically apologize for the pain to come as they strike while leaping forward with furious shouts. From the sidelines, Chen Zhu-yang notes the attacker's excellent physical condition and is seriously concerned, realizing that even his own strength might not be enough against them. The master assumed a stance, demonstrating Tai Chi techniques, while his students watched his confident and fluid movements in complete bewilderment. The opponent attacks rapidly, but Chu Yi masterfully blocks the strikes, promising to reveal the true power of martial arts while maintaining complete composure in battle. With a single light movement, the teacher throws Fan Qian and Fan Han aside. He briefly utters the name of the style, Taiji, as the opponent flies helplessly backward. Laughing merrily as he looked at the defeated students, whose souls were literally leaving their bodies from the shock, he asked if the boys had managed to learn anything at all. The teenagers stood frozen in shock, stunned by what they had seen, unable to believe that Tai Chi could be such a spectacular and fast-paced martial art. An enraged Sun Jian watched his students' joy from afar. While the hero celebrated his success with the boys, his enemy was preparing to start the real game. A hidden camera lens captured every move the teacher made on the sports field, Chu Yi's actions were being secretly monitored. A man in a suit reported over the phone to Mr. Chen that incriminating evidence had been gathered, the video had been filmed, and now they had all the evidence against the teacher. The blond man took the call, promising to contact the Department of Education immediately. He looked satisfied as he planned to deal a decisive blow to the teacher's career. The conspirators discussed the end of Chu Yi's career and the punishment of Zhao Tianmin. The scoundrel admitted that his brother had finally started to be of real use. Calling Principal Wan to file a complaint, he lied that a teacher from school number 3 had beaten students, claiming to have evidence. Enraged, Chen Junyu jumps up from his seat, telling his brother of his intention to go to the school immediately and his eagerness to see the despair in the teacher's eyes. The cunning blonde plans to pit his enemies' influential patrons against one another. His goal is to elevate the Chen family above the rest. Gao Wenshin informs his master that the teacher is in serious trouble and is certain that his opponent's position is now extremely precarious. In response, Zhao Tianming, with a smirk and a cigarette in his hand, unexpectedly changes tactics. Contrary to expectations, he orders his assistant to support the young man. The fat man looks extremely puzzled and alarmed, wondering why the enemy is being treated differently, and fails to understand the man's true motives. The schemer smirks smugly, knowing about the opponent's influential patron, and decided to take a roundabout approach, planning a brazen provocation. Meanwhile, a serious conversation broke out in Qin Zhan's spacious office. The teacher was called in for a dressing down and accused of assault. Chu Yi vehemently denies all charges, pointing at himself and outraged by the brazen lies, trying to maintain his composure in front of the principal. Shocked by the news that the case has reached the Department of Education, he looks at the folder of documents, realizing the scale of the problem. The stern principal announces that the testimonies of all the victims point directly to him, looking unyielding as she presents irrefutable evidence of his guilt. Realizing in utter despair that he has been framed and consumed by searing anger and anxiety, the teacher pleads with the woman for help, declaring his complete innocence. Peering closely at Qin Zhan's features and trying to discern the truth, she is struck by how vulnerable and candid the usually self-assured teacher appears. In a fit of desperation, Chu Yi clings to the principal, seeking protection, and swears he did not commit any assault, tearfully begging her to believe that this is all a treacherous setup. Softening, the woman places her hand on his head, promising to defend his honor and empathizing with his grief. Resolving to get to the bottom of this matter despite the accusations, the young man's face suddenly flushes, and a strange smirk plays on his lips. He was clearly relishing the moment, while the principal's hand gently rested on his head. The idol shatters instantly. The enraged beauty delivers a powerful slap to Chu Yi, furious at his behavior, which she considers lewd at such a critical moment. The furious woman yelled at the young man, telling him that their opponents were serious and had even filmed a video as evidence. The young man, with a scrape on his cheek, thoughtfully rubs his chin upon hearing about the video and begins to suspect that this entire situation was planned in advance by his enemies. Sitting down, exhausted, Qin Zhan reports that he has the support of the associate dean and promises that they will be able to delay the proceedings for 3 days. The principal's face betrayed deep anxiety and sadness. She admitted with regret that after 3 days, their help would end and he would be left on his own. Suddenly approaching the flustered young woman, the young man makes her blush and asks directly whether she is truly so worried about his future. Distraught by the looming troubles, the young lady sees that her companion does not share her anxiety at all, maintaining a disconcerting composure. Suddenly seizing her hand, the hero suggests sorting everything out immediately, which causes genuine confusion in his companion. Confidently leading her along, Chu Yi announces the need to buy fruit, leaving the girl in shock. Could this really be his vision of a rescue strategy? Finding herself at the entrance to the city clinic, his companion is completely at a loss, trying in vain to understand how buying provisions and visiting the clinic could possibly resolve their troubles. In the hospital ward, the young man solemnly declares that the solution to all their problems lies right here, pointing to the injured patients. One of the beaten men, enraged, yells at the visitor who has entered, outraged by his audacity and complete lack of shame for what he had done earlier. With sarcasm, the protagonist mocks the physical education teacher's appearance, comparing him to an animal and pointedly placing a basket of fruit next to him. An enraged Sun Zhen accuses him not only of beating him, but also of attacking defenseless students, demanding justice. The accused merely stares silently and impassively at the shouting PE teacher, who is beside himself because they didn't even deign to apologize to them. The other injured students in the ward remained in heavy silence, watching the escalating conflict between their tormentor and the physical education teacher. Suddenly, the young man sharply clamped his hand over Sun Jen's screaming mouth, cutting off his angry tirade with a rough and decisive gesture. Leaning toward his opponent, the visitor remarks in an icy tone that he did not come to apologize at all, nor did he even consider trying to beg for forgiveness. The enraged teacher threatens to call the police, but the uninvited guest merely tosses a contemptuous remark over his shoulder, saying he came just to gawk at these insignificant and pathetic individuals. Folding his arms, Chu Yi says with disappointment that even strong people can have pitiful hearts, selling themselves for money to set others up. Sitting on their beds, Fan Xiang and Fan Han look away, clearly feeling guilty under the weight of his words about betrayal and their own baseness. Appealing to his students' conscience, the mentor reminds them that honest, creative labor is more important than any amount of money, even if the family is in need. Angrily emphasizing his position, the hero declares that material hardship is not a problem, but it is unacceptable to allow the human soul itself to become impoverished. The dejected brothers, sitting on their hospital beds, are at a loss for words, offering only a quiet, timid reply. Demanding that they look up, Chu Yi asks if they realize that they could have ruined another person's life forever. Repenting, Fan Chang and Fan Han burst into tears and beg the hero for forgiveness, admitting their guilt. Softening his heart, the teacher forgives the boys, advises them not to get involved in shady business anymore, and promises to help with money for medical treatment. Watching the scene, Qin Zhan reflects that a true mentor must teach students, above all, to remain human. Meanwhile, the real culprit, covered in bandages, is furious at the uselessness of his henchmen and curses their weakness. Determined, Chu Yi heads for the exit, telling the girl that he intends to find the person behind this entire setup. As he leaves the hospital, the hero reflects on Gao Wenxian's strange support, still having no leads to track down his enemy. Analyzing his enemy's connections, he suspects that the Vice Dean and Zhao Tianming are working together and sees a complex web of intrigue involving major corporations. The school suddenly turned into a battlefield for three powerful companies, and the teacher realized he had become nothing more than a pawn in someone else's large-scale confrontation. It turns out that their true target is Huasheng Group, the corporation behind Qinzhan. The stakes in this game are rising, and an ordinary woman finds herself at the center of the intrigue. Realizing that every participant is pursuing their own interests and trying to use him for their own ends, the mentor accepted this challenge with a smirk. Leaving the building, Chu Yi decides not to back down. Since everyone wants to take advantage of him, he'll have to deal with each enemy one by one, step by step. Resolutely scrolling through the contact list on his cell phone, the young man searches for the number of an influential figure named Ma Ming, intending to strike back. Once he gets through, the protagonist sternly asks if he's speaking to the right person. A cold confidence is evident in his eyes. He's ready to pit his connections against theirs and teach his offenders a lesson they won't forget. In his office, a distinguished man answers the call. He recognizes the teacher's voice and readily responds, asking what has happened. The protagonist asks him to order a rigorous inspection of the Kaisheng Hotel. Ma Ming agrees to help without hesitation, wishing to repay the young man for past favors. The influential official flies into a rage upon learning of the teacher's problems and promises to resolve the matter immediately, for to him it is a matter of honor and personal loyalty. Realizing that no hotel is without its flaws, the man recalls that Kaisheng has just applied for a 5-star rating and that this is the perfect moment for a rigorous inspection. The official springs into action and makes a call to find out the current state of affairs at the hotel, emphasizing that this matter directly concerns Teacher Chu. Upon learning the details of the setup, Ma Ming flies into a rage, outraged by the audacity of these bastards who dared to cross the path of a man he holds in such high regard. In shock, the man realizes the extent of the connection. Chu Yi is not just an acquaintance, but the homeroom teacher of his own son's class. Now this matter has become deeply personal. While the wheels of retribution were set in motion behind the scenes, the teacher got into a yellow taxi, briefly giving the driver the address for the Kaisheng Hotel. In the car, the driver shared gossip about a banquet at the hotel for public health officials, mistaking the teacher for a journalist rushing there for a high-profile interview. The young man was surprised by the news of the banquet, realizing that trying to bribe inspectors with food was not at all Chen Junfei's style, and that there was something more behind it. The taxi driver continues to ramble about the hotel's shady dealings. According to him, the hotel is desperate to become a five-star establishment at any cost, and the Kaisheng Group is aiming to become the leader of the entire city's hospitality industry. The car drives off, leaving the young man on the side of the road as he shakes his head with a slight smile, genuinely amazed at how much these well-informed taxi drivers know about everything under the sun. Standing before the hotel's majestic facade, the protagonist gazed at the bright sign, realizing that today this luxurious castle was in for a major upheaval. A reporter with a camera intercepted the young man at the entrance, asking him about the purpose of his visit to the opening of a new luxury five-star hotel in Zhejiang. Smiling slyly and adjusting his tie, Chu Yi nearly gives away his true plan to ruin everything, but quickly changes the subject to sampling the local cuisine. Delighted, the young woman learns that he is a food taster and persistently asks for permission to accompany him with her camera to film an exclusive live broadcast. The man graciously agrees, hiding behind a smile his delight that the journalists themselves will help him enter the building unhindered. An arrogant blonde man gazed out at the city from his office window, anticipating his hotel's five-star status and plotting to take over the Hunyuan Group. An ambitious businessman takes a sip of wine, confident of his triumph, determined to make his hotel the best and to take over the Qianlong mansion. Accompanied by his elegant companion, Chen Junfei confidently makes his way toward the guests, announcing the start of the long-awaited gala performance. The reporter leads Chu Yi to the 9th floor tasting area, explaining that the official inspection and banquet are taking place one floor above on the 10th. Puzzled by the videographer's disappearance, the young man ironically notes to himself the reporter's amateurishness while his companion eagerly examines the refreshments. The young woman tastes the dessert and strikes up a casual conversation, asking the gentleman about his wealth of experience and the unusual dishes he has had the chance to try. Images from the past flash through the teacher's mind, showing him in traditional attire catching a majestic crane right in the sky. And the young man admits that he has tasted everything that flies and swims, recalling how he once hunted strange sea monsters with a trident. Chen Junyu stood amid rave reviews of the food as ecstatic diners called the dishes masterpieces, comparing the chef's skill to that of a god. One of the tasters was absolutely delighted with the cake, describing the most delicate mint soufflé and the perfect combination of layers that literally melt in your mouth. However, the reporter is skeptical. After trying the same dessert, she notes with disappointment that the taste is mediocre and no better than store-bought. Insisting that everyone around them was a plant, Chu Yi shared his theories while his companion intently absorbed each of his revelations. Looking at the young man with suspicion, the beautiful woman wondered if he himself was merely a pawn in someone's cunning game. The man flew into a rage upon noticing the strange reviews on the screen and accused someone of trying to deliberately ruin the evening. Angry and rude reviews of the food popped up on the screen, shocking those present with their bluntness and negativity. An enraged Chen Junyu demanded that the screen be turned off immediately, trying to hide the embarrassing comments from the guests and the cameras. The girl watched in bewilderment as Chu Yi confidently worked at the computer, quickly typing something as she looked on in confusion. Completely unperturbed, the teacher explained to his companion that the dishes on offer were indeed disgusting, and that he was merely stating the facts without exaggerating in the slightest. The enraged opponent demanded that the hero leave immediately, declaring that he had no right to be in that room. With a smirk on his face, the teacher declared his readiness to be tough on idiots and promised to block the path of anyone who got in his way. His opponent's face contorted with helpless rage when he realized that Chu Yi had completely seized the initiative in this game. The man tried to contain his anger in front of the crowd of reporters, realizing that any unnecessary display of emotion in front of the cameras could backfire on him. The teacher sat calmly at the table until he was greeted, maintaining a composed and confident demeanor. Extending his hand, Chen Junfei proposes discussing the misunderstanding that has arisen and establishing personal contact in a peaceful setting. Accepting the hotel owner's invitation, the teacher rises from the table, ready for dialogue under the watchful eyes of those around him in the camera lenses. The arrogant opponent mentally refers to Chu Yi as a pawn and a bug, planning to use him to his own advantage as he follows behind. The young man politely invites Miss Jiang to go up with him, which causes the young woman to look slightly puzzled and naturally ask why. With a confident and defiant smile, the blond man declares that he wants to personally show her the downfall of the powerful Kaisheng group, shocking his companion with his ambition. Furious, the brothers mock the young man's self-confidence, considering him a madman with an outsized ego, and are eager to see him fail in this unequal struggle. The parties gather for a serious conversation in the living room, while he tries to clarify the situation, mentioning Zhao Mingtian's schemes and his own involvement in them. Chen Junfei nonchalantly discusses the tangled connections between them and their common enemies, suggesting that his teacher analyze all the facts and draw the right conclusions. Furiously pounding the table to show his indignation at his rival's betrayal, the hero was merely playing his part masterfully, gauging his opponent's reaction, lamenting the cruelty of the world and the treachery of Zhao Mingtian, who was supposedly trying to destroy him. He tried to appeal to the teacher's compassion. The young man feigns rage, promising to punish his offender with Fan Huang's help. His act is successful, and the enemy believes in the sincerity of this outburst of anger. The opponent smirks to himself, celebrating a small victory and sincerely convinced that he has masterfully brainwashed Master Chu. The hero's gaze becomes piercing and cunning. Realizing he is in complete control of the situation, he mentally mocks his opponent's naivety. Chen Junfei's expression suddenly changes, and he anxiously asks his mentor if everything is all right, sensing something amiss in his behavior. The young man casually exposes his rival, denouncing his schemes as a pathetic charade and advising him not to assume those around him are any less intelligent than he is. Pointing at his enemies, he declares that they fatally underestimate those present as long as they try to compare him to others. With a defiant smirk, Chu Yi points to his head, ironically remarking that intelligence is a useful tool that his enemies could stand to have. The villain grins in response, not the least bit embarrassed by the revelation, and defiantly asks what will change now that the truth has finally come to light. The blond man in the suit confidently declares that his opponent is headed for prison, while his own hotel will soon receive its well-deserved 5 stars. The group remain calm. The hero, with a glass of wine in hand, ironically advised the fools to read more books, hinting at his own superiority. Suddenly, an alarmed assistant bursts into the room, shouting to Chen Junfei that an unexpected health inspection has arrived at the hotel. The hotel owner jumps up in a rage, puzzled as to why the inspection has come, since a lavish banquet had recently been organized for the officials. The assistant looks at his phone in a panic and reports that none of his contacts at the inspection office are answering calls. Communication has been completely cut off. A persistent ring sounds from Chen Junfei's jacket pocket. He freezes, sensing that the situation is finally spiraling out of control. A message from the head of the inspection office appears on his smartphone screen. The text is harsh and brief. The official refuses to help and orders him to handle it on his own. In a rage, the blond man points his finger at his calm opponent and realizes he's been set up, demanding an explanation for the chaos unfolding. A young man with a cold stare urges his opponent not to panic and confirms that this time he didn't even ask his patrons for help. Slowly, the teacher sets his glass down on the table and with a mysterious smile declares that the show isn't over yet, advising everyone to simply enjoy it. The hotel building is surrounded. The health inspectorate announces complaints about the quality of the food and warns guests of the risk of mass food poisoning. Completely shocked, Chen Junfei cannot understand how Fan Huang managed to organize such a large-scale inspection, which has brought his hotel to a standstill. Left alone, the blond man frantically paces the room, tormented by a single question. What is really going on behind his back? Making one last desperate call, the man presses the phone to his ear with a mixture of fear and hope, waiting for a response from his influential patron. The voice on the line is stern. He is ordered not to call again, but out of respect for his father's memory, Chen is willing to reveal one important secret. The young man sat calmly in his chair while his opponents received alarming orders from above. His influential connections shock his enemies. The stunned blond man freezes in confusion while Chen Junyu, in a fit of rage, orders all citywide connections to be mobilized in order to seize the initiative. In a tense moment, the man frantically dials a number, hoping for help from his patrons, while his partner grimly waits for a response. Terrified, Chen Junfei listens to the voice on the other end of the line. His face contorts with fear and confusion as their cunning plan crumbles before everyone's eyes. His brother's face expressed utter despair. He couldn't believe their power had evaporated so quickly. The smartphone crashes to the floor with a thud. The verdict is final. An order has come from above, and no one will lend them a helping hand anymore. Driven mad by helplessness, Chen Junyu lunges at the seated young man with his fists, shouting insults and blaming him for all his misfortunes. Zhu Yi deftly blocks the blow without even standing up. The attacker receives a crushing rebuff, and the sound of a slap echoes through the air. The aggressor is defeated and lies pitifully on the floor, while the teacher, maintaining complete composure, declares that this is far from over. Witnesses to the brawl froze in a cold sweat, realizing they had crossed the line with someone whose patience and power are boundless. Speaking sternly, the hero declares that he has tolerated them for a long time, but there will be no mercy for the injuries inflicted on innocent students, so the rival hotel has officially come to an end. Chen Junfei laughs mockingly, arrogantly claiming that some smart aleck will never be able to shut down his thriving business. His laughter is interrupted by an assistant who rushes in. She reports in a panic that major companies have suddenly decided to cease all cooperation with them. The blond man's face freezes in horror as he picks up his tablet. His partner is also in shock. Reality has dealt a crushing blow to their empire. On the screen, an endless list of contract termination notices. Trembling fingers scroll through emails confirming the hotel's complete collapse. Enraged, the hotel manager pores over the documents, unable to believe his eyes. His assistants are terrified by the sudden collapse, and the situation escalates due to the sudden bad news. The furious man points his finger at his calm opponent, demanding an explanation, and is stunned by the man's hidden connections, unable to understand how he managed to deceive everyone so skillfully. His strength fails him, and he falls to his knees. His aides rush to his side, shouting their boss's name while he remains in shock from the devastating blow to his career. Lying on the floor, Chen Junfei snarls vicious curses at his enemy, calling him a snake and warning others about the treachery of the man who has ruined his life today. Employees rush in a panic and report that the firm's operations have come to a complete halt. The order from above leaves no chance of salvation, and a spirit of despair takes hold of the office. The blond man's condition becomes critical. Foam is coming out of his mouth, and his frightened subordinates try to help him and shout that they need to call doctors immediately. Casually adjusting his jacket, Chu Yi was about to leave, coldly bidding farewell to the shocked young woman, regarding what he had seen as nothing more than a curious conclusion to the matter. The reporter stood frozen in utter astonishment at the unexpected ending, as she could not have imagined she would witness such an epic collapse. After coyly offering him friendship, the beauty surprised the young man with her calm demeanor and her lack of questions about the scandal that had just unfolded. The journalist coyly asserts that she is seeking only sincere, selfless communication, reflecting on the line between self-interest and friendship as she tries to charm her companion. The young man looks at her intently, noting to himself her sincerity and strong character. He sees kindness in her eyes and no longer doubts her. Smiling warmly, Chu Yi extends his hand, revealing his identity, introducing himself as a teacher from the third school, and inviting his new acquaintance to come find him there. As they join hands in a firm handshake, their fingers seal a sudden bond, marking the beginning of a friendship that blossomed right in the midst of chaos. Happily closing her eyes at the realization that they both studied at the same place, the girl officially declares them allies, wondering just how much more there is to this guy. The new acquaintances politely say goodbye, going their separate ways at the exit. The protagonist waves goodbye as he heads home after this eventful day. The girl smiles contentedly, enjoying the beautiful day and her stroll through the modern city. A courteous driver greets the lady by a snow-white car, noting her exceptionally good and cheerful mood. A graceful female hand reaches confidently for the car door handle. The distinctive click of the lock opening on the luxury car can be heard. Settling into the back seat, Jiang Chu confirms receipt of important documents and mentions a meeting with an extremely interesting person. Carefully studying the dossier on Chu Yi, she examines an ordinary teacher with a complicated reputation who single-handedly challenges the powerful of this world. The daughter of the director of Wancheng Group, with excitement in her eyes, notes that this mysterious young man clearly has a knack for making dangerous enemies. A white car pulls away smoothly from the building, and Jiang Chu wonders if this man is really just an ordinary teacher. The young man watches the departing car, confident that no wealthy person can hide from his sharp gaze. He philosophically remarks that status doesn't matter in friendship. all the while maintaining a mysterious and slightly smug half-smile on his face. Zhu Yi's face expressed absolute confidence in his abilities. He is firmly convinced that there is no one in this world cooler than himself. The news of the sudden closure of the Kaisheng Hotel spreads like a bolt from the blue across the city, shocking everyone associated with this elite establishment. Sitting in his office, Dong Fanao realizes that the teacher, the true heir to the Chu clan, is behind the hotel's collapse, and is relieved that he personally did not have time to come into conflict with him. Observing Chu Yi's growing influence and his government connections, the man seriously fears that any trouble with him would be fatal to his business. An enraged sister bursts into the room, demanding to know why the insolent young man has still not apologized to her, unaware of the gravity of the situation. In a rage, Dong Fanao slaps the girl across the face, categorically forbidding her from showing her face in the Meishan area and threatening to banish her if she causes even one more problem. The wealthy heir learns shocking news from his assistant. The mysterious Chu Yi has not only destroyed the hotel, but has also won over the entire city elite. The young man realizes he has underestimated his opponent. A sly smirk plays across his face as he wonders what other tricks this dangerous teacher has up his sleeve. With a powerful swing of his stick, Zhao Tianming vows to restore his influence and will not tolerate any competition, for this city and the beautiful Qinzan must be his. Rumors of the young man's triumph spread instantly throughout school number 3. Everyone is discussing how an ordinary teacher managed to crush Kaisheng's business empire with his connections. Chaos reigned in the classroom. The teacher tried to quiet the rowdy students in the back rows, sarcastically remarking that they were disturbing the sleep of those in the front. Looking at the sleeping children, he becomes despondent and realizes that if they fail their exams, his salary will suffer. The situation seems truly dire to him. Chu Yi hopes that the students are secretly studying at night for his sake. As a man from the past, he believes in his plan and that the kids definitely won't let him down. Looking at the teacher with obvious confusion, the blonde student in the foreground asks directly why the teacher has frozen and still hasn't started the class. After praising the class for their efforts, the teacher officially allows them to take a nap during the lecture as a reward, but sternly warns that such a trick won't work in English class. This unusual generosity frightens the students. Wang Lin anxiously asks if the teacher is sick and pleads with him to just teach a regular class instead of letting them rest. Saddened, the teacher realizes that his students haven't appreciated his act of kindness. With a sigh, he decides to change the subject and begin a lecture on an ancient language. After just 3 minutes of the challenging lecture, the entire class falls into a deep sleep. Chu Yi notes ironically that his teaching methods are extremely effective. After finishing the class, the teacher leaves the classroom in a good mood and gives his students one last piece of advice to perk up, since the next class will be English. In the hallway, the young man runs into his striking colleague, Wang Xiaolin. She asks if he's finished his class, and he hands his sleepy students over to her care. The English teacher gives her colleague a cool look, stating that these are her students too, so his excessive concern isn't needed here. The teacher smiles awkwardly as his colleague walks away, trying to hide his confusion after her sharp words in the school hallway. Upon entering the classroom, the young woman hurls angry accusations about the student's laziness and the importance of English, leaving him standing alone by the classroom door. The young man froze in bewilderment, clearly not expecting such a sharp outburst, and tried to figure out what exactly had triggered such a violent reaction. Upon entering the classroom, Chu Yi was met with a tense silence. The angry teacher stood before the dejected student, demanding an explanation from the advisor. Pointing her finger at him in a rage, the teacher accuses her colleague of failing to properly educate the students and of a complete lack of discipline. Hu Lai jumps to his feet to defend his position, declaring that the native language is more important than English, a statement that only further fuels the conflict. Undeterred, Wang Xiaolin argues for the superiority of the global language and looks down on her colleague, refusing to listen to arguments about the importance of Chinese culture. Remaining calm, Chu Yi joins the conversation, gently reminding her colleague that a teacher's calling is to educate, not to force personal opinions on others. Resorting to personal attacks, the young woman calls the supervisor a slacker and blames him for the class's poor academic performance, continuing to yell in front of the students. Responding firmly to the aggression, the teacher invokes a sense of national dignity and the legacy of Confucius, urging her to respect her own roots. Adjusting his glasses with a sardonic smirk, Wang Xiaolin warns his opponent that she will come to regret her leniency, since her students are nothing but future failing students. His gaze turns icy and resolute, expressing his determination to stand his ground to the very end. He will not allow his students to be insulted, no matter how she feels about him personally. Taking out his phone, the counselor calls a certain Shram and with irony asks him to come and give a rabies shot to a certain biting dog, a reference to the frivolous Wang. Enraged by such insolence, the girl threatens to call security, boasting of her connections and claiming that the school's former principal himself had invited her. Security guards led by Shram stride decisively into the classroom, armed with batons. They ask the teacher in bewilderment where the dog is. The teacher points decisively at his colleague, while the arrogant beauty watches the scene unfold from the sidelines. The elderly security guard is completely shocked that the legendary teacher and the guest from the US have caused such a loud and unexpected scene. The poor old man stands frozen in confusion between the two enraged intellectuals, frantically trying to figure out what to do in this situation. The man tries to gently calm the enraged woman, warning her that her shouting and lack of self-control could seriously damage her reputation. The hot-tempered teacher completely loses control, rudely humiliating the security guard and questioning his level of education. Shram urges the arrogant woman to watch her language, bitterly realizing that to her, ordinary workers are nothing more than an ignorant bunch. Insulted, Wang Xiaolin throws her teaching materials aside and declares that she no longer intends to teach this class, suggesting that her colleague teach them instead. Stepping right up to her enraged colleague, Chu Yi demands in an icy tone that she immediately apologize for her remarks. Staring at the man in utter indignation and unable to believe her own ears, the woman considers it beneath her dignity to apologize to members of the working class. The haughty woman insists on her infallibility as a PhD, accusing the security guards of laziness and justifying her dismissive attitude. Finally losing his composure, the young man slaps his arrogant colleague hard across the face, furiously demanding that she apologize immediately. Shocked by Chu Yi's actions, the students and the security guard realize that for their protection, the teacher is willing to engage in open conflict, even with a woman. Pressing her hand to her burning cheek, a stunned Wang Xiaolin cannot believe that her opponent actually dared to use physical force. Scratching the back of his head nonchalantly, the protagonist asks ironically whether he could have done such a thing to such an important person who had been invited by the director himself. Turning to the audience, the mentor asks if anyone saw the moment of the blow, to which the loyal students respond in unison with a denial, covering for him. Shouting accusations in a rage, the enraged woman is indignant, while he remains ice-cold, looking down at her with obvious contempt. To demonstrate his seriousness to the class, the teacher emphasizes that any job, whether as a security guard or a janitor, deserves sincere respect. Citing Wang Xiaolin's behavior as an example of the system's collapse, the protagonist asserts that her attitude clearly demonstrates the current shortcomings of the modern educational process. The students in the lecture hall applaud the young teacher's words enthusiastically. His bold speech strikes a chord in the hearts of the students, who are tired of the old ways. An enraged woman yells at Chu Yi, losing control of herself, threatening him with her connections to influential friends and imminent retribution. Two security guards try to restrain the furious woman, who desperately resists, accusing the young man of using excessive force and demanding that he release her immediately. Calmly, the young man asked the unflappable teacher why his colleague still hasn't admitted her guilt, intending to teach the upstart a proper lesson. Continuing to shout defiantly and ignoring any warnings, Wang Xiaolin asks furiously what exactly he intends to do if she refuses. Suddenly using a stun gun and calling it a tough therapy method, the teacher makes the woman scream from the unexpected shock, while law enforcement officers watch the scene unfold. Fleeing in defeat, the beautiful woman shouts final threats, promising her opponent that she will immediately go to management, after which his career will surely come to an end. As she calmly prunes the crimson roses, the young woman reflects on the city's events, sensing that someone will soon seek to appropriate her family's valuable resources. Suddenly interrupting her thoughts at the sound of a loud knock, Qin Zhan freezes in bewilderment, unable to understand who would dare to so rudely disturb her peace. An agitated Wang Xiaolin bursts into the office and, still running, complains to the principal, shouting that Chu Yi had shown her disrespect and deeply offended her in class. Against the backdrop of a beautiful bouquet of roses, she explains the situation. The English teacher laid everything out for the woman without holding anything back, and now the conflict has become a matter for the ladies to handle together. After listening to the angry tirade, Qinzhan admits that the protagonist did indeed go too far. The upset teacher clutched her head, still reeling from the shock. However, the beauty stands her ground and declares that Wang Xiaolin is more to blame in this situation, demanding that she first apologize to the security guard before continuing. The woman is devastated by the betrayal and appeals to her sister's conscience, unable to believe that family ties no longer mean anything to her. The young man tries to diffuse the tension by proposing a bet to settle the dispute between the sisters, then freezes in anticipation. The girl accepts the challenge with a defiant smirk, confident in her superiority and ready to put anyone who dares to argue with her in their place. The boy confidently declares that his group will outperform their rivals in academic achievement. He is resolute, and the challenge is thrown right in the face of his smug opponent. The advisor of Group 17 merely laughs at his words and considers victory hers, sarcastically suggesting that the boy marry her if he loses. The tension mounts. Chu Yi puts everything on the line. The loser must leave the school forever, while the girl is enraged by his cold composure and bold words. The stakes are set, and there's no turning back. Wang Xiaolin advises the teacher to start packing her things, predicting her inevitable defeat in this dangerous dispute. The principal is outraged that the two debaters are completely ignoring her, and is eager to assert her authority, especially over this self-assured brat. A sudden flush of embarrassment turns her cheeks crimson. Qinzhan freezes under the boy's intense gaze, unsure what caused such a strange reaction. A sudden sharp gesture makes the beauty cry out in surprise. Flustered, she tries to defend herself, demanding an explanation for his rude behavior. The young man suddenly closes the distance and sternly orders the girl not to move. She freezes in confusion, blushing deeply at such closeness. Panic-stricken, she reminds the hero that they are in an educational institution, her face flushing with anger and embarrassment as his hand reaches for her blouse. With a deft, precise gesture, the young man hooks a tiny object hidden in the unsuspecting young woman's clothing. Stepping back, Chu Yi shows off his find, eliciting a look of astonishment from his companion, who stares at him with a silent question, unaware of what is happening. Overcome with horror, Qinzhan realizes that all this time she had been wearing a listening device, which the young man had smashed, causing a wisp of smoke to escape from the bug's casing. Smiling ironically, the teacher informs her that she has been under surveillance, admitting that he is even beginning to find this turn of events rather appealing. Frozen in deep shock, the girl hides her gaze behind the glare of her glasses and barely contains her rage, clutching her notebook tightly in her palm. In a fit of rage, the principal yells at the boy, demanding he take things seriously, and hurls a book at him, sending him flying comically backward as he loses his balance. But the hero deftly catches the book and seriously warns her that impulsiveness leads to a trap, asking who touched her clothes. Confused, the girl explains that the outfit is brand new and no one has touched it, but suddenly falls silent, realizing some important and frightening detail. Thinking of her sister, the manager realizes that only her sister and her father have unrestricted access to her home, which means the culprit could very well be a relative. Chu Yi confirms her suspicions, explaining that his previous arguments with the woman were no coincidence, and now that the truth has come to light, the picture of events becomes clear. Overcome with complete bewilderment and anxiety, the young woman wonders why someone close to her would deliberately harm her and take part in such a conspiracy. Revealing the identity of the main puppet master operating behind the beauty's back, the young man says it is Zhao Mingtian, who is playing an extremely dangerous game. Holding up two fingers, Chu Yi explains the enemy's goals: to fire the teacher and get his hands on her, and if that plan fails, the villain will steal classified materials. Declaring his willingness to risk his own career for the sake of victory, the mentor promises to help the girl remove the obstacle in her path if they succeed. The woman is frightened by his astonishing knowledge. It seems to her that this outwardly indifferent man knows absolutely everything that is happening in the world. Confused, she stares intently at the teacher trying to unravel the mystery and asks him directly who he is and why he actually came to their school. Managing to give evasive answers, Chu Yi remarks that everyone has their own secrets and expresses hope that she might one day confide in him. Shifting the conversation to floristry, The young man criticizes the arrangement, calling it the work of an amateur, though he admits that it's actually quite well done. Casting a suspicious glance at the teacher, Chin Zhan is tormented by the question of why he so suddenly wanted to change the subject and what exactly he is trying to hide. The image of a beautiful maiden in traditional attire flashes before his eyes, and he admits that he makes bouquets only because she likes them. In the pouring rain, the beauty shielded the hero with an umbrella and persistently asked him to return with her to the mysterious Taiji temple. Standing pensively by the window, Chu Yi recalled the moment when he attained the status of Lord of Hell and his beloved became his wife. Stepping resolutely over the threshold, he left his past behind and swore to Yang Yu that he would definitely return as soon as he had completed all his endeavors. The young man's gaze grew hard and cold as he realized that the time had come to act decisively to remove this vexing obstacle from his path. A lone figure stood frozen on the bridge at dusk. He realized that only one person was keeping him in this place, the mysterious and influential Qiu Lingyun. Against a backdrop of crimson hues, a defiant enemy appears, gloating as he recalls how the young man destroyed his family's life and defiled his sister's honor. Witnesses watch in horror as the young man falls from the bridge, but he has only one goal in mind: to gather the power of the entire city and start a new life. As he falls, there is no fear in Chu Yi's eyes, only focus. At this critical moment, the long-awaited breakthrough occurs, and he levels up. A powerful burst of water marks the beginning of his revenge. He vows to teach his enemy a lesson and show Qiu Lingyun what true authority and power are. Surrounded by a magical glow, the senior master is ready for battle. A loud explosion at the Kaisheng Hotel will serve as a signal to his enemies of his arrival. The summer cafe was bustling with life. People were ordering kebabs and beer while enjoying their time off, and a cheerful group was urging everyone to let loose and have a great time that night. A lively conversation was taking place at the table about the teacher's reputation. The man was surprised by the invitation and noted that the name Chu was well known among the special forces. The guests marveled at the teacher's past. Now they understood why the entire Changping district obeyed him unquestioningly and recognized his leadership. As he calmly savored his kebab, Chu Yi became lost in thought about the past, realizing that without the machinations of the powerful clan, his service in the special forces would have turned out completely differently. As he grew pensive and sad, his gaze expressed the bitter question: could it be that his former enemies had finally felt even a little remorse for their despicable deeds? An old acquaintance enthusiastically recalled the hero's past exploits, confidently declaring that he was the best fighter, one whom even an experienced instructor could not defeat. Changing the subject, the young man asks about Fei Lan's fate, and his friend listens intently as they sit at a table in a summer cafe. With a touch of sadness, the dark-haired man explains that everything changed after the young man's disappearance. Instructor Lu Jie strictly forbade the other fighters from even mentioning their comrade's name. The young man recalled the image of the stern Lu Ji. In a past life she had come to him, but back then he was poor and overwhelmed by circumstances, and so he couldn't offer her anything. The friends continued their evening. Chu Yi wondered how their captain was doing now, sensing that their shared story was not yet over. The bottle slammed down on the table. Wang Bin explained that the young woman had also wanted to leave the force because of a conflict with some arrogant and very influential businessman. The enraged man pounds his fist on the table in a rage. His face is flushed from alcohol and fury toward the wealthy, who are accustomed to dictating the fates of honest people with impunity. A peaceful conversation is interrupted by a brazen stranger who approaches the neighboring table where the girls were sitting and unceremoniously imposes himself on them. A bald man with a repulsive smirk leans over the frightened beauty, brazenly offering her a drink, then makes a very obvious hint about continuing the evening in bed. The friends try to politely refuse, explaining that it's time for them to return to the dorm, but the thug has no intention of letting them go and blocks their path, continuing his persistent advances. The situation escalates. The thug roughly grabs the girl by her clothes, nearly tearing her dress. When she screams, he merely sneers maliciously, accusing her of being arrogant. Unable to tolerate the injustice, Wang Bin jumps up from the table with a bottle in his hand, declaring his firm intention to intervene in the conflict immediately. Trying to stop his friend, Scar warns him against taking such a dangerous step, believing it's best not to get involved with such individuals to avoid trouble. The enraged man lashes out at his friend, accusing him of cowardice and questioning his manhood because of his reluctance to act. Meanwhile, the calm Chu Yi, with his eyes closed, confidently gives the go-ahead for the confrontation, promising to back up his partner in case of trouble. Looking hopefully at the teacher sitting across from them, the friends ask if he knows these individuals and if they are ready to join forces to fight back against their enemies. His gaze turns icy. The hero shows no interest in his opponents, convinced that such insolent individuals must be taught a lesson through force, and he takes the lead. Jabbing a sharp stick sharply into the tabletop, he declares his readiness to take full responsibility, for his goal is not merely victory, but to instill a chilling fear. Inspired by the support, Wang Bin resolutely rolls up his sleeves and grabs a bottle. His fear has vanished, replaced by the thrill of the impending fight. With the bottle raised high, the man bursts into the fray, demanding that they stop immediately. The brazen thug in chains is stunned by such audacity from a random passerby. The bald thug turns to the uninvited guest with a contemptuous smirk, confident in his superiority and unafraid of pathetic attempts to stop him. There is a deafening clatter of shattering glass. The bottle shatters into 1,000 pieces against the man's head, showering everything around with sharp green shards. The thugs freeze in utter shock at the sudden outburst. Their self-confidence instantly gives way to astonishment in the face of their opponent. The teacher and his companion were dumbfounded. Their plan to instill fear had failed, and instead of terror, they witnessed a ridiculous situation that only amused their enemies. With a bloodied face, Wang Bin tried to save face by chasing the thugs away, naively believing that such a display of madness would surely force them to leave. But instead of fear, the scoundrels burst into mocking laughter and taunted the fool, offering him money if he smashed another bottle over his head. Completely disappointed, Chu Yi covered his face with his hand. His patience had run out due to his partner's stupidity and gave a clear order. It was time to strike the enemy. Hearing the command, the man grins savagely and cracks his knuckles. Now that the games are over, he's ready to unleash his true fury in battle. The enraged security guard lands a crushing blow on his opponent. The victim screams in pain, unable to dodge the sudden attack. The bald ringleader incites his accomplices to violence, promising a generous reward to whoever deals with their common target in the most brutal and spectacular way. A brave girl resolutely steps into the argument to defend her friend and tells the thugs that their actions are illegal, trying to stop the violence. Two bullies mockingly give chase, threatening to find the girls at school and inflict brutal punishment on them on the sports field as revenge. Enraged, Wang Bin grits his teeth upon hearing the vile insults. Anger overwhelms him when his opponent crosses the line. The young man calmly watches the conflict unfold, sipping his drink, and coolly asks his friend not to cross the line and not to kill anyone. Attacking with lightning speed, the man becomes a blurry shadow. Screams of pain echo through the neighborhood as he methodically crushes the attackers one by one. The savior easily dispatches his opponent, lifting him by the collar. With a stern expression, he surveys the remaining enemies, asking who else dares to challenge him. The beaten leader tries to intimidate the guard with his connections, wiping away the blood, he mentions, with a tremor in his voice, an influential patron from a powerful corporation. A vision of a mysterious and dangerous gentleman appears before his eyes. His confident demeanor and gestures underscore his high status in the criminal hierarchy. A friend tries to dissuade the hero from rash actions, reminding him of the enemy group's power. But the hero, in a rage, is ready to ignore any threats. The bald gangster spits defiantly to the side, mocking his opponent, and suggests he meekly endure the blows, promising mercy in exchange for showing cowardice. Suddenly, Chu Yi enters the conversation with an ironic smirk, mocking the scoundrel's grandiose claims of loyalty to his boss. The gang leader flies into a rage, shouting insults and trying to justify himself, demanding an answer from the stranger, unable to comprehend who dared to meddle in their affairs. But the teacher lands a lightning-fast strike. The scoundrel is stunned by its speed, not even having time to realize how his opponent ended up right in front of him. Gripping his opponent's head tightly, Chu Yi teaches him a harsh lesson on how to bring a fight to its logical conclusion. With a single swift movement, the young man knocks the attacker off his feet, forcing him to sprawl shamefully on the asphalt under the weight of the crushing blow. Stepping on the defeated enemy's face with the sole of his sneaker, the teacher listens to his pitiful pleas for forgiveness. The attacker has realized his mistake, but it's already too late. With an unflappable expression, the young man rejects the apology and suggests that the thug call the police himself, demonstrating his complete superiority in being in the right. Pinned to the ground, the criminal realizes with horror that the law is not on his side. Calling the cops will backfire on him, and this realization paralyzes his will. The defeated hooligan, in desperation, points to the girls standing nearby, trying to convince everyone of his innocence and hoping to find at least some support. A tense silence hangs in the air. The men look appraisingly at the women, waiting to see if they will confirm the words of the deceitful and frightened braggart. The beautiful women, not wanting to get involved in dangerous male altercations, hurriedly leave, claiming they know nothing and that this situation has nothing to do with them. Watching the events unfold with a somber expression, Wang Bin harbors only one bitter thought: how difficult it is these days to remain true to one's principles. With a hint of disappointment, Chu Yi notes that the witnesses have fled, and the thug's last hope for exoneration has crumbled along with their departure. Pathetically making excuses and pointing to the witnesses' silence, the thug, pinned to the ground, tries to wriggle out of it until the very end, regardless of his situation. Delivering a crushing blow in a fit of rage, the teacher puts an end to any attempts at argument and makes it clear to the scoundrel that the fear of those around him is no excuse for insolence. Finally, the bodyguard realizes a simple truth. In a world of brute force, there's no need to prove anything with words. You just have to be much tougher than your enemies. Beaten beyond recognition, the gangster begs for mercy in tears. His former grandeur has vanished, leaving only a bloodied face and a body trembling with savage terror. With a smirk, the young man holds out his phone, offering to let him call for backup. He's eager to face the mafia boss, confident he can handle any number of enemies. The young man confidently holds out his phone to the beaten-up gangster, giving him one last chance to call for help and resolve this protracted conflict with a single phone call. Grabbing the cell phone, the enraged giant vents his anger into the receiver, promising his opponent swift and brutal retribution for the insults he has suffered. Against the backdrop of a peaceful evening park, the villain's anxious voice rings out as he reports what has happened to his boss and asks him to arrive at the scene immediately. A few minutes later, the silence of the park is shattered by the roar of engines. Several black cars surround the young man's solitary figure, blinding him with the bright glare of their headlights. The car doors swing open in unison, and burly men in sharp suits step out, ready to carry out any order from their leader. A distinguished man in glasses and a business suit steps forward and menacingly demands to know who exactly dared to challenge his men in this neighborhood. Visibly nervous and rubbing the wound on his face, Wang Bin watched in bewilderment as an entire army of opponents arrived, not knowing what to expect next. Maintaining his icy composure, the young man ordered his companion to step aside, deciding to take the full brunt of the attack and deal with the uninvited guests himself. Struck by such courage, the man looked at him with sincere respect, realizing that he was a true fighter, ready to stand his ground until the very end. A barely noticeable, defiant smirk appeared on the hero's face. He was clearly pleased that fate had given him yet another opportunity to spectacularly demonstrate his strength. Calmly, the young man introduced himself as Chu Yi and defiantly asked the boss who had just arrived what he wanted, not the least bit fazed by the enemy's numerical superiority. But instead of a fight, the man suddenly ordered everyone to stand still, announcing that they were about to roll out a carpet, which left the young man completely stunned and bewildered. His subordinates instantly obeyed the order, rolling out a long red carpet with a loud thud right to the feet of the stunned young man in the middle of the park at night. A bewildered Chu Yi wondered what was going on. Unable to fathom the reasons behind such sudden and strange hospitality, watching this absurd spectacle, the protagonist remarks irritably that it's the middle of the night and people apparently have nothing better to do than engage in these ceremonies. Relaxing nonchalantly in the company of two young women, Jiang Jian is clearly indignant that someone dared to interrupt his leisure at such an inopportune moment. The rich man was flirting with his companion, promising her a reward for her sweet reaction. The atmosphere was thick with pretentiousness as Jiang Jian reveled in his superiority. The beaten-up henchman runs up to his boss begging for revenge. The man turns his attention away from the ladies to figure out who dared to lay a hand on his man. His index finger points directly at the guy, who, confused, picks his nose, not understanding why he's being accused of assault. Arrogantly pushing his glasses down and glaring at the offender, the rich kid demands to know the name of the insolent fool who dared to lay a hand on his entourage and disturb the peace. In a panic, Scar grabs the guy by the elbow and begs Chu Yi to simply apologize so they can make a quick retreat, fearing to deal with such enemies. Remaining completely calm and folding his arms across his chest, the teacher confidently states his name, issuing a direct challenge to his detractors. Upon hearing the enemy's name, Jiang Jian freezes. A hint of doubt and tension flickers in his eyes. The name seems frighteningly familiar and significant to him. The boss's patience snaps, and he orders his bodyguards to deal with the young man immediately so as not to embarrass him in front of his companions and the crowd. The conflict escalates. Chu Yi decides to teach the arrogant rich man and his entourage a lesson, engaging in an open fight under the night sky. With a powerful blow, he knocks the rich kid off his feet, right in front of his stunned companion. The rich man falls to the ground, crying out in pain and surprise. Bodyguards in suits rush to help their fallen boss, determined to protect their master and surround the lone opponent. But the teacher grabs the defeated enemy by the chest and issues a harsh ultimatum, ordering him to withdraw his security guards. Otherwise, Jiang Jian will suffer an even more severe beating. Realizing who stands before him, the boss, horrified, orders his men to stop and realizes that there is no way they can defeat such an opponent. The rich kid's face contorts with fear as he recalls the rumors about Chu Yi's strength, recognizing him as the man who single-handedly destroyed the Kaisheng group. The young man looks at the villain in bewilderment, trying to make sense of the situation. His eyes betrayed his confusion at the sudden encounter and the stranger's odd tone. Sitting on the ground, the man boasted about the beauty of his sister, Jiang Chu, and offered to help the young man get to know her, hoping to establish connections that would benefit him. Resting his hand on his chin, Chu Yi pondered, surprised by the coincidence, since he himself had planned to discuss a very large deal with this young man's sister. Sitting in a cafe discussing their triumph, the wealthy man marvels at how skillfully the Kaisheng Hotel was defeated and complains about the pressure from his brothers. Staring intently at his companion's features, the young man asks again about the lack of power, his gaze betraying clear doubt and a hint of interest. Showing the screen of his smartphone displaying the words Wangxian Group, the rich kid recounts his family drama, telling of his grandfather's downfall and the appearance of a lover in his own father's life. Flashes of the past flicker by, his father with his pregnant mistress, an event that heralded the twilight of the old way of life and the beginning of a series of momentous changes. The narrator spread his arms wide, complaining that all the attention was being given to his mistress's son, Jiang Tianyu, who was now being groomed as the main heir to the Wangxian group. Listening to these revelations with obvious skepticism and mild disgust, the young man made no secret of his opinion about just how chaotic and complicated this family was. In a burst of emotion, the rich kid raised his hand in a solemn gesture, vehemently assuring Chu Yi that he had never faced such problems with children in his personal life. The girl admired Jiang Jian's generosity as he took her to restaurants and believed that a flighty but rich guy was better than a poor one. Watching this strange couple, Chu Yi could only shake his head, finding their behavior utterly absurd and commenting aloud on how odd they were. A striking woman in an elegant dark dress confidently approached the meeting place and politely asked if she had kept him waiting too long. Warmly greeting the guest, the young man introduces her as a journalist and shakes her hand. In response, she addresses him respectfully. Sitting at a table under a canopy, surrounded by an entourage of bodyguards, the teacher observes the tense atmosphere, where an ominous silence foreshadows an impending storm. Imperturbably eating his shashlik and looking at the young men, Chu Yi suggests that they finally drop their masks, making it clear that their thoughts are no longer a secret. Caught off guard, they show genuine shock. Could this guy really see right through them and know the whole truth? Noticing their agitation, the hero gestures for everyone to calm down and sit down. His cold confidence was more frightening than open aggression or direct threats. Confused, Jiang Chu looks at the teacher, trying to grasp the deeper meaning behind his words and feeling as if the ground is literally slipping away from under his feet. Calmly taking a bite of meat, Zhu Yi makes a tempting offer, promising to help their clan seize real power within the Wangxian group in exchange for loyalty. Overcome with rage, the man shouts, unable to believe his own ears, considering himself and his sister complete failures and failing to understand why such a master would need their help. Studying the privileged youth intently, the teacher asks a direct question. How much longer does he intend to remain in the shadows, content merely with the status of a golden youth? By voicing their deepest fear, the fear that Jiang Tian will single-handedly inherit the empire, the mentor forces the image of a rival to emerge clearly in their minds. In the finale, he states outright that the young people are merely biding their time to strike, and that Chu Yi is ready to give them that chance by turning their familiar world and the rules of the game upside down forever. Zheng Jian looks at the hero with suspicion, trying to understand the true motive behind his actions, and asks him directly why he would even bother helping their family. Explaining the situation, the teacher points out Zhang Tian's arrogance. He doesn't take him seriously and emphasizes that he asks very little of his allies. Stating his condition, the mentor declares that once he gains control of the Wanxiang group, the family must provide him with reliable protection. Confused, the young heir turns to his sister for support. As the situation grows increasingly serious, they must make a fateful decision. The girl reminds him of the risks, noting that their relative is influential, and declares that if destroying the hotel was Chu Yi's only success, there will be no cooperation. In response to their doubts, the teacher merely smiles enigmatically, inviting the young people to look at his phone screen to dispel their fears once and for all. Shocked, the young people list the names of influential people they see on the list. These connections prove that the hero's capabilities are far greater than they had imagined. The young man confidently declares that his main trump card isn't connections or big names at all. He points to himself, demonstrating absolute faith in his own abilities. The rich kid mocked his humble status, not believing that an ordinary school teacher could stand up to the influential people who keep the entire city in fear. But remaining completely calm, the teacher demonstrated his true power with a light touch of his finger. His shocked opponent recoils in horror as heavy furniture shatters into splinters, to which Chu Yi declares that this is only a small fraction of his abilities. Objects around them begin to levitate, obeying the teacher's will, while witnesses freeze in shock, realizing they are facing a powerful fighter. In a panic, Zhang Jian screams, realizing the truth and understanding that he has underestimated his opponent, whose skills surpass even those of the legendary Lu Fengfeng, about whom rumors abound. The girl watched the events unfold closely, stunned by what she saw. She decides that such an ally is essential and offers Chu Yi a partnership on his terms. Agreeing to help, the teacher promises to resolve any problems and declares that he doesn't need payment for now and is ready to act as he sees fit. Jiang Chu follows him, trying to understand his motives. She can't stop wondering why a master of his caliber chose the small town of Jujin over the capital. Giving a cryptic reply, the young man explains that he is pursuing personal goals related to Huasheng Group's resources. His path differs radically from the interests of the others. Despite the cool farewell, the recent skeptic rushes after him, captivated by the master's extraordinary coolness, and begs to be taken on as a disciple. Realizing that the arrival of such an ally shifts the balance of power, Jian Shu is filled with determination to step out of the shadows and reclaim what rightfully belongs to her. At school, the moment of truth arrives. The teachers hold the grade book that will determine the fate of the competing groups and their mentors. A woman reads out the sensational exam results. Chu Yi's 18th group has made an incredible leap, taking 5th place and surpassing the strong favorites. Reminding the stunned mentor of their agreement, the protagonist watches as his colleague remains in shock, unable to comprehend how the underperforming class managed to achieve such success. The teacher leaves the office with a sense of accomplishment and leaves the rest of the fallout to Qin Zhan, viewing this as a test of her professional competence at the school. The exhausted students were sleeping right at their desks, while the teacher looked at them with warmth and a touch of sadness, realizing just how hard they had worked for the common goal. The teacher decides it's time for a well-deserved reward, planning to interrupt quiet time and give his students a real surprise. The teacher announces a weekend trip. Upon hearing about the trip, the students instantly perk up, proving that their drowsiness was just a clever ruse. The class erupts with excitement. The students joke that the teacher has finally splurged and admit that a month of deprivation was worth this long-awaited moment of triumph. Zhu Yi was slightly shocked by such an instant transformation, realizing with a touch of irony that his students were great actors who had simply been waiting for the right incentive. The day of the trip arrived. Standing by the school bus, the teacher took roll call and was puzzled to find 2 completely unnecessary people on the list. The son of the influential Ma Min, with a beaming smile, introduced his companion, Lin Qi, hoping that the teacher would not object to the extra passenger. After bowing modestly, the young lady received only a reserved nod at the entrance, as the mentor had long been accustomed to his students' unpredictable antics. However, the surprises don't end there. As he scans the crowd carefully, the protagonist spots yet another unfamiliar face. Proudly nudging his girlfriend forward, Ma Lu Ming introduces Zhou Qingqing. It seems that what was supposed to be a routine weekend field trip is smoothly turning into a double date. Stunned by the sudden appearance of the beauty, the teacher involuntarily recalls a past life when this treacherous woman skillfully feigned feelings for personal gain. The unsuspecting girl smiles radiantly and greets everyone, masterfully hiding her true intentions behind a mask of friendliness and beauty. While the boys laugh, the blonde secretly sizes up their wallets and regrets choosing poor Ma Lu Min, eyeing the more promising Ma Yin instead. Despite his anxious thoughts about his student's future, the teacher claps his hands, urging the group to finish packing and hurry to take their seats on the bus. But the trip began with complaints about the smell on the cheap bus. While the students grumbled, Chu Yi braced himself for a difficult journey, realizing that plenty of intrigue lay ahead. Struck by the abundance of luxury cars in the parking lot, he realized that this resort had become a true epicenter of wealth, hidden from the eyes of ordinary people. Ma Yin explained that the resort was built by the Wantian Corporation. It was the most exclusive place in the area, where the wealthiest families from across the country gathered. No sooner had the group stepped off the bus than screams broke the silence. The teacher turned toward the noise with alarm, realizing that their vacation was starting with a scandal. One of the students, enraged, grabbed another by the chest, outraged by the injustice. After all, everyone else had been given excellent rooms, while he had been assigned the worst room at the camp. Ma Lu Min's face was contorted with anger. He was convinced that this room assignment was no accident, but a sign of deep contempt and a personal insult on the part of the tour guide. The class president merely smiled sarcastically in response, advising the rich student not to whine, but simply to pay extra for the presidential suite if he wasn't satisfied with a regular room. Losing his temper, the student decided to leave immediately and roughly grabbed his companion, Zhou Qingqing, by the arm, dragging her along and ignoring her timid objections. Trying to quell the escalating conflict, Chu Yi called the students to order, believing that they were clearly going too far by making a scene over such trivial matters. Apologizing to their mentor, Hu Lai complained about his opponent's arrogant demeanor, noting that he constantly slandered their group and behaved extremely haughtily. The argument left a bad taste in everyone's mouth. Chen Zhuyang added that even his sister had tried to be friendly, but the rich man's companion pointedly ignored her. Watching the departing couple with sadness, the teacher realizes his duty. Despite his students' bad behavior, he simply cannot leave them alone in this unfamiliar place. A scathing comment came from the sidelines. Someone was publicly mocking the arrogant young man, calling him a great lord whose authority didn't extend beyond the school walls. The conflict escalated. Jiang Hao received a sharp rebuke, being told to tone down his sarcasm and mind his own business, while being called a mad dog from the Dajin group. The teacher froze upon hearing the name of the corporation. Tension was evident in his eyes. The name Dajin Group clearly held special significance for him. Brazenly placing his hand on his opponent's shoulder, Jiang Hao demanded a banquet featuring the class's most beautiful girls to celebrate the reunion of old acquaintances. Instantly pushing the brazen man away with a shout to leave him alone, the student provokes a scene, immediately drawing the attention of all passers-by on the bustling street. The young man falls to the ground, gasping in pain. Those around him freeze in shock, not understanding what has happened, while the unfortunate man writhes on the stone pavement. Perplexed, Hu Lai stares at the man on the ground, suspecting he's faking it, and accuses him of pretending, while the man gasps for air, turning pale before his eyes. Panic breaks out in the crowd. A man recognizes the victim as an important figure from the influential Dajin group of companies and horrified rushes to help. In desperation, he shouts, urging people to call an ambulance and find a doctor among the passers-by. The man's life hangs by a thread, and precious seconds are slipping away forever. A young man steps confidently out of the crowd and calmly states that he knows a little about medicine, asking to be allowed to examine the patient. After checking his pulse, the young man makes a diagnosis: a congenital heart defect. The prognosis is grim, and without immediate assistance, the man's heart will stop. Those around him are horrified by the prognosis. Realizing that an ambulance won't arrive in time, they begin to mourn a man who is still alive. Despite the critical situation, Chu Yi remained ice-coldly calm, briefly remarking that it was nothing, and prepared to perform a miraculous rescue. The man was stunned by such audacity and asked the young man skeptically which hospital he was from, since calling this a trifle sounded like madness here. Frozen in silent shock when the young man calmly admitted that he wasn't a doctor at all, the statement sounded like a death sentence for the man lying on the ground. With a smile, the teacher explains that he is an ordinary school teacher. His subjects are literature, physical education, and English, but certainly not medicine. The man flies into a rage. A physical education teacher and literature teacher who presumes to play the role of savior in a critical situation seems insane to him. The manager blocks the imposter's path, insisting they wait for an ambulance and informing him that the patient's family has already called a private doctor. The teacher's help is unnecessary. But despite the objections, Chu Yi remains ice cold, ordering his companions to detain the manager and deciding to begin treatment immediately. An enraged man tried to stop the young man, blocking his path and shouting that treating someone with a yellow piece of paper was nothing but a foolish and ancient superstition. The victim's condition was rapidly deteriorating. He lay unconscious on the ground, shivering violently, with thick white foam pouring profusely from his mouth. Resolutely pulling out the magical talisman, the teacher ignored the crowd's shouts, realizing that there was no time to waste, for this precious paper was their only chance. With a swift and precise movement, Chu Yi affixed the talisman to the dying man's chest. The air around them flared with a bright blue light, initiating the healing process. A moment later, the foam disappeared and the patient's breathing evened out. A dark clot of energy emerged from his mouth, symbolizing the departure of the deadly disease. Eyewitnesses stood frozen in utter astonishment at the miracle they had witnessed and were amazed that the hero possessed an almost divine power capable of bringing someone back to life. More people rushed to the scene, including the director of the Dajong group. The frightened mother begged the doctor who had just arrived to examine Zhang Hao immediately. In shock, the man froze in front of the reclining patient, noticing a mysterious yellow piece of paper on his chest. The doctor flew into a rage at this method of treatment, pointing his finger at the talisman and ordering that this nonsense be torn up immediately, considering it an insult. Maintaining her icy composure, Chu Yi sternly warns that if the spell is removed now, the patient will die, since the magic still needs another half hour to take effect. Enraged, Xu Yingzhuo lunges at the mentor, accusing him of endangering the child's life and demanding that the talisman be destroyed immediately. Deciding not to intervene, the hero walks away with his ward, a cold smirk on his face, adding as a parting remark that since the mother desires her child's death, he has no intention of interfering. Overcome with panic, the woman tries to comfort her son, and completely convinced she is right, forcefully tears up the paper, shouting about his imminent recovery. But as soon as the magical paper was destroyed, the patient's condition took a critical turn for the worse, and he once again fell into convulsions, white foam pouring profusely from his mouth. The woman was overcome with despair, realizing she had made a terrible mistake. In a panic, she looked around frantically and called out to Dr. Wu for help. The doctor tried to save Zhang Hao, who was choking from the seizure. With a stern expression, he forcefully pushed a pill into the patient's mouth, hoping for an immediate result. Horrified, Xu Yingzhuo watched what was happening, covering her mouth with her hand, barely holding back a cry of despair, and asked hopefully if the medicine would help. The situation took a sudden turn for the worse. The young man suddenly began coughing up blood, and bright red blood spattered directly onto the doctor's face, shocking everyone present. The doctor, in a daze, wiped the blood from his face, realizing that the patient's heart rate was slowing, and declared in a panic that without a hospital, the young man could no longer be saved. The young man's father froze in shock upon hearing the doctor's terrible words, while his mother fell to her knees, realizing that their only son was dying. Enraged, Jiang Kun grabbed the doctor by the chest, demanding an explanation. He had paid a fortune for treatment of the heart defect, and now he saw the doctor's helplessness. While the men were arguing, the mother frantically searched for a way out and remembered the mysterious scrap of paper that had mysteriously helped before. The woman took out an old piece of paper, believing in its miraculous power, and whispered words of encouragement to her son, her hands trembling as she prepared to place the artifact against his body. Resolutely, Xu Yingzhuo placed the paper talisman on her dying son's chest. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and those around her looked on in bewilderment. The boy's condition had reached a critical point. A stream of blood gushed from his mouth once more, and his eyes rolled back, leaving only a faint hope for a miracle from the paper. A bright advertisement for Dongbei ice cream flashed into view. The tempting offer promised a free second serving to anyone who decided to buy the dessert right then. A group of young people was walking down the street, eating that very treat. One student grumbled at the teacher for his greed and for choosing food based on a cheap sale. Suddenly, Hu Lai's expression changed, and he turned to his mentor in alarm, worried that the protective paper had been destroyed and fearful of the consequences. Calmly eating his pink ice cream, the teacher shocked his companions with a cold response, stating that without magical intervention, the boy faced certain death. Terrified, the class monitor rushes to the teacher, begging for help and appealing to his mercy, insisting that Zhang Hao does not deserve to die. Gently patting the young man on the head, the mentor offers valuable advice and explains that even with great power, one should not take on tasks that could lead to disaster. Freezing in bewilderment at the sudden sound, the teacher realizes that someone is calling out to him specifically. Breathing heavily, the out-of-breath man catches up to Zhu Yi on the street, just as the latter is calmly eating ice cream, indifferently asking whether his pursuers have suffered a complete defeat. Consumed by despair, the father tearfully begged the master for help once more. His voice trembled with pain as he pleaded to save the life of his only son, who had fallen into trouble. But the mentor coldly refused, advising the man to simply return home and claiming that the boy would soon come to his senses, though there was a hidden meaning behind his words. Zhang Kun's face lights up with joy. He believes his son has recovered, unaware of the cruelty hidden in the teacher's words. Mockingly, the protagonist explains that the boy will regain consciousness only to say goodbye, punishing the family for distrusting his abilities. Horrified, the director of the Dangqiang group falls to his knees, admitting his guilt and agreeing to any humiliation to save the child. Frantically banging his forehead against the ground in the middle of the street, the man desperately begs for forgiveness from the one who holds his son's fate in his hands. Watching this scene, Hu Lai realizes that even strict fathers are willing to do anything for their children and sees in Zhang Hao not just an enemy, but a person who is sincerely loved. Deep sympathy was evident in the eyes of the young women watching the parents' desperate actions. The boundless love of loved ones is worthy of sincere respect. Gently helping Zhang Kunyu up from the pavement, Shi shares the long-awaited news that the hero has, after all, changed his mind. Unable to believe his own ears, the man asks again hopefully, while Chu Yi stands to the side, calmly finishing her treat and gazing into the distance. Smiling, the young lady explains that the teacher has a sharp tongue, but a very kind heart, which is why he didn't leave. He had intended from the start to prevent a tragic ending. A jubilant crowd surrounded the bewildered teacher, showering him with thanks, while his friends joyfully dragged him along, eager to finish the good deed they had started. In desperation, the woman grabs the teacher by his clothes, tears in her eyes, begging for forgiveness and admitting her guilt for what had happened. Maintaining his icy composure, the hero orders a clean room to be prepared immediately for treatment, promising the mother that the boy will survive despite her fears. The anxious wait behind closed doors lasted 2 hours. The parents paced the hallway in a panic, wondering what mysterious ritual the master was performing inside. The door finally opened, and the exhausted teacher delivered the good news, declaring that the illness had been completely overcome and asking that the patient not be disturbed for another hour. The doctor present was shocked by what he heard, unable to believe his ears, since from a medical standpoint, such serious ailments are considered absolutely incurable. The enraged parents lashed out at the skeptical doctor, furiously ordering him to shut up and get out, unwilling to listen to his pessimistic remarks. Xu Yingzhuo leans over the bed, gently pleading with her son to wake up soon, and hopes with all her heart that the master's words, the truth, and the child's suffering are finally behind them. In the silence of the room, the young man's eyelids begin to flutter. He slowly opens his eyes, returning to the world of the living, as the first rays of hope illuminate the faces of his exhausted family. Zhang Kun's joyful cry echoes through the house when he sees his son has regained consciousness. His parents beam with happiness, eagerly asking the boy how he feels after the treatment. The teenager sits up, looking surprisingly lively and healthy, and tells his parents with delight that he feels an unprecedented lightness and that his breathing has become clear. After a hard day's work, the teacher decides to take a short break and leisurely enjoy some ice cream, trying to regain his strength and ease the inner tension of the day. The protagonist looks at his student with irony expressing dissatisfaction. He believes that a simple invitation to a cafe is too small a price to pay for saving a person's life. Hu Lai looks extremely worried and bewildered, peering intently at the master's face, sincerely hoping to receive confirmation of his recovery. Jiang Kun and his loved ones all fall to their knees in unison and fervently thank the teacher for the miracle, promising their boundless support in all matters. The young man walks away silently, his hands tucked into his pockets. Without looking back, the father of the saved child watches him go, certain that their paths will surely cross again. The gentleman watches the young man with skepticism, struck by the magnitude of his talent and seriously wondering who he really is. Immersed in meditation, Chu Yi felt the seeds of power he had sown finally bear fruit. The time had come to reap what had been cultivated through long and persistent effort. Focusing on his inner energy to break through the celestial limit, the young man must finish his business in Jinling and relieve the city of its hardships. Suddenly, the silence of his nighttime training is broken by a commotion. Chu Yi spots Hu Lai ahead of him and realizes that his peaceful meditation is over. In a rage, Ma Lu Ming provoked the village head into a fight, considering his actions manly, and was eager to settle things one-on-one right in the middle of the square. Trying to remain calm, the disciple reassures his opponent that he harbors no hatred and urges him not to let petty grievances escalate into a fight. But words were of no help. The aggressor burst into a shout, forgetting all decorum, and rushed into the attack, promising to beat up anyone who stood in his way. Right in the thick of the conflict, the teacher suddenly appeared. With a touch of irony, he asked the boys if they had really gathered there just to cause a scene. The students are at a loss. One swears respect for the teacher, but demands revenge, while another, driven by anger, is ready to get into a fight despite all warnings. Deciding not to interfere, Chu Yi lies down to one side with an impassive expression, suggesting the boys entertain themselves while he calmly watches this silly show. His opponent finally lost his mind with rage and took his rival's calmness as a personal insult, vowing to finish him off without any further ado. A ridiculous commotion ensues. The teacher watches the spectacle with irony, comparing their clumsy brawl to the embraces of lovers, which leaves the guys completely dumbfounded. The brawlers froze in ridiculous poses, unsure how to react to the master's sarcasm, while the hero remained in high spirits, clearly amused by the absurdity of the whole situation. Suddenly, the charming Lin Qi appeared in the square, gently smoothing her hair, and with a shy smile, she asked the teacher if he had a little free time. The girl's appearance shocked the guys. They were puzzled as to why she, who was supposed to be with Ma Yin, had come here alone and was seeking a meeting specifically with the teacher. The beauty tenderly confesses her feelings, hinting at her attraction to the experienced mentor. Witnesses to the scene freeze in utter shock at such an unexpected turn of events. The mentor coolly replies that he isn't attracted to men at all. The shocked guys are stunned by the realization that the lovely Lin K is actually a guy. The exposed young man in women's clothing furiously demands to know how they could have figured it out. Panicking upon realizing that the girl in the skirt is hiding a dangerous surprise, the friends freeze in surprise. Enveloped in a powerful green aura, Lin Qi prepared for a lightning-fast lunge. Piercing screams of horror burst from the terrified witnesses, watching the enemy's fury unfold. Threatening the teacher with the vengeance of the entire sect for deceiving their leader, Han Zheng, the enraged fighter goes on the offensive. Easily dodging the blows, Chu Yi realizes that her opponent's feminine appearance is merely the result of yin techniques. A mysterious silhouette, shrouded in mist, watched from behind a massive tree in the nighttime forest, realizing that a true evil spirit stood before him, and decided to intervene. An angry demoness with pink hair and a pet fox threatens death for revealing her secret. Her appearance is terrifying, and her intentions are deadly. The young man looked pensive and focused. With a worried expression, he says that he is interested in something else. The agitated student asks the teacher to take Ma Lu Min away, since they've come for him, and adds that he's already used to being kidnapped. Hu Lai looked at his friends with admiration, feeling grateful for their selflessness, and realizing just how much they loved and cared for him. But the teacher gave the poor fellow a real scolding, loudly declaring to the whole street that he alone was in charge here. The fatal beauty suddenly cast a powerful spell, causing her enemies to fall asleep. The students instantly collapsed unconscious onto the stone pavement, shrouded in a magical haze, but Chu Yi didn't even flinch. The young man merely smiled condescendingly in response, noting with disappointment that the attackers lacked any spiritual power whatsoever. The enraged enemy could not tolerate such insolence and with a wild cry, launched a fierce attack, vowing to punish the insolent youth mercilessly. At that very moment, a ferocious warrioress, with glowing green magic in her fist, lunged at the young man, carrying out the strict orders of her sex leader. A barely perceptible but extremely sinister smirk flashed across the hero's face. He instantly saw through his opponent's plan and prepared to strike. The attacking Lin Qi suddenly froze in shock when an insurmountable flash appeared right before her face, realizing she had made a fatal mistake. The young man's massive silhouette soared toward the heavens in a devastating whirlwind, surrounded by an incredible dark energy that controlled heaven and earth. Extending his arm, shrouded in a powerful flame, the invincible master ordered the enemy, who was clearly outmatched in this battle, to lie flat on the ground. The attacker froze in indescribable horror, suddenly realizing that the power emanating from him was quite comparable to the colossal strength of the leader of their secret sect. At that very moment, a deafening explosion rang out, and a powerful torrent of pure energy and sharp stone debris mercilessly engulfed the warrior in the darkness. Defeated, Lin Qi collapsed, exhausted onto the cold, cracked tiles, bleeding profusely and coughing quietly from the unbearable pain. Holding a blue flame in his hand, Chu Yi arrogantly advised her to go home and train, adding that if they were evenly matched, he wouldn't have shown off like that. The sorceress with the white Arctic fox stared at the young man in shock, completely baffled as to how he had managed to take down such a formidable enemy in literally a single second. In response, the teacher sternly told the spy lying at his feet exactly what he thought of her dirty money and ties to a traitor, hoping she would learn this harsh lesson. Calmly, the hero reminded the attacker of the eternal truth that you can't take vast sums of money with you to the grave, but they can easily send a person to their death. The wounded Lin Qi lay on the ground under the man's stern gaze, barely breathing from the pain, fully aware of her utter helplessness in the face of his immense power. Her partner froze in shock, watching how easily her comrade had been defeated. Her face reflected genuine horror at the realization of the power possessed by this seemingly ordinary teacher. The young man generously let his enemies go while his students were unconscious. As a final warning, he declared that he alone could crush any strong fighter from their secret sect. The fleeing girls genuinely envied the students, thinking that if they had such a wise mentor in their lives, they would never have gone down the path of evil. Finally, the woman carrying her wounded friend on her shoulders warned him of the impending danger. The fearsome Commander William had already arrived in China to personally punish Chu Yi. But the hero merely snorted at his fleeing enemies. The attempt to scare him with some commander only elicited irony from him. Turning to the unconscious boys, the mentor began shaking them vigorously, loudly urging them to wake up quickly, since they hadn't even really fought yet. The battered students groaned as they came to. Clutching their splitting heads, struggling to focus their eyes, they asked in surprise if the teacher had actually won. The instructor calmly confirmed that a trace of their enemies remained, and then, with a smirk, asked the boys if they planned to continue their nighttime brawl. Stunned, the boys stared at the enormous handprint in the cracked tile. The realization of their teacher's power made them shudder with a secret fear. In an instant, the students changed their minds about fighting and, hugging each other like true brothers, joyfully shouted that right now they were dying to go out and have a good meal. The man watched his fleeing students with a kind smile, while he himself pondered the imminent visit of the mysterious commander and how exactly to greet him. Early the next morning, Chu Yi set off for training at a picturesque waterfall to prepare for his upcoming confrontation with William. The young man found a quiet spot in the forest, sensing the powerful energy of nature, perfect for his spiritual practices and rigorous training. Focusing his mind, the hero made a sharp lunge with his arm, and bright streams of pure, powerful blue energy instantly flared up around his body. The young man froze in a deep fighting stance. Behind him, a radiant Tai Chi symbol materialized, confirming his incredible mastery. From behind the trees, a girl watched him secretly. She was struck by the beauty of the stranger's movements and sensed the magic of Tai Chi. It was the famous superstar Jian Yanji. Holding her breath, the enchanted beauty couldn't take her eyes off the mysterious master. After finishing the exercise, the young man exhaled calmly, fully aware that his every move had been watched from the bushes for quite some time. Suddenly, the young man spun around to face the stranger and sternly asked why she was staring at him. The frightened girl shuddered violently. Taken by surprise and frightened, the beautiful girl took a careless step backward. Her shoes instantly lost their grip on the slippery grass by the river. The girl lost her balance, flailed her arms, and began to fall backward. The dangerous proximity of the deep water promised trouble. Noticing this, the guy's expression changed instantly. He let out a frightened cry and rushed to help the falling stranger. Reacting with lightning speed, Chu Yi lunged forward and managed to catch the falling actress at the very last moment, saving her from the fall. To ease the awkwardness, the guy cried out in mock pain, insisting that her breast had launched a dangerous attack on his defenseless arm. The beauty blushed deeply with embarrassment, shyly adjusted the strap of her dress, and quietly muttered that it was just an accident. Relieved, Chu Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead. As he looked at the girl, he tactlessly remarked that he was lucky, since her figure turned out to be quite petite. The girl could barely contain her rage. A voice inside her begged her to calm down, for she passionately wanted to cast him in her new film. Switching from anger to kindness, Jian Yanji offered the hero an excellent fee to film in Meishan, but he simply waved her off, getting ready to go frog hunting with his students. Stunned by his refusal, the beauty decided to play her trump card. She proudly squared her shoulders and asked if he really didn't recognize a celebrity. Suddenly, an alarmed colleague ran up to her, shouting that filming was about to begin, and joyfully announced that the elusive Tai Chi master had finally arrived. Her companion reverently introduced a stern elderly man in traditional attire, calling him the true 72nd generation successor of the martial art. Hurrying over, Jian Yanji explained to Miss Zhou that she was persistently trying to persuade the aforementioned Tai Chi master to participate in their shoot. With an imperious wave of her hand, the enraged lady ordered that the young man be sent to the casting call, since she had already invested a substantial sum to secure Master Zhang's consent. Objecting excitedly, the young woman declared her desire to see this very young man in the project and in the lead role, not the old man. Upon hearing this, the invited elderly successor flew into a rage and began to protest vehemently. Could this greenhorn teenager really demonstrate Tai Chi? The arrogant master condescendingly added that the young man had simply led the girl into a dangerous delusion, all while he stared at the dog. The old man glared at Chu Yi with a malicious look. Seething with greed, he had put so much effort into this expensive shoot, and now this insolent upstart dared to interfere with his plans. The girl froze in confusion and tried to stand up for her beloved, timidly addressing the enraged old man, but he wouldn't listen to a word she said. Suddenly, the young man clapped his hands loudly and joyfully exclaimed to the whole forest that he had finally remembered exactly where he had seen this famous girl's face before. Laughing, he revealed that back in school he had constantly watched a commercial for baby wipes featuring Jian Yanji as a baby with an incredibly white and clean bottom. The embarrassed superstar blushed deeply. The teacher agreed to help with the filming for the sake of this amusing secret, but strictly demanded that their agreement remain confidential. The girl was stunned by the young man's hidden strength. The old man behind her frowned, unable to believe that this snotty-nosed kid could possess such powerful and mysterious martial arts skills. The blonde argued fiercely with Miss Zhou over the right to cast the film's actors. She fell silent in confusion, realizing that a serious conflict was brewing. Filled with rage, Master Zheng assumed a fighting stance, shouting threats to teach the upstart a lesson and prove to everyone the insignificance of his supposed skills. Leaping from his spot, the old man made a swift lunge, pouring all his pride into the attack so that his opponent would experience the true power of Tai Chi. Instantly assessing his opponent as a mere impostor, the hero coolly extended his palm forward, fully prepared to parry the other's onslaught. Deciding to act boldly and teach the insolent youth a lesson, the young man snatched a thin tree branch with green foliage out of the air, turning it into a lashing weapon. The old man's palm whistled as it slammed straight into the young man's chest, causing a bright flash of energy, but the young man didn't even flinch as he absorbed this crushing blow. The master smiled menacingly, whipping around to face his opponent. With a sneer on his face, he uttered the legendary phrase that foreshadowed his opponent's imminent disgrace. The old man froze in utter shock. The young man had managed to shove a dirty twig right into his mouth, and the indignant master tried to spit out the ill-fated stick as quickly as possible. Realizing that a pile of excrement was dangling from the end of the twig, Master Zhang flew into a wild rage and screamed in disgust. The humiliated man runs away screaming, desperately trying to spit out the filth, while the girls watch him go, shocked by the outcome of the duel. Miss Zhou admitted that the old man turned out to be a common fraud, and the superstar was amazed that the mysterious young man had won without using even half his strength. The woman sighs and states that now they simply have no other choice. She is forced to accept this strong young man as a candidate. Stepping confidently toward him, Jian Yanji arranges a meeting with the young man at 9 o'clock in the evening in the Meishan district, extending her hand to introduce herself. The young man smiles cheerfully as he shakes hands and calmly introduces himself, confidently stating his last name. Shouts announcing the arrival of superstar Jian Yanji instantly sent shockwaves through the entire neighborhood. The news of a film shoot nearby had people in an uproar, disrupting the morning's tranquility. The building's residents sprang into action upon learning of the celebrity's visit. Shocked young men rushed out into the hallway, eager to see her as soon as possible and get an autograph. A crowd of excited fans rushed down the long hallway, everyone hurrying and pushing past one another, afraid of being late and missing their chance to be the first to see their idol. Confused, Chu Yi watched the students rush past. The frenzied commotion and widespread madness caused by the star's arrival genuinely baffled him. The guy tried to stop Wang Lin to find out why she was in such a hurry. Grabbing her by the arm, he asked what exactly had caused such a frenzy around them. Pulling her hand away, the fan emotionally declared that Jian Yanji, the best actress in the industry, had arrived. Leaving the guy behind, she ran off in pursuit of the star's coveted autograph. At that moment, it dawned on him he realized that this most popular movie star was the very girl he had been flirting with just yesterday. Deciding not to dwell on her complicated social circle, the teacher sighed calmly, his mood returning to normal as he set off in search of food. Upon arriving at the local cafeteria, Chu Yi was unpleasantly shocked by the prices of the familiar dishes. Genuinely outraged by such an expensive rip-off for visitors, during lunch he suddenly heard a commanding voice behind him. A stranger was insistently demanding that Jian Yanji accept Boss Jin's invitation. A rude man began yelling at the actress and insulting her. Pointing his finger at her, he viciously demanded that she go to the scheduled meeting immediately. Suddenly, a determined woman stepped between them to protect the star. She boldly demanded that he back off and mentioned that she knew their boss, Hong. The enraged scoundrel violently shoved the defender who had stood in his way aside with all his might. Poor Miss Zhou lost her balance from the powerful blow and fell to the ground. The attacker looked with contempt at the terrified actress. Now without her assistant's protection, she cowered in fear before her assailant. At this critical moment, Chu Yi intervened in the conflict. Stepping forward boldly with a gnawed bone in his hand, he reproachfully scolded the burly man for mistreating the girls. The girl ran fearfully toward the manager, who was crying and covering her face with her hands, trying to shield her from the looming threat. Asking the young man not to intervene, the beautiful girl hoped to finish the shoot without incurring manager Jin's wrath, for this job could give Chu Yi a wonderful life. Watching the scene intently, the teacher immediately realized that the girl was simply afraid for him and was trying to shield him from danger by taking the blow herself. With a defiant smirk, the gang leader unbuttoned his shirt to reveal his dragon tattoos and openly threatened the young man with his connections to the fearsome mafia. But the hero merely smiled mockingly in response to the cheap threats and sarcastically joked about the gangster's grim appearance and his entourage. The young man's words instantly enraged the mafia members. The furious leader screamed in rage, and his entire gang rushed forward with clenched fists in a fierce attack. Frightened, Jian Yanji tried to shield the young man from the enraged mob, but someone abruptly and roughly grabbed her by the arm, preventing her from taking a single step forward. With tears in her eyes, the manager viciously scolded Chu Yi, declaring that he would never win the movie star's heart since they came from completely different worlds. The young man sighed wearily as he looked at all the chaos, popped a piece of candy into his mouth, and calmly stated that these people were utterly incapable of gratitude. While the thugs were bringing in chairs to strike her with, the actress screamed and agreed to go with them, begging the mafia not to harm her innocent friend. The leader of the scoundrels smirked smugly, deciding that the young man was scared, and rudely ordered the blonde to follow him, hurling one last death threat at the young man. Suddenly, Chu Yi appeared silently right behind the stunned scoundrel, gently placed a hand on his shoulder, and declared with a smile that he wouldn't abandon his friend in trouble. With a single lightning-fast movement of his hand, the young man effortlessly flung the thug aside, sending him crashing deep into the hall with a loud thud. A frightening, predatory smirk played across the teacher's face, and those around him sensed a powerful, crushing aura of strength as he compared his enemies to mere trifles. Enraged by such audacity, the mafia members completely lost their heads and rushed into battle with shouts, confident that Boss Jin would easily cover up any murder. The young man discreetly takes some sushi from a wooden platter to use the rice as a projectile against the attackers. With a lightning-fast snap of his fingers, Chu Yi directs the grains precisely at the target, instantly knocking his opponents off their feet with a powerful hidden strike. The thugs fall to the floor in panic, unable to understand why their legs gave out and suspect the use of a secret weapon. The women freeze in shock, covering their mouths with their hands in fear, stunned by the young man's incredible strength. Miss Zhou hastily assured the thugs that this dangerous fighter had nothing to do with them, warning them to avoid trouble with the gang. The defender himself merely grinned condescendingly, thinking about how arrogantly and dismissively the woman he had saved was treating him. The defeated thug shouted furiously from the floor, threatening them with the authority of his boss, Jin, whom the entire city feared. The young man sits down confidently in front of him and promises to spare the scoundrels if he likes the answer about the gang leader. Accepting the terms, the mobster boasts of his boss's connections with the city's 3 major corporations, specifically with Lu Fengfeng and the elderly director Guo. The villain smirks maliciously to himself, counting on such big names to make the defiant young man tremble with primal fear. Chu Yi merely sighs calmly in response, completely unimpressed by the threats, which leaves the attacker genuinely bewildered and truly shocked. Coolly displaying his smartphone screen with his contact list, the hero declares that he personally knows absolutely every one of the influential figures mentioned. The thug laughs loudly, taking it as a silly bluff, and confidently demands that the young man immediately get down on his knees to save his own skin. The young man calmly suggests that the thug choose any person from his contact list, promising to call that person right away to verify it. Meanwhile, at a luxury hotel in the Meishan district, an important boss was relaxing surrounded by women and issued a harsh ultimatum to his subordinate. Master Zhang assured Boss Chen that all modern movie stars were willing to do anything for fame and money. According to him, the famous actress herself had been looking forward to this meeting. Recalling past grievances, the old man sipped his hot tea with a grim expression, sincerely hoping to take cruel revenge on the wayward girl for the loss of his former income. Suddenly, the phone rings. The companion sitting next to him joyfully exclaims that the star herself is on the line, and the domineering boss orders him to answer immediately, while the mobster smirks arrogantly and calls the girl derogatory names. On the other end of the line, the frightened and caught-off-guard actress answers the call. The insolent opponent's response shocks Boss Jin. He jumps up from the couch in a rage, while his companion watches the sudden change in horror. The enraged scoundrel realizes the girl won't come and decides to show up in person to brutally punish those who dared to stage a rebellion on his turf. The defeated henchman, pinned under a stranger's sneaker, wheezed that the guy was finished, but Chu Yi just smirked, since he himself had allowed the big boss to be summoned here. Sitting calmly, the hero pinned the enemy down with his foot, while the terrified manager screamed at him, unable to believe that such a dangerous conflict could be resolved with bare fists. Boss Jin himself strode menacingly into the room with a cigar in his mouth, followed by his bodyguards and Zhang, and loudly demanded to know who dared to start a brawl here. The influential mob boss strode over with an air of authority while his loyal bodyguards silently and obligingly added fuel to the fire by pulling out a chair for his formidable boss. Settling into the chair with an air of self-importance and taking a long drag on his cigar, the boss looked down on the young man with arrogance, lazily wondering exactly how he intended to end his life. In response to the direct threat, Chu Yi merely smiled condescendingly, instantly recognizing an old acquaintance and openly mocking his pathetic attempts. The young man's insolent words drove Zhang into a rage, causing him to start screaming furiously and begging his boss to subject the insolent youth to the most brutal and agonizing torture. The mafia boss cold-bloodedly issued a brutal order to his men, demanding that they first break all of the young man's limbs, then torture him slowly and mercilessly. No sooner had he finished speaking than a powerful gust of wind cut him off, and Boss Jin froze in surprise, sensing the approach of a deadly force. The influential Mr. Jiang strides decisively into the hall, accompanied by his security detail, surprised by the scale of the operation. Jin Lu Fu instantly turns pale, realizing the immense scope of the guest's connections. Fawning obsequiously, the scoundrel begs the high-ranking man to wait while he settles matters at the restaurant. The celebrity's manager openly gloated, pointing out to the young man, who in her opinion was the true master of the situation. Unaware of the hidden threat, the calm young man casually and simply greets the powerful Zhang Kun. Flaring up with rage at such insolence, Jin Lu Fu begins to yell aggressively at the young man, pointing a finger at him. The next second, the influential man swings his fist and slaps the insolent mobster across the face, silencing him with a hard blow. Beaten and humiliated, the boss clutches his cheek in confusion, completely at a loss as to where he had so foolishly miscalculated. The great Mr. Jiang bows respectfully before the seemingly ordinary young man, addressing him as his esteemed teacher. The insolent administrator freezes in utter shock, realizing what a fatal mistake she has made. The actress rebukes the shocked receptionist, reminding her of the simple truth that one should never judge people solely by their appearance. Young Chu Yi calmly cuts short Zhang Kun's excessive bows, citing a lack of time due to a pileup of urgent matters. An influential gentleman with a stern face politely and submissively asks the young man exactly how he wishes to punish the offenders and resolve the issue. The hero casually remarks that he wants the boar to slap himself in the face, apologize to the girl, and have the insolent Zhang banished from the city forever. Upon hearing this, the local gangster explodes with rage and pride, flatly refusing to comply with such a humiliating demand. Looming over his enemy, the corporate director issues a harsh ultimatum. If he wants to survive, he'll have to obey the teacher's every command without question. The realization of the truth hits him like a blow, and Jin Lu Fu realizes with horror that behind the teacher's unassuming figure stands the head of a powerful company. Terrifying rumors come to mind. Could this really be the very same mysterious master who, single-handedly and with the help of the city's top officials, destroyed the Kaisheng Hotel? The terrified henchman tried to seize the initiative and frantically shouted at Boss Jin to ignore the territory's rightful owner. The mobster's patience snapped instantly. Instead of carrying out the foolish order, he pointed his finger at the screamer, demanding that the insolent man be fed to the dogs immediately. Without a word, the security guards drag the traitor away. He screams desperately about a tragic mistake, while the boss wipes his face with a handkerchief, drenched in cold sweat. In the ensuing silence, the calm, chilling voice of the true master of the situation rings out. Observing the commotion, the young man coldly orders the show to continue. Overcome by an insurmountable fear, his legs give way, and the authoritative Jin Lu Fu, along with his bodyguard, falls to his knees before the young man with a dull thud. Those present in the hall freeze in silent shock. Their eyes widen at the sheer madness of the scene, fearsome mobsters on their knees. The bowed man's hand trembles slightly and continuously. The atmosphere of the teacher's authority and total dominance has finally broken his pride. To atone for his guilt toward the girl, the defeated mobster begins to slap himself furiously, cursing his own stupidity and his trust in that scoundrel. Shocked, Jen Yanji recoils in fear. Seeing the powerful mobster's sincere remorse and fear, she hastily forgives him. Bowing his head and holding his breath, the man humbly awaits the final verdict from the enigmatic Chu Yi. The young man coldly allows the culprit to rise, but issues a stern warning that the next mistake will cost him dearly. The rescued man showers him with thanks and offers to host a lavish banquet, to which the boss graciously agrees. At the negotiating table, the important guests sincerely thank the mysterious teacher, promising to help the young man in any matter and acknowledging his incredible power. The ladies present were shocked by what was happening and couldn't understand where this young man had come from or why the CEO was speaking to him so politely. Suddenly, the silence in the luxurious restaurant was broken by the loud ring of a cell phone. The young woman sitting at the table flinched in surprise. Looking at her smartphone screen in surprise, Jian Yanji clearly hadn't expected this call at such a moment and wondered why this person was calling her. After politely apologizing to the assembled guests, the beautiful woman rises from the table, hurriedly leaving the dining area to answer the urgent call. In a casual flick of her wrist, the phone displayed the contact who had been persistently calling the actress. The teacher happened to notice the contact's name on the glowing screen of the departing woman's phone, It clearly read Yang Lin, which instantly caught his attention. A short while later, the flustered young woman returns to the guests, quietly apologizing to everyone present for letting her conversation drag on so long. The influential Jin Lu Fu showed genuine concern and immediately asked if she was having any problems with investors, offering his help. The young woman sheepishly explained the situation and admitted that a mutual acquaintance named Yang Lin had called, not realizing what reaction her words would provoke in the host. The elderly man smiled contentedly, immediately recalled the actress, and called her a wonderful girl, making no secret of his warm feelings toward her. But the superstar added that her rival is now trying to pass herself off as a saint, even though she made her way into show business through the bedroom. A memory surfaced of how Yang Lin brazenly tried to join her team for the connections, and after being rejected, unexpectedly switched sides to a director named Lai Wu. The teacher, who had been listening closely to their conversation, frowned and speculated that the ex was cunningly trying to steal Jian Yanji's superstar status. The young man recalled his past back when he was penniless, while the future actress was easily building her career, and realized that, in any case, their paths in life had long since diverged. At the table, Jiang Kun began recalling old rumors about a certain person's patron at Tsinghua, adding that directors continue to work with Lai Wu despite her poor performances. The manager's expression darkened as she confirmed that this rival, named Yang Lin, is currently at the peak of her popularity. The blonde declared resolutely that she was determined to make a masterpiece. She had no intention of losing and would do everything to outshine her rival in the film industry. The mafia boss kindly offered Jian Yanji his help, promising to provide absolutely any filming location of her choice in his district. At this, the young woman blushed shyly and admitted that her ideal location for her future film was the mysterious Meishan Mountain. But Jin Lu Fu immediately grew concerned and warned her that they wouldn't be able to get there, as the area is currently controlled by Wantai International. While the others were intently discussing business, the young man remained completely focused and devoured the juicy meat with gusto. Suddenly, the well-fed young man casually declared that going to the mountain was easier than easy, suggesting they head there that very evening to take a couple of shots. The man smiled gently, thinking to himself that the teacher simply didn't know the full danger of this place and was referring to the ordinary scenery around them. Paying no heed to others' doubts, the self-assured young man resolutely rose from the table and ordered them to set out right away. It was late at night, and at the very peak of the majestic Meishan Mountain lay the mysterious and well-guarded village of Qianlong. Upon arriving at the site, Miss Zhou sighed with delight and remarked on how pleasant it was there and how fresh and clean the air was in the area. An elderly man admitted regretfully that the best views were hidden inside the village, but the strict armed guards would never let them in. Noticing that the young man was striding confidently forward, the frightened mobster rushed after him, shouting loudly that the teacher must not go there. But the fearless hero merely pointed to the line of security guards, firmly stating that since they had come to shoot a movie, they were obligated to enter the restricted area. Jiang Kun blocked their path and warned that entry was strictly prohibited, assuring them that not even he himself would be allowed into the restricted area, but it was too late. The young man merely turned his head slightly toward his frightened companion. A defiant smirk appeared on his face, and his voice carried a cold sarcasm. Unfazed, Chu Yi walked forward, calmly pulling out a lollipop as he went, while behind him the agitated girl called out to him in confusion, trying to stop the madman. The guards at the gate suddenly lined up in 2 rows and bowed deeply in unison. A loud greeting echoed throughout the area in front of the entrance. Everyone present froze in utter shock, their mouths agape in surprise. No one around could believe their eyes as they witnessed such an incredible sight. With a lollipop in his mouth, Chu Yi turned to the frozen crowd. With utter indifference and a touch of irony, he asked why they had changed their minds about continuing on. Overwhelmed by shock, Jin Lu Fu shouted so loudly that the whole street could hear him. The thought that the young man was being allowed unhindered access to the sacred Mount Meishan was simply inconceivable. Politely suggesting that Jian Yanji film in the courtyard, the hero decides to step away for a moment, as a friend is waiting for him outside. His ally was lost in anxious thoughts about Qianlong village and was frantically trying to figure out the young man's true identity. Left alone in the spacious square by the wall, Chu Yi waited calmly, unaware that a dark silhouette was watching him from behind a tree. A beautiful girl suddenly stepped out from behind the tree, her face clearly showing distrust as she asked the young man directly if he was the master of this village. The young teacher calmly listened to the question and immediately took the initiative, speaking about the thoughts currently swirling in her mind. Upon hearing his perceptive words, Zhou Qingqing froze instantly in shock. She screamed in fear, demanding to know his source. Impassively, the young man continued the conversation, standing by a high wall, and openly warned her against having selfish motives in her relationship with the young man who was loyal to him. The teacher's gaze grew frighteningly stern, and the atmosphere grew tense. He sternly warned the girl that any attempts at blackmail were doomed to fail. Disheartened, the beauty agreed with the teacher, accepting the bitter truth and realizing she had made a mistake. Her hopes were shattered. As she watches him leave, the blonde realizes his high status and vast connections, so she resolves not to let such a promising and advantageous suitor slip away. The trip ends safely, and life returns to normal, but a completely unexpected twist awaits the students at their school. Panic breaks out in the classroom. The boys clutch their heads and scream in horror, realizing that their familiar school life has come to an abrupt end. The desperate students demand the return of their beloved English beauty, while the new teacher's firm hand has already begun to write lines on the blackboard with chalk. Claiming that since he taught literature and physical education, he would be able to teach them a foreign language as well. Chu Yi slammed his palm down on the desk in a fit of rage at the sight of their faces. The students sobbed in despair. They could have endured physical education, but the thought of learning English from their stern instructor sent them into a state of deep shock. Noticing the horror on his students' faces, the irritated teacher tried to calm them down, promising to teach just a couple of lessons while they looked for a replacement. At this tense moment, a smiling student appears in the classroom doorway, politely handing the stern teacher a pink love note. The stern teacher's expression instantly changes to one of utter surprise, and he points at himself in bewilderment, unable to believe that the note is addressed to him. The students instantly perk up and start joking around, convinced that the stern Mr. Chu now has a love life and a secret admirer, a beautiful girl. The messenger hurried to dispel their romantic illusions and awkwardly explained that a certain guy had asked him to deliver the message. The mention of a guy sends the teacher into a state of wild terror. His eyes fill with blood, and his face contorts into a furious scream at such an unexpected statement. The students' imaginations immediately conjure up a brutal, muscular man in a bandana, and they begin to smirk, anticipating juicy details. Instead of a declaration of love, Chu Yi opens the note and finds a stern challenge. The stranger invites him to fight at 7 o'clock in the evening by the riverbank. Upon receiving the mysterious challenge to a fight, the hero immediately envisioned a classic rapier duel, completely unaware of any trickery on the part of his longtime adversary. His subordinates' imaginations painted a far more salacious picture of a struggle on the riverbank. Their shock at such thoughts was hard to hide. Glancing at the message, Chu Yi instantly recognized the familiar handwriting, and it became clear that the treacherous Zhen Junyu still hadn't given up. Thoughtfully, the young man pondered what other despicable acts the already defeated Kaisheng Hotel might resort to in order to regain its lost influence. The allies genuinely did not understand who would dare so brazenly harm Master Chu, and were ready to send their men at that very moment to resolve the issue. Maintaining his icy composure, Chu Yi realized that since the enemy had decided to write an open letter, he had surely set a cunning trap for them. The brothers greeted the teacher with a defiant smirk. The arrogant blonde immediately tried to hurt the teacher's pride by accusing him of cowardice and seeking outside help. One of the opponents fell into a state of genuine panic. The appearance of the powerful Fan Huang, who had united the Shinde group, completely threw them off balance. Despite their opponent's hidden fear, the stern man menacingly demanded that the arriving guests quickly explain the purpose of their visit. The blonde man tried to regain control of the situation and grandly declared that Chu Yi didn't even come close to understanding the true reason he had been summoned. The arrogant Zhen Junfeng furiously pointed his finger at the teacher and, with a maniacal grin on his face, loudly declared that the teacher would meet his end here today. But the teacher merely smirked sardonically in response to the threats, ironically asking where the mythical assistants and that very same couple in love were hiding. The fearsome leader suddenly realized that their trump card had never shown up at the meeting place, and in a panic turned to his accomplice for an answer. Both villains contorted their faces into a grimace of indescribable horror and rage. It finally dawned on them that their mysterious ally had simply abandoned them, cruelly leaving them exposed to attack. Instead of long conversations, a lightning-fast response followed. A powerful punch from a bandaged fist struck the bewildered Zhen Junyu right in the midst of his panic. With a smirk, the man urged him to think carefully before doing anything foolish, while the terrified opponent tried in vain to grab hold of his shorts. Standing on the stone embankment right by the water's edge, the fighter politely asked Chu Yi whether they should interrogate the bound captives any further or just drown them right away. The scoundrel screamed furiously, spittle flying, that the teacher wouldn't live long and would soon find himself at the bottom of the river since he didn't even know who he had angered. A sudden loud noise caused everyone present to turn sharply toward the river, interrupting the prisoner's brazen threats. Armed masked mercenaries leaped out of the water, ready to launch a brutal attack immediately. The gang leader furiously ordered the attack. His accomplices obediently rushed forward, eager to deal with their targets as quickly as possible. Incredibly, the scoundrels ran right across the water's surface, rapidly approaching the shore and leaving behind only loud splashes. Chu Yi's shocked allies screamed in fear upon witnessing this spectacle, and one of them, completely bewildered, cursed loudly at such wild absurdity. The battered Zhen Junyu laughed maliciously right in his enemies' faces, declaring that they were now definitely doomed, since no one could escape his fearsome henchmen. Before the villain could finish his pompous speech, a powerful and crushing blow from a boot landed squarely on his jaw, instantly cutting off his maniacal laughter. The hero, lazily keeping his foot on the defeated enemy's face, calmly asked him not to yell, ironically calling the fleeing mercenaries pretty good circus performers. His companions merely smirked, appreciating his dramatic gesture, and one of the fighters admitted with a smile that he really liked that kind of arrogance. A ferocious mercenary with knives in his hands screamed furiously, vowing to kill the insolent man for desecrating the memory of his ancestors. His blades glowed ominously with energy. The calm Chu Yi confidently activated his magical power, enveloping his hand in a bright azure glow, and dismissively called the attackers clowns. Completely unflappable, the young man abruptly pointed his palm toward the fleeing enemies and coolly unleashed a devastating magical suppression technique. A powerful azure-colored burst of energy shook the battlefield. His allies froze in utter shock at what they saw, realizing the insignificance of their own strength and understanding that they were facing a true god of war. The lifeless bodies of the defeated minions floated aimlessly through the raging currents of energy. Chu Yi's devastating strike instantly wiped the vanguard off the face of the earth. The enemy leader's face contorted into a furious snarl. He was outraged to the extreme by the young man's audacity, for he had dared to destroy his promising subordinates. The enraged boss soared to the top of a pillar of water, propped up by lightning, unleashing his hidden reserves and preparing to unleash his full power on the young man. The enemy pointed a finger furiously at the young man, vowing to make him pay for the deaths of his allies. Lightning wrapped around his body, underscoring his thirst for bloody revenge. The allies watched the catastrophic scale of the battle in awe, barely believing their eyes and mistaking the scene for the filming of a blockbuster movie. Smiling confidently, Chu Yi calmly clasped his hands in a traditional combat salute, intent on teaching the insolent boss a spectacular lesson and crushing him. The young master made a swift lunge forward, literally soaring into the air, closing in on his opponent at tremendous speed for the decisive blow. Landing gracefully right on the water's surface, he issued a defiant challenge to his enemy, declaring that outsiders were not welcome in China. The enraged masked giant accused Chu Yi of the deaths of his men and vowed to take brutal revenge for the insult. But the young man calmly and coolly reminded his enemy of his betrayal, showing not the slightest fear of his formidable opponent. Changing his tone to a mocking one, the teacher casually picked his nose and gave the insolent youth one last chance to get lost. The young man's words finally drove his opponent into a rage, causing his eyes to fill with frenzied fury and malice. An explosion of dark energy tore through the warrior's clothes as he screamed in agony, unleashing his most powerful hidden power. The young man instantly recognized the sinister demonic technique that robbed practitioners of their sanity in exchange for raw power. He also recalled the ancient chronicles of the spiritual world detailing the destruction typically wrought by the faction's mad adepts. Fully aware of the demonic clan's vulnerabilities, the hero smiled confidently, for he was capable of defeating even their leader. Surrounded by a blood-red aura, the monster lunges at Chu Yi at tremendous speed with a devastating attack. Assuming a fighting stance, the master calmly extends his hand forward, preparing to demonstrate the power of true Tai Chi. Powerful streams of azure energy instantly swirl around the hero, creating an indestructible spiritual shield against the enemy's oncoming ferocious threat. At tremendous speed, the giant, enveloped in a blood-red aura, delivers a devastating blow, but runs into a barrier that easily absorbs all the kinetic power of the attack. The villain froze in utter bewilderment, realizing that his full strength had failed to inflict even the slightest harm on the young man, not even a scratch. Right through the glowing shield, Chu Yi makes a smooth, yet incredibly precise hand movement, instantly redirecting the accumulated energy back at his opponent. A powerful shockwave from his own reflected attack engulfs the demonic warrior, knocking him off his feet and violently hurling him backward, completely helpless. Soaring high into the sky, the master dodged his opponent's furious attack as a powerful torrent of raging water exploded with a roar beneath him. The masked enemy flies into a wild rage, gritting his teeth in fury as he realizes his target has slipped away and his devastating blow has missed completely. The young master freezes in midair, concentrating his colossal inner energy, and confidently shouts the name of his secret technique, the Bagua Seal. Plunging rapidly downward, the young man activates a magical barrier. A bright glow flares up around him, ready to crush his opponent and the entire expanse of water beneath him. A deafening explosion occurs. A massive column of water and debris shoots up into the sky, completely obliterating the enemy and shaking the entire area around the pier. A giant wave, raised by the powerful blow, crashes onto the shore. Witnesses to the battle cover their faces in panic and shield themselves from the heavy spray with umbrellas. The shockwave subsides, and against the backdrop of a picturesque sunset, the unscathed teacher appears, calmly smoothing his hair, demonstrating absolute superiority. The onlookers freeze in utter shock at the spectacle before them. Stunned, Fan Huang whispers to his bodyguard, his voice filled with horror, that the guy isn't human. Exclaiming with wild enthusiasm, the man fanatically shouts to everyone around him that Chu Yi is simply a god. Suddenly, the atmosphere of grandeur collapses. Right in the middle of the still water, a ridiculous splash rings out, causing the young man to instantly lose all his former enthusiasm. Suddenly, the dramatic image crumbles, and the teacher goes underwater up to his head, choking, waving his arms helplessly, and desperately shouting to everyone around that he's drowning. His teammates rush to his aid and pull the soaking wet young man out of the water, carefully guiding him by the arms to safety. The rescued hero quietly admits that he overestimated his strength. Using that flashy technique completely drained his energy, leaving him absolutely wrung out like a lemon. After taking off his wet cloak, the young man calmly wrung out his clothes and wearily shifted the responsibility to his assistants, telling them to deal with the bound enemies on their own. Suddenly, Zhen Junyu flew into a rage and shouted furiously at the teacher, indignantly accusing him of lawlessness. Enraged, Fan Huang unleashed a powerful blow on the enemy, reminding him of the law. The man had completely forgotten that he himself had hired the hitmen for this dirty hit. Panic gripped the attackers. One of the thugs was thrown screaming straight into the water, while the young man simply watched the absurd and frantic commotion in silence. Silence reigned inside the car. Chu Yi sat in the back seat looking bored, while the frightened driver tried to compose himself. The young man suddenly leaned toward Alan with an innocent question about his intimidating appearance. Alan jerked violently in surprise and sheer terror. The man behind the wheel frantically tries to explain himself, insisting that he simply recalled that incident at the karaoke bar and the kindness his teacher had shown him. But the young man leans back relaxed, realizing he had underestimated the masters of the earthly realm, for soon the gates to the mysterious spirit world will open. Thoughts of the future give him no peace. The Lord of Hell on earth will have little to laugh about, and the current pace of development seems too slow to him for triumph. To speed up his progress, the teacher decides to employ ancient seal techniques, and the machine raced at full speed toward its intended target. The village of Qianlong was ideal for carrying out this devious plan, but there was no spiritual stone there, one that, according to rumors, was in the possession of the Qinzan family. The cunning young man was plotting a new scheme, wondering whether the strict young woman would agree to voluntarily give him this valuable resource for the sake of their common cause. Suddenly, the silence inside the car was broken by the loud ring of a cell phone. The screen displayed an incoming call from that very principal. Joyfully answering the call and joking with a smirk about telepathy, Chu Yi pretended to be surprised by the coincidence since he had just been thinking about her. Meanwhile, torrential rain was falling outside, and a stylishly dressed young lady with a large umbrella walked confidently along the city's wet wooden promenade. In a stern tone, Qin Zhan cut short the idle chatter and stated directly that she wanted to invite the young man to her birthday party this weekend. Her true motive was devious. She wanted to use his family's influence against corporations, but if the hero figured out her goal, he would definitely refuse. With a sly smile, the teacher was clearly plotting another prank, anticipating an amusing reaction on the other end of the line. Upon hearing about the holiday, Chu Yi jokingly complains about his empty wallet and is willing to shell out for a modest gift, but sets a funny and strict price limit. The girl instantly flies into a rage, clenching the phone fiercely in her hand. The teacher's absurd suggestion sparked a storm of genuine anger in her. In the pouring rain, the angry beauty listened to ridiculous compliments, while the guy on the phone tried to smooth things over by comparing the raindrops on her umbrella to drool of admiration. Unable to bear the silly jokes any longer, the disappointed lady abruptly hung up. A short beep brought this difficult and utterly absurd conversation to an end. The young man reflected on the benefits of their alliance, grateful for his past life and ready to help his loved ones, because true friends should always have each other's backs. Meanwhile, a gloomy atmosphere reigned in the secret lair of the knife sect. The stern leader awaited an important report from his subordinates, anticipating bad news. A frightened fighter fell to his knees before the fearsome leader, and with a trembling voice reported that contact with William had been completely lost, and that the search had yielded no results. Enraged by the news, the fearsome leader smashed a wall with a powerful blow. Unwilling to wait any longer, he issued a furious order to attack China. The cult leader's rage reached its peak, clenching his fist until his knuckles turned white. He swore to personally track down the mysterious Chu and take brutal revenge for his people. In a huge modern shopping mall amid fashionable boutiques and storefronts, an important meeting was set to take place. As she rode down the escalator, her vivacious companion suddenly began flirting with a young man and slyly questioned him about the nature of his relationship with the influential Qin Zhan. Embarrassed, Chu Yi's expression instantly changed at such bold questions, and he tactfully asked her to stop the silly gossip and focus on the task at hand. Promising a stunning result, Tan Yu persistently pulled her colleague toward the counter to pick out a unique item. The teacher calmly agreed to the plan, but the girl just looked at him in surprise, clearly not expecting him to accept her suggestion so easily and quickly. The beauty suddenly became nervous and began emotionally insisting that it was a joke, because at such an important banquet, one couldn't possibly give ordinary cheap junk as a gift. Upon closely examining the ancient protective amulet from the spirit world, she realized the magical item had already been used, but it still possessed enough power to protect a person. The cunning merchant in glasses immediately began to lavish praise on the item, calling the amulet the shop's greatest treasure and asking for 50,000 coins. The girl was enraged by such audacity and snapped angrily at the salesman. The young man smiled indulgently and urged his companion to pay close attention. After all, this was just business as usual, and in the marketplace one always needs to know how to haggle properly. Skeptically, Tan Yu frowned. After all, the mysterious item looked half broken, and in her opinion, even a huge 90% discount wasn't enough here. Confidently, Chu Yi declared that he would take the item, but would pay only 10 yuan for it. The girl was completely flummoxed by such an unbelievable offer. Pouting indignantly, the beautiful girl crossed her arms over her chest, genuinely puzzled. Could her companion really be such a fool to haggle the price down so drastically? The merchant joyfully exclaimed that the deal was done. The teacher merely smiled triumphantly, leaving the girl disheartened. Suddenly, a stranger approached the young man and politely asked if he could take a closer look at the amulet he had just purchased. The young man replied firmly and confidently that the item had already been paid for in full and belonged to him. Standing behind the man was a serious-looking blonde woman named Chen Zhumao. Surprised, the teacher noted that the stranger was holding the item tightly and wouldn't let go, thinking that the young man must be a skilled martial artist. The blonde woman proudly declared that her grandfather, the influential head of the Jiangnan district, even though he was retired, his authority was still great, and that she would pay 100 yuan for the item. The young man merely smirked ironically upon hearing the laughable sum and asked mockingly if they were really offering him 100 yuan for the amulet. Resolutely refusing to sell the mysterious amulet, Chu Yi defiantly told the strangers that he wouldn't part with the artifact even for 100 million. With a slight smirk on his face, the teacher tossed the valuable item into the air, turned around and walked away, finally throwing a curt farewell at the stunned onlookers. Enraged, Chen Zhumiao shouted furiously after the departing young man, demanding that he immediately return this incredibly valuable magical item to her. Stopping his granddaughter, Chen Hanchuan acknowledged that this young man already surpassed him in skill for his age, and therefore it was extremely dangerous to get into a conflict with him. Outraged by these words, the girl flatly refused to acknowledge the stranger's power and angrily accused the old man of brazenly lying about the price of an ordinary talisman. The elderly master seriously objected, explaining that this spiritual jasper pendant was capable of protecting its owner even from a direct tank shell hit. The young blonde's face instantly contorted with deep shock, as she simply could not comprehend what she had just heard. The old man reminded his granddaughter of the incredible rescue of her uncle Chen Zhantian during a fierce battle and how he had survived a shell explosion. A sudden realization struck her. The beautiful young woman froze in place, slowly beginning to understand exactly what her anxious grandfather was getting at. A tense Chen Hanchuan grimly confirmed her suspicion, stating firmly that a relative who had survived the war had worn exactly the same protective pendant at the time. The events unfolded in an upscale neighborhood on Qianjian Street, in one of the luxurious apartments of this modern residential complex. Through the thick clouds of steam in the bathroom, the young woman was enjoying a hot shower when her cell phone began to vibrate insistently. Stepping out into the hallway and throwing on a bathrobe, Qin Zhan answered the call, hearing congratulations from her friend, who had decided to wish her a happy birthday ahead of time before the celebration began. While talking on the phone, the apartment's owner walked into the kitchen and poured herself a cup of hot coffee, while her friend on the other end of the line joked about the gift. The beauty sat down on the bright red sofa in the living room and took a sip, while her friend teased her, remarking that the lady from the influential Chu family was always so busy. Above them, the spacious interior of the apartment with a piano came into view, and Yun continued to joke, calling the principal's behavior unusually shameless. The woman pouted sweetly, offering an embarrassed excuse, claiming she'd simply picked up some bad habits from Chu Yi. Qin Zhan's expression grew serious as he set his cup down on the table when his friend asked, with a hint of displeasure, why the guy hadn't been officially fired yet. When asked, she began to get noticeably nervous and stammered out an excuse, saying that the teacher had done an excellent job and that her authority as principal wasn't unlimited. With a sigh, Yun decided to steer the conversation back to the birthday party, laughing as she reminded everyone that the years were passing and it was about time to start looking for a husband for the beauty. Against the backdrop of beautiful country villas, a furious scream rang out, vowing in anger to exact a brutal revenge on her offender. Inside the luxurious banquet hall hung a festive banner, and bright confetti flew everywhere, creating a joyful atmosphere of a lavish birthday celebration. Inviting the guests to enter the banquet hall, the young woman, with the grace of a hostess, greeted everyone with warm glances, keeping the festive mood alive. Mesmerized as he watched Tan Yu chatting with her friend, the young man sincerely admired her incredible beauty that evening. Gently suggesting that Chu Yi set aside professional formalities, the principal affectionately allowed him to address her by her first name or call her Sister Qin. Startled, the teacher recoiled, suspecting a switch. After all, such tenderness and care from the usually stern lady seemed far too suspicious. As a fierce flame flared in her eyes, Qin Zhan transformed into a fearsome demon, imperiously ordering the young man to be quiet and not to be distracted from his meal. Smiling with relief, Chu Yi winked at her, as the hostess's trademark anger and commanding tone had calmed him, confirming that he was still dealing with the boss. Left alone with her thoughts, the blushing beauty tried to contain the storm of emotions inside her, and sincerely wished to remain sweet for the sake of her dear guests. The event continued in the luxurious, spacious hall of Qin Zhan's mansion, where a multitude of elegantly dressed guests had gathered and were enjoying pleasant conversation. The young man gazed in surprise at the appetizing slice of cake on his plate, realizing that his special ability to read allowed him to see the freshness of food. Suddenly, someone gently touched him on the back, distracting him from his thoughts about the cake. The young man turned around to look at the guest who had approached him. Standing before him was a charming lady in an elegant off-the-shoulder evening gown, holding a stylish clutch, who gently called out to him. Recognizing the approaching guest as a close acquaintance, the teacher smiled warmly, blushed shyly, and waved happily in response to her greeting. By paying Feng Wangshui a pleasant compliment, he made her tremble with embarrassment and sincere joy. Inwardly, she rejoiced at such an unexpected compliment directed at her. The conversation was interrupted by unexpected news of an important person's arrival. Upon hearing of Zhao Tianming's visit, Chu Yi immediately grew serious. An awkward tension hung in the room. The guest who had arrived was wearing a shirt exactly like the teacher's, but his displeased expression made it clear that one of them was wearing a fake. The thought of their outfits matching horrified the hero. He clutched his head, panicking that his refined taste had sunk to someone else's level. The guest's face contorted with rage and his teeth ground together in fury as he glared maliciously at the young man, unable to contain the surge of anger and indignation. The situation was diffused by the appearance of a distinguished man in glasses and a formal suit. Those present immediately recognized Qian Min. The young man greeted the gentleman cheerfully, but the man didn't even turn toward him, completely ignoring the greeting. The scoundrel grew angry at the snub. Just then the man approached Chu Yi, who was standing modestly off to the side, noting that he had already heard a great deal about him. After politely confirming his identity, the hero inquired about Qian Min's intentions, genuinely puzzled as to why such an influential figure had taken an interest in him. Placing a friendly hand on the young man's shoulder, the gentleman praised his appearance and promised to personally assist him in finding a suitable bride among those present. Secretly looking down on the young man and considering him a mere pauper, he firmly resolved that, because of ridiculous gossip, he would never under any circumstances give his beloved daughter, Qin Zhan, to him in marriage. Instantly seeing through the host's true motives, Chu Yi realized that the girl had already told her father the whole truth about his unenviable social status. Meanwhile, the disappointed young man ran into his old friends, 3 CEOs of major corporations, who were overjoyed by this rare and unexpected encounter. The experienced Fan Huang quietly warned the wine-drinking educator, advising the young teacher to stay as far away as possible from this dangerous trio of influential gentlemen. But the hero calmly analyzed the situation, slowly sipping his drink, and became fully convinced that it was Qin Zhan's revelations that had caused such a stormy reaction. The influential host of the evening stood next to a huge birthday cake and announced in a loud voice to all the guests that it was time to officially begin the celebration. Amid loud congratulations and colorful confetti, the birthday girl appeared in the hall. She looked stunning in her luxurious blue dress. Feeling the bitterness of realizing this behind-the-scenes maneuvering, Chu Yi came to understand the full weight of the heiress's fate, her interests ruthlessly sacrificed for the sake of business ambitions. Suddenly, a menacing male voice rang out from the side, mentioning his niece's birthday. A man walked confidently into the hall, accompanied by a formidable bodyguard. Shu Ke was a true force to be reckoned with in Jinling. Qin Min's face instantly contorted with rage. He muttered through clenched teeth that the man was not welcome here. Unexpectedly, the guest said he had been trying to reconcile the family, reminding them of their familial ties, and urged them to seize this opportunity to finally put their past differences behind them. The influential boss asserted his rights to his deceased sister's niece. Those present whispered that even the 3 largest corporations bowed to his power. As he carefully scanned the crowd, Chu Yi sensed a hidden threat. The growing tension foreshadowed a clash between powerful adversaries. Suddenly he realized that a dangerous cultivator stood before him, and the mysterious stranger's power seemed incredible, clearly surpassing his own. The host tried to defuse the situation by inviting the guests to continue the banquet. They warmly thanked everyone present, hoping to restore peace. A smug guest decides to seize the initiative and loudly announces to the entire hall that he will be the first to present his gift, drawing the crowd's full attention to himself. The man proudly displays a valuable piece of jewelry from Myanmar, openly mocking the poor people in cheap clothes, who certainly cannot afford such luxury. Surprised by what was happening, Chu Yi asked his companion why the gifts were being opened immediately, contrary to the custom of waiting until the guests had left. Explaining that the banquet had turned into a secret auction, Feng Wangshui added with concern that their company, Huasheng Group, would hardly be able to withstand such colossal pressure. She also noted that the enormous profits from Huasheng Group's mines attract many people, and the high cost of these gifts only demonstrates a willingness to secure distribution rights for themselves. The beautiful woman shyly smoothed her hair and candidly admitted that she had come here for personal gain, assuming that Fan Huang was pursuing the same goals. But the young man merely smiled good-naturedly. While the others were scheming and vying for influence, he had simply come to celebrate Qin Zhan's birthday. Several guests were enthusiastically discussing the events off to the side, noting that the trio and Chu Yi had not yet presented their gifts, and speculating about who had prepared what. A man approached the birthday girl with a beautifully wrapped box when suddenly a young girl asked excitedly if she was too late for the party. The hostess smiled joyfully and gave Chen Zhumiao a big hug, admitting that she hadn't expected to see her among the guests. The sweet little girl smiled sincerely and handed her teacher a jar filled with paper stars, which she had been carefully crafting for an entire month. Annoyed by all the commotion, Chu Yi remarked sarcastically that the elite's social circle was alarmingly insular, turning any social gathering into a tight-knit gathering of old acquaintances. The boys standing off to the side were dismissively discussing the girl, deciding that since she had given such a trivial gift, she must be an ordinary, unremarkable student. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Zhao Tianming looked back in surprise, stunned by the audacity of whoever dared to call out the leader of Jinling. Enraged, Shu Kei spun around sharply toward the insolent man. With a menacing look, he growled a curse through clenched teeth, ready to punish such audacity severely. However, the thug's arrogance vanished instantly when he saw the newcomer. He immediately began to smile ingratiatingly, politely inquiring about the purpose of Chen Hanquan's visit. The guests around them froze in shock. The insolent young man turned pale, realizing that standing before them was none other than the legendary and powerful leader of the entire province. The influential old man calmly sat down at a table and gestured for them to ignore him, explaining that he had come with his granddaughter to a party hosted by her teacher. Those present began whispering excitedly among themselves. One of the guests remarked that since such a respected person had come here, the Qin family's prestige had grown immensely. Two conspirators exchanged a knowing glance, sly smirks appearing on their faces, for the arrival of such an important guest clearly played right into their hands. The young men strode forward proudly, holding luxurious scrolls in their hands, and announced to everyone that they were presenting the rarest handwritten poems by great masters. The esteemed Chen Han Chuan was genuinely delighted by such valuable offerings and laughed heartily with joy, praising the young men for their excellent choice. It was the next guest's turn to present his gift. He calmly held a small, modest wooden box adorned with a seal. Upon presenting this gift, Zhao Tianming emphasized its special value, insisting on the magical properties of the artifact, which was ready to come to the rescue at a critical moment. The lid of the box popped open with a soft click. Inside, resting on a light-colored cloth, lay a mysterious paper amulet covered in incomprehensible red symbols. The party guests eyed the strange gift in the box skeptically. No one there believed that this trinket was truly capable of saving someone's life. The esteemed expert abruptly stands up and enthusiastically declares that they are looking at an extremely rare Maoshan amulet. Hearing Chen Hanchuan's praise, the braggart smiles smugly and boasts to everyone present that obtaining this unique artifact took an enormous amount of effort. The expert assured Qin Minya of the gift's authenticity, swearing that the magical amulet would protect his beloved daughter from any danger and even stop a bullet. The crowd erupts in amazement. People are shocked by the existence of magic and begin to heatedly discuss the treasure's fabulous price, which runs into the hundreds of millions. Feng Wang Shui stares spellbound at the precious object. Everyone is finally convinced that the artifact was crafted by a master of his craft. Unexpectedly, Shu Kei declares that he himself would have had to save up for half a year to afford the artifact, to which her uncle advises his frightened niece to accept the gift and not let the giver down. But the girl, embarrassed as she realizes the incredible value of such a gift, politely asks Zhao Tianming to keep the precious box for himself. Those around them freeze in silent shock. No one understands why Qin Zhan would reject such wealth, since anyone else in her place would be squealing with wild joy. Despite her refusal, the brazen suitor drops to one knee and gazes devotedly at the beauty, begging her to accept the artifact he had gone to such great lengths to obtain for her. Confused, the girl froze under their intense stares, while envious guests whispered around her, considering this gesture an incredibly romantic declaration of love. Kneeling on one knee, The man sincerely assured her that the artifact was proof of his love and looked at the girl hopefully, awaiting her long-awaited consent. The stranger's unexpected words caught the young man off guard. Zhao Tianmin seethed with rage at such audacity, his gaze filling with fury and malice. Jumping to his feet, the man shouted furiously at his insolent rival, ordering the brazen man not to ruin the engagement and to get lost immediately. Unceremoniously plunging his fingers into the open box, Chu Yi confidently pulled out the yellow talisman, mockingly commenting on the failed attempt to win the girl's heart. With a smirk on his face, the teacher held up the artifact for everyone to see, openly mocking the expensive item and calling it nothing more than a torn piece of paper. The enraged giver tried to shoo the insolent man away, but the hero deftly pushed him aside with his hip, causing him to lose his balance, and the box and amulet flew into the air. The arrogant rich man boasted about his gift worth millions and publicly humiliated the young man, considering him a pauper. Unfazed by the situation, Chu Yi handed the guest of honor a modest amulet he'd bought at a shop for a measly 10 yuan. Embarrassed as she accepted the paltry gift, Qin Zhan found herself the center of attention, while murmurs of indignation rose from the crowd around her. The guests are rolling with laughter, mocking the young man and his cheap prop. The rich kid smirked triumphantly and declared that this loser was completely unworthy of the beauty's attention. Suddenly, an enraged Chen Han Chuan interrupts the conversation, silencing the crowd abruptly. Zhao Tianming was certain that the master would now punish the insolent man and looked forward to the imminent retribution against the teacher. Enraged, the old man demanded that the artifact be handed over to him, valuing the rare item at a minimum of 300 million. The braggart and his friends froze in complete shock, unable to believe their ears at such an insane price. Confused, Shu Kei tried to object, hoping that the respected gentleman had simply made a mistake. But the angry expert rudely cut off the skeptical man, demanding that he mind his own business, and finally intimidated the foolish rich man. The elderly master grabs the young man by the shoulder and desperately begs him to sell him the incredible artifact, offering a huge sum in exchange. Smiling ironically at the offer, the hero contemptuously rejected the quoted price, emphasizing the true value of his find. Blushing with frustration, Chen Han Chuan haggles, trying to raise the price to 500 million because of the amulet's supposedly minor damage. But the young man explains with a smirk that the item is priceless. Just for fun, he offers to sell it to the stunned old man for a whopping 10 billion. The guests froze in shock at what they saw. No one could believe that such a colossal, insane sum was being asked for this incomprehensible, strange trinket in a box. Shu Qi grimaced contemptuously and suggested aloud with irritation that the venerable gentleman had clearly begun to suffer from senile dementia. Instantly, the old man boiled over with rage and shouted furiously at the crowd of skeptics, passionately arguing that what they were looking at was an extremely rare spiritual amulet. The realization of the truth instantly sobered the skeptic, replacing his foolish laughter with shock. Now even fabulous billions seemed to him like mere pennies for the artifact. The man began to enthusiastically explain the incredible power of the little object. It turned out that the amulet was capable of withstanding a direct, devastating hit from a powerful tank shell. Memories of a past battle immediately flashed before his eyes. Thanks to exactly the same magical protection, Commander Chen had miraculously survived at the epicenter of the explosion. The charming young woman shyly tried to return the artifact and timidly told her teacher that the item was too valuable to be a simple gift. Despite her polite but reluctant refusal to accept such a precious gift, the young beauty's heart fluttered sweetly, and her soul felt incredibly warm. The young man suddenly moved very close to her. Flustered, she blushed deeply, thinking he was about to passionately confess his love to her. But the romantic moment was instantly shattered. Chu Yi gave her a stern look and asked if she was a fool, causing the headmistress to freeze in place in bewilderment. The teacher whispered that the item needed to be resold to the old man. This would not only bring her a huge sum of money, but also strengthen her family's standing in society. The young man calmly announced that his mission was complete and the gift had been delivered, politely taking his leave of those present. Right at the exit, the hero slyly turned around and loudly suggested to the elderly man that he could buy the valuable amulet directly from the flustered beauty. The old man instantly perked up and turned to Qin Zhan with hope, excitedly begging her to confirm that she was indeed willing to sell him this artifact. Meanwhile, the aggrieved rich kid in the background seethed with rage, It infuriated him that this insufferable upstart had once again brazenly ruined all his plans. But Chu Yi was enjoying his cake, tired of other people's intrigues, remembering his past life and the girl he was now determined to help, ignoring the ties that had been forced upon him. Suddenly, confident footsteps sounded behind the hero. Someone was approaching purposefully, clearly intending to interrupt his solitary stroll. Noticing the uninvited guests, the young man asked ironically if they were laying claim to his dessert. The men looked extremely serious and displeased. The formidable Shu Ke snarled that Qin Zhan would marry Zhao Tianming and emphasized that the young man didn't stand a single chance of being with this girl. In response, the hero calmly launched into a strange story about a childhood trauma he suffered while running, which he claimed had caused him to completely lose all interest in girls. The listener was taken aback by such a ridiculous excuse. His face betrayed utter bewilderment, and he asked in confusion how this was even relevant to the matter at hand. The young man snapped back sarcastically with a broad smirk, asking the thug in front of him what his business had to do with him personally. Enraged to the limit, the man ordered his menacing bodyguard to teach the insolent man a lesson, and the bodyguard instantly sprang into action. The fighter delivered a powerful and swift blow, hoping to crush his target, but the teacher displayed incredible reflexes and easily dodged the attack. The attacker froze in shock upon realizing that his fist had struck only empty air, and spun around abruptly, unable to comprehend how his opponent had managed to vanish from sight so quickly. The young man seized the initiative, swinging his magical hand to confidently remind his enemy that for every force, there is always an even more powerful one. With a lightning-fast movement of his palm, Chu Yi delivered a crushing blow to his opponent's back. A powerful burst of energy literally swept the attacking fighter away. The force of the fatal strike was so great that the defeated bodyguard flew with a crash straight into the pool, sending up a huge column of spray. Shu Ke froze in sheer horror at what he had seen, unable to comprehend how such a young man could have destroyed one of Jinlin's best fighters in a single second. Calmly finishing his dessert, the teacher merely concluded to himself that these people posed no threat to him and went on his way. A flood of memories made the man stop, for every path here seemed familiar, as if he had already been in these places in a forgotten dream. His memory transported him to a past life where, as a poor and helpless lover, he had sat here with a girl, powerless to change their bitter fate. Returning to reality, the young man resolutely tossed aside a disposable plate, firmly convinced that in this new rebirth, everything would surely turn out differently. Turning around with a confident smile, the hero called out loudly to his acquaintance who was hiding, urging the influential Qin Minyu to finally step into the light. Qing Huasheng, the head of the corporation, slowly approached and grimly admitted that he had underestimated the young man, asking tensely who he really was. With a touch of irony, the young man pointed to himself, calling himself an ordinary teacher who taught physical education, literature, and English. The businessman flew into a rage at this answer, unable to believe that the fearsome killer was merely a teacher, and demanded an explanation for his growing closeness to his daughter. Instead of making excuses, the young man spoke bluntly, asking if Qin Min wasn't afraid of losing the Spirit Stone mine, since rumors about the valuable mine would soon spread. Chu Yi's gaze instantly turned icy and menacing. He sternly warned that powerful cultivators would wipe out his company in a single day. At these frightening words, a cold sweat broke out on the man's forehead. Having lost his former grandeur, the flustered oligarch asked in confusion what this hint was all about. The teacher confidently offered the frightened oligarch a partnership guaranteeing absolute protection of the mine in exchange for regular shipments of valuable spiritual stones. Calmly turning around, the young man strode away, adding as a final remark that he would keep the secret and give the stunned businessman time to carefully consider the deal. In a daze, Qin Min realized with horror that the mysterious teacher had anticipated his every move and was in complete control of the situation. At that very moment, elsewhere, an expensive porcelain vase shattered into tiny shards with a ringing crash, causing the walls to shudder from a furious scream. The rich kid was breathing heavily with frenzied rage and loudly cursing Chu Yi, who had ruined all his plans. He was madly eager to brutally deal with his rival. Enemies unite. The conspirator offers the young man a deal, declaring that their goals are completely aligned. The guests revealed that they were from the knife sect and had come to China seeking revenge, explaining that their leader was unable to come in person due to his special status. Having formed an alliance, the conspirators exchanged a firm handshake. The young man was ready to do everything in his power to help the foreign mercenaries achieve their common goal. Burning with rage, Zhao Tianming is convinced that the powerful cultivator will meet his tragic end at his very hands. Meanwhile, in an elite residential complex, Chu Yi was carefree, enjoying his morning without a single thought of the mortal danger looming over him. Smiling sincerely, the teacher was convinced that all the girls were crazy about his good looks. The young man genuinely admired his reflection, making funny faces in front of the mirror and taking pride in his flawless appearance. Confidently adjusting his business suit, the young man seriously wondered who would be struck by his dazzling good looks today. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a quiet call from outside. The teacher turned around, slightly confused, upon hearing his name on the street. The charming principal appears in the doorway, smiling sweetly and sincerely thanking the young man for his help yesterday. Feeling awkward about the flirtation, Chu Yi downplays the value of the gift, but she blushes when he brazenly declares that, for her gratitude, he's even willing to marry her. Stunned, Qin flies into a rage while he merely laughs in response, ruining the entire atmosphere, and suggests they drive to school. The annoyed girl pulls out her phone to call a taxi, bewildered that such a wealthy man doesn't even own a car. But the hero, boasting, declares that he drives cars worth millions every day, leaving his companion completely baffled by what she'd heard. The beauty glared furiously at this dilapidated vehicle, while Chu Yi, with the unflappable air of a crypto-millionaire, tried with a straight face to pass off the rusty bus as a luxury hypercar. On the crowded bus, the teacher cheerfully teased his companion, delighted with his successful joke, unaware of just how embarrassed she was. The girl spun around sharply toward the joker, ready to voice her indignation, but the guy immediately pressed a finger to his lips, urging her to be quiet. Suddenly, amid the crowd of passengers, Qin noticed a suspicious movement. Someone's thieving hand had surreptitiously slipped into a woman's open purse. The witness to the crime did not remain silent. Taking a deep breath, she shouted loudly throughout the bus, warning everyone about the pickpocket. Caught red-handed, the thief abruptly pulled his hand back and tried to flee. The frightened passenger clutched her purse tightly to her chest, realizing what had happened. The criminal became enraged and spun around to face the brave young woman, pulling a sharp knife from under his jacket and threateningly ordering the bus conductor not to meddle in matters that weren't her business. Despite the mortal danger and the glint of the blade, the courageous heroine did not back down and resolutely took out her phone, preparing to call the police. The thug shouted furiously at the entire bus, brandishing his weapon, and defiantly demanded that anyone dare to come forward as a witness. A heavy, ringing silence hung in the cabin. The frightened passengers and the robbery victim herself cowardly averted their eyes, pretending not to see anything. But the brave defender of law and order did not give in and proudly declared to the thug's face that she had seen everything, just as the female passenger who had fallen victim to him had. Feeling a sense of impunity, the thief turned with a smirk toward the terrified victim, and menacingly waving his knife, brazenly asked if she had seen anything at all. The victim trembled violently with terror and clutched her purse tightly to her chest. Fearing the thug's wrath, she quietly lied with tears in her eyes. The criminal grinned smugly, sheathed the knife, and brazenly accused the witness of slander, cynically demanding that she invite him to dinner as an apology. Suddenly, a strong, reassuring male figure appeared before the shocked beauty. Her companion boldly stepped forward, accepting the thief's brazen challenge. The young man smiled confidently in the criminal's face and firmly added that the brazen thief would have to spend this festive dinner at the police station. The criminal, knife in hand, smirked defiantly, confident he could easily overpower the frail young man, and ordered him to get lost. But Chu Yi decided to play a trick on him in front of his companion and asked the manager to call the police, hoping to make a dramatic arrest of the thief. Before the young man could even move, Qin suddenly lunged forward, leaving him completely bewildered. With a lightning-fast blow of her hand, the brave woman knocked the armed thug off his feet. The attacker didn't even have time to react. With a powerful and precise blow, the beautiful woman finally knocked the criminal to the ground, causing him to writhe in excruciating pain. The principal pinned the thug firmly to the floor and ordered the frightened teacher to call law enforcement immediately. Zhu Yi froze in shock, clutching his phone tightly. He never expected this stern woman to possess such combat skills. While the teacher was making the call, The principal continued to hold the thief, who lay obediently and no longer tried to resist. A police officer quickly entered the bus, sternly surveyed the scene, and asked who had made the call. Upon seeing an old acquaintance, Chu Yi smiled sheepishly. It turned out this was her first day on the job, and fate had brought them together again on this call. Chen Zhan was skeptical of talk of fate and continued to hold the suspect firmly, not loosening her grip. The attractive policewoman in her striking uniform smiled politely, immediately striking the woman as a formidable rival. Sensing a hint of jealousy and hidden rivalry, the stern boss directly asked Chu Yi to introduce them more formally. The young man happily agreed and introduced his former classmate, Xiao Jinyu, surprised to learn that she was already working for the police. Then the protagonist smiled and pointed to his companion, explaining to his surprised friend that this brave young woman was his boss, Qin Zhan. The appearance of an old acquaintance shocked the director. She hadn't expected to run into her here, especially under such strange and absurd circumstances. Pulling herself together, the young woman gracefully greeted the policewoman, extending her hand while outwardly maintaining absolute composure. However, jealousy raged inside her. The thought that some outsider had known him for much longer genuinely angered her and made her extremely nervous. Her rival smiled sweetly, cheerfully thanking the woman for her sincere concern for her beloved former classmate. But as soon as the beauty mentioned their trip together on the bus, Zhao Jinyu's friendly facade instantly crumbled, and fierce anger flared in her eyes. The girls shook hands firmly, exchanging barbed remarks. The atmosphere became extremely tense, and sparks flew between their gazes. The young man naively watched the scene unfold, sincerely believing that these lovely ladies were acting like best friends, even though they had just met. Chu Yi's words only added fuel to the fire, and both rivals instantly turned to him with furious expressions, making him regret what he had said. When the storm had subsided somewhat, the teacher decided to steer the conversation in a calmer direction and asked Zhao Jinyu with curiosity about the reason for her sudden transfer, to which the policewoman cheerfully winked and declared that it was a sign of fate itself. After the recent turbulent events in her homeland, she had unexpectedly been assigned right here. The young man immediately guessed whose doing this was and was genuinely happy for his old friend, since such a transfer effectively meant a promotion. Then the hero thoughtfully suggested that the girl hand the detainee over to her colleagues and go grab a bite to eat. She accepted the invitation with great joy. Suddenly, their friendly conversation was interrupted by a stern voice. Qin Zhan clearly had no intention of letting the young man out of her sight so easily, looming menacingly over the teacher with an ominous smile and a crack of her knuckles. The principal firmly stated that she hadn't had breakfast yet either. In the end, the whole group headed together to a small Asian restaurant to enjoy a leisurely breakfast together. Accompanied by Zhao Jinyu, the young man devoured the street food with gusto, genuinely marveling at the culinary masterpieces found in such eateries. The sophisticated principal eyed the dubious fare with disdain and suspicion, genuinely doubting that it was edible. The young man calmly explained to his boss that she was simply not used to such a simple menu, but his remark only stung the woman's pride even more. Unnoticed by Qin Zhan, the policewoman left for work, leaving them alone with the young man. Calmly, the young man suggested they just throw the food away, but the stubborn girl reacted sharply and decided to defy him. Overcome by a sudden thrill of competition, she angrily clutched the dubious dish and refused to concede to her departed rival, even in the smallest of matters. Angered, the headmistress stubbornly declared that if others could eat it, then so could she. Her wounded pride demanded immediate proof. A grimace of resignation froze on the heroine's face as she silently watched where her foolish stubbornness was leading her. Overcoming her fear, the beauty took a bite, but immediately froze in confusion as an extremely strange, salty taste instantly spread through her mouth. Glancing toward the food stall, Qin Zhan saw a weary cook laboriously wiping sweat from his face right above the food. Horrified, she spat everything out. The couple finally reached the massive gates of Zhejiang Third City School, with passers-by bustling around them. The teacher gently put her arm around the principal's shoulders, softly reminding her of her lack of culinary experience, while the principal was still trying to suppress severe bouts of nausea. Having barely managed to fight off the urge, the stubborn woman adjusted her glasses with a frown and quietly vowed that next time she would definitely rise to any challenge. The security guard watched them walk away in surprise, scratching the back of his head and joking aloud about a story involving a beautiful principal and a brutal school teacher. As the young people walked away, a suspicious man in a mask stood hidden behind them near a parked SUV, taking photos of the couple. Unnoticed, the man was conducting covert surveillance, capturing the couple's every move with his professional camera equipped with a flash. The compromising photos landed on the table with a clatter. In them, the young man was seen having a good time on the street, first with one girl and then with another. Enraged, he vehemently expressed his extreme indignation as he looked at the photos. It infuriated him that Qin had chosen a cheap, run-of-the-mill diner with her teacher over him. Zhao Tianming harbored a deep grudge and decided to take revenge on him through his beloved woman, planning to set her up for betrayal before the cult's attack. The stern assistant listened attentively to the scoundrel's orders. He grimly commanded her to immediately send people to capture the defenseless target. The cunning young man grinned maliciously, anticipating others' suffering and sincerely hoping that the appearance of a noble knight would move the kidnapped victim. The pages of the open school diary detailed a packed schedule for the first half of the week, filled with a wide variety of subjects. Shocked by the enormous amount of work piling up, Chu Yi was genuinely perplexed. Did he really have to work so hard just for a good salary? Behind the frightened teacher, a whole crowd of sullen students suddenly appeared, and the class president asked discontentedly if he didn't like the lesson. Dreamily, Ma Yin complained about his hard lot, declaring that in other classes, lessons were taught exclusively by long-legged beauties. The teacher flew into a rage at the class president's contemptuous glance and shouted loudly at the boy, declaring that he too wanted to work with beautiful women. The surrounding students began to chuckle quietly as they watched the violent outburst of rage, jokingly calling it the true wrath of a lonely man. To quickly calm the rebellious class, Chu Yi resorted to a clever compromise, promising the students he would personally find them a beautiful English teacher. The girls sitting at their desks found their teacher's behavior incredibly cute. Lola laughed heartily, noting that he looked funny. The blonde guy instantly picked up on the romantic mood, playfully making eyes at Lola and smiling flirtatiously at her. But the student looked indifferently at her classmate, who was sulking and hurt, considering him nothing more than a child while serious emotions raged all around them. With a sly smirk, Chu Yi announced harsh conditions to the class. For failing to hand in their dictation on time, they would have to stay after school and clean the entire classroom. A revolt instantly broke out in the classroom. The outraged students furiously accused the strict teacher of injustice, tyranny, and arrogance. The young teacher defended his position in front of the class, declaring that he had every right to punish them by making them clean, and urged them not to be afraid of authority. Banging his fists furiously on the desk, he called the class to order and sternly explained that without daily study, their intelligence would quickly decline to the level of a pig. Suddenly, the stern principal walked into the office, interrupting the teacher's angry speech to discuss an important matter regarding his salary. Upon hearing about the money, Chu Yi instantly lit up in anticipation of a raise, while the surprised girl silently watched his reaction. Adjusting her glasses, Qin Zhan agreed to the bonus, but immediately got down to business, announcing that the Heroes group was required to perform at the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival. Looking over her glasses with a stern gaze that brooked no argument, she presented the teacher with a fait accompli. The entire class had to perform. The students accepted the challenge with enthusiasm and began debating, suggesting all sorts of ideas, from recitations to lighthearted skits. Upon leaving the classroom, Chu Yi smugly told his colleague that the children could argue all they wanted since he would have the final say in choosing the show. With obvious distrust, the beautiful woman looked at the young teacher and anxiously asked him to refrain from any mischief this time. In response, the teacher merely smiled slyly from ear to ear and boastfully gave her a thumbs up, pretending to be genuinely surprised by her suspicions about him. Turning around, the young man suddenly overheard a conversation between two colleagues, one of whom was sarcastically teasing class president Dunn and mocking him. Arrogantly flaunting his credentials in front of the bewildered class president, the haughty colleague declared that the principal himself had personally invited him to the school. Hurriedly warning the young teacher, the principal added that the new teacher, named Chu Yi Ming, was not to be trifled with and that it would be best to avoid any contact with him altogether. Ignoring this sound advice, Chu Yi cheekily asked the men passing by if they could bark a few more times for his amusement. Faced with such insolence, the hot-tempered man instantly flew into a rage and shouted, trying to figure out who the dog was here. Calmly spreading his arms, the young man mockingly replied to his opponent that whoever had just decided to bark was automatically the dog. Watching the scene, a witness could barely contain his laughter, quietly chuckling at the clever retort, while the enraged teacher pointed his finger at the insolent student. Trying to restrain the furious Chiu Yemen, the frightened class monitor began to explain that the teacher was just a foolish newcomer. Watching the raging teacher with a calm gaze, the young man came to the unequivocal conclusion that he was dealing with some kind of moron. The troublemaker abruptly shoved his colleague aside and shouted that he'd just remembered the guy he was always causing trouble, and on top of that was spreading secret gossip with the principal. Instead of being frightened, Chu Yi just made a funny face and was genuinely surprised. Had the rumors about him really spread that quickly already? Having completely lost control of himself out of resentment, Chu Yiming viciously issued a challenge for the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival event, proposing a bet on whose group would get more votes for their performance. The man said that the loser would have to leave school for good. The young man immediately sensed something was off, as this suspicious story reminded him of Zhao Tianming's devious plans. He was clearly up to no good. Confident of his imminent victory, the opponent defiantly pointed a finger at the young man and with a sly smirk asked loudly whether he was ready to compete or had gotten scared. In a panic, Qin Zhan grabbed the young man's arm and began begging him not to agree, since their opponent led a strong first group where everyone was connected to the arts. To the alarmed girl's great horror, the self-assured hero merely smiled defiantly and calmly replied that he accepted the challenge. Realizing that Zhao Tianming would soon find out about the Qin family's ore deposits, he knew he had to stay one step ahead and ensure this enemy came away empty-handed in every endeavor. The smug rival was hatching a cunning plan, for success in this matter would earn him the patronage of an influential lord and ensure the security of his family's business. The competitors will showcase their best talents. On stage, a graceful ballerina, a singer, and a virtuoso violinist come together in perfect harmony. Arrogantly, Chu Yiming thought the hero's group didn't stand a chance as he boasted about his own geniuses. Excitedly chiding her mentor for being too hasty, Qin Zhan was deeply anxious about the upcoming competition against formidable opponents. Placing his arm around the girl's head, the teacher confidently promised victory, hinting at his special secret tricks and stunts hidden from outsiders. Still reeling from such closeness, the girl blushed bright red as the determined Chu Yi walked further down the hallway. Tossing a thick magazine onto the desk, the teacher caught the attention of the frightened teenagers just as their determined mentor entered the classroom. After calling for complete order, the hero fiercely demanded that they defeat the first group at any cost, trying to boost morale as much as possible. As they frantically asked about their opponents, the students were well aware that the elite team was made up of the best talents. Folding his arms in displeasure, the teacher listened to his students whining and with obvious defiance asked if they considered themselves inferior to the others. Stirring up a wave of indignation, the female students declared that they had no intention of giving up, and one of them boldly demonstrated her readiness to prove their team's superiority. Watching the motivated students with a smile, the young teacher was pleased with their spirit, but other matters awaited him, as a date with a beautiful girl was on the agenda. After finishing his classes, Chu Yi hurried to the parking lot, where a luxury car was visible against the backdrop of the modern school building, and that very beauty was waiting on the hood. Impatiently adjusting her sunglasses, the striking, curvaceous woman noticed the approaching man and immediately chided him for being late. Stepping right up to the car, the young man began to gaze admiringly at his companion, asking the question that had long been on his mind: why hadn't she chosen a career in modeling? After coyly hinting to her date about continuing the evening together, Feng Wang Shui received only a reserved smile as the expensive sports car carried them off to the auction. Wondering whether they would be able to find the ritual objects he so desperately needed for his secret purposes at this auction, Chu Yi turned his gaze to the road. Watching from the window of the building, the jilted director burned with jealousy, unable to believe that this scoundrel had left in the company of some stranger. Genuinely surprised by what was happening, the young man wondered why such a large-scale event, featuring the rarest artifacts, was being held in an ordinary coastal town. The charming Fan Wang Shui calmly explained that the auction was quite standard, and that an old friend had provided her with valuable information about it in time. Reflecting on the slow growth of her powers, The conflict with the knife sect demanded further development, and the mine in Qianlun village, with their rare artifact, could accelerate her progress. The long-awaited guests finally arrived at the luxurious building. A cheerful young man immediately rushed to greet the young lady, fearing she might miss the event. The shy young woman teased Fan Wangshui, assuring him that her brother was literally obsessed with her every single day and had never been so deeply captivated by anyone before. The beauty merely laughed cheerfully in response to the compliments and confidently led her sullen companion inside the building, leaving the awkward conversation behind. The brunette stood frozen in complete bewilderment, silently watching the departing couple, clearly not expecting to see another suitor by the girl's side. The blonde insistently advised his friend to hurry, because otherwise the charming Miss Fan might quickly become infatuated with someone else and slip away from him. A sly smirk appeared on the man's face as he coldly remarked that women shouldn't be pampered too much and that it was time to resort to some particularly harsh methods. The young man wearily lit a cigarette and grimly admitted that this time he was strictly forbidden from causing any trouble due to his father's stern orders. As he took a deep drag, he suddenly remembered the arrival of the influential Mr. Jiang from Jinlin, whose sudden appearance had severely disrupted their current plans. Upon hearing the familiar name, the blond man instantly flew into a rage, his face contorted with fury at the thought that a dangerous enemy was still alive. The man nervously took a drag on his cigarette as he informed his partner about the arrival of dangerous individuals from the large Manhwa group. The situation in the city was heating up. Shaking off the ash, the man frantically tried to figure out exactly who his competitors had sent. The uncertainty only intensified his growing anxiety. Watching the couple, the dark-haired man decides not to touch Feng Wang Shui for now, but realizes that her mysterious companion will definitely become a serious obstacle. Meanwhile, the beauty and her date retreat to a cozy booth in an upscale restaurant, hidden from prying eyes, unaware that they're being followed. Her companion politely points out that this is the best restaurant in town. The young woman smiles sweetly, enjoying the pleasant evening and his attention. Suddenly, their idyll is disrupted by the shadow of a stranger's presence. A rather portly man they don't know approaches their table with a confident stride. The stranger unceremoniously invaded their space and, with feigned politeness, offered the beautiful lady a glass of wine. Politely but very firmly, Feng Wang Shui rebuffed the insolent man, making it clear that she hadn't come here alone. His face instantly contorting into a malicious grimace, the man struggles to hide his rage as he tries to catch a glimpse of the lucky fellow who seized the initiative. Demonstratively and gently taking her surprised companion by the arm, the young woman seeks to rid herself of the intrusive guest as quickly as possible. Arrogantly straightening his jacket, the braggart flaunts his position as general manager at Dare Group and condescendingly offers the young man a job. Without even looking at his opponent, the young man calmly takes a sip from his cup and responds with a single brief but crystal-clear demand to leave them alone. The insolent man instantly flies into a rage at such disrespect and roughly grabs Chu Yi by the collar of his jacket, shouting furiously right in his face. In response, the young man resorts to pure sarcasm, mocking the attacker's enormous size, and advises him to get out of there as quickly as possible. The Dare Group manager was literally choking with fury, jabbing his finger in his opponent's face, unable to find the words amid his rage. Enraged, the fat man stormed out of the room, hurling a threat. As he watched him leave with an indifferent gaze, the young teacher merely sighed boredly. His companion couldn't help but burst out laughing, genuinely admiring how amusingly the young man had described the departing man's face. The arrogant blonde decided to intervene and reproach the young man for his ignorance of school etiquette, trying to defuse the situation. Remaining completely calm, Chu Yi leisurely took a sip of fragrant tea and noticed the other man's lack of self-confidence. The young man's words struck a nerve with his new acquaintance, who instantly changed his expression, gritted his teeth, and snarled through them. A friend standing nearby was genuinely terrified. His face pale with anxiety, he asked excitedly why the young man had been so rude. The girl raised her eyebrows in puzzlement, genuinely not understanding the reason for such panic, and asked if the man who had left was really that influential. Her friend explained in horror that the problem wasn't the rude man himself, but his powerful patron, the formidable Mr. Jiang. Realizing the full extent of the danger, Feng Wangshu froze in fear, while the teacher simply sipped his tea, serenely, unconcerned about the consequences. At that moment, the door swung open, and a new, uninvited guest who had overheard the conversation about Jiang entered the room with a defiant smirk. Out of fear of the newcomer, the young man instantly turned pale. His insides went cold and a frightened greeting barely escaped his trembling lips. The insolent stranger stepped closer and unceremoniously addressed the girl, smirking as he declared that refusing to have a drink with the boss would spell big trouble for her. Realizing the hopelessness and danger of the situation, the frightened beauty meekly lowered her gaze and resignedly agreed to comply with his demand. Satisfied with his easy victory, the man arrogantly folded his arms, condescendingly praised her for her intelligence, and added that their fame was known even in the most remote corners. Suddenly, the young man sharply grabbed the girl's hand and, calmly pulling her back into place, asked if this man was even worth an apology. Categorically refusing to compromise, Chu Yi firmly stated, "If the scoundrel craves an apology, he must appear in person." The mediator was horrified by the young man's audacity and began furiously making excuses to his formidable boss. The stern man flew into a rage upon hearing this and shouted, determined to personally teach a lesson to the insolent young man who didn't know his place. The arrogant young man strode confidently toward the enraged thug, genuinely surprised that anyone would dare to be so brazen. The henchmen continued to hurl insults and point their fingers at Chu Yi, while he calmly sipped his tea, ignoring their empty threats. The villains mentally anticipated the imminent punishment of the teacher and were certain that, for making a pass at another man's girl, he would face inevitable retribution. Suddenly, Jiang Hao's expression changed drastically. Upon recognizing the teacher, he fell to his knees with a scream of horror right in front of his stunned companions. Sobbing uncontrollably, the young man clung tightly to the legs of the bewildered Chu Yi, fervently thanking his savior and calling him his second father. The flustered henchman tries to help his boss up from his knees, as everyone around them stares in bewilderment, wondering why he has bowed down before a mere teacher. But the enraged boss abruptly pulls his hand away and yells at his assistant, demanding that he not interfere with his expression of respect toward the man who saved his life. The scoundrel freezes in place with a foolish expression on his face, his previous arrogance replaced by utter shock at his boss's sudden act of reverence. Calmly asking the frightened Jiang Hao to rise from his knees, the mentor feels slightly flustered by such a passionate display of emotion. Saluting joyfully, the rescued man swears his loyalty, assuring his mentor that from now on he will unquestioningly carry out any order. Helpfully offering financial support for upcoming purchases, the young man doesn't notice Feng Wangshui casting a disapproving glance at the intrusive stranger. As she thoughtfully studies Chu Yi, the young lady realizes the extent of his influence and finds herself intrigued by what other incredible secrets this man might be hiding. Upon arriving at the private auction, the teacher conceals his true motive and decides to keep quiet about the magical attributes to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Suddenly revealing the secret right in the middle of tea time, a chatty acquaintance makes the protagonist choke, putting his secret plan at risk. Immediately calling on an expert to describe all the lots, the young man persuades him to share his knowledge, gathering those present for a demonstration. Confidently announcing the program, the dark-haired man states that only 2 items are up for auction: antique Qing dynasty porcelain and a stone pillow. First, they displayed an elegant vase. While the expert was extolling its value, Chu Yi merely thought contemptuously that it was complete and utter junk. Next, the man presented a unique pillow and proudly announced that its history was incredibly majestic, since the legendary Zhou Wang himself had once rested on it. Upon hearing the name of the ancient ruler, Jiang Hao was absolutely thrilled. He was shocked by the relic's age and froze in amazement at the news. The expert described the item's amazing properties in detail. It relieved severe fever, cured bronchitis in a couple of days, and even improved its owner's appearance. The guests listened to his speech spellbound. The dark-haired man also confirmed that it was precisely because of these incredible healing properties that this extremely rare antique had been put up for auction. Instantly recognizing the relic from the Taiji temple, Chu Yi realized that this spiritual object was capable of channeling colossal streams of energy through its owner's body. With a sly smile, the teacher immediately realized that in a certain spot in the village of Qianlong, this powerful little object would serve as the perfect shield, absorbing all the accumulated power. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao grandly declared that he would definitely help his mentor buy the item. The brazen outburst caused the braggart to fall abruptly silent, and break out in a cold sweat the moment he heard a familiar, defiant voice behind him. The young man from Manhwa group, who had just appeared, began to openly mock the young gentleman, calling him just as much of a show-off as he had been a year ago. Such a harsh and public insult sent Jiang Hao into a rage. He bared his teeth in a vicious snarl, turned to face his opponent, and ground out his enemy's name through clenched teeth. Those around them knew full well that Fan Gaowei, the privileged son of the CEO of Fenghua Group, enjoyed a status far superior to that of Jiang Hao. Stunned by the surprise, Feng Wengshu frantically tried to figure out the true motives behind his visit. The thought of his appearance wouldn't leave her alone. Watching the scene unfold from the sidelines, Chu Yi was genuinely puzzled as to why an employee of such a powerful corporation was so terrified. The self-absorbed young man suddenly spotted the girl in the crowd. A sly smirk immediately appeared on his face, portending nothing good. Approaching the defenseless beauty without ceremony, the brazen man sat down next to her with an air of self-importance and insolently suggested they spend a wild night at a local hotel. A witness to this disgusting scene watched what was happening, clutching his wine cup tightly in his hand, his gaze growing increasingly fierce. Deeply offended, Feng Wengshu trembled violently with rage and tried with all her might to put the brazen man in his place, reminding him of their close blood ties. With a contemptuous smirk, Fan Gaowei arrogantly declared that her naive dreams of a corporate career and a share of substantial profits would never come true. Suddenly, the scoundrel's voice turned insinuating, and his insolent gaze slid across the lady's face. He moved in close and hinted that there was, after all, one real chance to join their family. Looming over the shocked girl, the cunning manipulator stated his main condition, and with a vile smile proposed that she marry him. The beauty screamed furiously, and it was as if lightning flashed all around her. She threatened to tell her grandfather about all his vile advances. The loud thud of shoes on the wooden floor instantly cut her off. The insolent young man confidently took a step forward, demonstrating his superiority. The cynical rich kid just laughed, claiming that her grandfather had left the country. And besides, they weren't blood relatives, so his despicable actions were perfectly legal. Completely at a loss, the girl could barely hold back her tears of despair. Her relative's cynical words had truly terrified her and left her speechless. Suddenly, a stream of liquid flew directly into the brazen young man's face. He let out a piercing scream of surprise, while the frightened Feng Wengshui froze in shock. The spoiled rich kid, scalded by the boiling water, raged at the entire hall, demanding that they hand over the culprit who had dared to splash him with hot tea, coolly declaring his contempt for the insignificant family. Chu Yi emphasized that he would not tolerate attacks on his own sister within the walls of this organization. Enraged, Fan Gaowei, cursing, swings his fist, trying to put the insolent upstart in his place. But the calm Chu Yi instantly seizes the initiative and with a precise, powerful blow, sends the loudmouth flying straight to the floor. The fallen rich kid rolls across the floor, while the shocked witnesses to the brawl panic and demand that all the building's security be called immediately. Before the beaten-up guy has a chance to recover, a strong hand grabs him by the collar of his snow-white jacket with a death grip. With a sneer, the teacher takes in his opponent's displeased face and, without a moment's hesitation, pours a fresh cup of scalding tea over him. Instead of fighting, the hero puts on a show and poses for the cameras, offering onlookers paid photos with the defeated rich man. The people around him freeze in utter shock, unable to fathom where this young man gets so much audacity and reckless courage. With a predatory and smug smile on his face, Chu Yi leans toward his victim and asks mockingly if that helped perk him up. The beaten-up rich kid instantly loses all his arrogance, fearfully clasping his hands in a pleading gesture and tearfully begging for mercy. However, deep down, the cowardly scoundrel is seething with rage and mentally vows to take brutal revenge by chopping his tormentor into pieces. Noticing this malicious glare, Chu Yi grips the guy's collar even tighter and with a smirk suggests he call for backup. Calmly pulling out his own cell phone, the teacher asks with genuine composure which member of the administration he should call. Stunned, Jiang Hao turns pale with fear, realizing that the insolent young man is about to summon the formidable clan. The man smirks grimly, confident that the insolent young man will deeply regret his behavior once the powerful Fan family decides to take brutal revenge on him. With a worried expression, the beautiful woman warns Chu Yi that even though her grandfather respects him, he will stop at nothing to protect his beloved grandson and will destroy any enemy. The beaten man was drenched in sweat from fear, but the teacher calmly took out his cell phone and dialed the number of an influential man. The grandson thought maliciously that the teacher had finally lost his mind, sincerely believing that this call would be a true death sentence for his insolent opponent. Imperturbably informing Feng Deyun over the phone that his grandson was eager to speak with him, the young man ignored the battered boy's furious demands to return the phone immediately. Handing the phone back with a touch of contempt, the protagonist coldly remarked that the elder wished to say a few words to his beloved grandson. Grabbing the phone, Fan Gaohui begins to complain, desperately pleading for help and convinced that his teacher is trying to kill him, thereby cutting off the great family line. However, instead of the expected support, a frantic shout came from the speaker, ordering him to shut up, causing the shocked young man to freeze and lose his ability to speak. Watching the absurd scene, the witnesses gaped in shock, completely unprepared for such a reaction from the formidable clan leader. Promising to give his son a severe beating and demanding that he hurry home, the enraged old man makes him realize the fatal mistake he has made. Putting away the camera, Chu Yi mockingly asks the now silent, insolent youth if he understands the extent of his own disgrace and what he must do now. The terrified rich kid falls to his knees with a thud before his stepsister, screaming in agony and begging the beauty for forgiveness. Sobbing on the floor, the spoiled rich kid humbly called himself trash and a fool, sincerely repenting for his actions. Turning around, Chu Yi calmly invited his companion to proceed to the hall, since the auction was already beginning, and the stunned young lady obediently followed him. The remaining witnesses to the conflict stood in complete bewilderment, staring blankly after the departing hero, unable to comprehend how an ordinary guy had defeated the clan. With anxiety in her voice, the young lady asked whether the recent confrontation might lead to trouble, since her grandfather genuinely cherished his grandson and would hardly be able to withstand such upheavals. Responding indifferently, the teacher reminded her that the old man had yelled at his relatives so fiercely that the man would now be terrified and afraid to take even a single extra step. Adding that he maintained an excellent relationship with Mr. Feng, he promised that if the lady decided to leave the Fenghua group, he would personally guarantee her complete safety. After timidly thanking him, Feng Wangshu noted to herself tenderly that the young man truly cared for her, despite his outward coldness. Her heart beat faster with excitement. The girl froze in hope, asking herself a secret question. Could it be that she had taken a special place in his heart? Turning to leave, Chu Yi casually remarked as a parting remark that they were just good friends, so she really didn't need to thank him so much. His words about friendship stung the beautiful girl, plunging her into sadness. With tenderness, the teacher thought to himself that he didn't want to cruelly shatter her fragile feelings, for his heart belonged to someone else. At that moment, the silence in the hallway was suddenly broken by a loud shout. A young man joyfully called out to the teacher, hurrying quickly after him. As he ran closer, the brash Jiang Hao accidentally bumped into the frightened girl. She spun around sharply in surprise, not understanding what was happening. The insolent air left Feng Wangshu completely bewildered. Feeling wronged, she pouted angrily, wondering who this mysterious lover could be. The young man entered the huge auction hall and calmly looked around, noting to himself that the interior of the building was indeed spacious. The auctioneer loudly announced the final bid of 3 million and struck the table sharply with a wooden hammer, confirming the successful conclusion of the transaction. An elderly man of distinguished appearance confidently raised the number 8 paddle, while the trio quietly entered the auction hall and watched him intently. Thoughtfully eyeing the stranger, Chu Yi mentally acknowledged his wealth, since he had so easily paid a fabulous sum for an item that resembled a simple weed. Pointing his finger toward the auction hall, Jiang Hao froze in astonishment, suddenly recognizing the elderly gentleman as the personal butler of a renowned tycoon. Shocked by this news, the girl pressed her hand to her face in agitation, recalling the incredible wealth of the mysterious director Yan Ban. The young man was lost in memories of his past life, comparing dates, and realized why the tycoon had been buying up rare medicinal remedies. Butler number 08 calmly raised his paddle and confidently placed a huge bid, outbidding the others. The energetic host joyfully announced the conclusion of the successful auction. The first valuable lot went under the hammer for the impressive sum of 10 million. The auctioneer warmly congratulated the generous buyer, then smiled slyly, promising the guests that the next lot would be a true treasure. An antique painted vase was carefully carried onto the stage, and the man announced an astronomical starting price for the rare antique, a whopping 50 million. A smug Jiang Hao anticipated an easy victory, deciding to buy this luxurious item immediately so he could show it off to his companions. However, the experienced butler instantly dashed his plans, raising his bid once again and coolly doubling the current bid to 100 million sum. The insolent heir froze in utter shock at such audacity, while Chu Yi calmly sipped his tea, silently marveling at the old man's insane boldness. The charismatic auctioneer presented the third lot to the guests and announced that this item's effect was far more powerful, with a starting bid of 100 million. The rich kid was getting really angry at his string of failures, nervously rolling up his sleeves and preparing to outbid anyone to regain his prestige. However, the unflappable old man abruptly thrusts his hand, holding the bid number forward, and loudly shouts out the colossal sum of 300 million, shocking everyone around him. The host reacts instantly to the unbelievable offer. The heavy wooden gavel crashes down onto its stand, officially sealing the deal. An enraged Jiang Hao pounds his fist on the table, seething with envy over someone else's money, while the teacher silently watches the butler walk away with his purchases. Deciding to leave, the hero instructs the young heir to take Feng Wangshui to Zhujiang, causing genuine surprise among those around him. His friends are stunned by the young man's sudden decision and watch him leave in bewilderment, unable to understand the reasons for such a hasty and strange departure. Secretly following the retreating old man, the teacher reflects on the value of the magic pillow, realizing that this item is purchased solely for healing. Carefully observing the stranger from a distance, the teacher runs through possible scenarios in his mind and is confident in his abilities, hoping to heal the sick woman. The scene shifts to a luxurious hotel by the sea. An expensive car pulls up at the entrance, where the paths of key figures in China are about to cross. At the building's entrance, an agitated man notices the approaching butler and calls out to the guest in surprise, asking about the true purpose of his visit. A tired Yan Bang reports that he has already put his family to bed and suggests that Uncle Lee continue the search for the stone pillow, which in theory will help them. A young man who suddenly appears abruptly interrupts the conversation, sternly declaring that the pillow is useless, causing genuine outrage among the men. The frightened rich man hides behind his butler's back. Noticing the young man in a suit following close behind, he panics and mistakes his persistent pursuer for a hitman. Stunned by such a ridiculous accusation, the young man tries to defuse the situation and smiles sheepishly, asking the frightened men to hear him out. The enraged old man flatly refuses to engage in dialogue and instantly launches an attack, using his powerful Cobra Strike technique against the uninvited guest. Skeptically assessing his opponent's lunge, Chu Yi mentally compares his weak magic to the combat techniques of higher beings. Easily dodging Uncle Lee's furious attack, he mockingly reminds his opponent of the futility of such attempts and the colossal difference in their strength. Enraged by the failure of his most powerful move, the attacker leaps backward and in complete confusion demands to know the stranger's identity. Concentrating his inner energy, Chu Yi creates a solid barrier and tries to appeal to the man's reason, assuring him of his exclusively peaceful intentions. A lightning-fast lunge caught the butler off guard, but the young man deftly blocked the attack, demonstrating his superb fighting skills. The opponent recoiled sharply and hurried to explain that he had simply wanted to buy a valuable item from the young man, one he had recently acquired at an auction. The tension subsided when he realized that the man before him was not a hired assassin at all, but an ordinary customer. Breathing a sigh of relief, the old man decided to listen to the unexpected visitor. Polite but firm, Uncle Lee refused, explaining to the stranger that these rare items were vital to him for a complex medical treatment. The young man confidently added that he could clearly see the contents of the old man's bag and warned that the medicinal herbs he had purchased could only cause serious harm to the patient. Pointing to the items in the old man's hands, the teacher remarked that even this expensive pillow would hardly help, to which the old man was genuinely surprised by such remarkable insight. The elderly butler sighed heavily, lowering his gaze. His sorrowful expression betrayed deep despair, for they themselves understood this all too well. With sadness, Yan Bang admitted that there was almost no hope left. But for the sake of saving their loved ones, they were obliged to take any chance they could. Spreading his arms, the man invited the young man to follow them so he could see the entire process with his own eyes. Squinting thoughtfully, Chu Yi began weighing the pros and cons. Since he had been invited, he decided to agree. Perhaps his unique knowledge would help save someone's life. After agreeing to set out on the journey, the young teacher heard the homeowner breathe a sigh of relief, glad that he had managed to persuade the young man. The butler called out to his employer anxiously, doubting the decision they'd made since they knew absolutely nothing about the stranger's intentions. The master hurried to reassure Uncle Lee, having sensed an incredibly strong energy in the young man and surmising that they were in the presence of a true, noble master. Thoughtfully, the man rubbed his chin, trying to recall the past. The young man's face seemed vaguely familiar to him. The entire party entered the luxurious living room, where the father sadly introduced the guests to his twin sons, who had suffered from severe mental disabilities since birth. With bitterness, Yan Bang pointed to his eldest son, who was huddled in an armchair, due to a complete lack of appetite. The poor boy looked emaciated and trembled constantly. The younger brother, on the other hand, suffered from the opposite extreme. A ravenous hunger, and in desperation devoured everything in sight, even dangerous pieces of wood. Plunged into deep despondency, the gentleman lamented that even the most renowned physicians of the empire had proved powerless against his relative's dreadful ailment. Interrupting his panic, the young man calmly and confidently declared that the true cause of the sudden illness lay in the effects of a treacherous poison. With a mysterious flash of bright fire, his eyes emitted a cold, piercing gaze that left no doubt that he knew exactly what he was talking about. As the frail bodies of those afflicted by the toxin came into view, Chu Yi added that this rare poison had come from southwestern China and that the unfortunate victims had only a couple of days left to live. Upon hearing the terrible verdict of his loved one's imminent death, Yan Bang screamed in horror. Shaken, he fell into a panic, begging for confirmation of the accuracy of the prognosis. The old servant spread his arms in bewilderment, assuring him that he had been by their side constantly since birth, so no outsider could have secretly slipped the poison into their food. A pensive young man put forward a new theory, suggesting that the toxin had been in the mother's body, and asked whether Yan's wife had died from a difficult childbirth. The guest's words struck those present right to the core. An alarming thought flashed through the shocked host's mind. How did he know that? After examining the patient, who was convulsing, the teacher confirmed the suspicion and explained that the poison from the corpseworm had been passed on to the children in infancy through their mother's milk. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the gentleman immediately gave an order, instructing his loyal Uncle Lee to urgently find out all the details about this terrifying toxin. Yan Bang addressed his guest respectfully, acknowledging the young man's vast store of knowledge, and promised to give him a valuable stone pillow in exchange for saving his sons. Bowing deeply before the young master, the desperate father humbly begged Chu Yi to do everything possible to save them. Having accepted the terms, the teacher ordered a pot of clean water to be brought. While inwardly he was troubled, unable to understand how a poison from the higher realm of the gods could have ended up on earth. Soon the servants obediently brought everything necessary for the dangerous ritual, and Yan Bang politely added that they were ready to fulfill any request the guest might have. Handing over the vessel, Chu Yi gave clear instructions to the old servant, ordering him to immediately catch and throw the dangerous worm into the water as soon as it emerged. After carefully examining the emaciated young man, the teacher noted that he was lying on the bed, barely breathing due to the illness that had drained the last of his life force. The healer sternly ordered the others to step back. Expelling a parasite from another's body carried immense danger, as the creature would immediately begin searching for a new victim. Focusing his mind, the young man instantly activated secret spiritual techniques. The powerful energy of the Tai Chi center filled his hands with pure, radiant light. With a sharp cry, Chu Yi delivered a precise pinpoint strike directly to the patient's chest. The magical current obediently surged inward, mercilessly burning away the hidden infection. The unfortunate patient screamed in agony from the unbearable pain. Beneath his skin, a huge parasite stirred in fear, trying to escape the punishing flame. With a gruesome crunch and splatters of blood, a vile, glowing worm burst from the unfortunate man's chest. The demonic creature writhed, losing control. The butler standing nearby reacted instantly and with a deft movement, caught the creature as it flew out. Uncle Lee wasted no time in tossing the dangerous pest into a prepared vat of boiling water. Once submerged in the special bubbling liquid, the poisonous centipede began to dissolve. Thick gray smoke rose upward, signaling the demise of the accursed insect. The victim's father clenched his fists, barely containing his fury at what he had witnessed. He was overcome with rage, for someone had deliberately and cruelly tried to destroy his family. Wiping the sweat from his forehead wearily, the hero breathed a sigh of relief. The danger had passed, and now the patient needed only a long rest to fully recover. The teacher warned that the parasite had been poisoning the brothers' minds for too long, and because of this prolonged exposure, their personalities might now change significantly. A happy Yan Bang bowed deeply to his savior, as a sign of profound respect, and sincerely thanked him. For even this outcome was a miracle to him. Suddenly, a quiet, timid whisper came from the direction of the sofa. Upon hearing the faint call directed at him, the man froze in place and spun around abruptly in astonishment. The elderly man's eyes instantly filled with tears of genuine happiness. After so many long years of separation, he had finally heard that cherished word for the first time. Overcome with joy, the moved father embraced his weeping sons tightly. The family was finally reunited, and bitter tears of relief streamed from his eyes. The young man sincerely sympathized with the unfortunate family. His heart ached at the thought of just how cruel their hidden and treacherous enemy must be. The man introduced the brothers to their savior, urging them to express their sincere gratitude. The relatives stood humbly nearby, ready to thank Chu Yi. The rescued twins meekly knelt before their benefactor. One of them spoke passionately, expressing deep gratitude for having their lives saved. Suddenly, a ridiculous argument broke out among the relatives. A burly young man shouted furiously, declaring that he was, in fact, the older brother. Frozen in place by surprise, the teacher was genuinely baffled by the senseless argument and blinked in confusion, having completely lost the thread of the conversation. The fat man angrily argued that even while still in his mother's womb, he had sensed danger and pushed his brother out, which was precisely why he considered himself the eldest in the family. The skinny guy pointed a finger at the loudmouth in a rage and immediately refuted his theory, shouting that his brother was simply too fat and hadn't managed to come out first. Completely bewildered by what he'd heard, Chu Yi spread his arms in astonishment and asked the twins point blank if they remembered their time in their mother's womb. The brothers fell silent and admitted that they vaguely remembered that time, adding that over the course of many decades they had grown accustomed to communicating easily in the dark, but only with each other. An elderly witness to this scene surmised in surprise that the boys possessed telepathic abilities and froze in shock. The teacher's face betrayed deep shock. The strange brother's absurd revelations had completely thrown him off balance, and he realized that he was standing before divine twins. The fat man genuinely didn't understand the gist of the conversation and foolishly asked if the twins were edible. His relative merely called him a complete fool with contempt. The young men continued to argue. One called the other out for not knowing the terms, while the other, enraged, merely bared his teeth maliciously. Embarrassed by his son's behavior, the father hurried to politely apologize to the guest. Chu Yi smiled graciously and calmly steered the conversation to another topic. After looking closely at the man, he made a firm decision, unexpectedly asking him to take these foolish twins as his disciples. Yan Bang froze in utter astonishment at the unexpected turn of events, unable to believe his own ears. As a sign of the deepest respect, the sons simultaneously bowed to their new mentor in a deep prostration. However, a playful argument immediately broke out among the new disciples over who had the right to be called the elder. The wise butler convinced the hesitant father that they absolutely could not let such a gifted master slip away. The enigmatic Chu Yi gave the wounded a couple of days to recover, promising to personally take charge of their training. After a warm farewell, the young teacher turned and headed toward the mysterious city of Zhejiang. The whole family joyfully saw off their departing savior, loudly wishing him a safe and smooth journey. Suddenly, a vague memory struck the head of the family. The young master's face seemed very familiar to him. Lilia Li suggested taking the sons to the capital for a trade fair organized by the influential Tang clan. At that moment, his memory finally returned. This young man was the spitting image of Tang Chunde from the powerful family. The old butler doubted the teacher's connection to the clan, since this influential family was incredibly selective when choosing heirs. Thoughtfully, Yan Bang sifted through the details in his memory, recalling that Mr. Tan had 4 children and the third child was a girl. The servant recalled Tang Wanru, whose possible connection could easily explain the master's striking resemblance to the clan head. The men decided to finally solve this mystery during their upcoming trip to the capital, remaining grateful to their savior. Meanwhile, in the picturesque and secluded village of Qianlong, someone sternly ordered the guards to step back and await further instructions. The young teacher stood frozen in the doorway, watching the departing soldier, while his charming companion stood timidly beside him, awaiting his decision. Leaning resolutely against the wall, Chu Yi waited for the stone block to activate, allowing no distractions. The hero's gaze fell on the ancient artifact. He remembered the 4 spell scrolls in his pocket, ready at any moment to unleash the 9 heavenly seals. The sudden silence of the courtyard was broken by a sharp, insistent sound. From the deep pocket of his formal jacket came the loud ring of a phone that had suddenly come to life. The young man quickly pulled out his cell phone and glanced at the screen. The name Qin Zhan lit up on the display, causing his heart to tighten with excitement. The young man's eyes widened with rising panic. At that moment, he realized with horror that he had completely forgotten about the classes he was supposed to teach today. Having recovered from the initial shock, the teacher forced a smile and held the phone to his ear, trying to make his voice sound casual. On the other end of the line, the stern principal was angrily reprimanding her subordinate for nighttime strolls with a stranger and for missing important classes. Covered in beads of cold sweat from the woman's intensity, Chu Yi guiltily clutched the phone and tried to explain himself. Before he could finish speaking, a short, sharp dial tone rang out, leaving him completely alone in the middle of the sun-drenched courtyard. The young man thoughtfully pressed his finger to his chin, staring at the screen, his mind filled with questions. Could she really have decided that he was brazenly deceiving her? After giving it some thought, the teacher began quickly typing on his smartphone, deciding to send her a message in the hope of showing sincere and warm masculine concern. A satisfied, slightly silly smile spread across the young man's face. He sincerely believed he was acting like the perfect gentleman when the sent notification sounded. At that moment, in a spacious, well-lit office, a young woman was sitting in a chair when her cell phone suddenly vibrated, breaking the silence that had settled over the room. Opening the chat with Chu Yi, the principal was stunned by what she read, and her finger trembled with rage the moment she saw the young man's absurd advice to see a doctor. Enraged, Qin Zhan pointed sharply toward the door and shouted at the frightened employee to leave. The man, terrified, dropped his folder at such a furious reception. Poor Hulai trembled with nervousness, clutched his documents to his chest, and timidly stammered that he needed to leave work early due to important personal matters. Left alone, the teacher sat in the lotus position to meditate, deciding to immerse himself completely in his practice after his successful conversation with Qin Zhan. Obeying the will of the powerful master, the mysterious ancient artifact bearing the yin-yang symbol hovered right in midair and suddenly shone with a powerful mystical light. Having completed a difficult stage of training, the spellcaster recalled with relief his distant past and his first tentative steps when he first arrived at this temple. With a bold gesture of his hand, the brave young man tossed 3 magical paper talismans into the air and loudly commanded that the ancient seal be opened immediately. The magical, floating scrolls obediently took their places around the artifact, forming a protective circle, and burst into bright flames, activating the hidden spells. A massive pillar of blinding energy shot high into the heavens, and Chu Yi watched, spellbound, as the incredible divine power of the liberated spirit unfolded. A powerful surge of magic instantly transformed the entire surroundings, and right at the summit of a barren, rocky mountain, the outline of a majestic temple suddenly appeared. The young teacher surveyed the mountain landscape with satisfaction and thought that this place had enormous potential to one day become a new part of the Taiji Temple. Standing calmly against the backdrop of the stone structures, he reflected on his divine past and his firm intention to restore the ruined sanctuary. The tired young man stretched lazily as he walked, deciding to head home since he had classes waiting for him tomorrow, as well as the urgent need to apologize to Qin Zhan. Walking calmly along the path, the teacher suddenly heard a loud call from behind. He froze in surprise and spun around sharply. A pretty girl, accompanied by her friends, quickly approached Chu Yi, puzzled as to how an ordinary outsider had ended up in this hidden village. Surrounded by the curious group, the teacher calmly pointed to the side and politely asked his surprised acquaintance if she was referring to the building. The young man confidently declared that the entire luxurious village on the hill belonged to him, at which point his companions simply froze in astonishment, gazing at the enormous mansions in the distance. The arrogant Zhao Tianming merely sneered in response, calling him a pathetic daydreamer who clearly didn't belong among the local elite. Xiao Jinyu boldly rushed to her friend's defense, angrily demanding that the insults stop, and decided to leave immediately so as not to waste time on the insolent man. Secretly, the scoundrel was furious, because while crowds of girls were chasing after him, this particular young woman stubbornly refused him. It infuriated him that all the beauties were falling for Chu Yi. The villain mentally anticipated a brutal reckoning with the teacher, recalling the powerful sect leader whose imminent arrival would solve all his problems. The rude young woman defiantly pointed her finger at the policewoman and began loudly berating her for daring to reject the gentleman's advances. The young woman was at a loss. She was well aware of these dangerous people's connections and really didn't want to cause a public scene for fear of losing her job. Suddenly, the rude woman turned her attention to Chu Yi, loudly criticizing his personal taste and calling his companion an incredibly unpleasant person. Casually scratching the back of his head, the hero came up with a witty retort, sarcastically remarking that the girl's ugliness could outshine even a nuclear reactor. Such a bold and insulting comparison instantly sent the rude woman into a rage. Her face contorted with wild fury, and she clenched her fists in anger. A bystander intervened in the conversation with displeasure, deciding to shame Chu Yi by sternly asking where his manners had gone. But the teacher merely picked his nose nonchalantly, ignoring the rebuke, and reasonably pointed out that it was foolish to show politeness and good manners to rabid dogs. The rude girl finally lost control of herself at such a harsh comparison. Screaming loudly, the enraged young woman lunged forward, swinging her arm. Unfazed by the oncoming blow, the teacher remained completely calm, a sly smirk appearing on his face. He had calculated everything in advance. In that very second, Xiao Jinyu deftly intercepted the attacker's arm midair and coldly ordered the frenzied troublemaker to stop immediately. Suddenly, the police officer blocked the suspect's path, firmly seized her arm, and insistently ordered her to proceed to the police station immediately. The troublemaker flew into a rage at such forcefulness. Gritting her teeth, she hurled vicious threats at the law enforcement officers retreating back. The law enforcement officer remains unflinching and coldly reminds her that her primary duty is to ensure the safety of ordinary citizens. Meanwhile, Chu Yi directly accused the conspirator of aiding the cultists and scheduled a decisive meeting with him at the peak of Mount Meishan in 10 days. Left alone, a terrified Zhao Tianming begins to protest loudly and vehemently denies any ties to the cult, trying to hide his growing panic. The young man and his companion calmly walk away, deciding not to waste time on the empty cries of a frightened traitor who is literally trembling with fear. The perpetrators find themselves on the verge of panic, realizing that if the police uncover their ties to the cult leader, their lives will be over. In a rage, the rich kid tries to convince himself and his accomplice that this was just a bluff, and that the guy wasn't serious about the secret conspiracy at all. The accomplice asks the scoundrel to calm down, since there is no evidence. Moreover, he reminds him that the ruthless cult leader has already personally stepped forward to eliminate the young man. In their dreams, the sinister cult will destroy all enemies, paving the way for their alliance to achieve absolute power over the city and the supremacy of the great Chen family. While the conspirators place their hopes in the cult leader, Chu Yi diligently trains his disciples in the arena, preparing them for the coming battle under the guise of a theatrical performance. Meanwhile, on the rocky outskirts of the city, where raging waves crashed noisily against the rocks, a secret and extremely dangerous meeting was brewing. The traders gazed impatiently into the distance along the coast, genuinely puzzled as to why the cult's powerful leader had not yet arrived. Shaitan urged everyone to remain calm, but immediately added angrily that their common enemies had become far too brazen of late. Recalling their opponents, the man declared viciously that he would ask the cult leader to eliminate these insolent fools as well, thereby giving them free rein in the city once and for all. The girl pressed herself coquettishly against her companion, admiring his manly rage and trying to kindle a spark of passion within him. Suddenly, Zhao Tianming noticed something strange in the sky, and his expression instantly changed, revealing complete bewilderment at the shocking sight. A snow-white ship cutting through the waves was approaching the shores of the majestic city. On the deck of the luxurious liner, the elderly man who had just arrived grimly recalled his shameful past. 40 years ago, he had been defeated by the great masters and forced to flee. Incredible destructive lightning energy enveloped the body of the master, soaring through the heavens as he plunged downward like a deity. The scars on the warrior's face twisted into a malicious grin. After 40 long years of exile, the powerful fugitive had returned to China to seek revenge. Witnesses froze in utter horror, unable to believe their eyes. They were struck by the incredible, terrifying power of the formidable leader of the mystical sect. The powerful old man landed confidently on the ship's deck, right in front of the trio, frozen in fear. The atmosphere instantly became charged to the breaking point. Those who had come to greet him immediately bowed deeply and respectfully before the dangerous guest, humbly welcoming their master. The stern sect leader sharply cut short any excessive politeness. His scars tremble with rage, and he is moved only by the insolent challenge of a foolish, snotty-nosed youngster. The enraged master declared that his arrival in the city was only the beginning and coldly ordered his henchmen to notify all enemy families of the imminent reprisal. The sign for the local fight club in Jinlin, the building looked quite old and traditional, concealing a future threat within. One of the local fighters took a powerful blow from a formidable opponent, spewing a stream of blood, unable to put up even the slightest resistance. The sect leader looked down on his defeated enemies with contempt, mockingly noting that the Chinese fighters were incredibly weak and worthless, failing to live up to his expectations. In a single Fengquan day, dozens of clubs were reduced to dust by the master. Everyone around was shocked by his unprecedented power. In the capital city, the master sat in the center of the arena, immersed in deep meditation, ahead of an important upcoming match. Suddenly, a powerful stream of energy, radiating a bright blue glow, pierced the air and hurtled straight toward the stunning Chang Hong. Gazing into the distance, the man realized that an old acquaintance, who had been absent for a full 10 years, had finally reappeared to once again make his presence known to the world. Stunned, the master rose to his feet, recalling just how incredibly strong his comrade had once been, and wondered with dread what heights he had now reached. Despite his fear and a sense of impending danger, Chang Hong resolutely decides to help his friend, for they are bound by long-standing ties that he does not wish to sever. Meanwhile, in a secluded spot by a waterfall, a mighty warrior, surrounded by electrical discharges, was finishing his intense training and preparing for battle. With cold rage, the man accused his adversary of stealing secret techniques. He had survived and now thirsted for brutal retribution for the betrayal and deception. Demonstrating his overwhelming power, the enraged fighter assumed a fighting stance. His sole goal was to destroy the one who dared to oppose him. A desperate scream of terror echoed over the building, signaling that the battle had begun and that the enemy had encountered an insurmountable force in the form of the Avenger. Struggling to comprehend what was happening, Wei Fu cried out in fear and bewilderment, unable to grasp who exactly stood before him and sought his immediate demise. The insolent opponent in a suit mocked Lu Chengfeng, demanding that he acknowledge the master's greatness and immediately fall to his knees before his overwhelming power. Defeated and wounded, the master looked at his protege in utter despair, not knowing how to escape this hopeless and humiliating situation. Zhao Tianming gloated, recalling old grievances, believing that the man had always underestimated him and was now forced to beg for mercy for the sake of his own life. Under the heavy pressure of the circumstances and the threat of death, Lu Chengfeng is forced to swallow his pride and kneel before his victor. With a heavy heart, overcoming his pain, he humbly bows and officially admits defeat, begging the great master for mercy. The elderly master looks down on his enemies with disdain, believing that the two defenders of Jujian City are utterly incapable of standing up to his power. The sect leader gloated, ordering that the Grand Master's arrival be announced to all and threatening to deal with his enemies in 3 days. Tension reached its peak. The disciple, seeing the imminent threat from the new adversary, tried to stop his master, urging him to be cautious. The injured mentor understood the danger of the situation and ordered his disciple to immediately warn Chu Yi so that he could flee the city. Surrounded by his followers, the sect leader reflected on his path, realizing that he now bore responsibility for all those who had recognized his power. The sect members admired their leader, feeling safe and proud that they could now deal with any enemies with impunity. The master saw potential in his new subordinates, offering them the chance to become his disciples and promising that they would soon become the true rulers of China. Loyal followers, blinded by promises of greatness, kneel before the man, sincerely thanking him. The cult leader harbored a deep grudge as he recalled his old enemies, Qin Min and Qin Zan, and vowed first to kill the teacher and then to deal with them. An ominous silence hung over the estate. In this secluded place, a group of people was preparing for decisive actions that would shift the balance of power in the city. The master and his companions arrived at Qianlong village, which belonged to Chu Yi. It was here, according to Zhao Tianming, that an important battle was to take place. Without wasting any time, the scoundrel made a sharp swing of his arm, concentrating powerful energy, and decided that this place would become his new target. The village shudders from a powerful magical attack, destroying everything in its path. He notes with satisfaction that he likes the name and decides to adopt it. At the same time, the teacher was conducting an evening rehearsal at the school, diligently preparing for the performance, unaware of what was happening elsewhere. The mentor and his students were sitting in the hall, waiting for dinner, when one of the boys admitted he was hungry. Stunned by his student's complaint, the teacher promised him they would go for a bite to eat soon. Suddenly, Chu Yi, who had been lost in thought, was distracted when a girl unexpectedly appeared before him. He didn't recognize the guest right away. When she took off her sunglasses, Yang Lin appeared before him, a stunning blonde whose arrival that evening came as a complete surprise. With a smile, the protagonist greeted her, noting that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, and recalling that she had been his girlfriend during their college years and had now become a superstar. After coolly assessing his professional career, the actress stated that she had heard rumors about him teaching at a school, considering such work unworthy of him. Remaining unflappable, the teacher responded with a good-natured smile, honestly admitting his sincere satisfaction with his current teaching work. Shaking her head skeptically, the beauty noted the dramatic changes in him, since he used to be quick-tempered and would certainly have gotten into an argument. With a sad smile, the young man admitted that he still couldn't bring himself to forget her, and recounted how he had spent a long time thinking about her yesterday. He'd even set her photo as his smartphone's wallpaper. With the same impassive expression, Chu Yi added an ironic detail. The old phone simply couldn't handle the strain and broke down immediately after the image appeared. Boiling with indignation, Yang Lin realized she'd been pranked. Her face contorted with rage, and she could barely restrain herself from exploding at his audacity. Upon hearing the cherished word treat, the student rushed toward the girl with a joyful cry, anticipating the treat. Turning away in embarrassment, the sudden outburst of enthusiasm made the young lady cry out, when the young man accidentally bumped into her in his rush for the food. Furiously scolding the young man, the actress accused him of envy and of choosing a despicable method of revenge, while the culprit watched the unfolding scene. The beauty accused Chu Yi while he calmly observed what was happening. The conflict reached a boiling point. The girl spun around abruptly, finally declaring the young man her sworn enemy from that moment on. The divine twins discussed the situation, acknowledging that although the food was delicious, the woman's behavior left much to be desired. The idyll is interrupted by a phone call. The teacher looks at the screen, surprised to see the caller's name, Lu Chengfeng. On the other end of the line, the voice of a wounded man can be heard, frantically begging Chu Yi to leave immediately and warning him of an attack by cultists. Upon learning of the attack on the village and the injury to a loved one, the hero's face contorted with rage. He flew into a fury and vowed to punish his enemies severely. Frowning, the teacher listened to the voice on the phone, warning of danger and asking for a favor, and expressed his willingness to look into the matter. After giving a clear order to notify the elders, the young man arranged a meeting with the sect members on Mount Meishan at 8 in the evening, planning to throw a banquet for his enemies. Fearing that the hero would get involved in a risky battle with a powerful opponent, Lu Chengfeng anxiously predicted impending disaster. Remaining calm and composed, Chu Yi waited for his turn, preparing to take part in his class's upcoming performance. He reasoned philosophically that, compared to the importance of his class's performance, the murder of a sect leader was merely a trivial matter. The concerned vice principal approached the teacher, expressing serious doubts that he would be able to successfully handle the upcoming challenge. But Chu Yi reassured him with a smile, reminding him that this was his personal dispute, so a defeat would in no way affect other people. Admiring his students, Chu Yi considered their flawless appearance to be the main key to success in the modern world, which guaranteed them victory over any opponent. The concerned vice principal warns the teacher about the difficulties of finding a job, reminding him that Qin Zhan won't be able to help if he loses an important debate. The protagonist reassures the man, promising that something extremely interesting is about to begin on stage, and asks him to stay calm before the show. Renowned composer Fan Qian notes the high level of musical training at the school, addressing Yan Ling while watching the performance. Hiding her gaze behind her glasses, the actress asked her companion ironically if he had spotted any promising talents among the students at her alma mater. The man replied that he hadn't yet met anyone better than her in his youth, but continued to watch the performances on stage closely. The host, wearing a bright dress, enthusiastically announced to the audience the start of the next number, which would be performed by a large symphony orchestra. On stage, the musicians perform the piece with intense concentration. The cellist and violinist are immersed in the music, creating a captivating atmosphere in the hall. The orchestra members, playing the trumpet and flute, demonstrate their mastery, filling the hall with the sounds of classical melodies. Chu Yi applauded the performance with admiration, noting that the in-depth study of the arts in this class is bearing fruit and impressing the audience. A man addressed the protagonist skeptically, mockingly asking whether he still maintained his previous confidence in his inevitable victory in this dispute. Noting that the students were performing at a professional level, Fan Qian predicted a brilliant future for them as they had the potential to become true celebrities. The host stepped to the front of the stage and solemnly invited Class 18, with their performance of Liang Shambo and Zhu Yingtai, to come out and perform. The lights in the hall suddenly go out, plunging the audience into darkness and creating an air of mystery around the upcoming performance, surprising the audience. The spotlight cuts through the darkness to reveal the stage, where the beautiful goddess Lola appears against the backdrop of the set, delighting everyone in the hall. At the school concert, everyone admires Liang Shirer's beauty. The students are proud of their school and of the fact that their representative will outshine everyone else at the performance. The performance of the legend of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yintai begins on stage. The audience watches with interest as the actors, dressed as a stone and a tree, prepare for their roles. The audience burst into laughter upon recognizing their classmates among the actors serving as props. Hu Lai was the stone, and Ma Yin was the tree. It looked very amusing. The play reached its dramatic climax as Liang Shambo and Zhu Yintai met on stage. Their emotional dialogue captivated the audience. Suddenly, the antagonist storms onto the stage with a menacing look, demanding that the hero die immediately, which disrupts the flow of the performance. The audience in tears empathizes with the heroes of the legend. Some shout that if they had the power, they would easily deal with these thugs right now. Observing the play's success, the teacher was pleased with the audience's reaction, believing that the actor's serious demeanor had helped them win over the audience's hearts. A strange message he received out of the blue threw him into confusion. He didn't understand why events had deviated from the planned course. Alarming news came in. Wang Lin was having serious problems with her voice, which prevented her from finishing the final song, putting the finale at risk. The teacher rushed to the dressing room. The girl looked exhausted. Her friends tried in vain to comfort her, and the situation seemed critical. Despite the sharp pain in her throat, the student tried to hold it together and insisted she could go on stage to get through the performance. Seeing her condition, Chu Yi made a firm decision. It was too risky to perform with a voice like that, so taking matters into his own hands, he volunteered to sing instead. The girls were shocked by their mentor's announcement and worried that the sudden replacement of the lead singer might ruin the climax of the song Metamorphosis. The student tried to stop her teacher, doubting that he was capable of singing at a superstar level, and insisted on continuing the performance herself. But the teacher remained adamant, emphasizing the gravity of the moment and saying that it was too much pressure for a young girl. Stepping onto the stage, filled with determination, Chu Yi was ready to prove to everyone that he could handle any difficult task. The audience in the hall was completely bewildered, shocked that the homeroom teacher had come on stage instead of the expected singer. The former watched the events unfold with skepticism, believing that the teacher had absolutely no singing talent and was only making a fool of himself in front of the audience. The performance began, and the teacher started singing, creating an atmosphere of unexpected romance and a unique visual aesthetic. But reality turned out to be harsh. The audience couldn't stand the young man's terrible singing and covered their ears, wishing it would end as soon as possible. Panic reigned backstage. The girls were disappointed and upset by the failure, realizing that their teacher had made a huge mistake. The audience's reaction grew increasingly angry. People in the hall were outraged by what was happening, claiming that even drunk people at a cheap karaoke bar sing much better. Yang Lin smirked as she watched the fiasco, convinced that the guy had greatly overestimated his abilities and was now reaping the full consequences of his overconfidence. The producer, watching the performance from the sidelines, looked deeply concerned. His silence spoke to his confusion over what was happening on stage. Refusing to back down, Chu Yi resolved to turn the tide of the battle by resorting to the secret art of the enchanting voice of the Xianyin Temple. Singing with deep emotion, the hero enveloped the room in a magical aura, forcing the audience to freeze in amazement. The audience was stunned by the sudden change. Those who, just a moment ago, had wanted to stop the performance now sat captivated by the singing. The illusions created by the teacher grew even more vivid. A touching love story unfolded before their eyes, blurring the line between reality and fairy tale. Intertwined with the melody, his memories came to life, evoking sorrow for his mentor. And this genuine sadness pierced the hearts of the listeners deeply. The audience was completely captivated. Spectators wept as emotions overwhelmed them, recalling their own love stories, and acknowledged that the teacher's performance had exceeded all their expectations. On stage, Chu Yi sang, and before his eyes appeared the ghostly image of a girl who gently asked him not to forget her and promised to return soon. The audience was absolutely thrilled by the teacher's performance. Fans cheered, applauded, and even shouted declarations of love, demanding that he have children with her. In the audience, Qinzhan couldn't hold back her tears as she watched the teacher, realizing that his heartfelt song was dedicated to the one who had long held his heart. His ex-girlfriend watched the performance and, with a hint of arrogance, concluded that he was still deeply in love with her. The producer was thrilled by Chu Yi's skill, noting the incredible emotion in his singing and stating that he had never encountered such talent in music circles before. Still under the spell of the performance, the actress pressed her opponent, asking whether he truly intended to promote this singer in the future. The man was adamant and firmly decided to work with the protagonist, confident that the artist's unique voice required no special refinement and was a perfect fit for them. The producer headed resolutely toward the exit to immediately offer Chu Yi a contract, determined not to let such a rare talent slip through his fingers. The students surrounded their teacher, congratulating him on his success and marveling at his singing, all vying to say that it was time for him to take the big stage. Urging them to keep a level head, the young man kept insisting that only hard work paves the way to true recognition. The students jokingly discussed their teacher's success, noting that in addition to his talent, he possessed an astonishing audacity that helped him get what he wanted. Upon hearing their conversation, the teacher dramatically threatened to teach his students a lesson for such insolent and disrespectful behavior toward him. Suddenly, a voice from the side spoke up in support of the students, agreeing that with a voice like that, Chu Yi simply had to take the professional stage. A producer and a well-known woman appeared before them. The woman introduced Fan Qian as the country's top-tier producer. The students are absolutely thrilled. They've recognized superstar Yang Lin and the famous producer, and for them, meeting such people seems like an incredible event. As they discuss the unexpected news, they whisper among themselves about an attempt to offer their teacher a tempting contract that would turn his life upside down. Thrilled by the prospect of Chu Yi becoming a true superstar, the students are already dreaming of the profits from selling his future autographs, anticipating success. Although the producer makes a lucrative offer, the teacher politely declines, showing that he has no interest whatsoever in fame or show business. Those around him are shocked by the teacher's refusal and can't believe he's passing up such a brilliant chance to become rich and successful. Shocked by this decision, Yang Lin tried to intervene, believing that the protagonist was making a huge mistake by rejecting the path to a dazzling career. The man urges Chu Yi to seriously consider the offer, insisting that the industry needs exactly this kind of talent and predicts a great future for him on stage. But the young man remains unshakable and openly declares that show business does not appeal to him, inviting the group to leave and putting an end to this pointless conversation. Fiercely attacking his mentor with reproaches, the girl brands his career a disgrace and demands that he change professions immediately. Confronting Yang Lin, he firmly parries. He chooses his own prestige, defending teaching as a pure calling, free from backroom deals. Having confidently concluded the conversation, Chu Yi turns and walks away, resolutely demanding that no one stand in the way of his own life choices anymore. Tormented by anger, the young woman cannot bring herself to accept that he is so rashly rejecting such brilliant prospects. Resorting to personal attacks and insults, She hurls curses at the teacher with hatred, convinced that he will yet regret his haughty refusal. But the hero remains calm and sternly reprimands her, urging her not to judge others based solely on her own narrow views. Zhu Yi walks away without looking back, while the actress remains behind, seething with anger and helplessness, barely containing her fury that he has revealed his true identity. The scene shifts to the quiet night in Qianlong village, where a row of expensive and luxurious cars is parked next to the traditional buildings. Upon arriving at the scene, Fan Huang and his bodyguard discuss the sudden invitation, wondering if the teacher has really planned a lavish banquet just for them. Gathered together, the influential leaders of the largest factions, Jiang Fengzhong, Qin Minya, and Dong Fangjun, represent the most authoritative figures in Zhejiang. Surprised by the arrival of yet another guest, the gentleman tries to find out the true reasons for the meeting, knowing of the guest's close ties to Chu Yi, sincerely admitting his lack of knowledge. Fan Huang explains that he came only at the personal request of a very influential master. Showing obvious irritation, Zhao Yigan of the Gochin group views the visit of such a prominent figure as an attempt to intimidate the other attendees. Supporting his colleague, Jiang Fengzhong dismissively refers to Chu Yi as nothing more than a popular youngster, urging those gathered not to waste time. Meanwhile, another participant at the meeting can't take it anymore. Outraged that anyone would dare speak ill of the hero, he suggests that those who are dissatisfied should leave. The discussion continues. Despite his status as a school teacher, they acknowledge that thinking of Chu Yi in such a one-sided way is a major mistake that will lead to trouble. Tension reaches its peak when Lu Chengfeng finally arrives. His appearance silences everyone present. Taking the floor, the gentleman declares that he has summoned those present because of a ruthless villain who is sowing chaos in Jinling and has already killed many masters. Stunned by the news, the guests fell into a state of shock, for the news of Master Shofu's death spread genuine terror, causing those gathered to frantically try to make sense of what they had heard. Coughing heavily and fighting off agonizing fits, the master admits that an enemy broke into his estate this morning and wounded him. The businessmen present are deeply shocked and cannot believe that anyone dared to challenge their authority. Outraged and influential, they vow to take revenge on Lu Chengfeng's assailant, determined to defend their status and punish whoever has disrupted their established order. The master calms their fervor, reminding them that it was their own sons who helped the villain enter the country. Now they themselves bear responsibility for the coming turmoil. The men are shocked to realize that someone has deliberately lured them here. Fear and confusion are evident on their tense faces. Calmly, Lu Chengfeng announces to those present that today the teacher will fight the formidable sect leader right here. One of the men, adjusting his glasses, asks with anxiety in his voice where the master himself is, waiting for him to appear. The master looks at him confidently and declares that the master is already here, instilling awe in the others at his power. In a panic, the businessmen ask again whether the villains are really here and wonder what awaits them, execution or merely a humiliating public rebuke. An enraged man, weapon in hand, shouts that no one dares to challenge Qianlun village and threatens to shoot any opponent. A mysterious fighter on the roof notices that someone is dissatisfied while the armed men look around anxiously. A powerful warrior with a stern gaze steps forward and in an icy tone promises to deal harshly with anyone who dares to go against him. A powerful energy wave crashes down on the people, forcing them to cover their heads with their hands in terror and scream in pain and under the unbearable pressure. Unable to withstand the enemy's onslaught, Lu Chengfeng suddenly coughs up blood. His disciple runs to his mentor in panic, realizing with horror the severity of his injuries. The people realize with horror that even a respected master is completely helpless in the face of such overwhelming power and cannot help them. The sect leader gives his terrified opponents just 3 minutes to decide, issuing a harsh ultimatum: loyalty or certain death. Faced with certain doom, representatives from Wanshang and Goqin desperately fall to their knees, offering their submission to the leader. Seeing that there is no way out, the remaining businessmen also fall to their knees, acknowledging the leader's authority and begging him to accept their loyal service. The director and his subordinates stood frozen in confusion, watching as their allies crumbled under the pressure and defected to the enemy's side. Lu Chengfeng had foreshadowed an imminent change of power in Yizhujian city. His words sounded like a grim prophecy foretelling the coming upheaval and chaos for all the residents. Meanwhile, Chu Yi and his students were enthusiastically eating mooncakes while gazing at Mount Qianlun. Tugging at his comrade's sleeve, the young man emphasizes that the master intends to expose all the traitors hiding behind a mask of loyalty. Demonstrating composure, the teacher calms his heated disciples, reminding them that the show's climax lies ahead. A bright flash illuminates the sky, as if a shooting star were cutting through the night's darkness over the city, signaling the long-awaited arrival of the one they've been so eagerly anticipating. The young man watched the sky with a satisfied smile, realizing that the important guest was finally here. The show was now officially beginning. Someone's foot lands confidently on the roof of a house, breaking the silence of the night. The stranger makes a dramatic entrance, ready to enter the fray. The stranger, who turns out to be Zhang Fen, encounters an old man, who is astonished that even after decades of exile, Fen has decided to return to his homeland. Scar stares at the newcomer in bewilderment, not understanding who stands before him. Anxiety grips him, for the stranger knows his real name. With an icy glare, the master ignores the scoundrel's questions, issuing a defiant challenge merely by hinting at his connection to Yan Huang. The people around him whisper in amazement, unable to believe their eyes. Could it really be the master, the envoy from the legendary department? His appearance seems like a miracle to them. Overcome with terror, one of those present cries out for help, begging that the common enemy threatening the entire city be crushed immediately. Bowing deeply before the solitary figure on the roof, the people implore the gentleman to deal with the enemy. Maintaining an icy composure despite the crowd's pleas, Zhang Fen sharply orders everyone to leave, realizing that battle is imminent. Upon recognizing an old acquaintance as his opponent, Scar mockingly asks if the man seriously hopes to defeat him in a fair fight. Anxiously asking his mentor about their chances against such a powerful opponent, Zhao Tianming watches as the old man grimly prepares for a fierce confrontation. The scoundrel spoke contemptuously of his opponent, calling him a nobody while surrounding himself with electric discharges as he prepared to demonstrate his power. With obvious contempt, the old man declared to his enemy that since he had come for death, he would get it as lightning gathered around him. Suddenly, the mentor noticed the arrival of a new, powerful opponent and warned that he would no longer have to fight alone. Zhang Feng appeared in view, furious and determined to kill the old man for daring to return. A powerful bolt of lightning shook the area, blinding everything around it with a bright flash, and the air filled with the crackling of electrical discharges. Spectators are shocked by this incredible display of power, bordering on the divine, and awed by the might demonstrated by the masters in this clash. The shock wave sweeps away everything in its path. The collision of the two elements creates utter chaos, turning the battlefield into an epicenter of destructive energy. The old man mocks the master of lightning, declaring that his technique is nothing but rubbish, since he himself has mastered a far more powerful ancient legacy. Confident in his superiority, Scar gives the order to attack, directing a crushing stream of energy straight at his opponent. The enemy employs the web of lightning technique, enveloping his opponent in a deadly web of electricity as bolts of lightning pierce the air. Trapped in the web of electricity, the opponent writhes in excruciating pain, his body shaking under the destructive force of the lightning bolts. Chang Hong watched the events unfold in astonishment, stunned that his opponent had mastered the supreme technique from the ancient treatise on lightning. Displaying composure, the scoundrel emphasizes that he has reserved his true power for the decisive clash with this formidable opponent. Realizing that resistance is futile, the terrified people fall to their knees in panic, begging for mercy as they are branded traitors. The villain raised his hand to the sky, surrounded by an ominous glow, and proclaimed that no one but Chen Zhantian has the right to remain alive in this world of shadows. The old master watched the events unfold in horror. He was overcome with dismay as he realized the scale of the threat posed by the enemy. The tension reached its peak. The enemy, engulfed in dark energy, issued a furious command, and his intention to destroy everyone present became clear. Frozen by the sudden realization of this monstrous power, Lu Changfeng, who just a moment ago had been confident in his superiority, shuddered in terror in the face of the devastating attack. A deafening crash rang out as a young man, who had appeared as if out of nowhere, interrupted the assault, calmly inquiring who dared to wreak such havoc on his territory. Crying out in astonishment at the sight of such an incredible rescue, Zhao Tianming instantly recognized his opponent. Casting an ironic glance at the scoundrel, Zhu Yi mockingly remarked that the sect leader looked absolutely wretched, adding that in a dark alley he would have mistaken him for a werewolf. The villain was furious at the young man's audacity. His attempt to attack had failed, and he promised the master brutal retribution for the murder of his disciples. In a panic, the businessmen begged the hero to leave immediately, realizing that the danger was too great, and tried to save their mentor from certain death in the fight. But he merely scratched the back of his head awkwardly and apologized for being late, explaining with an unflappable smile that he had simply been delayed by a school concert. Stunned by the teacher's composure, the men considered the mention of a school concert at such a critical moment to be utter nonsense. Radiating confidence and shrouded in a mysterious energy, Chu Yi firmly declared that his presence there guaranteed the cultist would not leave the battlefield alive and unharmed. Observers doubted the teacher's success, knowing that even the best masters were powerless against the sect leader, and feared that defeat would lead to the deaths of all their allies. One of those present made a difficult decision. Despite his fear and awareness of the mortal danger, he chose to stay, resolutely refusing to betray his homeland. The wounded masters continued to beg Chu Yi to retreat, seeing that the enemy was too dangerous, and urged him to flee before it was too late to escape. Preparing for the decisive battle, the young man is determined to fight the enemy in order to finally awaken and realize his hidden power. Having summoned the heavenly rift, the antagonist is filled with malice and anticipates an easy victory, planning to absorb the young man's energy after his death. Remaining completely calm in the face of danger, Chu Yi ironically informs the enemy that he has come to his own funeral, for this source of power belongs to him. Refusing to fight alone, the young man calls upon the mountain's power to harness its potential in the coming confrontation and crush his opponent. Consumed by a thirst for blood, the villain completes his preparation for a devastating attack, shouting that the time has come for the teacher to die. As he charges toward the village, a powerful strike causes a chaotic surge of energy, threatening to reduce everything around it to dust. Blocking the attack, the hero asks in exasperation not to destroy the buildings in his village, worried that the enemy will have to pay in full for the damage caused. Enraged by his opponent's words, Zhao Tianming shouts that this is Qianlun village, which belongs to him, and that the other man is spouting utter nonsense by calling it his home. Those present begin to realize the true state of affairs. Growing suspicion is evident in their eyes that they were gravely mistaken. Zhang Hong confirms the fact. The founder of the powerful organization did indeed gift this village to the teacher, shocking everyone. The two henchmen are horrified. Unable to believe their eyes, they propose killing the enemy to take possession of this cursed village. The gang leader unleashes the powerful whirlwind technique, and a blinding stream of concentrated deadly energy bursts from his mouth. In a rage, Scar exhales a magical stream, and the old man creates a swirling, devastating hurricane that sweeps away everything in its path. Caught up in the powerful whirlwind he has summoned, the expensive cars soar into the night sky like toys, ready to crash down on the settlement. Reacting swiftly to the threat, one of the allies shouts for the others to hide behind him, intending to shield them with his own body. Concentrating immense energy, Chu Yi prepares for a counterattack and warns the enemy that underestimating him would be a grave mistake. Charging into the fray, the young man exudes determination. A sparkling aura envelops his arms as he, filled with fighting fervor, delivers a crushing blow. The old master is surprised by the young man's strength and acknowledges that he is fighting 5 levels above his own ability, suspecting that the young man possesses some powerful secrets. The enemy flies into a rage, activating his destructive technique. A blue flame of energy engulfs everything around him, posing a threat of total annihilation. The hero does not back down, assuming a stance to parry the attack, remaining calm as he directs streams of energy toward the threat closing in on him. A powerful clash of techniques ensues. A flash illuminates everything around them as the master's energy surge meets the young fighter's counterattack. The enemy sneers, boasting of past victories and demanding that the young man hand over his secret techniques, promising in return only to spare his life. The young warrior merely smirks in response to the brazen threats and is clearly ready to teach his overconfident opponent a harsh lesson in courage. With a defiant smile, Chu Yi gives a thumbs down, issuing a challenge and declaring that if the young man isn't bold, he'll have lived his life in vain. The old man finally loses his patience. A menacing aura surrounds him, and with a frenzied grin, he declares that he takes immense pleasure in killing the defiant. The onlookers recognize the black lightning net technique with horror, realizing the colossal power that is about to be unleashed. Scar smirks contemptuously, dismissing the fearsome technique as mere trifle. He is clearly preparing something far more destructive. Clasping his hands in a bizarre gesture, the villain concentrates energy for transformation, causing an ominous tension to build on the battlefield. A dark, expanding energy begins to pulsate around him, and the machine takes on terrifying proportions, looming over the space. Witnesses fall into despair upon recognizing the celestial threat. People flee in panic, realizing that in the face of a power equal to that of the gods, there is no escape for them. The villain issues an ultimatum, demanding the device under threat of reprisal. His tone leaves no doubt as to the seriousness of his intentions. In response, the young man sneers defiantly, offering humiliating conditions for sparing his life, and clearly relishes his superiority as he provokes his enemy. The elderly master's anger reaches its peak. Deeply insulted to the core, he prepares to deliver a crushing counterattack. Deadly energy materializes in the air, piercing through space. The attack is aimed at the enemy's complete annihilation. There is no way out. Eyewitnesses, horrified, realize the power of the technique, one that Master Chu cannot withstand, and in a panic decide to flee immediately. Coolly concentrating the energy of the seal, Chu Yi maintains a focused gaze, demonstrating precision in his movements and control over the battle. Activating a powerful Bagua defensive barrier, he causes a bright yin-yang symbol to flare up, blocking the path of the destructive magic. With a touch of irony, the teacher notes that the visual effect of the technique turned out to be weaker than expected, remaining calm even in the heat of a dangerous battle. With a wave of his hand, the young man channels his technique, causing space to literally split apart as an energy blast cuts through the night sky. Observers are stunned by Chu Yi's power, wondering if he has truly reached the level of a senior master, since he withstood a powerful secret technique. The opponent, having taken damage, couldn't hold back and spat out blood. The situation on the battlefield is becoming increasingly tense and dire for him. Horrified, Zhao Tianming watches as his mentor hovers in the air after the exchange of blows, screaming in despair, fearing for his teacher's life and health. Scar tries to save face and wipes away the blood, confidently declaring that he is fine, while dismissively referring to Chu Yi's weak attack. Sarcastically mocking his enemy, the teacher mimicked his words about the insignificant attack, even though he was clearly in pain, clutching his chest from the strain. The scoundrel is furious. The mockery infuriates him, and his rage grows as he prepares to strike again. Pointing a finger at the hero, the rich kid demands an end to the taunting, completely unafraid to confront a powerful opponent. But the young man remains unflappable, mockingly declaring that now it's his turn to attack, preparing for a new battle. The scoundrels laugh loudly, finding the young man's confidence ridiculous and convinced that he is incapable of standing up to the enemy's true mastery. Viewers discuss the flight techniques available only to masters, doubting that even if Chu Yi were to take flight, he would be able to defeat the formidable Scar in this battle. Confidently defying the skeptics, the teacher asks them to watch more closely, preparing to prove that his abilities exceed even the wildest expectations. To the amazement of those around him, the hero easily rises into the air, acting completely at ease and calling this trick a trivial matter. The onlookers are in complete shock and cannot fathom how he accomplished such a feat at his level, finally realizing that this man is by no means an ordinary fighter. Proudly noting that flying with the help of the seal is only a small part of his mastery, Chu Yi hinted that his true potential extends far beyond these limits. Scar watches the events unfold with irony, realizing that he had underestimated him all along. Now the battle promises to become truly dangerous. And with icy composure, he unleashes his hidden power. A bright flash cuts through the darkness of the night, causing those around him to hold their breath in anticipation of the coming storm. A hostile aura cuts through the air, hurtling toward the young man as he stands on the edge of the roof, realizing that a deadly attack is closing in on him. With a slight smirk, the young man looks at his enemy, his voice tinged with contempt for the opponent's attempt to use such pitiful power. The blow hits its mark, and the man shudders from the powerful burst of energy. Blood stains his lips, and pain pierces his body. His comrades freeze in horror, realizing the scale of what has happened as they witness the aftermath of the devastating and terrifying blow. A powerful shockwave hurls the young man backward, forcing him to retreat. A vortex of destructive energy hangs in the air, demonstrating just how formidable his opponent is in battle. Struggling to stifle a groan, Chu Yi presses his palm against the wound and admits that he had underestimated his opponent, who had so skillfully concealed his true strength. Surrounded by bursts of energy, the old man triumphs, mockingly laughing at his opponent and declaring that the game is over. Scar rises into the air, shrouded in an aura of terrifying power, and says contemptuously that his opponent's techniques have become useless, for the outcome is already decided. The enemy's face is contorted by a thirst for blood. He no longer wants to play. His sole goal is to take the teacher's life once and for all in this battle. The scoundrel craves his demise, unleashing a barrage of destructive energy upon him, leaving no chance for an easy escape. Overcoming a severe wound, the young man realizes that if he doesn't hold back the onslaught now, those around him will suffer after all. There's nowhere to retreat. Coughing up blood, the hero makes a difficult decision. He'll have to resort to forbidden and dangerous techniques that he had hoped never to use again. A bright glow flares up around the young man, mockingly challenging his opponent and promising to reveal the true power of the divine technique. Chu Yi's eyes burn with determination, and with a furious cry he summons the hidden power of the 9 heavenly seals. The air around him begins to vibrate with the force. The heavens tremble as spheres of pure energy rush into battle, illuminating the night sky. The ancient technique begins to manifest in reality, sweeping away everything in its path. A blinding flash illuminates the battlefield. A powerful surge pierces space, demonstrating an overwhelming force that dwarfs any ordinary techniques. Lu Chengfeng froze in horror and awe, recognizing a technique long thought lost. The legendary art of celestial powers had returned to the world. The elders watched the battle in amazement, struck by the master's power, realizing that this man would become the nation's greatest pillar if he survived the clash. Frozen in a meditative pose and enveloped in divine light, Chu Yi became the embodiment of ancient power, ready to end the battle with a single strike. The hero's gaze grows cold and resolute. He is completely focused on his opponent, ready to unleash his power to end this battle. A massive sphere of energy envelops the area, unleashing powerful bolts of lightning. The young man hovers in midair, displaying incredible power that overwhelms everything around him. The enemy is stunned to the core and cannot believe that his opponent possesses the forbidden seals of the highest powers. The young man calmly looked at his opponent. His tone was cold as he declared that now it was his enemy's turn to die here. The opponent realized he had underestimated him and was forced to use a trump card he had saved for another powerful rival, realizing that this was a battle to the death. Taking on a monstrous form and exuding a sinister aura, Scar went all in, determined to finish off Chu Yi at any cost. Witnesses watched the transformation in horror, realizing that what stood before them was no longer a human being but a true monster. The villain triumphs, confident in his invincibility. Laughing mockingly, he strikes, believing that no one in the world could survive this onslaught. Smiling as he analyzes his opponent's technique, the teacher notes that while his physical skills are extremely rare, his energy level is far too insignificant. Finally deciding to fight at full strength, his energy explodes in a brilliant burst. The time has come to put an end to this battle. His assistants watch the course of the battle in panic, shocked that the teacher was able to break through the protective barrier, and now seriously fear his complete defeat. The young man takes decisive action, chanting the incantations of an ancient technique, forcing the 9 celestial seals to merge into a single blade. A massive sword made of pure energy materializes in the sky, piercing through space. The power of this technique overshadows everything around it, foreshadowing an inevitable strike. His gaze filled with icy fury, Chu Yi coldly declares to his opponent that his return to these lands was a fatal mistake, one that will cost him his life. Driven mad by rage, the villain lunges into the attack, screaming that his first priority is to finish off the young man at any cost. Telling his opponent that he's too late, the hero demonstrates complete superiority and unshakable confidence in the outcome of the duel. Blazing with dazzling energy, his palms form a sharp blade, delivering a devastating strike that spells the end for Scar. Shouting a defiant challenge in a rage, the opponent demands a strike and with a furious cry charges forward. The clash of forces creates an incredible resonance as a powerful energy blade collides with a protective barrier of condensed dark energy. A deafening explosion rings out. A flash illuminates everything around, engulfing the space, while the epicenter of the collision unleashes colossal power. The shockwave sweeps away everything in its path. The opponents scatter in panic, screaming that a veritable hurricane of energy has risen. After the powerful blow, thick clouds of dust and energy rise into the sky above the ancient structures, swirling into a vortex resembling a natural whirlwind. At the center of the raging vortex hovers a mysterious figure, surrounded by chaos. An ominous prophecy echoes, "Whoever comes to him with a sword will perish by it." Standing amid the ruins, Chu Yi, his clothes torn and his face bloodied, remained unflappable, declaring his triumph over the enemy thanks to the power of the Meishan Mountains. Shocked onlookers gazed at the battlefield, discussing their teacher's triumph, unable to believe that their mentor could have lost this battle. Impressed by the young man's power, Zhang Hong remarked admiringly that he was the country's greatest hope for the future. Soaring through the skies, exhausted after the battle, the hero coldly asked the survivors if they were burning with a desire to avenge their fallen master. In a panic, Zhao Tianming and his companions back away. One of them cries out in fear that he is no criminal and that murder would be a direct violation of the law. But the teacher is barely holding on. His face, covered in scrapes and wearing a bitter smile, reminds the enemy that he has only now remembered the law. Now that he finds himself in a dead end. Cornered, the enemy pulls out a pistol. Trembling with fear, he threatens to shoot if the teacher takes even one more step toward them. A powerful energy blast pierces the air, catching the enemies off guard. They scream in terror, realizing it is simply impossible to resist such power. The master decides to intervene, urging the teacher not to soil his hands with unworthy enemies, and is ready to take on the insolent aggressors himself. With concern, Chang Hong watched the situation unfold, realizing that the hero was now severely weakened and that every such action put his life at risk. Overcoming his extreme exhaustion, the young man remained calm, ordered his companions not to delay, and left the battlefield to tend to his wounds. The remaining traitors, in a panic, begged for mercy. Realizing the monstrous disparity in strength, they implored the young man to show compassion and spare their lives. Overcome with fear, the girl tried to intimidate the teacher by mentioning her influential uncle from the city of Sunghu, hoping that her relative's name would protect her. But Chu Yi swiftly leaves the battlefield. His graceful leap highlights his mastery, leaving his defeated enemies behind in the dust of defeat. Two allies, brimming with energy, decide to finish off their enemies and coldly declare that it is time for their opponents to set off on their final journey. Fear paralyzes the scoundrels as they realize the inevitability of retribution. Their attempts to protest are drowned out by terror in the face of impending, inescapable doom. A new day dawns, the clear sky above the house heralds change, and those who have endured recent trials begin their journey toward recovery. Upon waking, the teacher sensed changes. Though his power rating remained the same, his inner chi had been purified, marking a significant milestone in his self-cultivation. While performing his morning ablutions, he reflected on the wisdom of the deities who seek out talent, and realized that the art of the Taiji temple would take its rightful place in Zhejiang. Pausing his reflections, the man reported that the delegation from Zhejiang had already gathered and was eagerly awaiting further instructions from the mentor. Continuing his morning routine, the mentor maintained a business-like demeanor and inquired whether everyone had arrived and which of the invited guests had not yet shown up. In his report on the situation, Fan Huang explained that Master Lei and Master Zhang Hong had left the previous night, Mr. Gu had departed on urgent business, and the rest had already taken their seats. After the report on those present, Chu Yi ordered that the absent members be notified of the upcoming meeting, interrupting their morning routine. Without stopping his toothbrushing, he casually mentioned that he hadn't had breakfast yet and might be a little late, which surprised those present. Two subordinates whispered to each other about how terrifying their teacher had become, recalling how he had smiled while killing the cult leader, a sight that had filled them with genuine horror. Fan Huang interrupted their whispering, stating that there was no need for idle chatter, since everyone already knew perfectly well who the true hero was. Casting a serious glance to the side, the gentleman noted that the choice of Chu Yi as a mentor had proven to be the right one, despite his controversial reputation. People have gathered in the Great Hall, discussing the young man's legendary feats. A young woman admits that she regrets not having seen it all with her own eyes. One of those present looks around at the crowd and checks to see if everyone is already in place, preparing for the start of an important conversation with the teacher's arrival. Chu Yi himself enters the hall looking confident. Those present immediately greet him with deference, showing respect and discipline in the face of authority. Glancing around the room, the teacher addresses the gathering warmly, urging them to make themselves at home, since only their own people are gathered here. Addressing the assembly, he declared that they were comrades in arms, one team, and that his goal was simple: to make the city of Kujiang as rich and powerful as possible. Those present discussed the young man's words skeptically, wondering whether they really needed more wealth, but they acknowledged that power would come in handy, especially a fraction of Chu Yi's might. Taking the initiative, the young man suggested relying on Qin Min, emphasizing that he was the wealthiest person in their circle. The gentleman confirms his words, openly sharing important news. His family now owns the sacred mine, which will mark a new chapter for everyone. The news about the mineral shocks those gathered as they realize the rumors were true and anticipate reaping enormous profits from the site. The man shares his discovery. Mining the soulstone yields colossal profits, but the scale of the business could attract dangerous attention from powerful masters. The man understands his partner's concerns but proposes a solution. To take advantage of the holiday break, he will personally go to inspect the mysterious mines. The businessman approves the plan and clarifies the details. The mine is located on Kyomu Island in foreign waters, so Chu's personal presence there is ideal. Announcing the financial plan for revenue distribution, the protagonist said that half of the proceeds would go to Huasheng Company and 10% would go toward paying the mercenaries. Shocked by the terms announced, Fan Huang was outraged that the teacher had not allocated even a single percent of the profits to himself, considering such a decision completely wrong. Lu Chengfeng insisted that the hero must take a share of the revenue. Otherwise, the lack of a direct owner of such a valuable resource would provoke a large-scale war over it. History holds sad lessons. 10 years ago, a full-scale war broke out in North America precisely over ownership of the sacred mine. By taking this stance, Chu Yi acknowledges the need to establish strict control over strategic reserves for security purposes. After gathering his thoughts, he interrupts the discussion and calmly makes it clear to those present that he has not yet made a final decision on the profit share. His partners begged him to accept any amount as long as he became the nominal owner. His presence was crucial to them to guarantee the security of the business. Remaining unflappable, the teacher states that he will first personally assess the situation on site and will make a decision regarding his share of the profits later, based on the needs he identifies. His allies are encouraged, believing that under the leadership of such a leader, their city will soon be able to compete for influence with the powerful Jinling and Qinhua. The young man is surprised by such ambitions. Upon hearing about the desire to stand on equal footing with other cities, he asks for clarification, seeking to gauge the depth of these intentions. Striving for goals that extend far beyond mere equality, he declares that in 6 months, the city of Jinlin will be under their complete control. Terrified, Fan Huang tries to reason with his mentor, pointing out that Jinlin is under state protection and that its criminal organizations are far too dangerous for such audacious plans. A conversation began in the office about a mysterious adversary from Jinlin. Chu Yi was troubled by rumors of plans being hatched by someone from that influential region. Suddenly, the conversation turned to a man in a corporation. He held a very high position in the city, and the young man wanted to bring him down. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew tense. Those present were stunned to learn exactly who the young man wanted to take down at Tianfen International. Meanwhile, someone was examining a photograph showing the defeated leader of the knife sect, which came as a real shock to everyone. An anxious question rang out: who had done such a thing? The answer was terrifying. Rumors circulated that it was the work of someone who called himself the King of Hell, Chu. The news spread like wildfire. Scar had been killed. The news sent shockwaves through the crowd, forcing everyone to realize that an extremely dangerous man had appeared in the city. Confirmation came immediately. It was indeed a man from Zhejiang, and the situation became even more serious. The man struggled to contain his emotions, wondering if a martial arts master of such a high caliber had truly emerged in Zhejiang. The old man calmly confirmed their suspicions as if he had anticipated this turn of events. His composure only underscored the magnitude of the shift in power. The decision was made quickly. They had to win this stranger over to their side at any cost in order to become a powerful faction throughout the country. The influential boss also ordered that Qin Huasheng be closely monitored, suspecting that he was hiding important secrets from them. The old man confirmed that he had already sent a trusted person to track him down and was confident that this martial arts master would not let them down. But he expressed some concerns. There was also alarming news. Qin Huasheng was planning to leave the country in the near future, which left the boss genuinely perplexed. At the Zhujiang airport, amid the hustle and bustle of the terminals, new and unexpected events unfold. It turned out that Qin Huasheng wasn't just leaving, he was heading to Europe, his goal being to urgently inspect the condition of the mine, which threw a wrench into his enemy's plans. Stunned, Chu Yi suddenly heard someone call his name in the middle of the airport and turned around to see who the stranger was. Surprisingly, two of his students joyfully rushed toward him. They too were heading out on a trip and were pleasantly surprised to see their teacher. Clearly not thrilled by what was happening. The teacher felt a sense of foreboding that the upcoming trip would turn out quite differently than originally planned. Excitedly, the beautiful girl asked if he was flying to Kyomu Island. He just sighed heavily, realizing that his fears had come true. The girls were happy that their teacher was with them and weren't afraid of their pushy fellow travelers at all, because they believed he would take care of any problems. The students boasted that their group had taken first place, also noting his strange reaction and lack of joy for them. At that moment, one unpleasant passenger flying in business class looked at the teacher with contempt, considering him an imposter and a penniless failure. The girls continued to chat carefree and asked the teacher to sing, while the man next to them grew even more irritated as he watched the scene unfold. The fellow passenger, intoxicated by thoughts of the beauties, was convinced that luck was on his side today and that he would be able to easily take advantage of them. Summoning his courage, Kan Yi-lun decided to take action, introducing himself as an important executive and persistently trying to strike up a conversation. Upon hearing the brazen man's name, Wang Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. She clearly knew who he was and was stunned by the unexpected attention from the celebrity. Unaware of her reaction, the man continued to play the role of a generous patron, assessing the girl's appearance and inviting her to visit his organization. The student, charmed by the offer and unaware of the trick, exclaimed enthusiastically that she really could sing, taking the con artist's bait. Triumph shone in the narcissistic manager's eyes. He was pleased with himself, his cunning plan had worked, and his naive victim had fallen into his trap. Confident of his success, Kan Yi-lun made his next move and invited her to an exclusive banquet on Kyomu Island, promising to introduce her to high society. Cutting off the pushy stranger's attempts to speak with the young lady, Chu Yi sharply accused him of pedophilia, causing the situation to instantly escalate. Enraged, the insolent man snaps back, demanding that the teacher stop meddling in other people's affairs. His face is contorted with anger, and he is clearly not used to being treated this way. The young man does not back down, declaring that the situation concerns him directly, since the girl is his student, and he asks his opponent contemptuously if he is blind. The students look at their teacher in bewilderment, trying to understand the reason for his sudden and sharp aggression toward this strange man. Showing insight, Chu Yi publicly mocks his opponent's unappealing appearance, portraying him as a dangerous individual. Deeply humiliated, the guest demands that the flight attendant move him farther away from the offender, who is undermining his status. Mocking him, the protagonist advises his counterpart to make his face less distinct, since the sight of it makes his eyes water and laughter fills the cabin. Amused by his opponent's helpless threats, the young man notices that the man doesn't dare to take action. The enraged man sits back down, and Chu Yi notes with a smirk that there's no chance of getting bored. The conflict is escalating to a new level. An unexpected sound catches the teacher's attention. Turning around, he realizes that there's definitely no chance of getting bored now. The conflict has entered a new phase. Suddenly, screams ring out on board the plane as a group of armed, masked men hijack the aircraft, threatening the passengers and demanding that they hand over all their money immediately. Panic breaks out in the cabin. One of the female passengers, unable to contain her terror, screams desperately, drawing the hijacker's attention to herself. Irritated by the noise, a terrorist rudely cuts her off and strikes her hard, ordering her to be quiet and hand over all her valuables immediately. The situation escalates to a breaking point. One of the criminals points a gun at the terrified passenger, cynically threatening to shoot anyone who dares to make a sound in the head. Overcome by despair, the people, in a state of confusion, try to understand why they have been subjected to such a terrible ordeal, feeling completely powerless in the face of the threat. The criminals resort to looting, forcing people to hand over their valuables, and brutally warning that if they have to take the items themselves, they'll have to do so from the corpses. Keeping his cool, Chu Yi analyzed the situation, realizing he needed to lure the criminal, who was armed with explosives, closer. The hero concentrated, activating his abilities. His main goal was to scan the plane to accurately determine the number of terrorists on board and then take action. Thanks to his powers, the young man learned the enemy's positions. 5 people, 3 with explosives, 1 in business class, and another right in the cockpit. However, the truth is even more frightening. All the hijackers turn out to be cultivators, and the one piloting the plane is at the master level, a fact that completely changes Chu Yi's entire plan. A terrorist approached the manager, rudely demanding money. His neighbor looked extremely frightened, while he himself remained calm. The young man decides to pretend to be poor to lull his enemy into a false sense of security and points to his simple clothes, claiming he bought them at a thrift store and has no money. The criminal flies into a rage at the audacity and calls him a bum, indignantly asking how he ended up in business class, and orders him to get out. Sitting nearby, Kan Yi-lun watched the scene with a smirk, arrogantly taunting him and gloating that even the robber now despises him. The wealthy man, trying to curry favor and avoid trouble, handed his wallet to the robber, praising the gangster's ingenuity in this matter. Held captive on board the plane, the terrified manager tried to negotiate with the hijackers, begging them for mercy and promising full cooperation. An armed terrorist noticed another valuable item hidden in the hostage's mouth, pointed to a gold tooth, and demanded that it be handed over immediately. The villain forcibly grabbed the man by the jaw, trying to pull out the tooth. The victim, in a panic, begged him to stop, but the terrorist remained brutal, ignoring his pleas. The situation escalated, and a piercing scream of pain rang out when the scoundrel succeeded. The attackers, irritated by the delay, urged each other on, demanding that they finish their business in the cabin quickly, unaware that Chu Yi was already poised to strike. The young man, radiating magical energy, prepared to strike back, realizing that the terrorists were already armed with explosives and that he could not delay any longer. Drawing the attention of the armed men, he suddenly addressed them, offering some information, though he himself was unsure whether it was worth starting this risky conversation. One of the terrorists, enraged by his defiant behavior, points a gun at him and threatens to shoot him in the head, demanding that he sit down immediately. The passengers watch in horror, thinking the teacher is crazy and genuinely unable to understand why he decided to risk his life like this.
Frightened,
Wang Lin, seeing that the teacher is ready to take a reckless action, desperately begs him to stop so as not to provoke the terrorists into killing him. But Chu Yi stands up, unwilling to accept the threat. His words reveal his determination to fight and protect those around him. A fire flares in his eyes as he openly defies the gangsters, anticipating the chance to demonstrate his true strength. A group of armed criminals advances resolutely through the airplane cabin, confident in their superiority, unaware of who has stood in their way. The young man dashes headlong into the thick of the enemy and masterfully dodges their attacks, using his incredible speed and acrobatic skills in midair. The young man employs the spiritual suppression technique, knocking an enemy off his feet, a powerful move he has honed in past battles. The passengers watch the lightning-fast showdown in shock, marveling at Chu Yi's incredible abilities as he single-handedly takes on the gang. Without wasting a second, the hero continues moving forward, determined to quickly neutralize all the attackers and restore law and order. As he moved down the aisle, the young man announced that he needed a few people to go to the cockpit. An excited flight attendant was the first to respond to the teacher's call. While waiting for the man to open the cockpit doors, the hero remained as focused as possible. Sensing trouble, the young man launched a lightning-fast attack. One of the attackers suddenly lunged with a sharp blade, but the teacher reacted instantly, noticing the dangerous thrust aimed directly at him. With a single, precise movement, the young man intercepted the thug's knife-wielding hand. His reaction was flawless, and he was in complete control of the situation, blocking the dangerous attack. Delivering a crushing counterattack, the young man forced his opponent to retreat and scornfully berated the attacker, demonstrating his superiority over him. After the battle, the young man enters the cockpit, believing the threat has passed, but he is met with a horrifying sight. Both pilots are dead, and the plane is out of control. Panic reigned in the cockpit. The terrorists had disabled the autopilot and changed course, and now the plane was flying straight toward the city. A flight attendant, in desperation, falls to her knees in front of the passengers. Horrified by the realization that the crew has been neutralized, she prays for help from anyone who can save the plane. A flight attendant tried to take control of the situation, realizing that without intervention, the plane would inevitably crash into the city, and search for at least one person who could help. But Chu Yi is skeptical, saying that the cabin is full of tourists and the chances of finding the pilot are negligible, urging them not to waste time searching for a savior. Losing his composure, the flight attendant turns pale at the realization that, aside from faith in a miracle, the passengers simply have no chance of escaping their inevitable doom. Seized by panic, his seatmates accuse Chu Yi of hindering the attackers, claiming that because of his audacious intervention, the airliner is now doomed. The students snap back at the passengers, insisting that the criminals' plans were far more dangerous than their own intervention. Enraged, Kan Yi-lun, unable to tolerate the young man's audacity, completely loses touch with reality. Keeping his cool, Chu Yi demands silence and declares his intention to pilot the airliner himself. A skeptical flight attendant points out the difficulty of piloting the plane, but sudden turbulence interrupts the argument. Realizing that the plane is rapidly losing altitude, the flight attendant screams in horror for people to look out the windows. The view from the cockpit is terrifying. The plane is hurtling straight toward a huge metropolis, threatening to collide with skyscrapers. Despite the terrifying turbulence and panic, the flight attendant tries to maintain control, desperately urging the passengers to stay calm. Ignoring the screams, the young man remains focused and pulls out a piece of paper, planning to cast a magic spell. The passengers watch Chu Yi's actions in fury, not understanding what he's doing, and desperately demand that he stop his useless tricks before it's too late. Realizing that magic will be needed to pilot the airliner, the hero recalls the cultivators from the world of the gods and the limitations inherent to them. Not wanting to die, the young man, confident in his abilities, decides to take a risk and cast the spell, even though he knows it might not work. In a desperate gesture, the teacher slaps the control panel with a piece of magic paper, trying to activate it and take control of the plane. Folding his hands in a mystical gesture, the teacher unleashes a powerful burst of magical energy with a shout, hoping for a miracle. The passengers watch in horror as the plane lurches sharply and begins to fall, and the city rapidly approaches them. Panic breaks out. In desperation, the manager clung tightly to an elderly woman, begging her to save him and screaming that he wasn't ready to die at all. The plane performed a dangerous maneuver over the city, risking a crash. Tension hung in the air, and the situation looked critical for everyone. The passengers are going crazy with fear, expecting the worst. Each of them is experiencing this nightmarish moment in their own way, not believing they can be saved. The situation suddenly changes, and everyone realizes they have miraculously survived, while the shocked flight attendant looks around the cabin in disbelief. The teacher announces with a smirk that the crisis is over and suggests that the young man finally release his grip on the woman, whom he had been clutching desperately. Still in a state of shock, Kan Yi-lun doesn't immediately grasp reality, continuing to call the stranger Mom. Realizing his mistake, he recoils in horror, exclaiming, "Who is she anyway?" and turning the tension into general bewilderment. It turns out that the woman had decided to play mommy, forcing a hug on him, which terrified the manager in front of everyone. The students, realizing that it was Chu Yi who saved the airliner, are thrilled, hailing him as all-powerful and jokingly suggesting that he can prove his power in anything. The instructor, annoyed by the students' antics, snaps and threatens them with 10 extra assignments for the summer if they don't stop their chatter. The flight attendant suspiciously questions the students, asking if this savior is really their teacher and exactly which subjects he teaches. In response, the students chorus a list of their native language, physical education, and English, confirming that their teacher teaches 3 subjects at once. Upon hearing such a strange combination of school subjects from the group of students, the woman is completely baffled. The scene shifts to the city at night, to a modern hotel towering against the dark sky and illuminated by the bright windows of its rooms. Standing by the hotel window, Chu Yi reflected on the plane crash, which was clearly a carefully planned act of sabotage. As he analyzed the situation, he realized that the destruction of the building would not halt production, but it would seriously disrupt the supply chains. Tormented by speculation about who would resort to mass casualties to transform the island's fate, The young man sensed that the enemy harbored great secrets. An ominous image surfaced in his mind, and he realized with horror the terrifying possibility that a powerful pre-heaven level master was hiding on this island. Realizing the scale of the threat looming over him, the teacher clutched his head in despair. If his hunch was correct, extremely deadly problems awaited him. In the silence of the room, a loud phone ringtone sounded, startling him as he heard the song that interrupted his heavy thoughts about the treacherous enemy and the future. The call was from Jiang Kun, who was ready to fight for his son. The teacher reasoned that he could become Jinlin's representative. Answering the call, the protagonist immediately asks whether this conversation is related to the events at the oil fields. Responding evasively, the businessman announces his arrival on the island and suggests meeting to discuss business. Agreeing readily, the young man arranges to call back tomorrow evening for a more detailed conversation. Lost in deep thought, Jiang Kun reflects on the significance of his acquaintance with an outstanding martial arts master capable of defeating even the leader of a sect. His secretary brings him the plans for tomorrow, the highlight of which will be a ball on a cruise ship attended by the heads of various influential companies in the city. As he reviews the documents, the man plans tomorrow's meeting with his teacher and decides to simply make an appearance at the ball, without attaching much importance to the event. Meanwhile, the young man reflects on Jiang Kun's timely arrival on the island. It will be an excellent opportunity for them to discuss business in a relaxed setting. His thoughts are interrupted by an unexpected sound. Someone knocked on his door, forcing him to look up from his phone. The door opens and the students burst into the room, happily showing off their tickets to that very prom, mentioning that even pop stars will be performing there. The teenagers hand the teacher a ticket to the prom, insisting that he go with them and wanting him to see the luxurious lifestyle of the wealthy. Looking slightly flustered by such pressure, the teacher tried to gently object, wondering if he could even refuse. The students would not take no for an answer, insistently demanding the teacher's presence, indignant because getting these tickets had been no easy task. A huge cruise ship was majestically approaching the city's coastline. The event promised to be a grand affair. Upon arriving on the ship, Chu Yi was lost in his own thoughts, for he had not come here for entertainment. He sensed that something serious was about to happen. Two stunning young women in swimsuits drew admiring glances from those around them as they showed off their perfect figures. The young men watched the strangers with curiosity, wondering who they were, professional models or popular bloggers. Chu Yi, who had just arrived, sternly reprimanded the guys, urging them to stop ogling the girls and to behave as responsible adults should. One of the female students spots the VIP lounge, assuming that all the celebrities are gathered there, and excitedly suggests to her friend that they go there. The guy frowns, glancing toward the door. His intuition tells him that something is off about this place, and he senses a catch in the situation. A security guard blocks their path, politely but firmly informing the group that their tickets do not grant them access to the exclusive lounge, causing them obvious disappointment. The guys are extremely surprised by the refusal. After all, they're used to being treated differently, but they realize that here, far from home, their family's influence holds no sway. Suddenly, someone intervenes, asking the waiter if he can let his friends in, and the waiter instantly changes his tone, allowing them to enter. The group runs into an unexpected acquaintance. He looks surprised, clearly not expecting to see them again in such a prestigious place. Gallantly, the manager kisses Miss Wang Lin's hand, expressing his sincere admiration, and makes her a tempting offer to enter the world of big show business. Unexpectedly, Chu Yi lands a crushing blow on him, an act that shocks those around them and instantly changes the dynamic of their encounter. After being struck, Kan Yi Lun was stunned by what was happening and could only mumble his consent indistinctly, allowing the group to proceed. As he saw off his new acquaintances, the man barely restrained his rage, harboring a deep grudge against the teacher and vowing to avenge the humiliation by devising a plan to make him suffer. The group enters a luxurious VIP lounge, where they are greeted by an exquisite atmosphere. The girls' eyes are drawn to Wang Fei-er, a rising superstar in show business. The students are captivated by the celebrity's appearance and marvel that in person, their idol looks even more attractive and striking than on TV. Hu Lai surveyed the surroundings skeptically and was disappointed, as he had expected to find himself among the elite. But the place seemed too simple to him. Ma Yin tried to console his friend, suggesting they shift their focus and get to know some popular female blogger. Looking down on the students from above, The manager immediately saw right through the pair and, with a contemptuous smirk, mentally labeled them hicks. The man shifted his gaze to Wang Lin in her revealing outfit. His eyes lit up with greed, and he decided he would definitely get his hands on this beauty. Continuing to speak aloud, Kan Yi-lun dismissively noted that only entry-level stars had gathered so far, but that the real celebrities would arrive shortly. Finding herself in the spotlight, the beautiful young woman drew gasps of delight from the audience, who instantly recognized the famous Yang Lin. Appearing before the guests in all her glory, the actress looked stunning in her elegant gown, leaving those around her spellbound, unable to hide their sincere admiration. Those present are literally swept off their feet with delight. They are smitten and ready to be breathless with the beauty of the star who has just entered. A student assesses the blonde, noting the star's bad temper but acknowledging her outstanding talent, predicting her imminent rise to the highest echelons of acting. A young man observing all this takes a sip of wine, musing that the world is indeed a small place, realizing where all this might lead. Silence fell over the hall. Everyone present froze, staring at the celebrity who seemed to have spotted someone in the crowd. A self-assured man is thrilled, convinced that the star is looking right at him. Anticipating success, he cannot hide his silly grin. Completely carried away by his own self-importance, the manager asked himself excitedly, could it be that my irresistible looks have finally caught Yang Lin's attention? Two female students watched the scene unfold. One of them wondered skeptically, could a celebrity like that really be interested in a guy like this? But the celebrity walked past him, turning her attention to a completely different person, coldly remarking that they had met again. The guy with a glass of wine cheerfully greets his acquaintance, pretending to be genuinely surprised and pleased by their reunion. Looking at him with a hint of skepticism, the beauty recalls his recent assurances about wanting to lead a quiet and peaceful life, which now seem like nothing but lies. Responding with a barely noticeable smirk and ignoring her serious tone, Chu Yi throws out a mocking question, showing complete indifference to her words. The star doesn't lose her composure and responds defiantly, emphasizing her dominant position and asserting that she's always one step ahead of him. The manager notices the tension between the teacher and Yang Lin, concludes that their relationship is far from friendly, and sees this as the perfect moment to his advantage. Suddenly, the situation escalates. Kan Yi-lun, acting as the instigator, loudly demands that security be called and is determined to have the uninvited guests removed. Security surrounds the group while he accuses them of not having invitation tickets and demands that they be immediately thrown out onto the street. Faced with her opponent's insolence, Chu Yi's expression changes instantly. She calls this brazen man a dog, plotting a counterattack. Enraged, the student points her finger, accusing the insolent man of being the one who brought them to this place and demanding an explanation from him for this humiliating incident. The instigator finally loses his patience and rudely snaps that they are not his friends, shouting at the security guards again and demanding they hurry up and carry out his order. The security guards resort to direct threats, surrounding the group and demanding they leave immediately, hinting that they will resort to physical force if they refuse. The self-absorbed manager turns to Yan Ling, trying to publicly humiliate Chu Yi, and asks if she really considers this man a friend. Casting an icy glare, the actress coldly retorts that she doesn't associate with beggars. Her words sound like a death sentence. Stunned by such meanness, Hu Lai loses his composure and, in desperation, asks his mentor what to do next. The teacher remains unperturbed despite the taunts, calmly stating that not being friends doesn't prevent them from having influential patrons. The students begged their teacher to stop joking. They were in no mood to laugh, as they found themselves at the center of a serious conflict. Security guards began making threats, demanding that they leave the premises immediately or face being forcibly removed with batons. The brazen opponents were furious, hurling insults at Teacher Chu, unable to comprehend how this worthless man dared to stand in their way. At the most tense moment, just as the security guards were trying to grab the students, a mysterious savior appeared, demanding that they stop immediately. An unexpected ally, the famous actress Jian Yanji, came to the group's defense, acknowledging them as her friends and stunning those present with her appearance. In shock, the manager couldn't believe his eyes. How could such an influential star be acquainted with this ordinary teacher whom they had looked down upon? Greeting her mentor warmly, the celebrity completely ignores the security guard's threats, causing the atmosphere inside to change in an instant. Portraying the students as ardent fans of the artist, the teacher remains unflappable, deftly seizing the initiative and changing the course of events. Stunned by what is happening, the students gaze at the teacher with undisguised amazement, trying to figure out how he managed to make such an acquaintance. In the spotlight, a calm conversation unfolds between Chu Yi and the actress. While everyone around them is astonished by their relationship, they remain unflappable in the face of their enemies. Unexpectedly, the vixen casually asks Jian Yanji about her relationship with Chu, clearly hinting at a misalliance and provoking a confession. Without waiting for an answer, Yang Lin thought to herself maliciously, dismissing the possibility of friendship between a beautiful woman and a pathetic henpecked man. Off to the side, other guests discussed the superstar's poor taste with disdain, condemning her choice of partner, whom they considered unworthy. The celebrity herself, maintaining her elegance, made a decisive statement, not only naming Chu Yi as her partner, but also openly expressing her admiration for him. Upon hearing this, her rival's expression changed. Her arrogance gave way to bewilderment at such a direct statement. Speaking with a smile, Jin Yanji utters phrases that clearly hint at a continuation, hidden from prying ears at that moment. But the young man decisively quashes her curiosity, declaring that their corporate secrets are not meant for outsiders to hear. Yang Lin speaks disparagingly of the hero, claiming that behind his outward attractiveness lies a truly dirty soul. But the superstar disagrees with the criticism, calmly parrying his rival's words and suggesting that she may be deeply mistaken in her judgments about him. The conflict reaches its peak, and the beauty openly admits her dislike for the guy, wondering exactly how he managed to seduce someone so skillfully. Watching the argument, the actress can't help but wonder if the girl's harsh words are driven by ordinary female jealousy toward him. The teacher refutes the suspicion of jealousy, sarcastically remarking that his ex simply can't come to terms with his current successful lifestyle. The situation takes a shocking turn. His friends are stunned to learn that he really did date this girl, and their emotions reach a boiling point. An awkward silence hangs in the air, and the curious Hu Lai tries to pry details about the teacher's personal life, committing an unforgivable breach of tact in the process. At this, Chu Yi's patience snaps, and as an immediate punishment for excessive curiosity, he assigns the hapless student 10 extra assignments. Jian Yanji sarcastically notes that he has developed a very close and ambiguous relationship with his students. While the protagonist was clutching the beaten-up class monitor in his hands, he asked irritably if that was really the case, showing clear indignation. His girlfriend changes the subject and proudly declares that their new film will be the best movie project of the last decade. The guy looks at her ironically and remarks that she clearly doesn't fully understand the true meaning of the word brag. Continuing the conversation, the beauty points out that their film is being released at the same time as his ex's movie, predicting a serious battle for box office receipts. Sipping wine, Chu Yi looks completely calm and with a smile wishes his friend success, skillfully maintaining an atmosphere of light, social conversation. Hearing his wish, Jian Yanji laughs cheerfully and winks back at him. She looks pleased and takes this gesture as a pleasant sign of support. Standing nearby, her rival is filled with rage and determination to take revenge on the superstar, declaring that she will soon take her place in the new movie. Suddenly, Yang Lin's gaze turned to the striking guest who had entered the hall, underscoring the significance of her arrival. Smiling slyly, the blonde realized that the situation for her rival was about to change dramatically due to the unexpected arrival of a new person. A woman in a low-cut dress appeared in the doorway. She was known to everyone as a scandalous nymphomaniac from the world of show business named Sun Hailu. Those present began whispering upon recognizing the young woman. Although the party was open to many, her appearance caused a stir, as her influence was based on her father's wealth. Jian Yanji watched the scene intently. Her face betrayed her unease, and she clearly hadn't expected to see this particular guest here. Noticing the change in her friend's mood, Chu Yi realized there was a hidden conflict between her and the socialite who had just entered. The tension reached its peak when the two women locked eyes. Sun Hailu addressed the superstar mockingly, clearly provoking her. The actress looked coldly at her acquaintance, unwilling to continue the conversation, making it clear that they had long since had nothing in common. Trying to smooth things over, the young woman reminded her of their long-standing friendship, claiming that she had invited her there at the personal request of the influential Mr. Shi. The name of the mysterious man left Jian Yanji genuinely puzzled as she tried to figure out exactly who was being referred to and why his opinion mattered. To which the beauty replied with a smirk, stating his full name, Shi Binghong, hinting that this man had been eagerly awaiting his guest's arrival at this social gathering. The mention of this gentleman sends the young woman into a state of shock. Her face betrayed genuine fear as she realized who was behind this plan. Turning to Sun Hailu, the manager expresses a strong desire to meet with the influential man, claiming that they had previously been business partners. Yang Lin appeared beside the woman and with a mix of pleading and hope, begged her to arrange a meeting with Shi Binghong as well. Agreeing to the request, Sun Hailu acknowledges that the gentleman would be happy to see them, but suddenly her face darkens and she utters a cautious, however. Shifting her tone abruptly, the young woman accuses the actress of pretending, mockingly asking how long she intends to keep playing the role of a sweet and innocent girl. Stunned by the sudden aggression and rudeness, Jian Yanji cannot utter a word, merely exclaiming indignantly in response. Continuing to taunt her, the guest mocks her silence and demands that she immediately stop pretending to be an innocent little girl. A young man intervenes, making a cutting remark to Sun Hailu and advising her to wave her arms around less. In her confusion, the superstar realizes that Chu Yi has just stood up for her against her insolent companion, which clearly surprises her. Turning angrily toward the stranger, the woman, enraged by the unexpected insult and interference, demands to know who he is. Parrying her anger with a smirk, the teacher threatens to pour makeup remover on her face, sarcastically remarking that her appearance would then scare everyone around her. Her face contorted with rage, the beautiful woman barely manages to keep from exploding at the young man's insolent words directed at her. Laughing merrily and paying no attention to the fury of those around her, Chu Yi sarcastically remarks that after such a spectacle, even horror movies would seem extremely amusing to them. The haughty guests watching the scene begin to laugh loudly, fueling the mocking atmosphere and finally driving the enraged woman over the edge. Driven to the brink by the general laughter, Sun Hailu bursts into a scream, exclaiming at him in fury, unable to hide her anger and humiliation. The ex-girlfriend threatened the defender, Jian Yanzi, warning him of the consequences and promising that Mr. Shi would punish him for his insolence. But the young man, a glass of wine in hand, amiably advised Yan Ling not to underestimate teachers, maintaining a confident demeanor despite the irony of the situation. In response, the girl mockingly asks whether she should respect someone whose family lives in poverty and whose loved ones are in dire straits. Those around him speak disparagingly of the young man upon learning that he is merely a teacher and are surprised by his audacity given his low social status and family background. The blonde continued to mock the teacher, sarcastically asking what normal girl would want to get involved with such a pathetic pervert. With a smirk, she asked the teacher if he was hoping to gain fame by defending the superstar, pointedly belittling his importance in front of everyone present. Yang Lin's face contorted with rage as she triumphantly declared that she had completely destroyed Chu's reputation and disgraced him for the rest of his life. In a fit of rage, Wang Lin shouted that she would not allow anyone to insult her teacher, while her friend tried to get everyone's attention and stop the conflict. Unexpectedly, Jian Yanzi approached the young man, took him by the arm, and loudly declared to everyone that she really liked him, embarrassing everyone around them. Her ex and Sun Hailu were shocked by this statement, asking in disbelief what exactly the girl had just said, unable to believe their ears. In response, the superstar openly admitted her feelings for Chu Yi, declaring that she was ready to become his wife, surprising everyone, including the teacher himself. Deeply embarrassed, Jian Yanji hastily convinced herself that she had merely stood up for the teacher and had not at all confessed her feelings to him. Distorted by rage and bewilderment, Kan Yilun burst out shouting, unable to fathom how she could have been so blind as to choose such a monster as her partner. In a state of complete shock, Yang Lin angrily thought that the teacher had indeed managed to turn the girl's head with his cunning words. The students are thrilled by this scene, envying the teacher's coolness, sincerely rejoicing at this display of true love, and unable to believe their eyes. Maintaining a gentle smile, Chu Yi briefly thanks the girl, who continues to gaze at him with shy hope. Excitedly warning the young man, Jian Yanji notes that it's best not to anger this gentleman, since his family wields enormous influence in the country. Suddenly, Sun Hailu demands that they stop arguing and hurry up immediately so that Shi Binghong doesn't keep the guests waiting. stating categorically that anyone unwilling to follow her may stay behind. The woman warns that her master personally insists on meeting as soon as possible. As they left, her minions hurried after the scandalous Sun Hailu, trying to cater to her every whim, while she resolutely ignored them. The actress understood that refusing the meeting could have serious consequences for her career. She had virtually no choice left. Seeing the fear in his companion's eyes, the teacher makes a firm decision to personally accompany her to the meeting to protect and support her in this situation. The girl feels relieved after hearing Chu Yi's words and agrees to go with him, placing her complete trust in him in this difficult situation. The students watch them with delight, calling them a sweet couple, admiring their courage and wishing them luck in the upcoming conversation. The pair enters a luxurious room where a gentleman, surrounded by attendants, awaits their arrival for what will undoubtedly be an important conversation. A self-absorbed rich kid smiles as he showers Jian Yanji with compliments. Unexpectedly, the manager formally introduces himself to Shi Bang-hun, downplaying his own achievements, while the lady beside him modestly accepts the compliments directed at her. The gentleman asks sarcastically whether the man standing next to the superstar is a bodyguard, heating up the atmosphere. Nervously, the girl tries to find the right words, afraid of provoking the influential guest's anger. Stepping in, Chu Yi takes a decisive step forward and declares outright that he is her boyfriend.